Wen Lian awoke from the brink of death, only to find himself bound by a mysterious system. His task: traverse small worlds and become the unforgettable vermilion mole in the heart of Scoundrel, ultimately meeting a glorious demise. Wen Lian, possessing exceptional skills, executed his death with remarkable ease. He believed this was merely a heart-wrenching mission, unaware that in the wake of his passing, the CEO would atone for him throughout his life. The immortal would fall into madness for him. The chief judge of the empire would turn gray overnight for him. The young master would perish in devotion for him, and the chieftain would take his own life in the royal mausoleum for him. 5 worlds, 5 scoundrels, all spiraling into a frenzied inferno for his sake. Chapter 1. The indulged little substitute of the CEO. Wen Lian roused from a state of desperate near-death, beads of cold sweat dotting his delicate nose. He seemed to have experienced a profoundly terrifying scene, yet his memory was shrouded in an abyss of nothingness. He found himself lying on a warm and comfortable bed, sunlight filtering through the sheer curtains, illuminating a room adorned with various opulent luxuries. A tremor coursed through his fingertips. Where was he? Who was he? His mind felt utterly vacant, as if thoroughly cleansed. A wave of overwhelming panic surged within him. He grasped a corner of the bedspread weakly, his fingers icy. Alert! Host vital signs are stable, but memory module is missing. The vermilion mole aesthetic system is at your service. A cold, mechanical voice echoed in Wen Lian's mind. Who? He gasped, nearly springing up, his eyes wide with fear as he scanned the room, yet saw no one. I am your auxiliary system. You have fallen into crisis for unknown reasons. This system serves as your survival program. Your identity, the young star Wen Lian. The voice felt like a frigid pillar, anchoring Wen Lian amidst the chaotic vortex of his mind, compelling him to cling to it tightly. System? What am I to do? I remember nothing. His voice trembled uncontrollably, his beautiful eyes filled with fragility. Acquire an extremely high favorability from the target individual, Guzheng, and become his intensely cherished, yet eternally unattainable vermilion mole. The system's voice remained emotionless. More information will be unlocked as favorability increases. Please act cautiously in your current role. Any OOC behavior may lead to unpredictable risks. In 5 minutes, Guzheng will enter the room. Suddenly, a torrent of memories flooded his mind, overwhelming him. You are Wen Lian, 18 years old, a third-tier star, spoiled and naive, carefully raised by the powerful benefactor Guzheng, to whom you are deeply reliant and infatuated. As the memories settled, Wen Lian turned pale, grappling with this new reality. He felt like a puppet thrust onto a stage, facing an array of uncertainties. At that moment, the bedroom door creaked open gently. A tall man, clad in dark loungewear, entered carrying a tray. His figure was imposing, with broad shoulders and long legs, and his face was strikingly handsome, bordering on fierce. Behind his rimless glasses lay deep-set eyes, their color a profound green, likely due to mixed heritage. You're awake, the man said, his voice deep and melodious, akin to the resonance of a cello. He placed the exquisite breakfast on the bedside table and naturally reached out, his cool fingertips nearly brushing Wen Lian's forehead. You look pale. Did you not rest well last night? Or are you unwell? Wen Lian's body tensed abruptly. It was an instinctive fear of a formidable, unfamiliar being, rooted deep within the recesses of his blank memories. He nearly recoiled in panic. Warning: host exhibiting avoidance behavior detected. This does not align with the Wen Lian persona. Risk level elevated. The system's alarm blared sharply. Amidst the blaring warning, Wen Lian forced himself to halt his retreat, suppressing his instinctual fear. He lifted his delicate face, presenting a sweet smile, even nuzzling his forehead gently against the man's palm. I just had a nightmare, sir. The man's profound gaze lingered on his face for 2 seconds, a glimmer of playful curiosity flashing before being enveloped by a deep tenderness. Be good, don't overthink. His warm hand swept over Wen Lian's hair, infused with an unmistakable sense of control. The man lifted the tray. The egg was perfectly cooked, and when sliced, the yolk flowed. Guzheng speared a small piece with a fork and brought it to Wen Lian's lips, his tone indulgent. Give it a try. Is it to your liking? Wen Lian obediently took the food from the man's hand, his pink tongue lightly grazing the tip of the fork, mimicking the charming demeanor of Wen Lian from the data. I like it very much, sir. Target individual, Gu Zheng, favorability. 2. Current favorability, 42. Please continue your efforts, host. Gu Zheng observed him eating with such apparent satisfaction, his tone growing increasingly gentle. Today, Old Chen will take you to the audition. I've already spoken to Director Li, so don't be nervous. Thank you, sir. Wen Lian beamed at Gu Zheng like a well-fed puppy, his eyes crescent-shaped, his lips forming two adorable dimples. After feeding him, Gu Zheng tidied the tray and exited the bedroom. Wen Lian then rose to freshen up. The wardrobe was expansive, divided into two sections, one for Gu Zheng's clothes and the other for Wen Lian's, the latter primarily high-fashion pieces. Wen Lian casually took a simple shirt, a solid color, and to align more closely with the original persona, he searched the corner of the wardrobe for cufflinks, guided by his memories. Amid a few exquisite velvet boxes, he uncovered an aged mahogany box, buried deep and hardly noticeable unless scrutinized closely. Wen Lian paused, extending his hand, and using the wardrobe's light, opened the wooden box to reveal an old-fashioned mechanical watch. The strap showed evident signs of wear, clearly having been worn for many years. Etched on the underside of the watch face were the words, "To Jeezy, June 18th, 2015 from QS/ to my dearest beloved Jeezy Gu Zheng." But who was QS? And that phrase, "to my dearest beloved." Suddenly, an acute pang of heartache surged through Wen Lian, piercing his heart swiftly and brutally, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of sorrow and panic. The lid of the mahogany box clattered to the ground, colliding with the wooden bedpost, producing a sharp sound. Lian, what's wrong?" A gentle knock at the door accompanied the man's voice, tinged with concern. The doorknob began to turn. Chapter 2. The indulged substitute of the president. The sound of the wooden box lid falling to the ground resonated in Wen Lian's ears like a thunderclap. His heart raced furiously, the sharp pangs of anxiety and dread still fresh, while outside, Gu Zheng's inquiries and the sound of the doorknob turning loomed like a death knell. Warning: significant emotional fluctuations detected in the host. Please adjust promptly. The system's alarm rang out, cold and urgent, akin to a bucket of ice water being poured over Wen Lian's head. He was uncertain of the significance of the watch, yet instinctively understood that he must not be discovered by Gu Zheng at any cost. In the instant the door creaked open, Wen Lian's survival instincts surged forth. He swiftly shoved the watch back into the wooden box, hastily pushing it along with the fallen lid into the deepest corner of the wardrobe, covering it with several articles of clothing. Simultaneously, his body went limp as he slid down the edge of the bed onto the carpet, emitting a soft, pained whimper. As if on the verge of tears, the young man sat on the floor, his attire half donned, his slender legs appearing even more porcelain-like against the dark carpet. In his beautiful eyes, a glimmer of unshed tears formed as he looked helplessly at Gu Zheng, resembling a small kitten that had inadvertently bumped into a table corner. One hand clutched his wrist, while a few garments lay scattered nearby, recently retrieved from the wardrobe. What happened? Gu Zheng hastened over, his brow furrowed, his gaze sweeping across the somewhat disheveled floor and the ajar wardrobe. "Sir, it hurts." The beautiful youth bit his lower lip, his voice trembling with a hint of a whimper, reminiscent of a spoiled child. He extended his injured wrist towards Gu Zheng, revealing a faint red mark, freshly drawn from his own forceful contact with the bedpost. "I was looking for those sapphire cufflinks to match my outfit, and I accidentally snagged my wrist on the fabric. It hurts so much." He adeptly utilized the circumstances to weave a believable narrative, fitting the persona of a delicate and somewhat foolish beauty. He dared not glance at the corner of the wardrobe, fearing that a mere look could betray his secret. Gu Zheng's eyes shifted between the reddened wrist and the youth's tearful gaze. His dark green pupils appeared inscrutable, as though assessing something profound. The silence stretched for several seconds, feeling interminable. Ultimately, the trace of inquiry in Gu Zheng's eyes gradually dissipated, transforming into a tender resignation. He knelt down, grasping Wen Lian's wrist, his fingertips brushing gently over the red mark. "You're such a fool," he remarked, his tone laced with a barely perceptible indulgence. "Is it worth being so flustered over just a pair of cufflinks? Does it hurt?" Target character, Gu Zheng, affection level 3, current affection level 45. Wen Lian's heart, taut with tension, suddenly relaxed, nearly rendering him faint. He had gambled correctly. Gu Zheng appreciated his fragility and dependence. Leaning forward, he rested his forehead against Gu Zheng's shoulder, concealing the remnants of his shock behind a mask of reliance. His voice muffled yet filled with lingering fear. It hurts. You scared me. I thought you were going to scold me. Gu Zheng chuckled softly, seemingly relishing this display of complete dependence. He effortlessly lifted Wen Lian from the ground and placed him upon the bed. You're the one being foolish, yet you blame me for scaring you? In the future, if you need anything, simply inform me or have the servant come to fetch me. Do not rummage through things on your own. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Wen Lian obediently nodded, yet a chill enveloped her heart. Not allowed to rummage? Was it concern for his clumsiness, or fear that he might uncover more useless old items? Like that watch, the mention of QS lodged like a thorn in his heart. Gu Zheng meticulously examined his wrist, confirming only a slight redness. Then personally selected clothing and accessories for him from the wardrobe, including a pair of sapphire cufflinks. Throughout the process, Wen Lian maintained an unusually docile demeanor, as if the earlier moment of fright had merely been an accident. The system's prompt echoed again, pulling Wen Lian from a reverie. Chapter 3. The indulgent little stand-in of the president, the black sedan, came to a smooth halt at the entrance of the interview hotel. Wen Lian was shielded by the driver, Lao Chun, as she alighted. Sword Immortal is a grand male lead fantasy drama launched by Gu Zheng's entertainment company this year, boasting an investment exceeding 100 million yuan. Wen Lian was auditioning for a minor supporting role, though her character was charming despite limited screen time. This selection was made specifically by Gu Zheng for her. A multitude of candidates had gathered for auditions, clutching scripts and forming a lengthy queue. Wen Lian followed the staff through a special passage, directly entering the interview room. Behind her, whispers of discussion arose among the other auditionees. He is quite handsome. Is that Wen Lian, the one recently appearing in several major productions? I've heard he has connections. Doesn't he resemble Shunliching a bit? Many online refer to him as Little Shunliching, likely hoping to ride on the coattails of a senior. Upon hearing this moniker, Wen Lian paused momentarily, a flicker of displeasure surfacing within her. Before she could dwell on it further, the director kindly gestured for her to begin her audition. The audition progressed surprisingly smoothly. The director was exceedingly polite, even displaying a hint of deference. After reciting a few lines and portraying a couple of pitiable expressions, she received continuous praise from across the table. Such talent. Your performance is incredibly animated. The director gently patted her shoulder. What Gu has recommended is truly exceptional. Thank you, director. I hope to be under your guidance in the future. Wen Lian pouted playfully, her eyes sparkling with satisfaction and excitement. The entertainment industry is inherently competitive. Hard work is the norm, and some even seek out benefactors to secure their fame. In contrast, she felt exceptionally fortunate to have the support of her beloved, sparing her the burden of facing those pressures and risks alone. Upon concluding her audition, Wen Lian exited the hotel and, lifting her gaze, spotted a familiar black Bentley. The rear window rolled down, revealing Gu Zheng's strikingly handsome visage. Get in, he commanded, his voice low and undeniably authoritative. A sweet smile blossomed on Wen Lian's face as she effortlessly entered the car, leaning slightly against Gu Zheng's shoulder, her eyes sparkling. Sir, what brings you to pick me up today? Just passing by. He spoke succinctly, a hint of amusement in his tone, as his slender fingers reached over to gently brush the corner of Wen Lian's eye. Target character, Gu Zheng, affection level 2, current affection level 47. Upon hearing the system's notification, Wen Lian felt increasingly enlightened. She regarded Gu Zheng as a cherished little bird, beautiful, well-behaved, and affectionate, undeniably endearing. Gu Zheng appeared quite pleased with her dependence, the corners of his lips curving upwards as he instructed the front row to Yinchuan. Yinchuan was the most exclusive fine dining establishment in the city, and Wen Lian recalled that the original owner had a fondness for its cuisine. The restaurant was clearly reserved, with only a tuxedo-clad musician playing a soothing violin in the corner. Beyond the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows lay the dazzling cityscape at night. Gu Zheng pulled out a chair for her and ordered her favorite dishes. The entire process was thoughtful and impeccable. Wen Lian took tiny bites of the food before her, her eyes narrowing with delight, her cheeks slightly puffed, reminiscent of a little hamster at mealtime. A small dab of sauce remained at the corner of her mouth, a deliberate choice on her part. Indeed, Gu Zheng noticed it, and with a tender chuckle, he picked up a napkin and gently wiped the sauce away. "Did anyone make things difficult for you at the audition today?" Gu Zheng inquired, seemingly casually. Wen Lian shook her head, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately followed her heart. Mentioning a minor displeasure, "Someone called me." "What was it?" Xiao Shunliching. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, lips pursing in annoyance. "Sir, I dislike that title." "Oh, why is that?" Gu Zheng's tone held a teasing note. "I am far more attractive than he is, and though he is quite famous, he hasn't been in the limelight for a long time. It's as if he were a little kitten, all claws and no grace. They even say I gained fame because I resemble Shunliching. That is simply not true. My fame comes from you, sir." Gu Zheng's voice was imbued with an unmistakable mirth as he leaned closer, their breaths mingling, his tone drenched in affection. "Yes, indeed, Lian Lian is simply Lian Lian. Uniquely so. Target character, Gu Zheng, affection level, 10. Current affection level, 57. Wen Lian's heart raced at this unexpected declaration of affection and the soaring affection level. Her cheeks flushing uncontrollably, her soft, rosy lips parted slightly, her beautiful eyes shimmering. "Are you dazed?" Gu Zheng found delight in her dazed expression, playfully pinching her cheek. "Hurry and eat. Your ice cream is going to melt." The dinner concluded in a subtly ambiguous atmosphere. Upon returning to the apartment, Gu Zheng, unusually, did not retreat to his study to attend to business, but instead joined her in the living room to watch a somewhat tedious romantic film. Wen Lian nestled on the sofa, draped in Gu Zheng's suit jacket, enveloped in his scent. She hardly registered the film, her attention consumed by the palpable presence of the man beside her. Gu Zheng's hand naturally rested on the back of the sofa, a silent embrace. During this time, Gu Zheng's phone rang once. He glanced at the caller ID, his brow furrowing ever so slightly before he silenced it without answering. Wen Lian feigned interest in the film, refraining from further inquiries. As the movie approached its conclusion, a thirst overcame him, prompting a desire to fetch some water from the kitchen. Passing by the study, he recalled an intriguing illustrated collection he had seen earlier that day and felt compelled to retrieve it. The door to the study was ajar. He gently pushed it open and approached the bookshelf. Just as he located the desired album and attempted to pull it out, he accidentally knocked a hefty hardcover book to the ground. With a thud, the book fell open, scattering various loose items within. Startled, Wen Lian quickly crouched down to gather the items, most of which were old receipts. However, among them lay a slightly yellowed instant photo. The image depicted two boys clad in blue and white school uniforms, standing shoulder to shoulder beneath a grand locust tree, their smiles radiant. The boy on the left, with striking features and an air of nonchalance, was unmistakably a youthful Gu Zheng. The boy on the right caused Wen Lian's fingers to halt abruptly. This boy possessed exquisitely refined features, his smile bright and unblemished. The resemblance to Wen Lian was uncanny, though the other boy appeared more handsome, while Wen Lian seemed more delicate in comparison. The back of the photograph bore inked words, 2015 Gu Zheng, Qing. Chapter 4. The President's Indulgent Little Substitute for Qing. Shunliching. This name resonated in Wen Lian's mind like a thunderclap. He was well aware of Shunliching, who had been in the entertainment industry for over a decade, starring in numerous blockbuster films and accumulating countless awards. Even though his recent works had dwindled, he remained a universally acknowledged top actor within the industry. Just that evening, he had even mentioned this name to Gu Zheng. Qing? Gu Zheng? Had they once shared such a close bond? Wen Lian suddenly felt a whirlwind of confusion, his heart seemingly gripped tightly, a wave of bitterness rising in his throat. Over the past few days, he had consistently stumbled upon remnants of Gu Zheng's past, each item revealing that Gu Zheng harbored many secrets unknown to him. Feeling somewhat overwhelmed, Wen Lian pinched the edges of the instant photo until his fingertips turned pale. Lian? Gu Zhang's voice drifted in from outside, accompanied by the sound of approaching footsteps. Wen Lian snapped back to reality, his fingers trembling, nearly dropping the photograph once more. Instinctively, he sought to conceal it, but it was too late. The half-open door to the study swung open, revealing Gu Zhang at the threshold. His gaze swept across the scattered items, finally settling on the photograph in Wen Lian's hand. The air thickened palpably. Gu Zhang's expression darkened momentarily, but quickly returned to its usual calm. He approached, crouched down, and gently grasped Wen Lian's wrist, his tone remaining tender. "How did you come across this?" Wen Lian parted his lips, a bitter taste lingering in his throat. "Sir, do you know Shenlicheng?" Gu Zhang cast a fleeting glance at the photograph, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. He then enveloped Wen Lian in an embrace, his voice steady. "Yes, a former high school classmate." He held Wen Lian's shoulders intimately. The names A Qing inscribed in Gu Zhang's handwriting and a Zhang in an unfamiliar script lingering at the back of his mind. Was their connection truly nothing more than that of ordinary classmates? "Were you close?" Wen Lian endeavored to keep his voice from sounding too bitter. Gu Zhang's gaze lingered on his face for a fleeting moment before he chuckled softly, ruffling Wen Lian's hair. "What is the matter? Are you jealous?" "Certainly." Jealousy ensued as the boyfriend concealed a close friendship from her. Gu Zhang had never mentioned Shenlicheng, yet it was evident they were acquainted, perhaps even intimately so. Now, Wen Lian discovered with astonishment that she bore a striking resemblance to the youthful Shenlicheng. Presently, their likeness was only about 50%, but during high school, it was nearly 70%. A wave of inexplicable agitation and unease surged within her. "Sir has never mentioned that you know him," she mumbled softly, her tone tinged with a hint of grievance. "We spoke of him tonight, yet you did not enlighten me." Gu Zhang seemed amused by her display of jealousy and playfully nudged his nose against hers, stating, "He was my classmate, someone I was closer to than the others. However, that was all in the past. We lost contact after graduating high school." Lost contact. Yet, how was she to reconcile this familiar visage? She bit her lip, unable to suppress her curiosity, and inquired, "Does Sir find him attractive?" Gu Zhang raised an eyebrow, evidently taken aback by her question, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. "What is this? Is our Lian lacking in self-confidence?" "Absolutely not." Wen Lian retorted immediately, her cheeks flushing slightly. "Immediately curious." Gu Zhang chuckled softly, drawing her closer into his embrace, his fingers gently caressing the nape of her neck, his tone affectionate. "You are far more beautiful than he." Wen Lian's heart skipped a beat. His words alleviated some of the bitterness within her, yet the impact of that photograph lingered. Nestled in Gu Zhang's embrace, the faint scent of his cool pine fragrance enveloped her, though her thoughts remained tumultuous. "Sir, I hardly know your past," she confessed. Gu Zhang seemed to sense her melancholy, leaning down to plant a tender kiss on her forehead, his tone gentle as he deftly sidestepped her inquiry. "Do not dwell on such thoughts, all right?" Wen Lian responded with a muted acknowledgement, yet she was acutely aware that she could not help but speculate. 3 months into their relationship, Wen Lian realized she hardly knew Gu Zhang, his friends, his family, his history. Chapter 5. The president's indulgent little stand-in, the casting for the production, had reached its final stages. After spending 2 days at home preparing, Sword Immortal officially commenced filming. The filming location was situated in City A, and since her role was minimal, Wen Lian opted to stay at home. Uncle Chun smoothly parked the business vehicle at the film base, and Wen Lian stepped out. Today, the number of fans at the entrance was significantly larger than usual. She scanned the crowd from a distance. However, the sunlight was blinding, preventing her from discerning details, though she could faintly identify that the fans were holding identical support items, likely for the same star. Today marked her scene in the Immortal Gate selection, where she portrayed a junior disciple responsible for guiding newcomers. As she entered the set, she found it rather peculiar. Typically at this hour, the actors from earlier scenes would be busy filming, yet today, everyone seemed to be on break, and various machinery appeared to be in a dormant state. Neither the director nor the producer was in sight. Wen Lian furrowed her brow, stepping into the makeup room with a hint of skepticism. The door was closed, yet the soundproofing was inadequate. She could hear the hushed murmurs of a conversation, the tone stifling excitement. "Have you heard? The leading male role has been replaced." "What? Wasn't that new star from Hawaii already confirmed?" "Contracts were signed." "Indeed, it's Shun Liching. Chairman Gu personally called to recommend him." "How could the director ignore that?" "Shun Liching? It's been ages since he starred in a drama. This must be a demotion for him, right? It seems his movie resources have dwindled, and he seeks to revive his career with this grand production." The mention of Chairman Gu's name struck Wen Lian like a cold needle, unexpectedly piercing her ears. Her fingers, holding the script, momentarily stiffened, and her heart sank heavily. Her beautiful hand clenched tightly, the pressure leaving distinct red imprints on her palm. The investor bearing the Gu surname could only refer to Gu Zhong. Mr. Ming had claimed there was no contact anymore, yet here they were. Not only was Mr. Ming in touch with him, but he would also replace the already confirmed male lead at a whim for his sake. A wave of bitterness surged within her, leaving her breathless. The joy she previously felt from Mr. Ming's unique affection faded like a deflated balloon, leaving behind a hollow panic. She instinctively reached for her phone to call Gu Zhong, hoping to exchange delicate complaints for comfort and reassurance. Yet, upon touching the device, she hesitated. Mr. Ming might be busy. She mustn't be unreasonable. Yes, she must be considerate. Mr. Ming favored her obedience. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside, accompanied by the director's affable laughter. The makeup room curtain was drawn back, and a throng of people ushered in a figure. Wen Lian instinctively looked up, her breath catching in her throat. Shun Liching. He was clad in casual attire, sporting sunglasses, his stature striking, surrounded by the director and producer like a star encircled by admirers. Even from a distance, the aura of a seasoned superstar emanated from him. Wen Lian's heart raced uncontrollably, blood rushing to her head before quickly receding, a cold sweat breaking out along her spine. The resemblance was uncanny. The contours of his jaw, the arc of his nose bore a striking, breath-stealing similarity to herself and the youth in that old photograph. Shun Liching seemed to sense her unabashed gaze, pausing momentarily. Turning his head, his eyes beneath the sunglasses landing squarely on Wen Lian's face. She could almost feel the scrutiny from behind the lens, a cold spotlight scanning her from head to toe. In the next moment, Shun Liching slowly removed his sunglasses. As his complete features were unveiled to the light, the peculiar sensation of resemblance within Wen Lian strangely diminished. The man before her was undoubtedly handsome, yet his beauty bore the marks of meticulous crafting. His smile, while perfect, exuded a calculated detachment, and his gaze was sharp and assessing, having long lost the pure radiance of the boy in the photograph. Similar in form, yet devoid of spirit. Yet, even so, the scrutinizing gazes of those around him flitted like needles between him and Shun Liching, while the oppressive murmur of gossip surged like a tide. Doesn't it resemble too much? The original and the substitute in the same frame? Astonishing. Wen Lian abruptly lowered his head, his cheeks burning with a searing sensation. Overwhelmed by a humiliating self-doubt and the shame of being observed and judged. Standing before the true star, he felt like a wretched imitation, utterly exposed. Instinctively, he straightened his back, forcing himself to lift his chin, adopting an air of feigned indifference and haughty arrogance, his protective facade. Yet, the trembling tips of his fingers betrayed the turmoil within him. The director, seemingly amused by the scene, chuckled and smoothed over the situation, introducing Shun Liching. "Liching, allow me to introduce you to Wen Lian, who plays the role of the clever junior brother in the drama. A remarkably spirited young man. Even Mr. Gu often praises him." Shun Liching's gaze fell upon Wen Lian once more, his lips curving into a flawless, professional smile, his tone warm yet imbued with an insurmountable distance. "Hello." He nodded, his eyes lingering on Wen Lian's face for scarcely a second before drifting away lightly, as if merely skimming over an inconsequential ornament. Such disdain was unmistakable. Wen Lian felt as though he had been wounded by that indifferent glance. His heart tightened, and the polite greeting he had prepared lodged in his throat. Finally escaping as a dry, stammered, "Mr. Shun, hello." He had completely lost the vivacity he usually exuded. Shun Liqing offered no further response. As though he had fulfilled the requisite social niceties, donning his sunglasses anew and moving towards his exclusive lounge amidst the throng. Wen Lian remained frozen in place, the surrounding sounds fading into a blur. The words from Mr. Gu's direct phone calls echoed in his mind, original and substitute, along with Shun Liqing's disdainful glance. A profound sense of crisis and bitter jealousy coiled around his heart like creeping vines. Just how special was Mr. Gu to Shun Liqing? After the shoot, Wen Lian trudged dejectedly towards the parking lot. From a distance, he noticed that Shun Liqing had not boarded the vehicle arranged by the crew, but instead strode towards a familiar black Maybach, one of the cars frequently used by Gu Zhong, with the driver being the well-known Lao Chun. Lao Chun respectfully opened the car door for Shun Liqing. In that instant, Wen Lian's steps were frozen in place, his blood seeming to congeal. Mr. Gu sent his own car to fetch him. So, not only did Mr. Gu help him secure a role, but he was also so considerate. And what about him? What was he? He was Mr. Gu's boyfriend. A wave of intense grievance and unease engulfed him. Unable to contain himself any longer, he pulled out his phone, nearly crying as he dialed the PIN number. The call was answered swiftly, and Gu Zhang's deep, gentle voice resonated from the other end. Lian, finished filming? Was it smooth? Mr. Gu's tone evoked a sense of unmasked, choked emotion and dependence in Wen Lian's voice. When will you come to pick me up? I want to go home. He heard a faint chuckle from Gu Zhang on the other end, filled with boundless indulgence. Good. Let Lao Chun take you home. I have a few matters to attend to, but I'll come back to keep you company tonight. All right? Wen Lian's heart sank completely. Lao Chun was currently escorting Shun Liqing. It turned out that the phrase "let Lao Chun take you" was not a unique tenderness meant solely for him. As Wen Lian watched the Maybach carrying Shun Liqing recede into the distance, he felt for the first time that the car, once a source of immense comfort, now appeared glaring and ironic. His feelings transcended mere jealousy. An urgent desire to unearth the truth and grasp the entirety of the situation firmly seized him. Chapter 6. The president's indulgent substitute Wen Lian did not reach out to Lao Chun, opting instead to take a taxi home. The spacious room was left with only a dim, yellow light. The exquisite dishes had long since lost their warmth, congealing in cold plates. Seated alone at the table, Wen Lian unconsciously traced his fingers across the frigid screen of his phone. On the display was a message from Gu Zhang sent half an hour ago. Lian, an important international meeting has come up unexpectedly. I may not return tonight. Eat first and rest early. No need to wait for me. Be good. The words retained his habitual, unquestionable gentleness, as if he were merely notifying him of a trivial matter. Yet, Wen Lian's heart, much like the now cold dishes before him, gradually cooled. An important meeting? Was it a legitimate conference? Or was he meeting the very Shun Liqing whom he had personally recommended for the role and even arranged for a special car to pick up? This thought slithered into his heart like a venomous serpent, gnawing at his reason. The more he pondered, the more agitated he became, abruptly extinguishing the phone screen and flipping it face down on the table. In the echoing emptiness of the large house, only the sound of his own breathing remained. In the past, when his partner occasionally did not return, he would merely feel a hint of loneliness, but would quickly find amusement, knowing that his partner would surely return to comfort him. Yet now, every night of absence plunged him uncontrollably into a frenzy of speculation and imagination. Unable to remain seated any longer, he rose and approached the liquor cabinet, pouring himself a small glass of spirits. The icy liquid slid down his throat, bringing a burn that failed to quench the fire within. He opened his tablet, hesitating for a long moment at the search bar, before ultimately typing 3 characters, Shun Liqing. A deluge of information instantly flooded the screen: his biography, awards, gossip news, fan edits. When Lian scrolled through each item, he saw Shun Liqing rise to fame at a young age. Bathed in starlight, he witnessed the decline of his family, with a significant decrease in recent works. He read between the lines of gossip articles that subtly suggested Shun Liqing might be seeking financial backers. With each revelation, his heart sank further. What exactly was the relationship between his partner and Shun Liqing? He knew he should trust his partner. He was not the type to be frivolous or capricious. Yet once the seed of suspicion was sown, it would recklessly entangle his heart like a sinister vine, ruthlessly invading his thoughts. Compelled by an inexplicable force, he clicked on an old interview video. In the footage, Shun Licheng appeared younger, his smile radiating an untainted exuberance and pride, his eyes bright and self-assured. Wen Lian's finger hesitated, frozen in place. In a sudden burst of emotion, he sprang up and rushed to the dressing mirror, gazing at the figure clad in loungewear. His eyes clouded with unease and the effects of alcohol. He attempted to tug at the corners of his mouth, striving to mimic a smile. Yet, the reflection revealed a rigid grin, with only confusion and the clumsiness of imitation lurking in his gaze. He bore no resemblance to that radiant Shun Licheng, a person destined to bask in the limelight. A wave of profound inferiority and despair engulfed him in an instant. The unexpected kindness he had encountered upon their first meeting, the years of detachment that had left him untouched, and the unique moments they had shared gradually morphed into jagged thorns. Was he truly one kind? That night, Wen Lian languished in the empty house, tormenting himself with alcohol and the indistinguishable truths and fabrications found online, leaving him utterly exhausted. The following day, on set, Wen Lian bore faint dark circles under his eyes, which even makeup could not entirely conceal. He forced himself to maintain composure, yet he felt as though a fragment of his soul had been siphoned away, casting a shadow over his usual charm and vivacity. During a break in filming, he found himself lost in thought on a resting chair, his gaze drifting involuntarily towards Shun Licheng's designated lounge. The door swung open, and Shun Licheng emerged amidst a throng of assistants, poised for the next scene. It seemed he caught sight of Wen Lian's gaze, pausing momentarily and turning his head in his direction. Today, there was a subtle shift in Shun Licheng's expression, a departure from his usual indifference and disdain, now tinged with an intricate blend of emotions that bordered on pity. It was as if he were silently conveying, "Look, you know nothing. How pitiful." Wen Lian felt as though he had been scalded. He abruptly averted his eyes, his heart racing. Why had he looked at him that way? What did he know? Had the gentleman spoken to him? At that moment, his phone vibrated. It was a message from Guzheng. "Have you gotten up? Did you sleep well last night? I had the kitchen prepare a bird's nest for you. Remember to drink it. I'll definitely come back to keep you company tonight." The message was filled with meticulous concern. Had it been the day before, Wen Lian would have basked in the sweetness of those words for hours. Yet now, as he read the message and recalled Shun Licheng's gaze, he found it steeped in irony. Was this concern born of guilt or merely a habitual attempt to soothe? For the first time, he refrained from immediately replying to Guzheng. Instead, he tucked his phone back into his pocket, lifted his head, and forced himself to focus on the center of the set. Shun Licheng had commenced his performance, effortlessly commanding the atmosphere and drawing the attention of all. Wen Lian fixated on him, his nails digging once more into his palm. An unprecedented storm of emotions, intertwined with jealousy, inferiority, anger, and curiosity, festered within him. Chapter 7. The president's pampered substitute Wen Lian had little to shoot today, finishing early. The black Bentley remained parked in its usual spot, and Uncle Chun greeted him with warmth, opening the car door. Uncle Chun was not one for idle chatter, and Wen Lian did not inquire further. The vehicle had been cleaned daily, showing no trace of anyone else's presence. Yesterday, upon catching sight of Shun Licheng boarding the vehicle, it felt as though it were merely a figment of Wen Lian's imagination. Yet, Wen Lian was acutely aware that it was no illusion. The individual who bore a striking resemblance to him not only shared an extraordinary history with his partner, but was also gradually encroaching upon his present. The incessant beeping of the car horn stirred a sense of agitation within Wen Lian, causing his palms to tremble. He could no longer endure this state of uncertainty. The mere act of speculating and waiting was driving him to the brink of madness. He needed to uncover the truth. Guzheng had yet to return from work, and the cook bird's nest was kept warm in the pot. Without a glance at it, Wen Lian strode directly into the bedroom, seizing the tablet resting on the nightstand. The room was shrouded in darkness, the curtains drawn tightly, with only the pallid glow of the tablet illuminating the space. Wen Lian's icy fingertips glided across the screen. ultimately pausing at an inconspicuous gray hyperlink. Anonymous detective agency, professional, discreet, efficient. The slogan loomed like a last resort. Taking a deep breath, as though preparing for an exceedingly daunting task, he nervously dialed the number displayed. Upon connection, a voice from the other end, cold and almost mechanical, greeted him. "Hello, anonymous agency. I wish to commission an investigation." Wen Lian's voice was barely above a whisper, tinged with a barely perceptible dryness. "Please proceed. I need information on a person, Shen Liqing. Focus on his high school years, around 2015, particularly his social connections." Wen Lian paused, his heart racing, before reluctantly adding another name, Gu Zheng. And their relationship at that time. Silence enveloped the line for a few seconds, seemingly weighing the risks involved. The target is a public figure with a complex background. The difficulty and risk of the investigation are exceedingly high. The fee will be triple the market rate. A half deposit is required up front, and no refund will be issued. "Money is not an issue," Wen Lian replied without hesitation. "I only seek results, the sooner the better. Most importantly, my partner must not know about this under any circumstances." "Understood. We will contact you through encrypted channels. Please provide a deposit." After hanging up, Wen Lian swiftly transferred a substantial sum to the anonymous account provided. Once this was accomplished, he felt utterly drained, collapsing into a chair, his palms slick with cold sweat. He had betrayed his partner. The thought pierced him with a sharp sense of shame and self-loathing. His partner had treated him with such kindness, yet he felt like a despicable thief, prying into his life behind his back. However, the engraving of QS, the intimate photograph, and Shen Liqing's pitying yet mocking smile felt like daggers embedded in his heart, preventing him from finding peace. That evening, Gu Zheng returned slightly earlier than usual. After shedding his coat, he immediately noticed Wen Lian curled up on the living room sofa, unusually quiet. "Lian?" He approached, keenly sensing his lover's low spirits, even detecting a hint of avoidance in his gaze. He reached out to tousle Wen Lian's hair, but Wen Lian subtly flinched. Gu Zheng's hand froze mid-air, his brow furrowing slightly. "What is wrong? Did someone upset you at the set today?" His voice deepened, infused with undeniable concern. "Who made you feel this way?" "No one." Wen Lian lowered his head, unable to meet his gaze, his fingers nervously twisting the hem of his garment. Gu Zheng sat beside him, assertively yet gently enveloping him in his embrace, lifting his chin with a fingertip, compelling him to lock eyes with him. "Tell me, what exactly transpired?" His gaze was profound, imbued with an intensity that seemed to perceive all, rendering any deception futile. Under his scrutiny, Wen Lian's psychological defenses crumbled entirely. Tears surged forth unbidden, and he sobbed, half-truthfully confessing, "I know that teacher Shan was recommended by you, and I even saw him getting in old Chen's car." The more he spoke, the more aggrieved he felt, tears cascading fiercely, as if all his sorrow stemmed from this single issue. "Sir, do you think he is better than me? Do you no longer like me?" Upon hearing this, Gu Zheng's tense expression relaxed. Even a hint of amusement glimmered in his eyes. He had anticipated something grave. Yet here was his little jealous one fretting over such trivial matters. "Is this all?" He chuckled softly, gently brushing away the tears on Wen Lian's face, his tone imbued with unparalleled affection. "Silly Lian, is this what has caused your unhappiness?" He produced his phone, retrieving an electronic version of a document, patiently elucidating. "He is more cost-effective, and he holds a certain renown. The company has signed a bet agreement with him. If the drama is a hit, the company profits. If it flops, he compensates. You see, your sir is quite the astute businessman." Old Chun merely drove to pick him up because his own vehicle was blocked by fans. He sought assistance, and I permitted him to leave the set. His hand caressed Wen Lian's soft, delicate cheek, adding, moreover, "My Lian is the most beautiful little jealous one. No one can compare to you." Wen Lian stared blankly at the complex agreement. Though he struggled to comprehend its intricacies, he grasped the essence of the terms like betting and compensation, coupled with Gu Zheng's entirely businesslike demeanor. These revelations doused the flames of suspicion that had been raging within him. A profound sense of guilt swiftly engulfed him. His sir had confided everything to him, demonstrating such trust. Yet he had, Suddenly, he lunged into Gu Zheng's embrace, burying his flushed face in the crook of his neck, his voice muffled and thick with emotion. "I'm sorry, sir. I shouldn't have let my thoughts wander. I shouldn't have doubted you." Gu Zheng was taken aback by this sudden display of affection and apology, his heart softening like melting spring snow. He held the person in his arms tightly, kissing the top of his head, whispering soothingly, There, no more tears. It is my fault for not explaining things clearly sooner, allowing my Lian to feel wronged." In the following days, when Lian exhibited an unusually compliant and clingy demeanor, he refrained from mentioning anything about Shun Leching and readily acquiesced to Gu Zheng's requests, his eyes brimming with dependence and a subtle, almost imperceptible desire to make amends. Gu Zheng relished this complete reliance, feeling that after this minor turbulence, their relationship had grown even closer. He enjoyed Wen Lian's docility, yet he remained oblivious to the eyes that, burdened with guilt, dared not meet his own. Chapter 8. The president's indulged substitute. Gu Zheng's explanation served as a potent sedative, temporarily soothing Wen Lian's myriad of anxieties and doubts. The subsequent fortnight unfolded like a surreal dream steeped in sweetness. The phone call made to the detective lingered in her mind like a deliberately forgotten nightmare, buried deep within her heart, untouched. An overwhelming sense of guilt transformed him into an exceptionally considerate individual, attributing all his suspicions to his own immaturity and wild imaginings. In turn, he sought to compensate his beloved with an intensified reliance and flattery. Gu Zheng reveled in this unreserved and wholehearted attachment. The silent ascent of affection bore witness to the rejuvenation of their relationship. Gu Zheng basked in the sweetness of this regained intimacy, his gaze increasingly fixated on the very essence of Wen Lian. Her eyes, which squinted in delight when savoring her favorite foods, the unconscious dependency she exhibited while asleep, and her occasional yet perfectly timed displays of petulance. These vivid details gradually enveloped the initial attraction he felt for her face, reminiscent of someone from his past. One fateful midnight, having concluded his work, Gu Zheng returned to the bedroom. Wen Lian lay curled up, clutching his sleepwear, her breath shallow. He stood by the bed, silently observing her for an extended period. A piercing realization, akin to the dawn's first light, abruptly dispelled the last vestige of uncertainty in his heart. The one he cherished, adored, and yearned to hold tightly was none other than the person before him, Wen Lian. Not a shadow of another, nor an obsession with the past. Just Wen Lian. His Wen Lian. This revelation eased his heart, subsequently flooding it with an overwhelming tide of love and an indescribable sense of panic. He leaned down, gently kissing her forehead, as if confirming the return of a treasured possession. Wen Lian, not in deep slumber, drowsily opened her eyes and instinctively nestled into his embrace. "Should asleep now," Gu Zheng murmured, his voice imbued with an unprecedented gentleness and resolve. He envisioned a steadfast future with her, while simultaneously entombing the chaotic beginnings they had shared. When Wen Lian was oblivious, Gu Zheng discreetly disposed of the watches and photographs that serve as reminders of their tumultuous start. Wen Lian's role in the production was nearing its conclusion, with her presence on set dwindling over the past few days. After finishing her scenes and gathering her belongings, she intended to leave when, unexpectedly, a running girl collided with her. Wen Lian fell to the ground, supporting herself on her elbows, uninjured aside from slight redness. Her beautiful attire became dust-laden, and her brow furrowed in displeasure, her cheeks flushed with irritation. How careless! Anyone would be displeased at being unexpectedly knocked down. Yet, upon raising her gaze, she was momentarily taken aback. The girl who had collided with her had also fallen, more severely, her arm scraped and bleeding profusely. Wen Lian's throat tightened with guilt. "Hey, are you all right? I have a first aid kit in my lounge." The girl struggled to rise, her head bowed low, her voice hoarse as she murmured apologies, insisting that she was not a bother. It seemed her leg was injured, yet she hobbled determinedly towards the lounge. Clutched in her arms was an ice cream wrapper from a shop that Wen Lian recognized, situated 5 or 6 kilometers from the filming site, notorious for its long queues and lack of delivery service. Watching the girl limp yet valiantly hasten away, The flicker of displeasure in Wen Lian's heart was wholly replaced by concern. He brushed off the dust from his clothes and resolved to retrieve the first aid kit from his private lounge to assist the girl. Wen Lian was accustomed to indulgence, yet he treated others with unwavering kindness. Armed with the first aid kit, he followed the direction the girl had taken. The lounges in this area were mostly shared, filled with the clamor of voices. Just as he hesitated on which room to enter, a sharp, scathing voice pierced through the slightly ajar door of one lounge. "Are you brainless? You couldn't even manage to buy an ice cream without turning it into such a disaster. What bad luck." It was the voice of an investor's young mistress, one who was accustomed to looking down on others, fueled by her benefactor's wealth. Immediately following, a faint, tearful voice emerged. It was the same girl from before. "I'm sorry, I accidentally bumped into someone when I returned and fell, so I was a bit delayed." "Bumped into someone? You think you have a right to complain? Who did you bump into?" "The King of Heaven. You made me miss my food." The voice of the young star rose sharply, brimming with impatience and arrogance. Yes, Mr. One." The girl's voice shrank further, tinged with fear. A moment of silence enveloped the room, soon shattered by exaggerated mockery. "Wen Lian? Huh, I thought it was someone important. Just a fancy piece of trash." Thinking he's hitched his wagon to CEO Gu's star. "Look at him, he's just like us, selling himself. Who knows? One day, CEO Gu might tire of him and kick him to the curb, and he won't even be worthy of holding my shoes. What if you bumped into him? A person like him deserves it." The derogatory remarks about being trash and selling oneself struck Wen Lian deeply. What utter nonsense! He seethed. "I am Gu Zhang's legitimate boyfriend." With that, he flung open the door, his beautiful eyes blazing with fury, his spoiled temperament ignited. "What nonsense are you spouting? My relationship with him is serious. He is not my benefactor." The young mistress was momentarily stunned by the forceful door, but upon seeing Wen Lian's furious visage, reminiscent of Shunliching, she burst into laughter. "Oh, a serious relationship? You must be joking. I heard my boss say that CEO Gu," before she could finish. A bottle of iodine was hurled from Wen Lian's hand, striking her forehead with a resounding thud. The dull thud of the iodine bottle hitting its mark, coupled with the young mistress's cry of pain, seemed to press the pause button on the world, plunging the lounge into utter silence. Wen Lian's chest heaved as he struggled to control his anger, his fair face flushed with rage, resembling a cat whose fur stood on end after being provoked. The young star clutched her rapidly swelling forehead, staring in disbelief at Wen Lian, her voice tinged with incredulity. You dare to hit me? And what of it?" Wen Lian shot back defiantly, his voice trembling with fury. "If you speak another word of nonsense, I shall strike you again." The commotion immediately attracted the crew members and the director, who hurried over upon hearing the news. The scene was one of utter chaos. Almost simultaneously, Wen Lian's assistant succinctly reported the situation to Gu Zhang, who was in a meeting. Within a mere 15 minutes, a black Bentley ominously arrived at the film set. Gu Zhang's expression was grim as he strode purposefully through the chaos, causing all whispers to cease in his presence. His gaze first landed on Wen Lian, standing at the center of the crowd with reddened eyes, valiantly maintaining her pride despite the tears threatening to spill. His heart twisted painfully at the sight. "Sir," Wen Lian exclaimed upon seeing him, her facade of strength crumbling instantly as tears welled up in her eyes, her voice quivering with emotion. Large droplets cascaded down her cheeks. Gu Zhang approached her, effortlessly wrapping her in his embrace before tenderly patting her back. "It's all right, I'm here." Only then did his icy gaze shift to the pale-faced young star, who was clutching his forehead, and to the flustered financier, Mr. Wang, who had just arrived, drenched in sweat. Mr. Wang, the latter stammered, his legs trembling. Gu Zhang dismissed him with a glance, turning to his assistant with a curt command, "Contact the major shareholder of Mr. Wang's company and inquire if they wish to continue receiving orders from Gu Corporation for the next quarter." As for the young star, he shot a glance at the injured individual and declared, "I do not wish to see him on any screen again." In one fell swoop, he had sealed the fates of 2 individuals. Mr. Wang's face drained of color as he grasped the impending doom of his company, while the young star crumpled in fear. Gu Zhang's gaze lingered on Mr. Wang, imbued with a subtly discerning scrutiny. It seems Mr. Wang is privy to many of my private affairs. Cold sweat beaded on Mr. Wang's brow as he hastily gestured. And no, I wouldn't dare. It's merely old rumors I should not have spoken of. I was foolish. He regretted boasting to a mistress about being a high school classmate of Gu Zhang and revealing his past relationship with the once prominent figure, Shun Liqing. While unwittingly inviting such calamity, Gu Zhang chose not to regard him further, turning to embrace Wen Lian and depart. His tone shifted back to a gentle warmth. Were you frightened? Let me take you for something sweet to ease your nerves. Tonight, I shall introduce you to a few friends, if that pleases you. Wen Lian nestled in his arms, listening to his cold yet decisive arrangements made on her behalf, and felt the soothing warmth of his current tenderness. The words that had previously wounded her heart began to fade away. He loved her, and that was enough. Not far away, Shun Liqing, who had just concluded a scene and was headed back to the lounge, happened to witness this moment. The eyes that usually sparkled with a distant smile darkened imperceptibly. Once, such unabashed affection and protection had belonged solely to him. A tumult of jealousy, disdain, and bitterness surged within him. The private gathering that evening was set on the rooftop restaurant's south outdoor terrace, boasting breathtaking views. Gu Zhang's companions were truly his childhood friends, each possessing remarkable backgrounds and refined temperaments. Before their arrival, Gu Zhang earnestly cautioned them. Wen Lian is shy and timid, so please exercise restraint. He paused, his tone becoming more serious. Under no circumstances should you mention my high school days or any trivial matters from the past. His friends exchanged knowing glances and assured him with smiles. Rest easy, Brother Zheng. We understand perfectly. We won't frighten your precious little one. Throughout the gathering, Gu Zheng kept Wen Lian close by, attentive and considerate. His friends were equally gracious, exhibiting friendly demeanor while maintaining the right balance, effectively easing Wen Lian's anxiety. Wen Lian felt genuinely joyful. He finally touched a fragment of his mentor's world, a sensation of recognition and acceptance that nearly dispelled all his insecurities. His eyes sparkled with delight, and the usual petulance he displayed transformed into a delightful liveliness, drawing Gu Zhang's gaze, filled with affection, to linger upon him. At one point, Gu Zhang produced a velvet box, opening it before the assembly. Inside lay a pair of sapphire cufflinks, their hue rich like a midnight sky, with exceptional clarity and flawless cut, refracting a radiant yet understated brilliance under the light, designed with utmost simplicity and luxury in mind. A small gift to commemorate the wrap-up. Although the occasion hasn't arrived yet, I wanted to present it to you in advance. Gu Zheng personally fastened the cufflinks onto Wen Lian's shirt cuffs, the cool touch against his skin a promise for formal occasions ahead. Wen Lian gazed at the cufflinks, then at Gu Zheng, his heart swelling with sweetness. All previous grievances and anxieties forgotten. After indulging in a fair amount of juice, he excused himself to the restroom. Upon emerging, feeling elated and eager to return to his mentor, he passed by a semi-open lounge terrace where the hushed voices of several friends caught his attention. Though he had no intention of eavesdropping, the sudden mention of his name and Shun Liqing's seized his attention, halting him in his tracks. Do you truly believe Brother Zheng has completely moved on from that one? A voice tinged with mockery arose. Isn't it difficult? After years of obsession, how can one simply let go? Another chimed in, and look at that child. Wen Lian, his features, his delicate demeanor. He is a living replica of the young Master Shun before his trials. Brother Zheng's knack for finding a substitute is remarkable, another added. Indeed. And to claim there's been a total severance? What about the betting agreement for Sword Immortal? The terms are as lenient as handing out money. Clearly a way to assist Shun Liqing in securing his position. This isn't business. It's charity, isn't it? Oh, it's truly pitiful for young Wen Lian. He appears so endearing, likely unaware of anything, being kept in the dark and treated like a precious gem. The voices faded into obscurity for Wen Lian. A chilling wave swept through him, coursing from his feet to the very core of his being, as if his blood had turned to ice. Substitute, replica, assisting Shun Liqing, kept in the dark. Each word struck him like a heavy hammer, shattering all the sweetness and dreams he had just experienced. The once cool touch of the cufflinks now felt unbearably piercing, a cruel irony. He stood rigid, the laughter from the terrace echoing as if from another realm. Chapter 10. The indulged stand-in of the president, the laughter resonating from the terrace pierced through Wen Lian's eardrums like a sharp ice pick. He was oblivious to how he managed to return to the private room, nor could he recall how he excused himself from the gathering under Gu Zhang's concerned gaze. Claiming dizziness from a sip of fruit wine he had secretly taken. In the car on the way back, he remained unusually silent, resting his head against the cold window, watching the vibrant night scenery rush by, yet feeling no warmth whatsoever. Gu Zhang, believing him to be genuinely unwell or perhaps startled by the events of the day, wrapped him in an embrace, gently patting his back while softly reassuring him, "It's all right now. No one will dare to bully you again." Wen Lian offered no reply, merely sinking deeper into his embrace, absorbing a warmth that perhaps was never meant for him, his heart a barren landscape of desolation. He still loved Gu Zhang. The lengthy dependence and entanglement had long been etched into his very bones. Yet he also harbored resentment for Gu Zhang's deceit, for treating him as a mere shadow of another, and for the painful realization that he had indeed become a pitiful stand-in, once reveling in that role. Upon returning to the apartment, Gu Zhang's phone rang incessantly. It appeared an urgent matter had arisen at the company. He urged Wen Lian to rest while he retreated to his study, his brow furrowed in concentration as he tackled his responsibilities. Once the study door clicked shut, the seemingly sleepy Wen Lian opened his eyes, the clarity within them replaced by a chilling despair. Silently, he rose and redialed the encrypted number. "Urgent. I need all information on Lian from high school, including all of his social connections." He nearly gritted his teeth as he spoke into the phone, paying a daunting final sum. The detective's efficiency was terrifying, perhaps due to the brilliance of Gu Zhang and Lian in their youth. Their romance was not a secret. Soon, a wealth of information flooded in. Photographs, slightly immature yet intimate, surfaced, images of them with their arms around each other under a tree, running side by side during sports events, and even a candid shot of secret kiss in a secluded corner. Additionally, a blurry testimony from a high school classmate confirmed that they had indeed been in a relationship. Most crucially, it was revealed that Lian was not originally named Lian. His name was Qing. All the fragments coalesced at that moment, forming a harrowing truth that he could no longer escape. He was but a stand-in, a prized possession meticulously chosen to evoke memories of another, from appearance to temperament. He recalled his earlier declaration of a serious relationship with Gu Zhang and the derisive laughter of that little star, feeling utterly ridiculous. His face burning as if he had just dealt himself a stinging slap. He was indulged, yet he possessed dignity. He could not endure living within such an immense web of lies and comparisons. Meanwhile, in the study, Gu Zhang completed his work and rubbed his temples, yearning to return to the bedroom and hold Wen Lian as they slept. However, as he stood, he inadvertently knocked a delicate manual that Wen Lian had carelessly placed on the corner of the desk, covered by scripts. Raising an eyebrow, Gu Zhang picked it up. He recalled the notebook, in which Wen Lian had been secretly writing and drawing for some time, claiming it was a surprise gift for him. With curiosity and a smile of indulgence, he opened it. The pages were adorned with photographs, most of which were candid shots of him taken without his knowledge, at work, asleep, engrossed in documents, each accompanied by neatly penned notes that bore a hint of childishness. Mr. furrowed his brow today. Is he very tired? I want to smooth his worries. Mr. looks so lovely while sleeping. I made coffee for Mr. He said it was good. Though I know he was lying because I took a sip and it was overwhelmingly bitter. I love Mr. the most. I want to be with him forever. On the final page, there was a simple drawing depicting two little figures holding hands, beside which were colorful scribbles. To my Mr. May my Mr. Always be safe and sound, forever and always by my side. A surge of indescribable warmth washed over Gu Zhang, overwhelming all his defenses. He had never imagined that someone would so delicately treasure everything about him, honoring him in such an awkward yet pure manner. This unreserved and sincere affection struck deeper than anything else could. Target, Gu Zhang, affection level 10, current affection level, 93. He carefully closed the scrapbook and pressed it to his chest, feeling his heart swell with warmth, tender and utterly soft. At that moment, he was unequivocally certain that his love was for Wen Lian and only Wen Lian. He even began to eagerly envision what style of engagement ring to choose, where to hold the wedding, and how splendid his Lian would look in a white suit. Late at night, Gu Zheng returned to the bedroom, gently pulling the already asleep Wen Lian into his embrace, pressing tightly against him from behind, resting his chin atop his head, lost in blissful daydreams as he drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, in his arms, Wen Lian slowly opened his eyes after Gu Zheng's breathing became long and steady. His beautiful eyes brimmed with tears, silently cascading down, soaking the pillowcase. The heartbeat of his mister resonated against his back, so strong, so real, whispering of love and a shared future. Yet, all he could hear were the cruel conversations from the terrace, and all he could see were the smiling faces of the boys nestled together in the photographs. He closed his eyes and, amidst the silence of a shattered heart, made a resolute decision. Chapter 11. The president's indulgent little stand-in. The private detective's intermittent messages were few, yet each felt like a dull knife, slowly slicing through Wen Lian's heart. A blurred old photograph, a remark that they were once recognized as a couple in school, and the support Gu Zheng had secretly provided to Shun Liqing's acting career over the years. With each new revelation, his heart sank further, the self-deceptive hope gradually eroded. The desire to leave grew increasingly steadfast. The role in Immortal had come to a complete end. Wen Lian did not take a break. He immediately immersed himself in the shooting of a small, artsy film. He did not go through Gu Zheng, but instead auditioned independently and secured the role of the third male lead. The script is magnificent, though the crew is small and far from home. He became exceptionally busy, leaving early and returning late. When he finally arrived home, he was often so exhausted that he could barely keep his eyes open. After a quick shower, he would curl up in a corner of the bed, turning his back to Gu Zheng and swiftly succumb to slumber. Gu Zheng attempted to draw near him, but the responses he received were perpetually fatigued and perfunctory. "Sir, I'm so tired. We filmed rain scenes all day, or I have to wake up at 5 tomorrow to rush to the outskirts." A secret sense of panic burgeoned within Gu Zheng, creeping in like vines. He acutely sensed that Wen Lian seemed to be deliberately creating distance, enveloping himself in a gentle yet resolute manner. He tested the waters several times. "Wen Lian, have you been working too hard lately? Perhaps I should speak with Director Zhang to adjust your scenes." "No need, sir." Wen Lian shook his head, his gaze fixed on the void, imbued with a weariness that Gu Zheng could not comprehend. "I enjoy this role. I want to perform well on my own." The phrase "on my own" pricked Gu Zheng like a needle. He even discovered Wen Lian alone in the dressing room during the rare daytime rest, silently sorting through some old belongings, several outfits he had purchased, a few cherished books, and various trinkets. The posture resembled not merely tidying up, but rather inventorying a separation. A profound unease enveloped Gu Zheng. He nearly blurted out a question, asking if Wen Lian had learned something. Yet each time he saw Wen Lian's eyes, beautiful yet veiled in a thin mist, lifting to meet his gaze, and heard him softly say he merely wished to organize things as they were too chaotic. Gu Zheng swallowed his words. Was he overthinking? His Wen Lian was simply maturing, desiring a bit more independence. Moreover, whenever he felt anxious, he would open the cherished album hidden deep within the study drawer, gazing at the youthful and affectionate inscriptions and the candid photographs. His heart would swell with immense satisfaction and love. How could his Wen Lian, who adored him so deeply, ever leave him? To dispel this disquiet, he fervently advanced his plans. He contacted the finest jewelers, personally engaging in the design of the engagement ring, selecting the most exquisite diamond. He envisioned presenting the ring to Wen Lian on his birthday, just as he blew out the candles and wished for an eternity together. It would undoubtedly bring him to tears. Gu Zheng mused, a smile unconsciously curving his lips. The day of the birthday finally arrived. Gu Zheng declined all work commitments, cooking a feast of Wen Lian's favorite dishes. The dining area was adorned with romantic and cozy touches, a magnificent cake adorned with numerous candles, Wen Lian appeared unusually tranquil, even more compliant than usual, dressed in the white suit Gu Zheng had prepared for him, resembling a delicate, fragile doll. Seated across the candlelight with a faint, inscrutable smile gracing his face. "Happy birthday, my Wen Lian." Gu Zheng raised his glass, his eyes brimming with profound love and anticipation. "Make a wish. Today, you are the most important. Whatever you desire, I shall ensure it comes to fruition." He had the ring box ready, placed conveniently by his side. Wen Lian gazed at the flickering candlelight, then turned her attention to the man before her, whom she loved deeply yet loathed with equal intensity. After a brief silence, she lifted her gaze, her eyes as tranquil as an unfathomable, icy pool, and spoke clearly, each word resonating. "My wish is to part ways." Gu Zheng's smile instantly froze. It felt as though the entire world had been muted. Wen Lian did not acknowledge the sudden change in his expression. Instead, she retrieved a thick envelope from beside her and gently placed it on the table, pushing it toward him. Inside lay all the evidence gathered by detectives, innocent photographs, intimate snapshots, classmates' testimonies, and a seemingly resource-sharing gambling agreement. "Gu Zheng," she called it for the first time by both name and surname, her tone devoid of emotion. "We are done." Chapter 12. The President's Indulgent Substitute. When Lian's icy declaration of "we are done" struck like thunder, shattering all illusions of warmth. Gu Zheng's smile completely stiffened, his mind blank, struggling to comprehend the simplicity of those two words. Instinctively, he reached for Wen Lian's hand, but his fingertips slipped, causing the velvet ring box to fall from his grasp and land on the ground with a soft thud. The meticulously crafted, dazzling engagement ring tumbled out, tracing a blinding arc in the light before rolling beneath the heavy dining table, disappearing into the dim shadows. The sound seemed to awaken Gu Zheng. He snapped back to reality, seizing Wen Lian's arm with a desperate grip, his strength barely restrained. Veins bulging as his voice turned dry and distorted with sheer panic. "Wen Lian, don't joke like this. It's not funny. Today is your birthday." Wen Lian interrupted him, her voice still calm, yet tinged with a weariness akin to ashes. One by one, she laid out the contents of the envelope on the elegantly clothed dining table. The harsh truths of Gu Zheng's deceit were brutally exposed, displayed amidst the candlelit dinner. "I resemble him, don't I?" She pointed to the boy in the photograph, who bore a striking resemblance to herself, her voice beginning to tremble. "You pursued me because I looked like him, didn't you? You can't forget him. You love him. Why did you come to ensnare me?" Her questions grew clearer, each laden with deeper despair. The initial calm could no longer be maintained. A tidal wave of immense grievance and the humiliation of being deceived surged within her, her eyes quickly reddening, and unshed tears cascaded down without warning. She had just come of age, experiencing her first love, pouring forth all her passion and affection, only to discover she had been living in an enormous ruse all along. A boyfriend? He was merely a plaything, a substitute. "No, Wen Lian, please let me explain." Gu Zheng, upon seeing her tears, felt as if his heart had been ruthlessly carved out. He spoke in a flustered, incoherent rush. "Yes, I admit that at first, I thought you resembled him, but that was all in the past. I no longer love him. The person I love now is you. Only you." He was eager to prove himself, suddenly crouching down without a care for his demeanor, bending over to search beneath the dining table for the ring that had rolled away. Those hands, which typically signed countless contracts worth millions, now awkwardly pressed against the cold floor, anxiously groping through dust and shadows. "I ordered the ring. Look, I intended to propose to you. I love you, Wen Lian." His voice trembled with an unfamiliar urgency and pleading. "Love me?" Wen Lian gazed at his rare vulnerability, tears streaming down her face even more fiercely, her voice shattering. "You say you love me, yet you treat me as someone else's substitute? You claim to love me while reminiscing about your first love as you embrace me? Gu Zheng, your love truly disgusts me. I hate you. I utterly despise you." The last words escaped her lips almost as a scream, unleashing all her grievances, fury, and heartbreak in that instant. Gu Zheng finally found the ring, disregarding the dust coating his hands, and abruptly stood up, intending to slip the ring onto Wen Lian's finger. only to be forcefully pushed away by her. The ring slipped from his grasp once more, careening into an unknown corner. Panic-stricken, Gu Zheng disregarded everything and fiercely pulled the struggling Wen Lian into his embrace. Enduring the blows of her fists against his back, his voice laden with desperate anguish. "I was wrong. Lian, I realize my mistake. Forgive me this once, I implore you. Do not leave me. I will go mad without you." He apologized repeatedly, pleading earnestly, acknowledging all his faults and crushing his pride into dust. The ticking time bomb he had buried within himself had now obliterated all his happiness. Yet, in his arms, when Lian ceased to struggle, she merely leaned against his shoulder, like a rag doll drained of all spirit, silently weeping, her tears soaking into his expensive shirt. She offered no response, no forgiveness. She simply cried, as if she intended to shed every tear she had accumulated throughout her life in this single night. Chapter 13. The indulged little substitute of the president when Lian awoke to a familiar warmth. Her eyelids felt as heavy as if she had wept the entire night, which indeed she had. Her body felt hollow, leaving only a soft fatigue and a deep, aching pain. She opened her eyes to find the bedroom curtains drawn, with only a warm yellow wall lamp illuminating the space, casting a gentle glow that outlined the familiar contours of the room. Everything appeared unchanged from before she fell asleep, cozy like a sweet dream, except for the cold, uncomfortable ring on her ring finger. She raised her hand to gaze at the brilliant diamond, which was meant to symbolize promises but now felt like a frigid shackle. On the bedside table lay a photograph of her and Gu Zheng, capturing a moment when she smiled carefree, while he looked at her with tenderness in his eyes. It all seemed like a meticulously crafted illusion, as if the bloody confrontation and heartbreak of the previous night had merely been a nightmare. Barefoot, when Lian stepped down from the bed, her feet sinking into the soft carpet, she opened the bedroom door, finding the living room tidy and fresh, with the aroma of her favorite seafood porridge wafting through the air. Gu Zheng stood in the partially open kitchen, his back to her, wearing the cartoon apron she had whimsically bought for him during a shopping outing, diligently stirring the porridge in the clay pot. Upon hearing footsteps, Gu Zheng turned his head, his face adorned with a deliberately maintained, almost painstakingly gentle smile. "Awake? Just in time, the porridge is ready. It's your favorite crab and dried scallop congee, which I've simmered for quite a while." He ladled a bowl and, as he had countless times before, naturally approached, intending to feed him. "Come, Wen Lian. Take a taste and see how it is." This scene was undeniably heartwarming. Yet, if it were not for Wen Lian's clear recollection of how he had screamed in hatred last night, how he had flung off that ring, how he had wept in Gu Zheng's embrace until he lost consciousness, he might have been moved. Instead, he observed the unmistakable redness and fatigue in Gu Zheng's eyes, noted his futile attempts to mask the turmoil with gentleness, feeling not a shred of emotion, but rather a profound absurdity. Wen Lian's voice was hoarse, yet remarkably calm. "Stop deceiving yourself." He raised his hand, and with a swift motion, crack! The porcelain bowl filled with scalding porridge shattered violently upon the floor, splattering thick congee and succulent crab meat everywhere, a chaotic scene reminiscent of their irreparable relationship. Gu Zheng's outstretched hand froze in midair, his smile faltering, fracturing into a pained pallor. Wen Lian cast a glance at the wreckage without a second thought and rushed toward the door. He twisted the doorknob, but indeed, it would not budge. Whirling around, he directed an accusatory gaze at Gu Zheng, his eyes brimming with offended indignation and sarcasm. "What does this mean? Are you imprisoning me? Is Mr. Gu now resorting to illegal confinement?" Gu Zheng approached step by step, shaking his head bitterly, pausing just a step away from Wen Lian, yearning to reach out, but hesitating. His voice was parched. "This is not imprisonment, Lian. This will always be your home. I merely wish for you to return home. You may pursue any endeavors you desire, act, meet friends. I will not interfere. As long as you do not leave me, do not break up. Remember to come home at night, all right?" His words, tinged with humility, nonetheless conveyed an undeniable sense of control. Wen Lian regarded him, suddenly finding the situation utterly laughable yet overwhelmingly powerless, as if he were expending effort on someone who could not comprehend. Thus, when Lian found himself half ensnared within this opulent cage, he could venture out to fulfill the filming of the art film he had sought independently, yet too silent. Imposing bodyguards shadowed him relentlessly. The crew regarded him with a mixture of curiosity and reverence, no one daring to approach. Gu Zheng nearly declined most of his external engagements, remaining at home throughout the day. He transformed, no longer resembling the president of a multinational conglomerate, but rather a devoted house husband, meticulously anticipating his lover's return. He prepared various meals for Wen Lian, assisted in managing his wardrobe, and even ran a bath for him upon his weary return. At night, they still shared the same bed, yet Wen Lian always turned his back to him, curling up on the other side, leaving behind a cold, distant silhouette. Gu Zheng dared not touch him, instead lying awake in the darkness, greedily observing the outline of Wen Lian's head, listening to his gradually deepening breaths. Only when he confirmed that Wen Lian was soundly asleep did he muster the courage to extend a trembling finger, ever so gently brushing against his soft strands of hair or his icy fingertips. The ring still adorned Wen Lian's hand. He had not removed it, not out of acceptance, but rather from a sense of numb despair. Perhaps it was guilt, perhaps panic. Gu Zheng's affection had reached an exceedingly high level. He was acutely aware of the folly of his actions, akin to a madman devoid of reason. He understood that clinging to her would only push Wen Lian further away. Each time he beheld her eyes, devoid of luster and filled with apathy and weariness, his heart ached as if subjected to excruciating torment. Yet he could not let go. Releasing her would be tantamount to extracting his very heart. He preferred to endure this pain, clutching this treasure, which was gradually growing cold, until the moment of complete annihilation arrived. Meanwhile, Wen Lian, under the relentless torment of daily tenderness, found her yearning to depart not extinguished, but rather flourishing with wild intensity. Like grass struggling beneath a heavy stone, she awaited the opportune moment, a chance to leave entirely. Chapter 14. The indulgent little stand-in of the CEO, the art film in which Wen Lian had previously participated, had nearly completed filming. On the day of the wrap party, she declined the invitation, citing physical discomfort. Like a delicate doll stripped of its soul, no matter her actions, she inevitably returned to the cage known as home each night, until a peculiar invitation for a reality show pierced through the suffocating darkness like a slender beam of light. This popular program, centered on genuine wilderness survival, invited her as a guest to partake in a 3-day, 2-night high-altitude survival recording. The location was in the remote mountainous region of S-City. With stringent rules, aside from basic tents, everything had to be self-sustained, and supplies could only be acquired by completing tasks, necessitating a significant amount of filming with the guests' personal cameras. Bodyguards could not accompany them closely, and Gu Zheng's wealth and influence would hold little sway in that untamed wilderness. The risks were immense. Yet, she had no alternative. "I'm going to this," Wen Lian stated flatly as she handed a tablet to Gu Zheng, devoid of negotiation, merely announcing her decision. Upon reviewing the project details, Gu Zheng's brow furrowed immediately. "No, it's too dangerous. The conditions in such places are harsh. Your body cannot withstand it. You previously stated you would not interfere with my work." Wen Lian raised her eyes, her gaze icy with mockery, revealing that Gu Zheng's words, like his promises of love, were merely empty assertions. This remark struck Gu Zheng like a sharp blade, precisely targeting his most vulnerable point. His complexion paled, and all words of discouragement lodged in his throat. He feared any action that might incite Wen Lian's disdain further. "Fine," he ultimately conceded, his voice hoarse. "You can go, but you must let me arrange for someone to accompany you. The show's rules do not permit outside intervention," Wen Lian interjected. "If you insist on sending someone, I will not go." She retreated to advance, casting the choice back to Gu Zheng. He fell silent, staring into Wen Lian's seemingly calm yet resolute eyes. An overwhelming sense of unease threatening to consume him. He felt as if he were releasing a bird from its cage, with the ominous premonition that this bird would never return. Finally, he spoke, his voice dry. "All right." He had yielded. However, in the shadows, he quietly utilized resources ingratiating himself with another minor star from the same show and a photographer, offering them generous sums to ensure the well-being of teacher Wen. As Wen Lian sat on the program's bus, gazing at the scenery outside the window, he understood everything. After consenting to participate in the show, he had diligently searched for a map of this mountainous area online, imprinting every location firmly in his memory through countless repetitions. On the first day of recording, everything proceeded smoothly. Wen Lian behaved no differently than the other guests, even garnering favorable camera time due to his striking appearance and the occasional display of resilience that belied his delicate facade. He earnestly completed tasks, sought food, and even clumsily attempted to fish by the stream. Gu Zheng, through the sporadic footage sent back by the compromised photographer, observed Wen Lian's cheeks reddened by the mountain breeze and the occasional spark of success in his eyes. Feeling a bittersweet pang mixed with a faint glimmer of hope, perhaps allowing him to breathe freely was indeed the right choice. On the following day, fortune smiled upon the guests as they discovered an abundance of ingredients and even managed to catch fish. As night fell, a bonfire was ignited, and the aroma of grilled fish mingled with the crisp mountain air. The production team rewarded them with locally brewed rice wine. Everyone gathered around the fire, drinking, feasting, and sharing their dreams and aspirations. Wen Lian joined in, taking a few sips, his cheeks flushed, and in the glow of the firelight, he appeared strikingly enchanting, as if momentarily liberated from all his worries. The compromised minor star deliberately approached him, confirming his dazed expression, seemingly reassured by his apparent inebriation before sending him back to the tent to rest. In the early hours of the morning, all was silent. Inside the tent, Wen Lian, who should have been sound asleep, abruptly opened his eyes, clarity illuminating his gaze, devoid of any trace of intoxication. He splashed his face with the icy, bone-chilling stream water he had secretly prepared in advance, banishing the last remnants of drowsiness and the warmth induced by alcohol. With swift and nimble movements, he turned off all the microphones and cameras attached to him. Then he stuffed spare clothing into his sleeping bag, molding it into the shape of a person still slumbering within. Finally, he retrieved the hidden cache and some high-calorie food from the bottom of his backpack. Taking a deep breath of the frigid air, he lifted a corner of the tent, slipping out like a shadow into the dense night and the embrace of the forest. The mountain path was treacherous and dark, branches clawing at his clothes and skin like ghostly talons, leaving fine trails of blood on his calves and arms. The venomous insects of the mountains greedily bit into his fair skin, leaving swollen welts across his body. Gritting his teeth, he trudged onward, guided by memory, navigating the descent with painstaking effort. Fear and cold gnawed at him, yet an unprecedented urgency for freedom propelled him forward. As dawn approached, he finally staggered to the edge of a secluded road near the base of the mountain. Fortune seemed to smile upon him at last as an old bus, departing early, ambled into view. Wen Lian nearly scrambled aboard, purchasing a ticket with cash and settling into a corner seat. As the bus started its journey, it gradually departed from the mountains that held both his humiliation and fleeting joy. He gazed out at the gradually brightening sky and the ever-receding, unfamiliar scenery, his heart racing wildly within his chest, a tumultuous blend of the thrill of escape, uncertainty about the future, and an almost debilitating, fragmented sense of liberation. He had departed. At last, he had left Gu Zheng behind. Chapter 15. The indulgent little stand-in of the CEO, the dilapidated bus slowly transported Wen Lian to an unknown small county, far removed from the hustle and refinement of the city. The streets were narrow, the buildings low, and the air was thick with the mingled sense of dust and refuse. As Wen Lian walked along the uneven concrete path, he felt profoundly out of place amongst the plain-clothed, hurried locals. His expensive sneakers soon became cloaked in a layer of dust. He managed to find a relatively tidy inn, though the sign hung with faded letters. Inn. After a night of travel, his throat, parched from lack of water, felt rough. He endeavored to appear nonchalant. Yet, his naive eyes betrayed a hint of panic as they darted around. His identification had been placed alongside Gu Zheng's, neatly organized by him. At present, he possessed no form of identification. The innkeeper was a plump middle-aged woman, engrossed in a television drama while munching on sunflower seeds, without raising her head. "Your ID, please." Wen Lian's heart clenched sharply. He had forgotten his identification in his haste to leave. He tried to keep his tone casual. The innkeeper finally raised her gaze to scrutinize him, her eyes lingering on his striking features and the stark incongruity of his presence in this small county, tinged with both scrutiny and curiosity. Not having an ID is problematic, she elongated her tone. Without hesitation, Wen Lian retrieved a prepared sum of cash from his pocket, offering her twice the required amount, his voice laced with pleading. "I just need to stay a few days. I kindly ask for your leniency." The cash, clearly more persuasive than mere words, prompted the innkeeper to swiftly accept the money and hand him a worn, tattered key card. Room at the end of the 3rd floor. Hot water is available from 8 to 10 in the evening. The room was even worse than when Lian had anticipated. Cramped and damp. The air was heavy with a musty odor that was hard to describe. Although the sheets appeared washed, they were wrinkled and bore several unremovable, dubious yellowish stains. He pushed open the bathroom door, and an overwhelming stench assailed him. The ancient toilet rim was tinged yellow, and he could even discern faint discoloration beneath the water. Standing in the center of the room, the breath that had sustained him seemed to evaporate in the harshness of his surroundings. The scratches on his arms and calves from tree branches began to throb painfully, and the swelling from bites by venomous insects in the mountains was red and itchy. Wen Lian felt a deep sense of injustice and confusion, his eyes betraying a hint of tears. How had it come to this? He should have been at home on a soft carpet, indulging in desserts, lamenting the hardships of filming, rather than in this foul-smelling little room, covered in wounds and gripped by fear. It was all Gu Zheng's fault. Why could he not let him go? Why did he pursue him while harboring affections for someone else? The variety show had been ruined, and he had endured so much pain, trapped in this dilapidated room, feeling so wretched and pitiful. Tears surged forth unexpectedly, cascading onto the dusty floor in large droplets. Unable to contain himself any longer, he crouched down, burying his face in his knees, and wept bitterly. His sobs were barely audible, as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Exhausted from his lamentation, he gritted his teeth, and, with a small bottle of mineral water he had brought, meticulously cleaned his wounds. Each touch elicited a sharp intake of breath, mingling his tears with the fresh water. He dared not approach the bed, opting instead to lay on the cold, equally unclean wooden table, forcing himself to rest. The following day, he would need to devise a way to earn money. His cash was already scant, with most of it spent on accommodation, leaving him with little. He noticed a small boutique advertising for a day labor position, promising a daily wage of 200. Summoning his courage, he stepped inside. The owner, a shrewd-looking middle-aged man, brightened upon seeing him. "Ah, what a handsome young man. Here for a job?" "Yes," Wen Lian nodded. "A day laborer, 200 a day, is that true?" The proprietor's eyes gleamed as he assessed him, a broader smile spreading across his face. "Absolutely. With looks like yours. A few shouts, and the young ladies will flock to buy from you. 200? With your charm, you could easily earn 500 to 600 a day." Previously, Wen Lian had little concept of money, spending freely with the black card provided by Gu Zheng. 300, 500, 3,000, 5,000. These were mere figures to him. However, now, in a dilapidated inn, the cost of one night's stay was already 200. He felt the scant cash in his pocket and asked, "What I need to do? Simple. Just take my small trinkets over to that street in the west of the city and sell them. The money you make is yours to keep. I have ready stock. Seeing as you're just starting out, I won't charge you much in fees. Renting this cart will be 500 for a month, and the cost for these trinkets is just 200 to 300 to fill the cart." The owner gestured towards an old vending cart parked at the door, adorned with a shop sign. Wen Lian hesitated at the mention of the 500 rental fee, momentarily speechless. "It's all small change. To make money, you need some capital, don't you? Here's the deal. If you can't earn 600 within 3 days, return the cart and the trinkets, and I'll refund your rental fee." The owner, sensing his apprehension, reassured him, "Rest assured, I wouldn't deceive you in such a large establishment." Although still feeling a twinge of skepticism, Wen Lian, being at his wit's end, eventually acquiesced. He told himself to persevere, to earn a little, and then change locations. Having never driven a tricycle before, he fumbled awkwardly on the road. A moment of inattention while parking resulted in a scrape on his calf, blood oozing forth. After 3 days of grueling work, he arrived early each morning and returned late. His face darkened by the sun. Many would stop to gaze at his stall, but few made purchases. Most of those who did were drawn by his looks. Wen Lian soon realized that the items provided by the owner were outdated and of exceedingly poor quality. He returned to confront the owner, seeking to reclaim his rental fee, only to find the boutique's door locked, a note affixed stating that the shop was up for sale. The person from the neighboring shop poked his head out and said, "Stop looking. That old scoundrel has run off with a mountain of gambling debts. He packed up and left last night. He still owes me half a month's payment." Wen Lian felt as though struck by lightning, standing frozen in place. In these 3 days, he had worked tirelessly without earning a single penny, and had been deceived to boot. He contemplated calling the police, but would they truly assist him? Would they investigate his identity? Would Guzheng find him as a result? A wave of profound helplessness and despair crashed over him, standing on the unfamiliar, dust-laden street, watching the bustling crowd. He felt acutely his own insignificance and absurdity for the first time. Without Guzheng's protection, he found himself unable to secure even the most basic necessities of life. Just as he was on the verge of breaking down, a voice beside him spoke. "Hey there, young man. What's wrong? You look quite pitiful." He looked up to see the owner of a nearby noodle shop, an elderly man whose appearance was kind and whose establishment was relatively tidy. Grasping at the last straw, Wen Lian incoherently recounted his tale of deception. The old man sighed, "Those con artists, they prey on young folks like you from out of town. Out of cash. Why not come help me out? I don't have much work. I'll ensure you have 3 meals a day and pay you $50 daily. What do you say?" $50 was hardly enough for him to buy a juice previously. Yet at this moment, it felt like a lifeline. With reddened eyes, he nodded vigorously. Meanwhile, at the other end of the city, the atmosphere in Guzheng's villa had plummeted to a chilling silence. The frantic calls from the production team, along with the apology note and bank card left by Wen Lian, felt like stinging slaps across his face. As he viewed the surveillance footage of the steep, dark mountain path where Wen Lian had last disappeared, he wondered how his dear one had managed to descend with such determination. Panic and heartache completely overshadowed his anger at being abandoned. Find him. Use every resource at your disposal. He could no longer maintain his composure, yelling into the phone, his eyes bloodshot. Focus on all transportation hubs, hospitals, and hotels in S-City. He must be injured. Where could he possibly go alone? Yet he quickly realized that in a remote area with sparse surveillance and no mobile signal, his wealth and power felt utterly impotent for the first time. His little bird had flown away. He could not find his little bird. His beloved Wen Lian was now somewhere invisible to him, struggling clumsily with injuries and grievances, merely trying to secure the most basic of meals and shelter. Chapter 16. The president's indulgent little substitute. 3 more days passed. For Wen Lian, these days were filled with exhaustion and caution, yet they offered a fleeting sense of stability. The elderly owner of the noodle shop was genuinely kind. Though the meager wage of $50 a day was scant, the warm meals were a comfort. He continued to stay at the dilapidated inn, the only place he could find that did not require an ID for check-in. However, the hands once delicately cared for, pale and tender, had begun to roughen, developing calluses and even a couple of small blisters from serving plates, washing dishes, and wiping tables. The scars inflicted by branches on his descent and the wounds grazed by the tricycle had coalesced into deep brown, unsightly scabs, resembling horrific brands cruelly affixed to his once flawless skin. That evening, after the noodle shop had closed, he returned to the small room, still permeated by the musty scent of mildew. While washing dishes earlier, he had inadvertently cut his finger with a sharp knife, leaving a long but shallow gash from which droplets of blood occasionally oozed. He was clumsily attempting to bandage it with a cheap adhesive bandage procured from the old man when the door unexpectedly swung open without warning. There was no knock, as if the intruder possessed absolute authority. Wen Lian looked up in terror, and at the moment he beheld the figure in the doorway, his blood seemed to freeze. The bandage slipped from his fingers and fell to the floor. Guzheng stood there, clad in an expensive trench coat that starkly contrasted with the dilapidated surroundings. Weary yet strikingly handsome, his face betraying an unmistakable fatigue and a near-manic urgency. His gaze swept across the room like a searchlight, taking in the dampness, decay, and filth, until it finally locked onto Wen Lian, fixating on his still bleeding finger, on the scabbed wounds, and on his pale, gaunt face, which bore the marks of fear and exhaustion. Gu Zheng's heart felt as if it were gripped by an iron hand, the pain rendering him almost breathless. He had imagined his Lian enduring hardships, yet the reality before him surpassed any of his darkest fears. His precious Lian, whom he had cradled in his palms as if she were made of glass, was injured in such a wretched place. All his anger and desire for control were submerged beneath an overwhelming tide of heartache and panic. Lian, his voice was hoarse, trembling imperceptibly as he stepped forward, longing to embrace him. "I found you. You've suffered." Wen Lian recoiled as if scalded, colliding with the cold wall. His eyes filled with fear and resistance. "Don't come near. Go away." Gu Zheng was pierced by the terror reflected in his eyes, yet he disregarded it, forcefully pulling him into his arms with such intensity that it felt as though he were trying to meld him into his very being, as if that alone could affirm his existence and erase the suffering he had endured these past few days. He held Wen Lian tightly, carrying him out of the dilapidated inn and into the spacious, warm back seat of his Bentley. "I'm sorry. It's my fault for letting you suffer," he repeated incoherently, kissing the top of his hair, feeling the sharpness of his thin shoulders, his heart shattering into countless pieces. "Come home with me, Lian. Let us go home." "Home? Which home?" Wen Lian struggled violently in his embrace, despair and anger finally overpowering his fear. "Let me go. Gu Zheng, I hate you. I loathe you. It's because of you that I ran away. You forced me." In a fit of rage, he abruptly raised his hand and, summoning all his strength, delivered a sharp slap across Gu Zheng's face. Time seemed to freeze. Gu Zheng's head snapped to the side, a clear red mark rapidly blooming on his pale cheek. He stood there, stunned, utterly unprepared for Wen Lian's retaliation. Wen Lian stood in stunned silence, gazing at her tingling palm, then at the crimson marks on Gu Zheng's face. A wave of regret and fear washed over her. It was swiftly eclipsed by an even greater sense of grievance. Biting her lip, she fixed him with a defiant glare, though tears betrayed her resolve, streaming down her cheeks. Gu Zheng slowly turned his head. He did not express anger or pose questions. In his profound eyes, only an overwhelming agony and a haunting understanding remained. He perceived the hatred in Wen Lian's gaze, so palpable and fierce. All his words, all his justifications, all his pleas seemed utterly trivial and absurd in that moment. Indeed, it was he who had compelled this. His love had become the most loathed shackle for her. After a long pause, Gu Zheng gradually released his grip. He uttered no words, merely casting a deep, despairing glance at Wen Lian, an expression so complex it sent a shiver through her heart. Then he turned slowly, nearly stumbling as he exited the back seat they had once shared in countless embraces, like a defeated lion fleeing in disarray. Wen Lian slumped in the car, her heart racing, tears streaming down her face. Gu Zheng did not stray far, taking a seat in the driver's seat of another vehicle. He had leveraged many connections and brought numerous bodyguards to find her. His hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, knuckles whitening from the strain. The cabin was enveloped in a deathly silence. At last, all his resolve and facade crumbled completely. Tears cascaded unexpectedly, rolling down his sharply defined cheeks, drop by drop, splattering onto his clothing and trickling into the slightly open collar. The icy sensation made him shudder. Instinctively, he reached for his neck, where a delicate chain held the engagement ring that Wen Lian had discarded numerous times, much like himself. It rested against his skin, cold as the final expression in her eyes when she looked at him. Trembling, he grasped the ring tightly in his palm. The diamond pressed painfully against him, yet it was but a fraction of the anguish in his heart. He had lost, utterly defeated, not to Wen Lian's departure, but to the resolute determination in her eyes, which declared that she would rather be shattered than return to his side. He had no choice but to let go. Chapter 17. The president's indulgent stand-in Gu Zheng nonetheless returned Wen Lian to his city, to the house they once shared. Along the way, Wen Lian behaved obediently, perhaps out of remorse for striking him, or perhaps out of an understanding of her own powerlessness. However, upon returning, Gu Zheng's treatment of her was not the intensified confinement he had once contemplated. He refrained from attempting to draw near her. Silently, he escorted Wen Lian back to the villa that had once been filled with sweetness, now echoing with emptiness. He did not lock the door or impose restrictions on her comings and goings. He even took the initiative to completely separate her personal studio from any ties to his company. "All your possessions are on this card," Gu Zheng said, placing a bank card on the coffee table in the living room, his voice weary yet calm. "This is the net income from your recent acting and endorsements, which I had calculated. From this day forth, it is entirely yours." He paused for a moment, his gaze averted from Wen Lian, as if he were conversing with the air. "Take good care of your health and heal your wounds. After that, wherever you wish to go and whatever you desire to do, you may. I shall no longer intervene." Having uttered these words, he did not linger for another second, but turned and departed for the household. He kept his promise, and for a prolonged period thereafter, he did not return. Wen Lian stood alone in the expansive living room, clutching the delicate yet weighty card, momentarily lost in thought. Free? The freedom he had once fought desperately for, enduring countless scars to attain, was unexpectedly and almost awkwardly handed to him. There were no arguments, no constraints, only an eerie silence in letting go. He surveyed the familiar yet foreign dwelling, each corner echoing with the remnants of their shared existence, now unsettlingly quiet. The anger and resentment that had fueled his rebellion and escape felt as if the foundation had been pulled from beneath him, slowly dissipating and leaving behind a void of bewilderment. He recuperated for several days. The villa was tended to by a permanent housekeeper and doctor, who silently attended to his daily needs and helped him care for the scab wounds on his hands. New flesh emerged. Old scabs fell away, leaving little trace of scars, as if that chaotic escape had merely been a dream. A few days later, Wen Lian stood before the security lock at the entrance, hesitating for a moment before finally raising his hand to delete his fingerprint recognition data. He returned to his room, retrieved a modest suitcase, and packed only a few articles of clothing, some essential items, and a small, exquisite sapphire cufflink. After much contemplation, he closed his eyes and tucked it away in the bottom corner of the suitcase. Then, he grasped the suitcase and stepped out of the villa, not looking back. In a place unbeknownst to Wen Lian, Gu Zheng discreetly utilized his resources to suppress all news of Wen Lian's disappearance from the Wilderness Variety Show, managing it so flawlessly that it left no impact on Wen Lian's reputation. He even dispatched someone to track down the unscrupulous owner who had deceived Wen Lian, recovering the funds and ensuring that the man paid a steep price through legitimate means. Furthermore, he anonymously sent a substantial sum to the kind-hearted uncle who had taken Wen Lian in, with a simple note that read, "Thank you for your care." He did everything within his power to remove any obstacles that could hinder Wen Lian's path forward. Meanwhile, Wen Lian embarked on a life that truly belonged to him. He utilized the funds from his card to rent a modest yet clean and comfortable apartment. Due to policy issues, Immortal was temporarily postponed. However, the small art film he starred in was released, and his youthful yet sincere performance garnered unexpected praise and attention, leading to new job opportunities. No longer reliant on anyone, he sought out film crews and auditioned for roles independently. Although his acting skills were still not quite sufficient, and he occasionally faced setbacks and criticism, he no longer complained or surrendered in a petulant manner. Instead, he quietly reviewed footage, sought guidance from acting coaches, and diligently practiced, honing his craft bit by bit. Compared to the once naive and spoiled little prince, he now possessed a gaze imbued with tranquility and resilience. He embarked on the journey of managing his finances and planning his career, learning to confront the world independently, much like any ordinary young person, through a series of trials and tribulations. On the other side of the city, Gu Zheng's office remained illuminated late into the night. He found it impossible to cease his attentiveness to Wen Lian. Through exceedingly discreet channels, He regularly acquired updates about Wen Lian, accompanied by a few distant photographs. He gazed at the image capturing Wen Lian's earnest profile as he waited outside an audition room, observed the unwavering determination in his eyes as he retook scenes on set, and witnessed the flicker of a faint yet genuine light in his eyes when he secured his first role as the male lead, achieved solely through his own efforts. He silently rejoiced in every minute advancement Wen Lian made, yet felt a profound ache that haunted his nights whenever Wen Lian was inadvertently hurt or subjected to malice. His phone gallery was filled with numerous blurry, candid snapshots of Wen Lian's fleeting moments. Late at night, he wearily leaned back in his chair, his fingertips gently gliding over the screen, tracing the clear outline of the figure in the photographs, murmuring softly, akin to a sigh or a prayer, "My Lian Lian." His beloved Lian was evolving in a manner he had never witnessed before, shedding all protection and dependencies, growing clumsily yet resolutely. The ring, which Wen Lian had discarded countless times, now rested closely against his heart, icy to the core, yet became his sole source of solace. A corresponding ring adorned his own ring finger, symbolizing a silent vow, yet also felt like an everlasting shackle. He understood that he might have forever lost the right to embrace him. However, even from distance, watching him thrive somewhere, shining with effort, seemed to transform into a bittersweet and extravagant happiness. His desires had dwindled considerably. Chapter 18. The indulged little stand-in of the president. Recently, the Gu Corporation, employing a series of aggressive business tactics, had driven its longtime competitor, the Yuanshan Group, to the brink of collapse. The relentless plummet of Yuanshan's stock price, coupled with a drastic decline in core business operations, made bankruptcy and liquidation merely a matter of time. Zhao Hong, the chairman of Yuanshan, was characterized by a paranoid and ruthless disposition. Even in dire straits, he still held some resources that skirted the edges of legality, fueled by a desperate willingness to fight to the bitter end. During a routine return from a business meeting, Gu Zheng walked through a bustling residential area. Without warning, a heavy ceramic decorative vase plummeted from the window of a nearby high-rise, aimed directly at him, accompanied by a terrifying rush of wind. His bodyguard reacted swiftly, propelling Gu Zheng to safety. Following the deafening crash, sharp porcelain shards scattered, leaving a shallow yet conspicuous gash on Gu Zheng's forearm. His expression remained unchanged as he glanced down at the bead of blood that emerged, methodically pressing a handkerchief against it. Yet his eyes suddenly chilled, concealing a turbulent wave of icy wrath beneath his calm demeanor. He had always adhered to the rules of the business realm, but should anyone encroach upon personal safety, he would show no mercy. Soon, he acquired irrefutable evidence regarding Zhao Hong's overly indulged son, who had been habitually gathering a crowd for drug use. Without unnecessary circumlocution, the evidence was promptly handed over to the authorities. The swift and lawful actions of the authorities soon shattered the tranquility of the Zhao family villa district. As Zhao Gongzi was taken away, facing the impending severity of the law, this act ignited Zhao Hong's madness. He recklessly stormed to the entrance of the Gu Group, bellowing and breaking through security's obstruction, pointing at the cold glass facade of the top floor, hurling the most venomous curses, each word dripping with profound hatred. Gu Zheng stood on the top floor, expressionless as he observed the escalating farce below through the surveillance feed, akin to watching a poorly staged drama that bore no relevance to him, until Zhao Hong's bloodshot eyes fixed intensely on the reflective surface of the building. He hoarsely shouted, "Gu Zheng, you will inevitably lose what you hold dear. You are destined to be alone, forever unable to find solace." The phrase "lose what you hold dear" pierced through Gu Zheng's calm demeanor like a precise, cold needle, deeply embedding itself in his heart and inducing a sharp constriction. His fingers, resting on the mouse, tightened imperceptibly. Silently lifting his gaze, he quietly instructed his assistant, his voice chilling and devoid of warmth, "Increase the manpower and ensure Lian Lian's safety at all costs." He needed to eliminate the madman Zhao Hong swiftly and decisively. Meanwhile, Wen Lian had just finished a scene and was contemplating a new script. An invitation for an audition from a renowned director was handed to him. the role presenting a significant challenge, and the team was top-notch. The audition was set in a conference area of a luxury hotel. The corridor was crowded with aspiring actors, the air thick with tense anticipation. The bodyguards arranged by Gu Zheng maintained their boundaries, only able to wait in the hotel's public areas. Wen Lian, clutching his number tag, sat quietly in a corner, his eyes intently focused on the script. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over him. He looked up and found himself caught in Shen Liqing's complex gaze. Shen Liqing appeared to be in a less than ideal state, despite her exquisite makeup. A hint of fatigue and rigidity was evident in her brow. Wen Lian? Shen Liqing's voice sounded deliberately softened, yet carried an almost imperceptible tension. Do you have a moment to chat? Wen Lian instantly became alert, shaking his head distantly. I'm sorry, Teacher Shen, I have an audition coming up. It'll only take 2 minutes. Shen Liqing stepped forward slightly, lowering her voice, her tone laced with an intriguing, almost mysterious quality. I have some information regarding Gu Zheng that I believe you would find interesting. That name was like a stone cast into a deep pool, sending ripples through Wen Lian's painstakingly calm heart. Despite his determination to sever ties, his heart betrayed him, racing uncontrollably. Almost involuntarily, he nodded. Shen Liqing led him to a relatively secluded corner of the same floor, near the entrance of an unused storage room. It was quiet. Let's just say a few words here. Wen Lian halted at the doorway, maintaining his distance. Please, go ahead. Shen Liqing gazed at him, a cryptic smile gracing her lips. Mingled with a touch of pity, an array of complex emotions, and perhaps even a hint of urgency. Wen Lian, it may sound somewhat ridiculous, but I actually owe you an apology. He paused momentarily, seemingly observing Wen Lian's reaction, his gaze inadvertently sweeping toward the end of the corridor. I regret that the events surrounding Sword Immortal have affected you and Gu Zheng. However, Gu Zheng has long since relinquished any lingering affections. If there remains any attachment, it is but a vague shadow of past youthful days. Yet, regarding you, he hesitated, as if weighing his words, deliberately crafting a certain atmosphere. He is indeed quite concerned. Do you know? He has been watching over you from the shadows, even protecting you. After your departure, he has not fared well. These words struck Wen Lian like dull blows against the defenses she had painstakingly erected. A tightness gripped his throat, and a painful, acrid sensation spread through his chest, as if the suppressed memories were on the verge of bursting forth. He stared blankly at Shen Liqing, his voice hoarse. How could you possibly know this? However, before he could finish, a strong arm suddenly lunged from behind him, tightening around his neck like a vice. A damp cloth, reeking of harsh chemicals, was forcefully pressed over his mouth and nose. Wen Lian's eyes widened in terror as he struggled, but his assailant's strength overwhelmed him. In the fading moments of his consciousness, he looked incredulously at Shen Liqing, only to witness the complex expression on her face rapidly dissipate, replaced by an icy, almost indifferent calm, tinged with a hint of madness. Darkness, thick as ink, swiftly engulfed all awareness. Chapter 19. The president's indulgent stand-in time ticked away, and the bodyguards waiting outside the hotel grew increasingly uneasy as Wen Lian's figure remained absent. Their apprehension mounted, and they quickly ascended the stairs to search for him. They found only the script and number card he had left behind on the audition floor. He was nowhere to be found. When the news reached Gu Zheng, he was in the midst of a meeting. In an instant, a chilling fear seized his heart, echoing Zhao Hong's malicious curse of lost love, reverberating like a funeral bell in his mind. He abruptly stood, knocking over his chair, and rushed back to his office, his face pale, his voice trembling with panic. Pull up the surveillance. Immediately. Track Zhao Hong's every move. Hurry. The hotel surveillance footage was swiftly retrieved. The screen revealed that Wen Lian had been led by Shen Liqing to a secluded corner. On another side, in a little-known hidden exit of the hotel kitchen, Shen Liqing appeared alongside a tall man donning a cap and mask who was carrying the unconscious Wen Lian over his shoulder. They quickly slipped into an unmarked old van, and upon merging onto the main road, vanished into the blind spots of the cameras, leaving no trace. Gu Zheng stared fixedly at the screen, his fingers icy, his body trembling uncontrollably. A wave of immense terror and bone-deep regret engulfed him in an instant. If he had left himself even a sliver of room in the commercial world, if he had not let Wen Lian leave, if he had never entangled her in his life. President Gu, the assistant's voice broke through his unraveling, handing him a vibrating phone. The screen displaying an unfamiliar number. Gu Zheng snatched the phone with urgency, his fingers trembling as he pressed to answer. Gu Zheng. A dark and twisted voice emanated from the other end of the line. If you wish for your little lover to live, transfer 500 million to this account. He recited a string of offshore bank account numbers, then added, immediately come to the abandoned third shipyard in the western suburbs. If you dare to report this or bring anyone else, prepare to receive a corpse. Before Gu Zheng could respond, the call was abruptly terminated. Almost simultaneously, a text message arrived, accompanied by a photograph of Wen Lian, bound with coarse ropes to a dilapidated chair, her eyes tightly closed, her complexion pale, devoid of any vitality. Gu Zheng's heart felt as if it were being crushed by an invisible hand, a pain so intense that it almost brought him to his knees. The chilling sensation jolted his nerves. Wen Lian was violently awakened by a splash of cold water. The biting cold and the sight before him snapped him into full awareness. He found himself firmly bound to a hard wooden chair in a derelict room, permeated with the smells of rust and mildew. It was Shun Luching who had splashed the water on him, while a menacing middle-aged man, Zhao Hong, stood nearby, flanked by several fierce-looking henchmen, coldly observing the scene. They were armed. Zhao Hong cast a casual glance at Wen Lian, lit a cigarette, and with a tone that was deceptively nonchalant yet utterly cruel, nodded towards Shun Liching. It's up to you now. Play with her as you wish, just don't kill her. When that dead man Gu Zheng arrives, I have a grand gift for him. He sneered, thrusting a sharp dagger into Shun Liching's hand before exiting the room, leaving only the two of them behind. Shun Liching's state was evidently amiss. His gaze vacant and frenzied. He seized Wen Lian's hair, forcing her to lift her head, the cold, sharp blade brushing against her cheek. Her mouth was sealed with tape, allowing only muffled whimpers to escape, her eyes wide with fear. Do you understand why I become like this? Shun Liching's voice was hoarse, steeped in resentment. It's all because of you. Gu Zheng once had eyes for me, but ever since you appeared, he has changed. He distanced himself, he dismissed me, unwilling to offer even a morsel of support. Sword Immortal can't be broadcasted. All my efforts have been in vain. Those directors, those production teams, now they all look down on me. His emotions escalated, the blade inadvertently slicing Wen Lian's skin, drawing droplets of blood. I underwent surgery. I transformed myself for him. I can't even land a role in a film anymore. But what about him? What has he given me in return? And you, Wen Lian, without you, I could at least have received some pity from him. You have stolen everything from me. His words were chaotic and obsessive, attributing all failures and grievances to others. I hate you. I hate both of you. You both deserve to die. At the peak of his fury, a murderous glint flashed in his eyes as he raised the sharp dagger, brutally slashing it towards Wen Lian's face. The sharp pang of pain should have torn through his nerves, but at the moment the blade made contact with her skin, Wen Lian unhesitatingly activated the system's pain suppression feature. Pain suppression activated. The cold notification echoed in his consciousness. In the eyes of outsiders, Wen Lian's face was suddenly marred with gruesome wounds, deep enough to reveal bone, and blood rapidly stained his pale cheeks and neck, creating a horrifying scene. His body trembled violently, as if he were enduring excruciating pain, before his head tilted and he succumbed to unconsciousness. In reality, with the aid of the system, Wen Lian had temporarily severed most of the sensory connections between his soul and body, entering a state of self-preserving slumber. Shun Liching, witnessing the bloodied and unconscious Wen Lian before him, erupted into maniacal laughter, seemingly deriving immense satisfaction from the sight. Yet, his thirst for cruelty was not quenched. He poured several buckets of icy water over Wen Lian, and upon receiving no response, he viciously kicked him in the abdomen multiple times, even resorting to stabbing his legs with a knife. Wen Lian's body crumpled to the ground, blood soaking through his clothes and staining the floor. After his outburst, Shun Liching panted heavily, wiping the blood splatters from his face with his bloodied hands, only to spread the crimson stains further. He exited the room, where Zhao Hong awaited. Upon seeing Shen Liqing covered in blood, Zhao Hong smirked and displayed a notification on his phone from an offshore bank, announcing a substantial deposit. The money had arrived. Well done, indeed. Zhao Hong patted Shen Liqing on the shoulder, stating that once Gu Zheng was dealt with, he would send him to America, where he had connections in Hollywood that would ensure a resurgence for him. As they spoke, the sound of heavy iron doors creaking open echoed from the entrance of the abandoned shipyard. Gu Zheng entered alone, stepping into the dimly lit area reeking of rust and blood. He was still clad in the suit from the meeting that day, having not slept since Wen Lian's disappearance. The anxiety and fear etched on his face rendered him utterly fatigued, with a stubbled jawline betraying his sleepless nights. As his eyes adjusted to the gloom, recognizing the familiar figure lying in a pool of blood deep within the factory, his breath hitched, and the world around him seemed to collapse. Zhao Hong had summoned Gu Zheng with no intention of allowing anyone to leave alive. His plan was to shatter Gu Zheng's heart by destroying the one he cherished most, making him endure the profound agony of loss, akin to his own grief from losing his only son. Then, he would send Gu Zheng on his way. The escape route had already been meticulously arranged. After today, he would vanish overseas under the protection of his loyal confidants. Upon seeing Gu Zheng, Zhao Hong's henchmen immediately raised their guns, the dark barrels aimed squarely at him. Zhao Hong clapped his hands and let out a piercing laugh. Mr. Gu seems to be deeply attached to this little lover of his. Gu Zheng remained oblivious to the guns surrounding him, his entire focus fixated on the bloodied figure in the distance. His voice trembled. "What have you done to Wen Lian?" It appeared even this usually composed man could be reduced to such a state of disarray. He resembled a homeless wild dog at this moment. Gu Zheng's disheveled and desperate state greatly pleased Zhao Hong. "Drag him over here. Let Mr. Gu take a good look at his treasure." A henchman roughly seized Wen Lian's arm, dragging him across the ground like a discarded sack. A long, glaring streak of blood marred the ground, emanating from the wounds on Wen Lian's leg and face, which continued to bleed profusely. Gu Zheng abruptly knelt down, heedless of the chaos, clasping the blood-soaked, cold, and fragile body tightly to his chest. The hand that had dragged Wen Lian away scoffed, raising a foot to deliver a vicious kick to Gu Zheng's back. He let out a muffled groan of pain, yet held the person in his arms even closer, using his trembling body as a shield against any potential harm. With trembling fingers, he cautiously reached out to assess Wen Lian's breath. As his fingertips detected the faint, barely perceptible warmth of her breath, his heart, on the verge of shattering, managed to find a flicker of rhythm. He gently brushed aside the disheveled strands of hair, matted with blood and grime, revealing a face marked by deep, jagged wounds that exposed bone. There was no trace of fear or disgust, only an overwhelming, heart-wrenching pain that threatened to tear him apart. His fingertips tenderly caressed the unbroken skin surrounding the wounds, as if his touch could alleviate his beloved's suffering. His hands became drenched in Wen Lian's warm blood, too hot, as though the very essence of her life was searing his soul. The vibrations from the dragging and the warmth of his embrace stirred Wen Lian from the depths of her unconsciousness. Although her physical agony was shielded by a system, the sensation of life ebbing away and the chilling cold felt all too real. She sensed her body's warmth gradually dissipating with each drop of blood, and her breathing became increasingly labored. Blood blurred her vision, yet she faintly discerned that longed-for face. Her teacher? Was it an illusion? A gift before death? Her teacher appeared so haggard, so sorrowful. She missed him dearly. Gu Zheng felt a subtle movement within his embrace and instinctively began to pat her back gently. His voice choked with emotion. "Don't be afraid, Wen Lian. Teacher is here. You need not fear anymore." Zhao Hong observed this profoundly moving scene with cold eyes, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "Perfect. I shall grant you the role of star-crossed lovers." With a wave of his hand, his men swiftly readied their weapons, the chilling mechanical sounds echoing ominously in the empty factory. In that critical moment, a fierce determination flashed in Gu Zheng's eyes. The rigorous training he had undergone since childhood manifested at this juncture. He delicately placed Wen Lian down, and in the next instant his form erupted forth like a leopard, lunging toward Zhao Hong with an unexpected speed. The dagger, which he had concealed within his sleeve, sprang forth, the sharp blade pressing cruelly against Zhao Hong's neck, slicing through skin and severing the jugular vein, causing blood to spurt forth violently. "Lower your weapons." Gu Zhang's voice was as cold as ice, the dagger pressing ever deeper. Taken by surprise, Zhao Hong felt a rush of cold sweat as the agony of his neck and the terror of impending death overwhelmed him. And he frantically shouted, "Put them down! Everyone drop your guns!" Almost simultaneously, the heavy doors of the shipyard were violently flung open. Armed police officers surged in like divine warriors, shouting, "Freeze! Police!" Gu Zhang had discreetly concealed a miniature camera at his collar, allowing the police to monitor the situation in real time from outside, and they had quietly surrounded the area. The criminals were swiftly subdued, and the accompanying medical personnel rushed towards Wen Lian, lying in a pool of blood. Gu Zhang stumbled forward, yearning to rush ahead. However, at the moment when all attention was drawn to the police at the door, Shen Liqing, hidden in the shadows, was filled with utter madness and despair. Zhao Hong had fallen, his Hollywood dream shattered. In his homeland, he had harmed someone. He would face imprisonment. His life was over, all because of them. He suddenly raised the handgun, which he had unknowingly grasped, left behind by Zhao Hong, and aimed it at Gu Zhang's back, pulling the trigger. To the southeast, Shen Liqing is attacking Gu Zhang with a gun. The system's warning exploded in Wen Lian's mind. There was scarcely any time for thought, even surpassing the limits of his physical being. His body, already on the brink of collapse, found a final surge of strength from an unknown source, fiercely embracing Gu Zhang, using his frail back to confront the fatal bullet. The sound of the bullet piercing flesh was a dull and horrifying echo. At that moment, it felt as though the world had been muted. Gu Zhang felt the person in his arms exert one last effort to hold him tightly before their body shuddered violently. All strength instantly drained, collapsing entirely. He stiffly lowered his gaze, witnessing Wen Lian's chest rapidly blooming with a glaring crimson, far more vivid than any bloodstain before. Trembling, he reached out, his fingers meeting the cold dampness. "Wen Lian?" His voice was barely a whisper, as if fearing to disturb something. Wen Lian's vision had long been obscured by blood, but Gu Zhang's scalding tears fell, momentarily clearing a patch of lucidity. He saw Gu Zhang's face, etched with horror and despair. With his last ounce of strength, he lifted his bloodied hand to gently caress Gu Zhang's cheek, leaving behind a scarlet imprint. "Sir, I no longer blame you." His voice was frail, yet imbued with an unusual tenderness and acceptance. "May you be safe and well, forever and always." This was the final sentence in the commemorative book he held. The next thought, to be forever with Wen Lian, he could no longer muster the strength to articulate. His long eyelashes slowly descended, veiling the eyes that once sparkled with stars and affection. The last tear slipped from the corner of his eye, merging silently with Gu Zhang's tears as they fell together. Gu Zhang seemed frozen, rooted to the spot, futilely grasping Wen Lian's limp hand, which remained pressed against his cold cheek. His body, his face, were smeared with Wen Lian's blood. "Lian Lian, Lian Lian," he called gently, as he had every morning when waking Wen Lian. "Why will my Lian Lian wake?" His Lian Lian would never awaken again. He collapsed weakly, burying his face in Wen Lian's chest, consumed by pain. His world was reduced to the swiftly cooling body in his arms and the boundless sea of blood and despair that overwhelmed him. In the instant Shen Liqing fired the gun, the police swiftly subdued him to the ground. He screamed like a madman, his voice low yet filled with obsessive curses. "It's all your fault. You forced me. It's all your fault." The system's prompt sounded once more. Target, Gu Zhang, affection level, 100. Death escape mission completed. Crimson mark B system completion, 15. Teleportation preparation initiated. Chapter 21. The President's Indulgent Substitute. Epilogue under Gu Zhang's orchestration. Sword Immortal was eventually released. On the screen, the character Qing Wei, a lively and spirited junior, radiated innocence and mischief, with every smile and frown shimmering with light. The series garnered excellent reviews, and the role of Qingwei received much admiration and affection from the audience. Meanwhile, the name Wen Lian, along with the abrupt demise of his fate, was thrust into the public eye. The lively junior from Sword Immortal, the innocent and charming young artist from Falling Moon, and many other supporting characters, though rarely appearing, evoked a deep sense of sympathy, leading to a cacophony of lamentations, remembrances, and inquiries online. People could scarcely believe that this fresh and beautiful young actor had met such an early end. Simultaneously, a silent reckoning unfolded. Shen Liqing's past transgressions, including his arrogance, manipulation of scenes, bullying of juniors, and even more unsavory rumors of chaotic personal life, were meticulously and thoroughly exposed to the light of day. His once illustrious halo shattered into jagged shards of glass, leading to a mass exodus of fans and the termination of endorsements. He plummeted from the heights of fame, becoming a reviled figure in the public eye. Zhao Hong faced the culmination of his crimes and was sentenced to death. Shen Liqing, convicted of intentional harm, received a life sentence. The high walls of the prison severed him from the outside world, yet they could not shield him from the collapse within. When he learned through limited channels that everything he had painstakingly built had disintegrated, his reputation sullied beyond redemption, and all prospects obliterated, he succumbed to madness. He was transferred to a more secure psychiatric facility. There, by a cruel twist of fate, he encountered a fellow patient who, in a fit of insanity, wielded a shard of broken glass and violently inflicted wounds upon him, piercing his thigh and lacerating his face, leaving deep gashes that exposed bone. He did not die. Instead, he transformed into a grotesque figure, twisted and distorted. He continued to dwell in the delusion of being a global superstar, fervently performing for anyone who would listen, proclaiming his former glory. "I am the film emperor of Huagua, the world's superstar," he would exclaim, his contorted visage rendering the scene eerily bizarre. It was not until a dreary day when the usually locked door of the psychiatric ward was inadvertently left ajar by a careless janitor that Shen Liqing seized his opportunity. He climbed to the rooftop, staging his final curtain call in his imaginary realm, only to step into the void and plummet from the heights. The impact was catastrophic, his bones shattering upon collision with the cold ground, his body grotesquely crumpling amidst a pool of crimson blood. Thus, he concluded his loathsome and pitiable existence. Meanwhile, the architect of this tragic downfall calmly perused the reports, his emerald green eyes betraying no emotion. Gu Zheng watched as Wen Lian was ushered into a chamber, only to emerge as a small heap of ashes. His beloved Lian was encased within a frigid urn, its sharp edges digging into his palms, evoking a haunting memory of once cradling that slender, fragile youth. The grave was situated in City a place with a splendid view that captured the beauty of the cityscape. Gu Zheng purchased a couple's tomb. He removed the ring that had always hung around his neck, pressed close to his heart, and placed it in the grave alongside Wen Lian's ashes. The matching ring had long adorned his ring finger. Occasionally, when unfamiliar faces inquired about it, he would lower his gaze, gently caressing the band, and reply with a tender smile, "Yes, I am married. My beloved is a younger gentleman, quite delicate yet utterly charming." His voice resonated with boundless affection. He purchased the modest apartment where Wen Lian had once resided, sleeping in the small bed she had used, covered with the quilt she had embraced, as if faint remnants of her essence lingered upon it. One day, while tidying the room, he moved aside an inconspicuous little cabinet in the corner. Behind it lay a palm-sized box. The moment he opened it, Gu Zheng's breath caught in his throat. Inside lay a pair of sapphire cufflinks, quietly gleaming under the dim light. They were the very cufflinks he had gifted to Wen Lian, hidden away so deep, so meticulously. A wave of profound sorrow and an indescribable flicker of relief washed over him. His Wen Lian had ultimately been unable to part with him. In her heart, he had always remained. Beside the box was an ordinary-looking notebook. Trembling, he flipped it open. The handwriting within varied from neat to hasty, with some words even written backward. The pages bore numerous crumpled, circular stains, as if they had been soaked and dried repeatedly by tears. "Today, the director treated us to Yin Chuan's cake. My husband used to always buy it for me. The words my husband were harshly crossed out, the ink blurring into a smudge, barely legible. Below in black ink, the phrase "I miss him" was written again and again, each time crossed out. I dreamt of him again, even though I promised not to think of him. This page was littered with countless crumpled dots. His Wen Lian must have been writing through her tears. I hate him. I love him. This line filled the page, repeated over and over. Yet in the corner, a nearly illegible line read, "Wen Lian, are you being too foolish?" Tears fell from Gu Zheng unexpectedly, blurring the already indistinct ink. It was as if he could see his Wen Lian curled up in the corner of that small room, writing with tears streaming down her face, filled with grievances and longing, yet hating her own helplessness. "No, Wen Lian," he choked out, murmuring to the empty room as if attempting to transcend time and comfort that despairing lover. It is I who am too cruel. It is I who did not treat Wen Lian well." He repeated these words over and over, but no one could respond to him anymore. That warm, small body would never again snuggle into his embrace. Gu Zheng remembered that Wen Lian wished for his peace and happiness, for him to be well always. His life was a gift from Wen Lian. He worked tirelessly, even more so than before. He established a charitable foundation, aiding those in need under the names of him and Wen Lian. He often cooked at home, still wearing the cartoon apron that Wen Lian had gifted him, preparing dish after dish of her favorite meals. During meals, he would always set 2 pairs of chopsticks and bowls, as if the empty seat opposite him still held the presence of that beautiful and willful youth. Lian, do take a taste. How does the gentleman fare today?" Time passed swiftly. The time spent without his beloved had lost all meaning. In the blink of an eye, Gu Zheng turned 40. He remained handsome, yet the passage of time had etched its marks upon him. Fine lines had begun to appear at the corners of his eyes, and a few glaring white hairs had emerged at his temples. His once sharp emerald green eyes had dulled. Standing before the mirror, his fingers brushed against the wrinkles, and a wave of panic suddenly washed over him. He had aged. Would he still be recognized by Lian if they were to meet again? Would she find him unattractive, old, and reject him? Fear gripped him, causing his hands to tremble uncontrollably. Indeed, he was in profound anguish, struggling through the years of his beloved's absence. He touched his face, weeping before the mirror, repeatedly calling out her name. Lian, I am so sorry. I truly cannot endure this any longer." He pleaded with the air for forgiveness, uttering over and over again that he could no longer bear it. Since losing Lian, each day had become a torturous existence. He missed her terribly, unable to fathom enduring another sunrise without her. The next day, his assistant discovered Gu Zheng in the apartment. He lay peacefully in bed, as if asleep, a faint, liberated smile gracing his lips. Beside him rested an empty bottle of sleeping pills. He had donned a neatly pressed outfit, and the ring on his ring finger gleamed brightly. Ultimately, he had not heeded Wen Lian's advice to live well and for a long time. In this manner, he sought an early reunion that had been long overdue. Following his meticulously arranged will, the assistant buried him alongside his ring, resting beside Wen Lian. On the tombstone, 2 photographs stood side by side, one capturing youthful exuberance, a smile radiant as blossoms, the other, a gentle gaze, eyes touched by the passage of time. The wind caressed the pines and cypresses before the grave, carrying whispers from afar, as if someone in that eternal silence softly spoke. Lian, the gentleman has come to accompany you." Chapter 22. The mischievous little fox of the immortal lord. A century had passed since the war between immortals and demons, the rampant demonic energy sealed beneath the 9 nether. The world had returned to tranquility. The Wanchuan sect stood atop the spiritual veins, amidst swirling clouds, with celestial cranes calling. It was hailed as the foremost sect of the age. Elder Ling Chuan had reached the late stage of great completion, mere steps away from the elusive realm of ascension, making him the mightiest of his time. With a sudden wave of dizziness, Wen Lian arrived in a new world. The mechanical voice of the system was eerily calm. New world, transmission complete. Host identity, rare demon beast, flame fox. Task, achieve an exceptionally high favorability with the target, Ling Chuan. and become his deeply cherished, yet eternally unattainable vermilion mole. So cold, so painful. Consciousness felt as though it were sinking beneath icy waters, struggling to surface. The first sensation was the biting cold, followed closely by excruciating pain, as if every bone in his body had shattered. He collapsed to the ground, unable to run any longer. Wen Lian laboriously opened his eyes, his vision blurred, revealing only a dazzling expanse of white and a more pristine, frigid hue. That shade of white shifted slightly, and an extraordinarily handsome, yet expressionless face came into view. Those crystalline eyes gazed at him with an emotionless depth, reminiscent of two frozen lakes. However, he emanated a delightful fragrance, crisp and pure, akin to a pine forest after snowfall. In that moment, he extricated him from the cold, terrifying place reeking of blood and the roars of beasts. He saved me, Wen Lian mused drowsily. A profound sense of relief and a fledgling reliance enveloped him instantly. He yearned to approach that comforting white figure, yet his body ached too much to move, and he could only emit a faint, almost whimpering sound. The crystalline gaze lingered on him for a moment before turning away. He felt himself lifted by a gentle force, carried away from the icy expanse, and placed in a slightly warmer nook. In the days that followed, Wen Lian gradually acclimated to his fluffy little fox body and came to comprehend his circumstances. He was a small red fox, rescued by a remarkably powerful and stunning celestial being, who brought him to his celestial abode. The celestial being was named Ling Chuan, who spoke little and exhibited even fewer expressions, always clad in snowy white attire, residing in a grand house known as the Silent Snow Pavilion atop the snow-capped mountains, where the chill was ever present. Yet, Wen Lian harbored no fear of the cold. He simply felt that Ling Chuan was wonderful. Although Ling Chuan often remained aloof and paid him little attention, moving swiftly as Wen Lian struggled to keep up on his short legs. He would sometimes wish to nuzzle against him, only to be gently repelled by an invisible chill. But Ling Chuan had saved him. He provided him with shelter, albeit a small room outside the attic, far better than the frigid wilderness outside. Wen Lian adored Ling Chuan and longed to be near him. Thus, whenever he spotted Ling Chuan emerge, he would gleefully trill and scamper after him. If he stumbled, he would roll over, exposing his soft belly, whimpering softly while gazing longingly at him, hoping for a gentle touch, though Ling Chuan had yet to caress him even once. One day, Ling Chuan took him down the mountain and entrusted him to individuals clad in gray. Wen Lian felt a surge of panic. He disliked this place and yearned to return to the mountaintop where Ling Chuan resided. Seizing an opportunity when the individuals were distracted, he sprinted away, his paws sore, his fur dampened by the snow, shivering from the cold. Yet, guided by memory and a faint trace of Ling Chuan's scent, he persevered, climbing for an entire day and night until he finally returned to the vicinity of the Silent Snow Pavilion. Daring not to enter, he gently scratched at the invisible barrier at the door, emitting a faint and plaintive sound. The door creaked open. Ling Chuan stood there, his expression as inscrutable as ever. Exhausted and frightened, Wen Lian felt a surge of joy upon seeing him. He recalled a resilient little purple flower blooming bravely between rocks he had spotted during his journey. Thinking it perfectly suited Ling Chuan, he cautiously picked it up and presented it forward, only to retract quickly in fear of being rejected, hiding behind a nearby, snow-laden pine, peeking out with half of his little head to watch him secretly. Ling Chuan silently observed him for a moment, then glanced at the slightly wilted flower he had inadvertently damaged. Ultimately, he neither closed the door nor bade him farewell. Wen Lian was overjoyed. He felt that Ling Chuan had finally accepted him. Thus, within the icy realm of the Jingxua Pavilion, a small flame of determination had begun to flicker. While Ling Chuan meditated, he quietly curled up nearby, keeping him company. Occasionally, upon spotting particularly exquisite flowers, he would laboriously make several trips back and forth, placing them upon Ling Chuan. The beautiful immortal lord complimented the lovely blossoms splendidly. He still enjoyed following Ling Chuan, although Ling Chuan remained somewhat reticent. He no longer vanished at a moment's notice to evade him. Wen Lian felt content. Being able to stay by the side of the immortal who had saved him was more than enough. Yet unbeknownst to him, within the occasionally resting glazed eyes that fell upon him, beyond the gradually accustomed indifference, lay a trace of detached assessment and a weighty obsession concerning others. Chapter 23. The mischievous little fox of the immortal Lord Time passed swiftly. Wen Lian had grown up, no longer the small, clumsy ball of fur he once was. He had transformed into a graceful and splendid red fox, with a lush and sleek coat. The flame-like hue danced vibrantly against the snowy peaks, strikingly prominent. Ling Chuan was rather lenient with him, and, given his lively disposition, he often roamed among the various peaks of the Wanchuan sect. The disciples of the sect would invariably chuckle and praise. Elder Ling-S Fox has become increasingly exquisite and beautiful. From the humble cleaning disciples to the elite inner sect members who soared on swords, nearly everyone recognized this amiable spirit fox. Wen Lian reciprocated their affection, nuzzling his fluffy head against their palms, and bringing the freshest wild fruits or the most vibrant flowers from the woods to present to them. However, there was one individual within the Wanchuan sect whom Wen Lian could not warm to, or rather, that person had initially displayed an inexplicable sense of detachment and scrutiny towards him. It was a figure clad in an oversized black robe, their face obscured by a hood. Rumored to be another elder of the sect, named Luo-Zhe. Periodically, Luo-Zhe would visit the Jingxue Pavilion to seek Ling Chuan. Each time they met, a soundproof barrier was invariably established, and Wen Lian, perched at the door, could not hear a whisper. Even more vexing for Wen Lian was that whenever the elder in black arrived, Ling Chuan would invariably disappear as well. He scoured the entire main peak, and aside from the formidable forbidden area in the back mountain that he could not enter, he found no trace of the immortal lord. He vaguely suspected they might have ventured into that restricted zone. Despite this concern, Wen Lian remained largely joyful. Ling Chuan treated him exceptionally well, providing not only a comfortable abode and delectable spiritual food, but also occasionally permitting his companionship, along with regularly feeding him a particularly delightful candy pill. The candy pill exuded a faint, refreshing fragrance. Upon consumption, it was sweet and cool. Each time he finished one, Wen Lian felt invigorated and utterly at ease. The immortal lord was truly kind to him. On this day, Wen Lian had just returned from playing with a few familiar disciples at the foot of the mountain when he suddenly felt an inexplicable dizziness wash over him. A wave of indescribable heat surged within him, as if something were stirring in his veins, igniting a discomfort that was almost unbearable. He longed for his immortal master, yearning for Ling Chuan's cool hands to soothe his distress. After searching the Jingxue Pavilion in vain for his presence, he vaguely sensed that Ling Chuan had once again ventured to the forbidden grounds of the back mountain with that mysterious figure in a black robe. Suppressing his discomfort, he stumbled toward the direction of the forbidden area. Indeed, at the edge of the mist-laden bamboo forest surrounding the forbidden grounds, he glimpsed Ling Chuan's snow-white figure alongside the shadow of the black-robed figure. Strangely, the usually impenetrable sound barrier seemed to waver slightly, allowing him to catch fragmented snippets of conversation. The Penlai immortal realm has been experiencing unusual disturbances lately. The barrier appears to be weakening, and the signs of the immortal herbs coming into existence are becoming increasingly evident. I must set off immediately, though this journey may take considerable time. The voice of the black-robed figure, Luo-Zhe, resonated in a deep, hoarse timbre. Ling Chuan merely responded with a faint, cool acknowledgement. Luo-Zhe paused momentarily, the brim of his hat shifting slightly as if he had caught a glimpse of Wen Lian, and his voice took on a subtly peculiar tone. During my absence, you must take good care of that little fox. After nurturing it for so long, it is nearing maturity. Maturity? What maturity? Wen Lian's befuddled mind struggled to comprehend the meaning of this word in the present context. All he could discern was that upon hearing those words, Ling Chuan's glass-like eyes stirred slightly, and he softly replied, "Understood." The internal heat intensified, threatening to engulf him entirely. Unable to eavesdrop any longer, Wen Lian let out a series of weak, plaintive whines and stumbled out from the shadows of the bamboo grove, desperately rushing toward Ling Chuan. Noticing Wen Lian's unusual body temperature and state, Ling Chuan furrowed his brow ever so slightly. He waved his hand, dispelling the residual barrier around them, and bent down to catch the rushing red fox in his arms. His cool palm pressed against Wen Lian's feverish forehead and back, offering a measure of relief to the searing heat within. Wen Lian nestled against him, emitting a contented whimper. Standing nearby, Luo Zhe observed the scene from beneath the shadow of his hat, his gaze fixed upon Wen Lian. That look was no longer one of indifference or scrutiny, but rather bore a fervent, long-awaited satisfaction. Without uttering another word, he vanished like a wisp of smoke, leaving Ling Chuan and the red fox seeking solace in each other's embrace. Ling Chuan lowered his gaze to the trembling red fox in his arms, and with a flicker of pure ice elemental energy gathering at his fingertips, he slowly infused it into Wen Lian's being to quell his restlessness. Yet, a complex glimmer passed through his eyes. Target character, Ling Chuan, affection level, 5, current affection level, 35. Chapter 24. The Immortal Master's mischievous little fox, 3. Ling Chuan carried the whimpering little fox, afflicted by the discomfort of heat, back to the inner chamber of the Jingxue Pavilion. He was acutely aware that this little fox was on the verge of transformation. The little creature nestled in his arms was as warm as a furnace, uncomfortably rubbing against his chest, its glass-like eyes brimming with tears, whimpering as if it believed it had been poisoned with an incurable toxin, on the brink of suffering to death, never to see its celestial master again. The despairing yet dependent expression stirred even the frozen depths of Ling Chuan's heart, creating a subtle ripple. He continuously channeled gentle ice-type spiritual energy, patiently soothing the little one until it finally succumbed to exhaustion, whimpering softly into slumber within his embrace. Gently placing the sleeping little fox on the soft bed, Ling Chuan stood quietly by the bedside. The lingering sensation of its fluffy warmth and a few droplets of cool, crystalline tears remained on his arm. An unfamiliar blend of mild helplessness and faint tenderness brushed against him. He raised his hand, the fingertips glowing with a soft and precise aura of spiritual energy, enveloping the fiery red figure on the bed. The light intensified, elongating and transforming the fox's outline. Moments later, the radiance faded, revealing a stunningly beautiful youth lost in slumber. The boy's inky black hair cascaded like a waterfall across the pristine white sheets, accentuating his skin, which was fair as snow, almost translucent. His long, thick eyelashes like butterfly wings hung quietly, casting a small shadow beneath his eyes. His nose was elegantly straight, and his naturally rosy lips parted slightly, exhaling warmth. His slender form was delicate yet not frail, each contour exquisitely crafted as if by divine hands. Most strikingly, a vivid flame-shaped red mark adorned his brow, vibrant and lifelike, adding an enchanting allure to his pristine visage. Ling Chuan's gaze shifted slightly, and with a gentle touch of his fingertip, a faint light flickered, causing the conspicuous red mark, indicative of the boy's rare firefox identity, to quietly vanish. Simultaneously, another spell was cast, and a set of garments materialized, covering the boy's bare form. Ling Chuan's storage space contained only his own clothing, and the plain white robe was far too oversized for the boy's slender frame, the hem trailing and the collar loose. Even in slumber, the boy unconsciously twisted, exposing vast expanses of his pale, jade-like skin and delicate collarbones to the cool air. The simple white robe draped over the boy's exquisite features and burgeoning allure created an oddly pure yet seductive atmosphere. Ling Chuan furrowed his brow slightly, sensing the awkwardness of the scene, and instinctively reached out to adjust the boy's collar. However, the moment his fingertips brushed against the cool fabric, the sleeping youth seemed to sense something, instinctively turning his head. His warm, soft cheek pressed against Ling Chuan's cool hand and reminiscent of childhood affection. He slightly parted his lips, extending his delicate, damp tongue to gently lick his fingertip. The warm, wet sensation coursed through Ling Chuan's nerves like a sudden electric current. He quickly withdrew his hand, staring in astonishment at the tiny bead of moisture on his fingertip, a faint ripple passing through his glassy eyes, imperceptible even to himself. The target character, Ling Chuan, had a favorability level of 5, current favorability, 40. Wen Lian awoke to a faint scent of cedar in the air. He opened his eyes and blinked in bewilderment. No longer before him were the fuzzy red paws, but rather 10 slender, pale fingers belonging to a human. In astonishment, he lifted his hand to examine it closely, and in a flurry of panic, he touched his face and body. His tail was gone, and the soft fur had vanished. He had transformed into a human, clad in an extraordinarily oversized white robe that nearly enveloped his entire being. He looked down and inhaled deeply the refreshing scent of cedar, reminiscent of Ling Chuan, wafting around his nose, instilling a sense of comfort. It was the attire of the celestial master. A wave of immense joy instantly clouded his mind. Ecstatically, he rolled on the bed, burying his face into the voluminous sleeves, greedily inhaling the familiar fragrance like a small creature. His heart swelling with sweetness akin to being filled with honey. He was eager to seek out Ling Chuan, eager to show him his transformed appearance. However, having just taken on this new form, the unfamiliarity and dissonance filled his limbs and body. In his haste to get out of bed, his feet buckled, and with a thud, he tumbled off the edge. His delicate skin struck the cold floor, instantly reddening in patches, causing his eyes to instantly brim with tears. The commotion in the inner chamber attracted the attention of the guard outside. The door was gently pushed open, and a young man, dressed in the attire of an inner disciple, with a handsome and gentle countenance, hurriedly entered. "You're awake? Are you all right?" Seeing Wen Lian sprawled on the ground, a slight blush appeared on his face as he quickly rushed to assist him. Wen Lian recognized him as Su Shu, a disciple of the sect leader. His gentle disposition often led him to help in the Jingxua pavilion, and when Wen Lian was still a little fox, he enjoyed playing with him. Su Shu supported Wen Lian to his feet, and with a voice tinged with a hint of grievance, Wen Lian asked, "Where is the celestial master?" Su Shu, carefully lifting him, averted his gaze from the excessively beautiful face before him and replied softly, "Elder Ling sensed your imminent transformation and specifically instructed me to wait here. He has entered seclusion due to some insights gained in his cultivation." In seclusion? A wave of small disappointment surged within Wen Lian. How he longed for the celestial master to be the first to witness his current form. Yet, that fleeting discontent was soon overshadowed by the novelty and joy of his transformation. He was human now. Su Shu gazed at him, genuinely admiring. "You are truly remarkable. For an ordinary fox clan to transform, it usually takes at least 100 years of arduous cultivation, yet you succeeded in merely 20. He had not perceived the true form of Wen Lian, merely assuming he was an ordinary spirit fox raised by Elder Ling thinking of the sweet candy pills. Wen Lian felt even more elated, though he vaguely sensed this was not something to share with outsiders. He simply smiled, his eyes curving with a hint of pride. "Perhaps it's due to my diligent cultivation and the abundant spiritual energy here provided by the celestial master." Su Shu, not suspecting anything amiss, nodded in agreement. In the days that followed, Su Shu was assigned to remain in the Jingxua pavilion to care for the newly transformed Wen Lian. Full of curiosity about everything, Wen Lian found in Su Shu a patient teacher, guiding him on how to adapt to his human body, walk steadily, and use simple tools. With ages similar, they quickly grew familiar with one another. Wen Lian was lively, while Su Shu was gentle, often seen together chattering and laughing. With Su Shu cautiously assisting the unsteady Wen Lian as he practiced walking slowly in the courtyard. Deep within the tranquil confines of the silent snow pavilion, Ling Chuan, who was meant to be in seclusion, stood quietly before a water mirror. The mirror vividly reflected the scene within the side hall, where a youthful boy, eyes sparkling with delight, leaned against a handsome young man, playfully coaxing him to teach him how to use a slingshot. Ling Chuan observed with an impassive expression, his glassy, cerulean gaze as still as a deep pool. For reasons unknown, witnessing the intimate interaction between the two stirred a faint, unexamined discontent within him. Chapter 25. The mischievous little fox of the celestial lord life after transformation was both novel and liberating. Wen Lian quickly mastered walking on two legs. shedding the initial awkwardness to reveal his lively and spirited nature, dragging Su Shu around the Yunchuan sect, frolicking between the peaks. Su Shu indulged Wen Lian with an array of exquisite garments. However, Wen Lian favored the red one most, matching the hue of his fur, which he deemed the most beautiful. The disciples of the sect recognized this strikingly beautiful boy in red as the once beloved little fox, who had now even bestowed upon himself the name Wen Lian. They continued to adore him, watching the little fox's playful antics. Yet, this little fox bore a subtle difference from his former self. Previously, he wandered aimlessly, but now he was inseparable from the gentle and handsome Su Shu. Together, they became a charming new sight within the Yunchuan sect. Su Shu treated him with utmost kindness. When weary, Su Shu would naturally crouch down to offer him a ride. When tempted by hunger, Su Shu would present him with an assortment of delightful treats from the town below: sweet candied hawthorn, soft and glutinous cloud cakes, and crispy lotus pastries. When Lian savored these delights, his eyes beaming with joy, clarifying his inner rankings. His utmost favorite was, of course, the Celestial Lord. Second in his affections was Su Shu. Su Shu was his dearest, most cherished friend. However, when Lian encountered a slight source of discontent, he had stealthily sought out the Celestial Lord several times, softly calling through the door, but met with nothing but silence, devoid of any response. In the past, during his seclusions, the Celestial Lord would occasionally acknowledge him or request he remain quiet. Yet, this time there was no response at all. Was it because he had intruded upon the forbidden grounds and interrupted the Celestial Lord's discussion with Elder Luo Zhe, incurring his displeasure? This thought pricked at Wen Lian's heart like a small thorn, leaving him somewhat dispirited. Nevertheless, he concealed this unease, confiding in no one, not even Su Shu. On this day, it happened to be the monthly day for the sect's descent to procure supplies. Since ascending the mountain, Wen Lian had never ventured down, and his curiosity about the outside world was piqued. He implored Su Shu to accompany him, employing a mix of persuasion and endearment until Su Shu, unable to resist, finally relented. The town at the mountain's foot, owing to its proximity to the Celestial Gate, thrived with unparalleled prosperity. Shops lined the streets, brimming with a dazzling array of goods, many transactions even conducted with spirit stones. Wen Lian found everything novel and every morsel delightful. Su Shu patiently accompanied him, watching as he flitted through the crowd like a joyful little sparrow, a gentle smile ever gracing his lips. Wen Lian experienced the exquisite charm of storybooks adorned with splendid illustrations for the first time, captivating his heart completely. Su Shu generously filled his storage bag with an array of these treasures. As they strolled through the market, Wen Lian suddenly tugged at Su Shu's sleeve, pointing discreetly at a tall figure outside a rouge shop. Su Shu, look, isn't that brother Deshawn? Why is he, a man, purchasing items meant for women? And so many at that. Does he possess a peculiar preference? Su Shu followed his gaze and couldn't help but chuckle softly, explaining in hushed tones, "Where do your thoughts wander? Brother Deshawn is buying gifts for Sister Qingro. Not long ago, they undertook a mission together, and although everything seemed well, for reasons unknown, he managed to upset her. Now, she is avoiding him under the pretense of seclusion. He is purchasing gifts to atone and win her back. Atone and win her back?" Wen Lian blinked his large eyes, committing this phrase to memory. If one angers someone, one must buy gifts to make amends. The following day, Wen Lian, unusually, did not seek out Su Shu. Instead, he ventured down the mountain alone, clutching a bulging pouch of spirit stones, recalling the previous day's events. He intended to procure numerous gifts for the immortal Lord. Surely, such gestures would prevent him from incurring the Lord's displeasure. The market in the small town buzzed with life, as usual. Wen Lian found himself believing that the immortal Lord would appreciate everything he encountered. A translucent jade hairpin? Purchased. A multicolore jade pendant? Acquired. Fragrant spirit tea? Obtained. Exquisitely packaged assorted pastries? Secured. The merchants, perceiving his innocent demeanor and amiable nature, eagerly promoted their wares, and Wen Lian, with glee, accepted them all, nearly being regarded as a soft target, until his storage bag was filled to the brim, leaving him thoroughly satisfied. On his way back, he was drawn to a candy figurine stall. The vendor called out loudly, "Candy figurines for sale. All shapes can be crafted. Remarkably lifelike." Wen Lian's eyes lit up as he squeezed through the crowd. Old man, can you shape a person?" "Indeed. What kind of figure would the young master like?" Wen Lian endeavored to describe, his vocabulary as limited as a child's first words. Long hair, very black. Down here, he gestured to his waist. Skin particularly fair, a face exceptionally beautiful, just like an immortal. He paused, his cheeks flushing slightly, and added softly yet resolutely, and in his arms he should hold a little red fox. The candy vendor chuckled in response, his skilled hands deftly weaving strands of sugar. Soon, a vividly lifelike candy figure took shape. The vendor skillfully captured Ling Chuan's ethereal profile. His features, though indistinct, exuded an otherworldly aura. And nestled in his embrace was indeed a charming little red fox. As Wen Lian gazed at the candy figure resembling the immortal lord holding the small fox, an inexplicable shyness and immense joy surged within him, as if a hidden wish had been glimpsed and fulfilled by the candy vendor. He carefully accepted the candy figure, paid with spirit stones, and with the air of cradling a rare treasure, he skipped joyfully back up the mountain. Chapter 26. The immortal lord's mischievous little fox within the serene hall of the Jingshui Pavilion. The atmosphere was as cold and unyielding as ancient ice. Ling Chuan sat quietly upon a meditation cushion, his spiritual energy flowing, yet he was not entirely absorbed in his cultivation. In a secluded corner of the hall, a water mirror hung ethereally, reflecting not the natural laws of the universe, but rather the tireless figure of a young boy in red, whose daily persistence was captured alongside the chattering whispers filtering through the heavy palace doors. These voices, akin to pebbles cast into an icy lake, occasionally stirred the surface ever so slightly. "Immortal master, the candied hawthorns at the foot of the mountain are delightful, sweet and sour. They were bought for me by Su Shu. If you were to emerge from your seclusion, I would buy some for you too." "Immortal master, today I met the new disciples. They all admire you greatly." "Oh." And Su Shu mentioned that he initially came to the quiet snow pavilion to help because he was particularly in awe of you. "Immortal master, I miss you so much. Even more than I miss Su Shu. Will you pay attention to me?" The little fox, still the same innocent creature, wore its emotions openly on its sleeve. Once it would scratch at the door with soft whimpers. Now, it chirped like a little bird, chattering about its daily life on the other side of the door. Ling Chuan listened, and occasionally a faint, unnoticed softness flickered in his glassy eyes. However, as Su Shu's name recurred with increasing frequency, the water mirror frequently depicted scenes of the gentle youth strolling through the mountains with the boy in red, who laughed with a crescent smile, leaning against the person before him without a trace of caution. At these moments, the subtle ripples within Ling Chuan's heart would silently freeze, giving rise to an indescribable blend of bitterness and inexplicable restlessness, not intense, yet silently ensnaring him like a delicate spider's web. Thus, the palace doors remained perpetually silent, never responding to the little fox's pleas. Today, the voices outside the hall seemed particularly jubilant, accompanied by the faint rustle of objects being placed down. "Immortal master, look at this jade hairpin, pure white. It matches your attire perfectly. You would look extraordinary wearing it. And this, it's 7 jade pendants. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. You could wear a different one each day." The vendor even said that if you wear them all at once, colorful light will radiate from you. "How marvelous." "Immortal master, this spiritual tea," the stall owner claimed that drinking it would ensure you smile in the netherworld. Wen Lian struggled to recall the vendor's boastful words, misremembering the meaning, yet only retaining the notion of a smile. "How beautiful you must look when you smile, as I have never seen you smile before." Next came the delicate rustling of oil paper packages filled with various snacks. "These pea cakes, candied hawthorns, and donkey rolls are all delectable. You must try them, immortal master." The items piled higher and higher, nearly blocking the palace doors. The voice, reminiscent of a treasure offering, remained cheerful until it suddenly turned hesitant and shy, tinged with a barely noticeable stutter. "Ayan, this is a sugar figurine. I had the old man mold in your likeness. Immortal master. You look the best with long hair, dressed in white, like a celestial being." The voice grew softer, almost a whisper, as it cradled a small fox in its arms. It's me." Before the water mirror, Ling Chuan clearly saw the boy carefully place the sugar figurine he had described in the most prominent position. The crystalline sugar figure outlined his blurred silhouette, while the adorable little red fox in his embrace appeared vividly alive. As I gazed upon the clumsily, yet sincerely offered heart, cradled with utmost care, and the figure of the sugar figurine embracing a little fox, my heart, once tranquil as a still lake, felt as though a warm stone had been cast into its depths. The icy veneer quietly cracked, allowing a gentle current of warmth to surge forth, effortlessly washing away the lingering bitterness of recent days. An unprecedented, shallow yet genuine smile emerged, akin to a spring bursting through the ice, involuntarily gracing the corners of my lips, faint, yet undeniably present. Without uttering a word in response, I rose directly to my feet, my sleeves brushing lightly against the air as the heavy palace door swung open silently from within. Fortunately, it opened inward otherwise. The mound of gifts stacked outside might have tumbled down. Outside, the young boy in red, who had been foolishly grinning at the sugar figurine, was startled, suddenly looking up. Upon seeing me, his eyes widened in surprise, his cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and a pair of fluffy red fox ears spontaneously sprouted from the top of his head, while a bushy tail emerged uncontrollably from behind him, wagging nervously yet excitedly. His demeanor resembled that of a small dog, overwhelmed with joy upon the return of its owner. How could he be so endearing? Observing his completely unguarded expression, with all his thoughts laid bare upon his face and the tip of his tail, my heart felt as if it were coated in sweet icing, filled with delight. My gaze swept over the varied and colorful gifts strewn across the ground, clearly a result of excessive expenditure of spirit stones, finally resting upon the most unique one, an exquisite sugar figurine reflecting our shared image. My icy blue eyes softened as warmth surged within. The melancholy of not seeing the esteemed immortal for several consecutive days had intensified the anxiety in Wen Lian's heart, evolving it into an overwhelming attachment. He became particularly clingy, akin to an inescapable piece of candy, yearning to remain by Ling Chuan's side at all times. His excursions to the various peaks diminished significantly, and even the instances of seeking Su Shu became few and far between. Although the outside world buzzed with excitement and joy, and friends treated him with great kindness, nothing held greater importance in the little fox's heart than being near the esteemed immortal. While Ling Chuan engaged in meditation and reading in the quiet chamber, Wen Lian nestled beside him, engrossed in a stack of storybooks, sprawled upon the floor. When fatigue set in, he would yawn and seamlessly revert to his fluffy little fox form, curling into a warm ball and dozing off in Ling Chuan's slightly cool embrace. As Ling Chuan practiced swordsmanship in the courtyard, his form moved like a startled swan, the sword aura sharp as frost. Wen Lian brought over a small table along with paper and brushes, seated himself on the stone steps nearby, attempting to draw diligently, struggling with a brush. His small hands and face often became smeared with ink, leaving behind a series of crooked, shapeless ink blots that bore no resemblance to the noble figure of the esteemed immortal he envisioned. Whenever Ling Chuan sheathed his sword and approached, Wen Lian would fluster and hurriedly shield his creations, his cheeks burning with embarrassment as he scampered away. He even fancied the idea of establishing a small kitchen within the silent snow pavilion, pledging earnestly to craft pastries that the esteemed immortal would adore. The outcome, of course, was a chaotic disaster, utterly disheartening. After he stealthily carried away those charred or sticky dishes to the back mountain, claiming it was to feed the spirit beasts. The truth was that the myriad of spirit beasts residing there were so frightened that they fled at the mere whisper of his actions, leading to a significant decline in their numbers. Ling Chuan observed these clumsy yet earnest attempts of his, and the frost in his cerulean eyes began to thaw, a silent indulgence quietly spreading within him. That night, under the silvery glow of the moon. Its light streamed through the window panes and illuminated the bed in the quiet snow pavilion. Wen Lian nestled himself in the soft silk bedding, revealing only his delicate, pale face, his breathing steady as he drifted into slumber. In his dreams, he was still hazily contemplating how he must create the most exquisite pastries for the esteemed immortal to savor the following day. However, the dream quietly veered away from its sweet trajectory, slipping into a realm he had never ventured into, one that was both strange and enchanting. He found himself by a mist-laden hot spring, surrounded by hazy rocks and moonlit shadows. In the spring, someone was bathing, their back turned to him. Their long, ink-black hair cascaded like a waterfall into the steaming water, accentuating the broad and graceful lines of their shoulders, their skin illuminated by the moonlight and steam, glistening as if carved from the finest warm jade. Wen Lian held his breath, feeling an unsettling flutter in his heart at the sight of such beauty. He resembled a character from a story, a voyeur peeking at a celestial being in the midst of a bath, feeling both shame and an uncontrollable curiosity and excitement. Indeed, wicked deeds invite retribution. In the next moment, the thicket he used for concealment was swept aside by an invisible force, and with a startled gasp, he was gently yet irresistibly pulled up and plunged into the warm spring water with a splash. As he surfaced, flailing in a panic, his gaze met a pair of familiar, yet astonishingly deep, cerulean eyes. It was the immortal. In the dream, Ling Chuan's sharp features were softened by the swirling steam, his fair cheeks tinged with a faint blush, exuding a breathtaking allure. Most of his body was above the water's surface, droplets cascading down his defined chest and firm abdomen, tracing the contours of his physique before disappearing into the beguiling shadows beneath. More droplets rolled off his chiseled jawline, winding their way down in a tantalizing manner. His gaze, once indifferent, now bore a warmth that Wen Lian had never witnessed before, one that was almost bewitching, filled with a gentle fondness and tenderness. A slight smile gracing his lips. Wen Lian was rendered dizzy by this unprecedented beauty, momentarily dazed in the water. He felt his ears and tail uncontrollably pop out, his damp clothes clinging closely to him, outlining his youthful curves. In the dream, Ling Chuan drew closer, his warm arms encircling Wen Lian's waist, pulling him nearer. Then, he lowered his head, his warm lips precisely covering Wen Lian's. It was a kiss laden with an exploratory and enticing quality, gentle yet overwhelmingly aggressive, carrying an unfamiliar, shivering provocation. Wen Lian froze completely, his mind blank, even his ears drooped in fright. He could distinctly sense the other's breath, feeling the coolness of the tongue at the very moment when that bony yet warm hand caressed the sash at his waist. Wen Lian abruptly awoke from his dream, sitting up in alarm. The moonlight outside remained cold and clear, and the room was enveloped in silence. He gasped for air, his cheeks flushed as if they might ignite, his heart pounding wildly within his chest. The sensations from the dream lingered vividly in his mind. He raised his hand to touch his head, and indeed, the fluffy fox ears and the bushy tail emerged uncontrollably, quivering slightly. Wen Lian quickly covered his head with the blanket, letting out a muffled sound of shame and despair. What kind of shameless dream had he just experienced? Chapter 28. The mischievous little fox of the celestial lord the following morning. In the courtyard of the quiet snow pavilion, Ling Chuan completed a set of sword techniques and stood still, the chill around him still palpable. Yet his glass-like eyes instinctively glanced towards the side hall. Today seemed unusually quiet. That little fox, typically chattering and bounding around, was nowhere to be seen. He frowned slightly and, for once, took the initiative to approach the side hall, gently knocking on the door. "Lian Lian?" His voice remained cold, yet carried an imperceptible hint of inquiry. The door creaked open slightly. Wen Lian, with disheveled, ink-black hair, peeked out, half of his body showing. His fluffy fox ears and bushy tail were still uncontrollably visible, his night clothes askew, dark circles under his eyes, presenting an overall look of exhaustion and disarray. Upon seeing Ling Chuan outside, he staggered back as if scalded, almost losing his balance. Ling Chuan instinctively reached out to assist him, but he panicked and dodged away. The bony, cool hand hung in the air for a moment before, feeling awkward, it was slowly retracted. Celestial Lord Wen Lian, he scratched his messy hair. Avoiding Ling Chuan's gaze, his voice barely above a whisper, I have an appointment with Sister Qingron today, so I want to accompany you. After speaking, as if fearing further questioning, he abruptly retreated, slamming the door shut with a thud. Ling Chuan stood in place, staring at the closed door, a hint of mild confusion and subtle discomfort flickering in his glassy eyes. What had happened to that carefree little fox, who was usually so full of joy? And a sister? What sister could possibly be more important than him? Inside, Wen Lian leaned against the door, sliding down to sit on the floor, his hands covering his burning face. It was over. He was undoubtedly the worst fox in existence. How could he have dared to dream such a seductive dream about the pure and noble celestial lord who had saved and nurtured him? Yet unbidden, the image of the celestial lord appeared in his mind, clad in snow-white robes, wielding a long sword, tall and graceful, with a countenance as ethereal as a celestial being. Would such a celestial lord ever display the gentle and alluring expression from his dream? No more thinking about it. Wen Lian rolled around on the floor in frustration, his tail anxiously thumping against the ground. Ever since waking up, his mind had been spiraling into chaos. He was truly audacious, a wicked fox. However, his intention to seek out his sister was not a mere pretense. He took several deep breaths, forcing himself to compose his appearance, though his ears and tail could not be hidden. Like a thief, he stealthily slipped down the mountain. In the secluded chamber of Sister Qingron, Wen Lian sat uneasily upon a mat, nervously twisting the hem of her garment, her voice as delicate as a whisper. Sister, I have a friend. Sister Qingron smiled faintly, her eyes reflecting a knowing glimmer, and replied, What about your friend, Lian? My friend has someone who treats him very well, a companion slightly older than he, Wen Lian confessed, her cheeks flushed and eyes averted. He had a rather troubling dream, one in which they kissed. Sister Qingron nearly spilled her tea, stifling her laughter as her shoulders shook with mirth. Observing Wen Lian's innocent yet mortified demeanor, she endeavored to maintain her composure. And then what? Wen Lian raised her tearful eyes, timidly asking, What does it mean when my friend feels something for that friend's companion? Sister Qingron, suppressing her amusement, gently guided her. Well, if your friend hasn't seen that companion in a long time, does he think of him? Very much. Wen Lian nodded vigorously without hesitation. When he sees him, does his heart race? A little, Wen Lian admitted, clutching her chest, her ears crimson. Oh, Sister Qingron elongated her tone, rendering a verdict. Then your friend indeed has feelings for his companion. Wen Lian's eyes widened in disbelief, stammering. But they're both male? And what of it? Sister Qingron raised an eyebrow, nonchalantly asserting, Those who cultivate immortality possess long lives. Why should they be confined by worldly conventions? As long as there is mutual affection, regardless of gender or form, all can unite as companions on the path to eternity. Wen Lian sat there, her mind exploding with revelations. So that was it. Those inexplicable feelings, her racing heart, and that awkward dream were all because he cherished the immortal lord? He was enamored with Ling Chuan. Before departing, Sister Qingron handed her 2 books, wrapped in plain covers, winking. These are for your friend. Remember, read the first one before the second, and do so alone. Upon returning to her secluded chamber, Wen Lian eagerly closed the door, her heart filled with reverence and excitement as she opened the first book. To her astonishment, it contained tender tales of love between men, interwoven with exquisite illustrations. Her cheeks flushed as she held her face in her hands, her eyes sparkling with wonder. So, men could love one another so deeply. So, humans and demons could share such genuine affection. Oh my, it seemed she truly adored the immortal lord. Having just come of age, the little fox comprehended for the first time the source of her fluttering heart and sleepless nights. Love? It was love for the immortal lord. Love for Ling Chuan. Suppressing her excitement, she nestled into the corner of her room, cautiously opening the second book as instructed by her sister. However, upon turning the first page, her face turned a deep shade of crimson, feeling as if she were a boiled shrimp, her ears and tail nearly steaming. It was not a romance novel at all, but rather an explicit, detailed depiction of intimacy between men. Wen Lian gasped and flung the book away, burying herself in her blankets, her embarrassment causing her toes to curl. It was far too shameless. However, after a brief moment, those sparkling eyes could not resist peeking out from beneath the covers, glancing at the worn book on the ground. He furtively glanced around like a thief before quickly crawling over to retrieve it, retreating back into the depths of the blanket, revealing only his eyes. Holding his breath, he began to read page by page, secretly and earnestly. Oh, how mortified the little fox felt. Chapter 29. The mischievous little fox of the celestial lord. Once his feelings were confirmed, he resolved to pursue them with courage. Wen Lian quietly encouraged himself, tightening his small fist. Come on, Wen Lian. You are an experienced old fox, well-versed in the ways of the world through countless illustrated books. He immediately embarked on a bold and charming pursuit plan he had gleaned from those tales. First, he discarded his beloved red attire, donning instead a dark outfit he had rummaged through his belongings to find. Furthermore, he adorned himself with a heavy golden crown, the dark tresses cascading down in a waterfall-like fashion, neatly tied up high. He even carried a sword that was nearly as tall as he was, slung over his back with great seriousness. Striving to create an aura of profound seriousness, he furrowed his brow. At dawn, he rose early, meticulously picking fresh flowers glistening with morning dew, binding them into a grand bouquet. He stood before the main hall of the silent snow pavilion, striking a pose he deemed to be dashing, one hand against the wall, the other on his hip, one leg casually crossed over the other. With a small flower lazily held in his mouth, his head tilted at a precise 45-degree angle, gazing up at the sky. As Ling Chuan stepped out, he turned his head with exaggerated slowness, deliberately flicking at the non-existent bangs on his forehead, and with a voice he believed to be magnetic, said, "Good morning, Celestial Lord. It is an honor to be the first person you see today." With that, he quickly stuffed the small flower and the bouquet into Ling Chuan's arms, maintaining his awkwardly poised stance as he hurriedly scurried away. Ling Chuan held the dewy bouquet, a haphazard assortment of flowers, watching the little fox flee in mismatched attire, a fleeting glimmer of amusement crossing his glassy eyes. Whenever Ling Chuan sat quietly in his study, engrossed in his scrolls, Wen Lian would suddenly appear. He would spill out a mountain of books borrowed from the sect-S library from his storage bag, nearly drowning the table beneath them. Beaming foolishly and brilliantly, he declared, "Celestial Lord, from now on, these books are all mine." Ling Chuan regarded the eclectic pile that ranged from fundamental doctrines to folk tales, pausing in silence before he gently cleared a space to continue his reading, tacitly allowing the presence of the amassed treasures. Or, when Ling Chuan spread out rice paper to practice calligraphy, Wen Lian would stride in, hands stuffed into pockets ill-suited for such a purpose, his head still maintaining that peculiar 45-degree angle, stepping in with what he considered a steady gait. Then, he would produce an exquisite storage bag, slamming it onto the table, his expression attempting to convey a mix of derision and nonchalance, though the effect resembled a twitching eye, as he proclaimed, "Here are some spirit stones. Take them and spend freely." That was all the savings he had painstakingly gathered over the past few days while foraging for spirit herbs in the mountains. Ling Chuan observed the clumsy yet earnest attempt to imitate dominance, noting the way he feigned generosity despite his evident reluctance to part with the spirit stones. Beneath the icy expanse of his heart, a warm spring seemed to stir quietly, awakening a peculiar and unfamiliar sweetness, while maintaining an air of indifference. He would subtly comply, accepting flowers, casting a glance at the pile of books, or carefully storing away the casually spent spirit stones. However, this endearing yet awkward pursuit was abruptly interrupted by an unexpected wave of heat. On that morning, Wen Lian had intended to rise early to continue his charmingly assertive courtship, but he was overwhelmed by a sudden, unfamiliar warmth. His body felt ablaze, languishing on the bed, his mind muddled as if engulfed in flames. A profound, indescribable desire surged within him. He longed to be embraced tightly by another, to feel the cool touch of the immortal's hand upon him, to receive the immortal's kiss. After all, he was a demon beast, and the primal instincts of his rutting season surged forth. As a rare flame fox, his urges were more frequent and intense than those of ordinary demon beasts, heralding his impending maturity. When Ling Chuan pushed open the door to the side chamber, he was met with a striking scene. The youth lay disheveled, nearly bare, curled up on the bed. His once pale skin glowed with a tempting flush, beads of sweat glistening on his brow, and his dark hair clung to his flushed cheeks, accentuating his luscious, crimson lips. Those eyes, typically bright and clear, were now veiled in a misty sheen, gazing at Ling Chuan with a mix of confusion and yearning. The vibrant flame-like pattern on his forehead, concealed by Ling Chuan's magic, reappeared in the turmoil of spiritual energy, flickering like flames, adding a hauntingly enchanting quality to his otherwise innocent visage. His fluffy fox ears drooped weakly, while his voluminous tail restlessly swayed from side to side. The little fox emitted a faint, sticky whimper, his voice tinged with a sob-like yearning. Upon seeing Ling Chuan, he seemed to find his sole remedy, struggling to elevate his soft body slightly, extending his feverish arms, and heedlessly wrapping around him. His heated cheeks pressed against Ling Chuan's cool neck, greedily drawing in the soothing chill. "Embrace me, my immortal," he instinctively murmured, his breath warm and fervent. "Kiss me, my immortal." With that, he tilted his head back, driven by instinct, and pressed his soft, burning lips against Ling Chuan's cool ones. It was a kiss devoid of finesse, youthful, urgent, and naive. Wen Lian awkwardly explored the cool softness with his tongue, clumsily yet boldly attempting to pry open Ling Chuan's lips in search of deeper solace. Ling Chuan was utterly frozen. Centuries of tranquil cultivation had dulled all desires, yet this sudden, fervent, and unrefined kiss shattered his composure. The searing warmth, the soft, slippery sensation, and the plaintive, desperate yearning struck him like a thunderclap, piercing through the frozen corners of his consciousness, short-circuiting the calm he had so long cherished. As the sweetly intoxicating, searing tongue boldly ventured into his mouth, an unprecedented panic, a tumultuous blend of chaos and a concealed thrill, suddenly seized him. Almost instinctively, he exerted force, thrusting away the person entwined around him. Wen Lian, taken by surprise, fell back onto the bed. He raised his dazed, lust-laden eyes, looking at Ling Chuan with confusion and bewilderment, seemingly unable to comprehend why the only remedy would push him away. Ling Chuan's breath became slightly erratic, his hand discreetly clenched within his sleeve. He forced himself to regain composure, yet his voice, disturbed by the recent upheaval, emerged colder and more rigid than usual. "You need to calm down." With that, he unhesitatingly pulled Wen Lian, almost forcibly leading him into the depths of the silent snow pavilion, to a cold chamber perpetually enshrined in ice, intended for tranquility and meditation. The bone-chilling air enveloped Wen Lian instantly, causing him to shudder. The surging tide of emotions, under such extreme cold, was doused like a bucket of ice water, receding swiftly. Along with it, the heart that had just ignited, clumsily and sincerely brimming with affection, was extinguished. Wen Lian huddled in the center of the cold chamber, clutching his icy arms, trembling as he gazed up with his pale face at Ling Chuan, who stood rigidly at the entrance, his expression devoid of emotion. Tears, cold as ice, fell unexpectedly. His voice was dry and trembling, laden with endless grievances and heartbreak as he uttered the question that had been swirling in his heart, piercing his soul. "You do not like me, do you, immortal lord?" In the cold chamber, the air was frigid and biting. Wen Lian's eyes, usually brimming with starlight and joy, were now filled with moisture on the verge of tears. He looked at the silhouette standing in backlight at the door, appearing immensely distant, his voice rough as if scraped by sandpaper, trembling with a desperate resolve. "I like you. My heart yearns for you. I admire you, immortal lord." He laid bare his fervent, sincere heart without reservation, offering it before the other. Ling Chuan's figure momentarily stiffened, almost imperceptibly. He fell into silence for a moment, his glassy eyes swirling with complex emotions, ultimately shrouded by a deeper layer of ice. He parted his lips slightly, his voice cold and calm, as if stating an established fact. My feelings for you are merely that of a master toward a pet spirit. Just a pet spirit. Wen Lian looked at him, letting out a low, self-mocking laugh. Indeed, the immortal lord was pure and aloof, like a cold moon in the nine heavens. How could he possibly harbor feelings for a shameless little demon like him? All this time, it had been his own one-sided affection, a fruitless longing. Yet the pain in his heart was excruciating, as if gripped tightly by an invisible hand, squeezing and kneading until he could scarcely breathe. The little heart that had only just begun to understand its own feelings, filled with clumsy love, seemed to be bleeding. Tears streamed down his beautiful face, and with a choked voice, he asked the final, desperate question, Am I, to you, any different from the beasts on the back mountain? Ling Chuan's hand tightened discreetly in his sleeve, his fingertips sinking into his palm. He averted his gaze, unable to bear the sight of those shattered eyes. His voice remained cold and harsh, yet bore an almost imperceptible tension. No, no. These two words struck like a sword tempered in ice, piercing through Wen Lian's heart with precision, shattering all his hopes and affections into pieces. He could no longer meet the gaze of those frigid, glass-like orbs, fearing that a mere glance would cause him to splinter completely. The pain was unbearable, as if it would consume him entirely. I understand. Wen Lian abruptly lowered his head, a flash of light enveloping him as he transformed back into a fiery red fox. He cast one last, lingering glance at the chilling white before turning away and fleeing from the cold chamber, resembling a wounded streak of red light darting swiftly down the mountain. Ling Chuan instinctively took a step forward, his hand reaching out halfway, yet he remained frozen in place. He watched in a daze as that resolute red figure vanished into the depths of the wind and snow, a part of his heart feeling as though it had been suddenly hollowed out, filled instead with the biting, cold wind. The little fox expended all its energy in flight, the sharp pain in its chest intertwined with the unresolved heat of emotion, making each breath a struggle. He had no sense of distance as he ran until his limbs grew weak and darkness enveloped his vision. He eventually collapsed softly into the snow beside the mountain path. When he awoke once more, he found himself in a warm and familiar room. Beneath him lay a soft bed, covered with a clean quilt, and he was dressed in a well-fitting white nightgown imbued with a faint scent of soapberry. The door gently creaked open, and Su Shu entered, holding a steaming bowl of medicinal soup. Upon seeing him awake, a gentle joy illuminated his face. Wen Lian, you're awake? How do you feel? It turned out that Su Shu had been searching for him and discovered him unconscious at the foot of the mountain, bringing him back to his abode for care. Wen Lian felt a conflicting chill and warmth coursing through him, his head heavy and muddled. The coldness of the chamber had forcefully suppressed his emotions, yet it had also inflicted a backlash on his body. What was even more unbearable was the dull ache in his heart, as if it would never cease. His first love, before it even began, had been irrevocably sentenced to death. How could he be so unfortunate? A surge of grievance and heartache flooded over him, and tears streamed down his cheeks uncontrollably once more. He abruptly sat up, disregarding everything, and buried himself into Su Shu's embrace, clinging tightly as if he were a child who had suffered a great injustice, sobbing softly. Su Shu was momentarily jolted by the impact, nearly spilling the bowl of medicine. He steadied himself, hesitating for a moment before gently wrapping his arms around Wen Lian, one hand soothingly caressing his trembling back, offering silent comfort without further inquiry. In the days that followed, Wen Lian did not return to the Jingxue pavilion. He curled himself up in Su Shu's dwelling, devoid of interest in anything. He had no desire to venture out or indulge in snacks, languishing throughout the day, often weeping quietly in the dead of night. Su Shu, witnessing his distress, frequently took him outside for a breath of fresh air or engaged him in crafting delicate trinkets to lift his spirits. with Su Shu's patient companionship and soothing presence. Wen Lian's emotions gradually began to stabilize, leading him to become increasingly dependent and attached to Su Shu. At present, in his heart, Su Shu occupies the top position, and the thought of the immortal sovereign brings a pang of discomfort to Wen Lian, causing her to abandon thoughts of ranking altogether. Meanwhile, the Jingwei pavilion has plunged into utter silence. Ling Chuan has not seen his little fox for many days. Ever since that day, he resolutely fled. The fox has not returned. Within the water mirror, the reflections of a youth and a young man accompany one another, strolling and dining together. The youth seems to gradually wear a smile, yet the loneliness in his eyes remains unmasked. Until a certain deep night, the youth in the water mirror curls up in bed, appearing to be fast asleep. Su Shu gently approaches, leans down, and tenderly places a cautious kiss on his serene profile. At that moment, a chill envelopes Ling Chuan. A tempest of unprecedented emotions surges within him. A tumultuous blend of wrath and a possessive fury that constricts his heart, nearly stealing his breath away. That is his little fox. He has nurtured it with his own hands, witnessed its transformation, and indulged its every clumsy gesture. How could it be touched by another? Chapter 31. The mischievous little fox of the immortal sovereign life in Su Shu's cave abode is tranquil and warm. Yet the dull ache in Wen Lian's heart has not entirely dissipated. It has merely been temporarily buried. However, today, a familiar and unsettling heat begins to arise quietly from the depths of her being. Initially, it is but a subtle warmth, gradually escalating into a searing heat, akin to a torrent of fire surging from her lower abdomen, spreading to her limbs and bones. Her head begins to spin, and she feels as though she has been placed in a ceramic pot, simmering gently over low heat, warm yet unbearably hollow and parched. This sensation mirrors precisely that which she experienced before the last tide of passion. Wen Lian's heart races in alarm. Yet the foolish little fox remains unaware that the flames of the fire fox's passion are inherently fierce. The prior tide was forcibly suppressed by the cold chamber and never alleviated, making this surge even more tumultuous and urgent. In its naivete, it seeks to douse the flames with cold water. While her consciousness remains somewhat clear, she strains to slip out of the cave and rushes to the creek behind the mountain, filling a bathing tub with the icy, almost piercingly cold water. She removes her garments, donning only a thin nightgown, and immerses herself entirely in the frigid water. The bone-chilling cold instantly envelopes her, causing her to shudder and her teeth to chatter. Her inky long hair becomes soaked, clinging messily to her flushed cheeks and neck, while her long, thick eyelashes tremble with droplets of water. She bites her lower lip, its color paling from the cold, yet her cheeks remain a fiery red, and the corners of her eyes are tinged with an alluring hue, exuding a fragile yet enticing beauty. However, the icy creek water seems only to provide fleeting stimulation. The internal blaze does not extinguish but rather intensifies, as if provoked, fervently seeking solace. Wen Lian curls up in discomfort, emitting a faint and pitiful whimper, tears of physiological distress uncontrollably slipping from the corners of her eyes, mingling with the cold creek water. She sobs softly, feeling both wretched and aggrieved. Su Shu searched the cave, but could not find Wen Lian. Faintly, he heard muffled sobs and the sound of water coming from the side room, stirring a sense of worry within him. Unable to restrain himself, he burst through the door. The moment it swung open, the sight before him took his breath away. The young boy was submerged in a cold bath, his inky hair drenched, his skin pale and fragile in the icy water, yet flushed with an enticing crimson. Those eyes, usually so clear, were now veiled with a misty haze, gazing at him with confusion and helplessness, the corners glistening red, invoking a deep sense of affection. What shocked him further was the vivid, flame-like mark upon Wen Lian's brow, previously concealed, now starkly visible. A fire fox. Su Shu instantly comprehended the truth. Wen Lian was the rare and mythical fox said to have long been extinct, whose blood and flesh could resurrect the dead. No wonder Elder Ling treated him so differently. After the initial shock, a deeper sense of compassion and concern surged within him. The little fox was clearly struggling with overwhelming emotions, suffering greatly. He moved forward immediately, channeling his gentle spiritual energy to dispel the chill in the water, making it more bearable. He lifted the shivering Wen Lian from the tub, wrapping him in a soft, dry cloth, and placed him upon the bed. At this moment, Wen Lian's consciousness was somewhat blurred, sensing the warmth beside him. He instinctively clung to Su Shu as if grasping a lifeline, his flushed cheeks rubbing helplessly against Su Shu's chest, emitting soft, alluring whimpers that grazed the heart like the lightest feather. The wet garments clung to Wen Lian, outlining his youthful yet tempting curves, while simultaneously dampening Su Shu's attire, leaving only a thin barrier of wet fabric between their skins, their body temperatures intertwining. Wen Lian's unconscious murmurs and gentle movements acted like tiny hooks, tugging at Su Shu's heartstrings. Undoubtedly, Su Shu harbored feelings for Wen Lian. He adored his innocence, cherished his vivacity, and, at this moment, felt an even deeper pity for his frailty. Su Shu, immortal master Su Shu, Wen Lian mumbled in a daze, calling out the name of the one he trusted. Su Shu's heart stirred, fully aware that he should not take advantage of the vulnerable moment. Yet he found it increasingly difficult to suppress his emotions. He lowered his head with utmost tenderness and reverence, mirroring that exhilarating night they had shared, and pressed his trembling lips against the damp, quivering lashes of Wen Lian's eyes, savoring the delicate flutter of his heart. Raising his gaze once more, he beheld the boy in his arms, his eyes dreamy and shimmering, a breathtaking beauty. The slightly parted lips glistened with moisture, revealing a hint of soft, rosy tongue. Su Shu found himself deeply entranced by this unintentional seduction, his heart racing, unable to resist the urge to draw closer and touch those enticing lips. However, at that moment, boom, the door was violently thrust open by an overwhelmingly cold force. The heavy wooden door was instantly frozen by a piercing, icy energy, shattering into countless fragments that scattered like powder. An irresistible force suddenly pushed Su Shu aside. The oppressive aura of a late-stage Mahayana master rendered Su Shu helpless, collapsing him to the ground, immobilized. A figure clad in pure white, swept in like the wind, tightly embracing the writhing little fox in distress upon the bed. The newcomer had broad shoulders and a tall stature, effortlessly enveloping the slender boy entirely within his grasp. From behind, Wen Lian's form was nearly obscured. It was Ling Chuan, the immortal master. His expression was as impassive as water, and within his glass-like eyes surged an unprecedented fierceness and icy coldness. Casting a disdainful glance over the collapsed Su Shu, yet his hand caressed Wen Lian with astonishing gentleness. A flash of ethereal light transformed the boy's drenched nightgown into a spacious, dry white robe, exuding a crisp scent of snow-laden pine. Simultaneously, his warm palm lightly covered the glaringly vibrant markings on Wen Lian's forehead, concealing them once more. Sensing the familiar and reassuring aroma, the boy nestled deeper into his embrace, his whimpering subsiding and his slightly trembling form gradually calming. Ling Chuan held Wen Lian tightly and turned it apart. As he passed by the prostrate Su Shu, his fingertips flicked slightly, and an invisible restraint instantly penetrated Su Shu's body. Su Shu opened his mouth in vain, realizing he could no longer utter the words flame fox, nor even speak Wen Lian's name. He understood immediately that this was Elder Ling's warning and seal, meant to protect Wen Lian's identity, which must never be revealed. Compared to himself, Elder Ling was indeed more capable of safeguarding Wen Lian. A sense of melancholy enveloped Su Shu's heart. However, recalling the unmasked pain, worry, and almost palpable possessiveness in Ling Chuan's glassy eyes when he looked at Wen Lian, he questioned whether such emotions truly stemmed from a master's affection for a cherished spirit pet. Su Shu stood rooted in place, watching the resolute white figure swiftly vanish at the mountain path's end, his heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. Chapter 32. The mischievous little fox of the celestial Lord Ling Chuan brought Wen Lian back to the main hall of the silent snow pavilion, gently placing him upon his bed. Rarely did he sleep in a bed. It was quite tidy, yet soon became disheveled due to Wen Lian's restless movements. He gazed at the little fox, who, distressed by the emotional tide, stirred and emitted faint whimpers. Yet unbidden, the scene of Su Shu nearly kissing his lips flashed through his mind. A strange, sharp pang of bitterness and anger suddenly gnawed at his heart. Had he arrived, just a moment later, would his cherished little fox have been tainted by another? This thought nearly drove him to the brink of madness. He leaned down, his fingertips unknowingly applying a touch of unrecognized pressure as he gently pressed against Wen Lian's slightly parted lips, particularly the plump, enticing lip beads, kneading them repeatedly until they became increasingly swollen and crimson, like ripe cherries, tantalizingly inviting. Their scattered, inky locks sprawled across the bed, inevitably intertwining, creating an atmosphere thick with ambiguity. Deep within Ling Chuan's glassy eyes, a dark red hue began to surface. He understood that mating and procreation were innate instincts etched within the very bones of demonic beasts, and the emotional tide of the flame fox was particularly fierce. Should he continue to suppress it forcefully, it would only inflict irreversible damage to Wen Lian's foundation and spirit body. At this moment, Wen Lian seemed to suffer even more, subconsciously tugging at the oversized robe that had already been loose, exposing large swathes of delicate, fair skin, tinged with a flush of desire. The exquisite curves of his collarbone were smooth, and his gently rising chest bore the unique innocence of youth, all of which assaulted Ling Chuan's heart, which had remained steadfast in its purity for centuries. The little fox, clumsy yet innocent, at this moment resembled a candy that had willingly shed its wrapper, exuding a sweet aroma that silently beckoned others to savor it. The heart of the celestial deity, which had remained dormant for a century, was utterly unsettled by his presence. Wen Lian, in a drowsy state, reached out, her soft hand resting gently upon Ling Chuan's chest, the heat of his body radiating through the fabric. She mumbled incoherently, calling him a big bad guy with a sense of grievance, utterly reliant on him. A myriad of memories flashed before Ling Chuan's eyes. From the time he first met the little fox, a fluffy creature, to its transformation into a beautiful and agile red fox, and finally to the exquisite youth who now depended on him wholeheartedly. Gradually, when he was least aware, the little fox had completely invaded his world. The sight of the little fox brought him joy. Her clumsy and endearing demeanor made him indulgent. However, seeing her close to others stirred a discomfort within him. He yearned to kiss his little fox, as a master ought not to treat a spirit companion so lightly. It was as if a thunderbolt had cleaved through the frozen depths of his heart. The emotions he had long deliberately ignored and repressed surged forth in an instant, shattering the ice that had enveloped his heart. Target character, Ling Chuan. Affection level 30, current affection level, 95. Suddenly, everything became clear. The inexplicable indulgence, the subtle joy, the latent possessiveness, and the gnawing jealousy all stemmed from this realization. He was not indifferent. Rather, his heart had been shut for too long, buried beneath layers of frost. It was this clumsy and passionate little fox that, with the purest warmth, gradually melted the ice, reviving his long silent heart. A century of entrapment crumbled at this moment, transforming into a gentle spring rain that nourished his parched soul. Concurrently, outside the silent snow pavilion, the mountain, perpetually cloaked in snow and piercing cold, witnessed the gathering of clouds in the sky, and a soft, warm spring rain began to fall. The rain drizzled gently, nurturing the frost-covered earth. Ling Chuan could no longer contain the swell of affection and emotion within. He leaned down, with an unprecedented tenderness and reverence, and gently kissed the slightly trembling lips. Initially tentative and inexperienced, he mimicked the way the little fox had once kissed him. Wen Lian seemed to sense his presence. Instead of resisting, she drew closer with a whimper, awkwardly responding to this sudden intimacy. Their lips met, breaths intertwined, filled with a naive trust and complete surrender. Ling Chuan's embrace grew ever gentler, as if he were cradling a rare treasure. His kiss was meticulous and precious, gliding over her delicate jawline, resting momentarily on her softly rising throat before finally lingering on her white chest, which heaved gently with every breath. The spring rain outside became increasingly gentle and dense, silently nourishing all things. Beside the snow pavilion, a gnarled tree, which had stood silent for a century, unexpectedly sprouted a tender green bud in the rain. Soon, that bud unfurled, blossoming into a delicate pink flower, shy yet fragile, trembling gently under the caress of the persistent drizzle, as if joyfully drinking in the heavenly nectar. Ling Chuan gazed tenderly at the slumbering Wen Lian nestled in his arms. The youthful visage bore traces of unshed tears, lips swollen, and a body marked by intimate signs. His heart brimmed with an unprecedented affection and fulfillment as he held her closely. His little fox, indeed, was his treasured little fox. Chapter 33. The mischievous little fox of the celestial lord Wen Lian stirred awake. Her eyes fluttering open to reveal she lay upon the expansive bed of Ling Chuan's quarters, feeling refreshed, clearly having been meticulously attended to. Yet, the slightest movement sent waves of soreness and a subtle discomfort through her waist and lower regions, instantly resurrecting the chaotic and passionate memories of the previous night. The scenes flickered through her mind, igniting her cheeks with a fierce blush, rendering her ears aflame with embarrassment. In a flurry of shyness, she grasped her fluffy tail, burying her burning face deep within its softness, even her delicate toes curling in bashfulness. At that moment, the chamber door was gently pushed open. Ling Chuan entered, cradling a small white jade bowl filled with glistening, translucent glutinous rice balls exuding a sweet, fruity fragrance. Observing Wen Lian's ostrich-like demeanor, a faint smile danced in his eyes, the perennial chill that enveloped him seemingly dissipated by a warm spring breeze, leaving only a gentle "Réfléchis-moi." He settled beside the bed, his voice softer than ever. "Awake? Have something to eat." Wen Lian peeked at him from the confines of her tail, her heart racing with a mixture of embarrassment and irritation. Yet, inexplicably, a bittersweet sensation welled within her. She parted her lips, intending to speak. But Ling Chuan had already scooped a spoonful of the sweet soup, attentively blowing on it to cool, bringing it to her lips. "My dear," he said, his azure eyes filled with sincerity and regret. "It was my fault. I failed to understand my own feelings and uttered those foolish words that caused you sorrow. I am truly sorry." Wen Lian was momentarily stunned, her eyes glistening with warmth. She looked upon the celestial being, who had set aside his pride to humbly apologize, and her feelings of grievance and unease were swiftly soothed. With a delicate huff, she opened her mouth, obediently consuming the spoonful of sweetness. The magnanimous fox lord would reluctantly forgive him. In the days that followed their heartfelt exchange, life was as sweet as if steeped in honey. Ling Chuan, the aloof and solitary celestial lord of over a century, transformed into a lovesick youth, striving to delight his beloved with every possible means. He bestowed upon Wen Lian the rare treasures and elixirs he had collected over centuries. Aware of her fondness for sweets, he spent countless hours in the little kitchen she had fashioned, experimenting with various pastries and desserts. Endowed with extraordinary talent, Ling Chuan produced confections of such exquisite flavor that they eclipsed those of the most renowned confectionery in the valley after only a few attempts. Wen Lian found herself visiting the valley less frequently, content to remain in the tranquil snow pavilion, well fed by the celestial lord's delicacies. Her once delicate features blossomed, softening with the nourishment she received. Su Shu had visited once, seeking to confirm Wen Lian's well-being. The little fox appeared to be thriving, her eyes brimming with the sweetness and contentment that comes from being cherished. Yet, beneath the collar of her garment, a faint red mark caught his eye, a subtle reminder of a lingering intimacy, most likely left by the esteemed Ling Chuan. Wen Lian, blushing, softly confided in him about their relationship. And while Su Shu felt a pang of bitterness, it was not entirely unexpected. Observing Wen Lian's blissful trust, the ache within him gradually transformed into a sense of serene acceptance. Perhaps only someone as formidable as Elderling could truly protect this innocent little fox. If she could continue to live in peace and joy while he watched over her from afar, as a friend, that would be more than sufficient. In the days that followed, Su Shu continued to present Wen Lian with small gifts under the guise of friendship, though his visits became less frequent. Eventually, when Wen Lian sought him out, she discovered that he had retreated into seclusion to devote himself to cultivation. Now, she no longer resided in the side hall, but had been rightfully taken to live in the main hall with Ling Chuan. One day, while organizing Wen Lian's belongings in the side hall, Ling Chuan inadvertently came across a small booklet with a plain cover, a gift from Sister Qing Rong. As he casually flipped through its pages, a shadow crossed his gaze. That evening, he took it upon himself to explore the various positions described within, leading the bewildered little fox through each one. Wen Lian, overwhelmed, cried out for mercy, pleading never to attempt such things again. Yet Ling Chuan, teasingly nibbling on her sensitive fox ears, chuckled that this was merely a punishment for the mischievous little vixen who had hidden such risque literature, and that she must learn them all. The peak housing the Silent Snow Pavilion underwent a quiet transformation as well. The perennial ice and snow began to melt, revealing the fertile soil beneath. The harsh winter winds gave way to gentle spring rains. Tender green grass broke through the earth, and vibrant wildflowers dotted the hillsides. Everywhere, from the courtyard of the Silent Snow Pavilion to the bamboo groves on the back mountain, and by the warm springs, flowers blossomed abundantly, as if the entire mountain thrived in response to the owner's changing spirit. However, at times, the spring rains were excessively frequent and fierce, often transforming into fierce storms that threatened to wash away the delicate blooms, which, drenched and pitiful, seemed to swell under the weight of too much moisture. Ling Chuan had never felt such happiness and fulfillment. His little lover, innocent and clingy, was like a warm flame that melted his frostbitten heart completely. Yet beneath this warmth, a persistent unease lingered over him. The absence of Luo Zhe, who had yet to return with any news, weighed heavily upon his mind. He dared not contemplate the icy coffin within the forbidden grounds of the back mountain, and had even taken measures to reinforce the barriers to ensure that no one or nothing could enter. He discreetly dispatched more people to search for any traces of other flame foxes, hoping for even the faintest clue. He held deep gratitude and respect for his senior brother, a bond heavier than mountains. But to barter Wen Lian's life for it? Absolutely not. She was his beloved, his warmth regained, a treasure he could never afford to lose. In the quiet hours of the night, he often held the slumbering Wen Lian tightly in his embrace, burying his face in the sweetly fragrant nook of his neck, savoring the warmth of his body and the rhythm of his heartbeat. It seemed that only in this manner could he quell the intensifying unease that gnawed at his heart. He longed to weave this individual into the very fabric of his being, to bind them together for eternity, never to part. One day, he crafted new confections for the little fox, using the juice of spiritual fruits to form them, encased in a glistening layer of sugar. Wen Lian delighted in them, eyes squinting with joy, when he suddenly mumbled, "Xianzuan, it has been so long since I had those sweet, cool candy pills you used to give me when I was little. They were so delicious. When will you make them for me again?" Ling Chuan's hand froze momentarily, his fingertips turning icy. He forced a smile, reaching up to tousle Wen Lian's soft hair. The little fox blissfully squinted his eyes, his fluffy ears drooping obediently. "That particular ingredient is temporarily unavailable," he replied, his voice somewhat hoarse as he sought to deflect the conversation. "Why don't you enjoy this one for now?" "All right." Wen Lian nodded obediently, quickly captivated by the new candy before him, cheeks puffed out. Only Ling Chuan understood the chilling and cruel calculations wrapped within the candy pills he once fed to Wen Lian. They were elixirs crafted from rare spiritual herbs, solely intended to hasten the maturity of the flame fox, assisting its demon core to form. His little fox had already reached adulthood. The demon core he once coveted, capable of bestowing life anew, had fully matured. The anxiety coiled around his heart like a sinister vine, tightening the more he attempted to ignore it. He could not allow Wen Lian to discover the truth. He simply could not. Chapter 34. The mischievous little fox of Xianzuan. Ling Chuan seldom dreamed. It seemed he had not experienced a dream in a century, nor had he revisited those distant memories that had grown hazy in his heart over the years. Yet tonight, for reasons unknown, he fell into that long-buried recollection. He transformed back into the frail, dirt-covered little beggar in Frost North City. He had no parents. From the moment he could recall, he had begged upon this land. He had no name. However, the townsfolk had bestowed upon him many derogatory monikers: filthy beggar, starving ghost, beggar boy, little beast. He understood that they cursed him, yet he felt no sorrow nor humiliation. It seemed he was born with a dispassionate demeanor, devoid of emotions. He did not respond to their insults. His pale, glassy eyes appeared hollow and lifeless, akin to dust-covered marbles. When he stared blankly in their direction, the assailants perceived it as a provocation, inciting further violence against him. They threatened to gouge out his eyes, claiming that his light-hued irises were too sinister, reminiscent of terrifying creatures from the wild. Occasionally, kind-hearted ladies would offer him porridge, yet as he approached, they would recoil in horror at the sight of his sunken, darkened cheeks and those unsettling pale eyes, as if confronted by an ominous specter. The little beggar could not procure food from them, yet he yearned to survive, resorting instead to theft, to robbery, to scavenging through refuse, competing with wild dogs for the remnants of meals. He was exceedingly frail, lacking in strength, and had he not been discovered, he might have endured the pangs of hunger for just a little longer today. Yet he was often found out. He could not outrun those robust individuals, and inevitably, he would face a brutal beating. Nevertheless, regardless of their blows, Ling Chuan never relinquished the meager morsel of food he clutched tightly in his small frame. They struck him, kicked him, leaving his body and face marred with wounds. Yet he steadfastly held on. Eventually, those tormentors grew weary and departed in frustration, spitting on him as he lay weakened on the ground, cursing him as a starving ghost reborn. The winter in Beicheng was bitterly cold, frigid enough to crack stone. He believed he would, as they had cursed, silently freeze to death in some corner, becoming an unattended frozen corpse, until the enticing aroma of chicken noodle soup from the Yunchuan sect drew him in, a bowl of steaming broth offered to all who came to test their spiritual roots, shimmering with a greasy sheen and laced with a tantalizing scent that beckoned him. Nearly fainting from hunger, he approached solely for that life-sustaining bowl of hot soup. When he placed his hand upon the spirit-testing stone, the crystalline pillar erupted in an unprecedented, blinding ice-blue radiance, an anomalous ice spiritual root. The world turned upside down. What was once disdain transformed into flattery. Fists became offerings, and curses morphed into praise. They spoke of his innate strength, his celestial grace, and how his glassy eyes resembled precious stones. He found it absurd, yet maintained an impassive demeanor. It was until he was brought back to the Yun Chuan sect, entering the fold under the guidance of his senior brother, Luo Bai. Brother Luo Bai was gentle, the first and only person in this frigid world who treated him kindly, not for his talent or aloofness, but purely out of goodwill. He taught him swordsmanship and spells, holding his hand as he meticulously guided him in writing his name, Ling Chuan. Ling was the surname of the master, while Chuan was chosen by his brother, symbolizing smoothness and accessibility, akin to a ceaseless flowing river. He remained cold and unyielding, like a block of ice that refused to warm. Yet, his brother's warmth was the first and only light in his barren existence. He had never experienced parental love, but for the first time, he felt the essence of that affection from brother Luo Bai, which others spoke of as the care of loving parents. Within the sect, many harbored disdain for Ling Chuan, yet his prodigious talent was undeniable. Golden core, nascent soul, void refinement. His ascent was as if aided by divine intervention. The attitudes of his fellow disciples shifted, much like the residents of Beicheng, from scorn to admiration and reverence as his cultivation flourished. Ling Chuan remained solitary and cold, residing in the silent snow pavilion, with only two individuals occasionally seeking him out, brother Luo Bai and his younger brother, Luo Zhe. Initially, Luo Zhe did not favor him, but under his brother's persistent urging, he reluctantly became a companion. Those days were pleasant. However, the conflict between celestial beings and demons erupted. The demonic clan broke through the barriers, barbaric and ruthless, indiscriminately slaughtering the inhabitants of this land. Desolation reigned, and corpses lay strewn across the fields. His master perished in battle. Brother Luo perished in his efforts to protect them. The war has finally come to an end, yet the sect has suffered grievously. Among the numerous disciples, only he and Luo remain alive. However, Luo's visage has been marred by demonic flames, his voice hoarse, and his temperament drastically altered, spending his days concealed within a dark robe and shadows, akin to a wounded beast bereft of its lair. For the first time, Ling Chuan felt pain. In his childhood, as a beggar, he endured relentless beatings that left him bleeding, yet he felt no pain. When mocked by sect disciples, he felt no pain. Even when faced with high-ranking demonic beasts, fighting for his last breath, he felt no pain. But witnessing Brother Luo coldly lying in the ice coffin and observing Luo's somber and haggard countenance, he experienced an ache, not of flesh, but a frigid, suffocating agony that spread from the deepest recesses of his heart. He scoured ancient texts in search of a flicker of ethereal hope to defy fate and revive the deceased. The secret technique was incomplete, and the risks were unknown. Yet, seeing Luo's increasing despondency and impending collapse, he spoke of it. The Punlai immortal herb, the blood demon heart, and the flame fox demon Dan, when combined, might resurrect the departed. A glimmer reignited in Luo's demise. 50 years ago, Ling Chuan and Luo had ventured into the demon realm, slaying the new demon lord and claiming his heart. 20 years ago, he had serendipitously encountered the flame fox cub in a secret realm. Now, the Punlai immortal herb had come into existence, and Luo was in pursuit of it. A clear yet urgent bird's call shattered the tranquility of the silent snow pavilion, abruptly rousing Ling Chuan from his profound slumber. It was the signal he had agreed upon with Luo. He abruptly opened his eyes, his glass-like irises still imbued with the coldness and pain of dreams. In his embrace, when Lian slept soundly, her cheeks flushed, breaths even and sweet, curled up in his arms without a trace of defense. Ling Chuan's heart felt as if it had been tightly grasped by an unseen force. His fingertips trembled slightly as he gently brushed over Wen Lian's sleeping form, casting a deep slumber spell upon her. He carefully adjusted her position, tucking the covers around her as one would handle a fragile treasure. Then he inhaled deeply, suppressing the rising unease within, and rose from the bed. As he pushed open the palace door, a chilling night breeze swept in. Outside stood a figure shrouded in a voluminous black robe, seemingly merging with the darkness of the night. It was Luo. He held an ancient wooden box, the lid slightly ajar, revealing a spirit herb radiating a faint golden aura, enveloped in ethereal energy, quietly resting within, exuding a powerful and pure life force. The Punlai immortal herb. Ling Chuan's gaze fell upon the herb, his pupils imperceptibly constricting. All three components had been gathered. Luo lifted his head, and beneath the shadow of his hat, his eyes, rendered especially profound by the scars of his disfigurement, now sparkled with an almost fanatical, intensely suppressed excitement, fixed unwaveringly upon Ling Chuan. Chapter 35. The Mischievous Little Fox of the Celestial Sovereign. A faint, unfamiliar scent mingled with blood and dust wafted from Luo. Ling Chuan instinctively turned, positioning himself to shield the warm scene and the presence of the sleeping figure within. His gaze fell upon the resplendent celestial herb held by Luo, and his heart felt as though it were gripped by an icy hand, slowly sinking into an abyss. Ultimately, the three items had been gathered. The eyes beneath Luo's hat brim gleamed with an intensity akin to a fervent blaze, a suppressed madness yearning for a century. His voice becoming increasingly hoarse with excitement. The Ling Chuan celestial herb has been acquired. The demon core of the flame fox is not yet viable. Ling Chuan interrupted him, his voice sharp and frigid, like eternal ice, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. He needed to buy himself time. The fervor in Luo's eyes instantly froze, transforming into a shadow of suspicion. Ling Chuan slightly turned his face, his gaze seemingly landing on a corner of the hall. His tone laced with a barely perceptible tension. His spiritual power is currently chaotic, and the demon core is in turmoil. To extract the core now could compromise the medicinal properties, potentially nullifying our previous efforts. He paused, emphasizing his words as if stating an irrefutable fact. We must wait for the demon core to stabilize. Otherwise, we risk failure, which neither of us can afford. This excuse was both reasonable and justified. They had waited for a century. Any risk that could affect the success rate must be eliminated. Ling Chuan understood Luo. His obsession with his senior brother surpassed all else, and he would never allow any imperfection. Luo remained silent for a moment, the silhouette beneath his black robe appearing to subtly rise and fall. The shadow of his hat concealed all expression. Only his hoarse reply could be heard. All right. How long will it take? At the shortest, several weeks. At the longest, several months. Ling Chuan provided a vague time frame, though his heart sank deeper. He was merely stalling. The fundamental dilemma remained unresolved. Dispatching spies to search for the flame fox had yielded not a single piece of news. Luo's voice betrayed no emotion as he cautiously closed the wooden box, securing the celestial herb that represented hope and expectation before turning away. His black robe blending into the night, departing silently. Ling Chuan stood in place until that figure vanished completely, at which point his taut shoulders relaxed almost imperceptibly. The night breeze brushed against his cold cheeks, carrying a chilling bite. He turned and gently closed the door, sealing off the outside cold and heaviness. Returning to the bedside, he gazed at Wen Lian's defenseless sleeping face, his fingertips lightly caressing her soft cheek, his glass-like eyes swirling with profound pain and struggle. Luo had not gone far. He silently circled to the rear of the Jingshua pavilion, arriving before the cave shrouded by formidable barriers that Ling Chuan had set up to house his brother's remains. Ling Chuan's barriers were impenetrable to others, yet he had never fully guarded against Luo. With a subtle gesture, Luo emanated a faint yet precise wave of spiritual energy, akin to that of the barrier itself, his figure merging quietly into the barrier without triggering any alarm. Inside the cave, the chill was bone-deep, and at its center lay an ice coffin emanating a ghostly white mist. Within the coffin, his brother's visage appeared lifelike, as if merely in slumber, the corners of his lips even adorned with a familiar, gentle smile. Luo stepped closer, his black robe trailing behind, producing a soft rustle. He extended his frail, trembling hand, carefully tracing the outline of his brother through the cold coffin lid. His hoarse voice echoed faintly within the vast ice cave, laden with a profound sense of sorrow and an ineffable longing. I miss you so much. I wish I could see you again, he murmured, his forehead gently resting against the cold lid of the coffin, as if drawing warmth from the remnants of a bygone era. Yet in the next moment, beneath the shadow of his hat, all the vulnerability and yearning in his eyes were abruptly replaced by a chilling anger, a sense of betrayal. Ling Chuan spat out the name with gritted teeth, his voice brimming with hatred. Traitor! He had returned long before Ling Chuan was aware, concealing his presence like a specter lurking around the silent snow pavilion. Ling Chuan's barrier was utterly ineffective against him. He bore witness to how Ling Chuan frolicked with that little fox, indulging in pleasure, neglecting the monumental task of resurrecting his elder brother. The so-called disruption of spiritual energy was nothing but a lie. That fox was lively and brimming with demonic power. Ling Chuan had changed. He was ensnared by that fox. Forgetting his brother's kindness, their century-long perseverance, he had betrayed his brother. He no longer wished to save him. This realization poisoned Luo's heart with jealousy and fury. Since Ling Chuan was unreliable, he would take matters into his own hands. He needed to meet that fox alone, to reveal the truth and compel it to willingly offer its demon core. Wasn't Ling Chuan always on guard? Then he must find a moment when Ling Chuan could not possibly divide his attention or sense his presence. He would reclaim his brother. No one could stop him. In the following days, Wen Lian sensed something peculiar about the immortal lord. He had grown unusually clingy, wanting to be by Wen Lian's side at all times. Whether attending to sect affairs or practicing swordplay, he insisted on having Wen Lian accompany him. Even in moments of quiet meditation, he would envelop Wen Lian in his embrace. resting his chin gently atop his head, as if unwilling to part for even a moment. Occasionally, when Wen Lian sought a moment of solitude in the courtyard to bask in the sun or converse with familiar disciples, Ling Chuan would seek him out within the span of a single incense stick. Although he maintained his usual aloof demeanor, Wen Lian could detect a subtle tension and an almost imperceptible worry, as if fearing that he might vanish at any moment. "Immortal Lord, what is wrong?" Wen Lian could no longer contain himself and asked, gazing up with sparkling eyes. "Are you perhaps growing fonder of me?" Ling Chuan silently studied him, emotions swirling within his glassy eyes. Ultimately, he tightened his embrace, burying his face in the crook of Wen Lian's neck, letting out a low, affirmative sound. A sweetness enveloped Wen Lian's heart, akin to being immersed in a jar of honey. Though the immortal lord remained taciturn, this overwhelming sense of dependence and possessiveness filled him with immense happiness and security. He obediently remained by Ling Chuan's side, reveling in this intense affection. Days later, as the time for the decade-long reinforcement of a 9-nether rift ceiling approached, a matter of great significance to the safety of the cultivation realm arose. Despite the myriad of reluctance and concern in his heart, Ling Chuan could not shirk the heavy responsibility of his sect. He meticulously examined every protective barrier of the Jingxua Pavilion, particularly reinforcing the defenses surrounding Wen Lian to ensure that no one could intrude, especially not Luozha. After repeatedly instructing Wen Lian not to leave the summit, he departed, glancing back several times. Once Ling Chuan left, the Jingxua Pavilion felt desolate. Each day, Wen Lian continued to chatter away with the communication talisman. "Immortal Venerable, 2 more snowbell flowers bloomed in the courtyard today, a pale yellow, reminiscent of your eyes, though yours are far more beautiful. Immortal Venerable, I attempted to make the cloud cakes you taught me, but I burned them again. How foolish I am. Immortal Venerable, I miss you dearly. When will you return? I long for your embrace." In the initial days, Ling Chuan would respond with brief yet gentle replies. I shall return soon." However, as time passed, the replies dwindled until silence enveloped the talisman. It seemed the ceiling had reached a critical juncture, leaving the immortal Venerable no time to spare. Although Wen Lian felt a twinge of disappointment, he was not disheartened. He continued to send numerous messages daily, rambling about mundane matters, imagining the delicate and tender smile that might grace Ling Chuan's face upon hearing his heartfelt longings. The clingy, sweet little fox wished to encapsulate all his yearning within that tiny talisman. Having finished his sketchbook, he grew somewhat bored within the confines of the barrier. Thus, Wen Lian contacted a disciple who frequently visited from the foot of the mountain, requesting him to borrow some intriguing tales from the sect's library to alleviate his ennui. The disciple soon returned with a stack of books. Elated, Wen Lian carried them back to his room, sitting cross-legged on the soft carpet as he perused the volumes. However, amidst a collection of pristine, flamboyantly covered tales, he stumbled upon a remarkably old book, its pages yellowed and brittle, with frayed edges. The spine bore no title, as though it had been misplaced inadvertently. The curious little fox gingerly picked up this incongruous tome and carefully opened it. A musty scent of aged ink and dust wafted from the pages. The content was not a narrative, but rather a record of various rare and exotic beasts, illustrated with an ancient style. Instinctively, he turned to the pages detailing foxes. There were illustrations of different types: snow foxes, red foxes, spirit foxes, and mirage foxes. He had always believed himself to be a rather beautiful little red fox, as everyone called him. Yet, as he examined the illustrations and recalled his own form, Wen Lian began to feel an unsettling discrepancy. His fur seemed to be a more vibrant, fiery red than the orange-tinged red depicted in the book. The fur at the tips of his paws was snow white, unlike the common black fur of red foxes. Unable to resist, the little fox dashed to the large glass mirror, a flash of light enveloping him as he transformed back into his fluffy, original form. He scrutinized himself in the mirror, comparing his appearance meticulously with the illustrations in the book. The more he looked, the stronger the feeling of peculiarity grew. Why did he seem more akin to the long-extinct flame fox described within the pages? Flame fox, entirely crimson like flames, without blemish, with pure white claws. Known for its intelligence, yet its blood and flesh demon Dan, rumored to possess miraculous effects capable of reviving the dead and restoring flesh to bones, has led to its rampant hunting within the realm of immortals, rendering it unseen for a century. Extinct? Wen Lian sighed in relief, certain he was not among them. He flicked his bushy tail and prepared to revert to his human form. His gaze fell upon the final line of fine print. Upon maturing, a flame fox transforms into a human, marked by the birth flame pattern on its forehead, a condensation of its demonic essence and a symbol of its identity. Flame pattern? He transformed back into his human form and touched his smooth, pristine forehead. There was nothing there. It seemed he had overthought it. He was merely a rather unique, beautiful red fox. Moreover, the esteemed immortal had never referred to him as a flame fox. As twilight descended, Wen Lian dismissed this trivial episode from his mind, casting aside the ancient tome and a pile of novels, and climbed into bed. Habitually, he embraced a nightgown often worn by Ling Chuan, burying his face deep within it, inhaling the reassuring scent of cedar, and drifted into a deep slumber. He dreamed. The dreamscape was surreal, dragging him back to the moment of two emotional surges when his consciousness was hazy and his body ablaze with heat. Fragments of memories flickered chaotically, many details obscured. Yet one aspect became strikingly clear, even blindingly so. He beheld the immortal's eternally cool, glass-like eyes, within which surged complex and profound emotions he had never witnessed before. Even more vividly, in those mirror-like orbs, his own reflection appeared. Cheeks flushed, gaze dazed, lips slightly parted, breath warm, and upon his smooth forehead, a vibrant, flame-like pattern was emerging with astonishing clarity. Wen Lian jolted awake, his heart racing, cold sweat trickling down his back. That pattern! He tumbled out of bed, frantically rummaging through the scattered tomes for that ancient book. With trembling fingers, he hastily turned to the page detailing the flame fox. Upon maturing, a flame fox transforms into a human, marked by the birth flame pattern on its forehead, a condensation of its demonic essence and a symbol of its identity. Beside it was a small yet exquisitely detailed illustration. The pattern resembled a cluster of burning flames, vivid and enchanting. It was identical to what he had seen reflected in the immortal's gaze during his dream. No, it cannot be. Wen Lian's face turned pale as he staggered back, inadvertently knocking over a white jade porcelain bottle on the bedside table. The bottle clattered to the ground, releasing the spirit brew gifted to him by the immortal before departure, filling the air with a crisp fragrance. The immortal had told him that this spirit brew, if consumed, could dispel most illusions and disguises in the world, urging him to keep it safe for emergencies. Illusions and disguises. A terrifying thought crept into his mind, chilling him to the bone. He trembled as he reached down to pick up the porcelain bottle, which was not entirely shattered, and gulped down the remaining clear liquid. The liquid coursed down his throat, bringing a slight burning sensation, yet it paled in comparison to the panic within his heart. He held his breath and slowly, agonizingly, lifted his gaze toward the clear glass mirror in the room. The youth reflected in the mirror still possessed an exquisite visage, yet at that moment, his complexion was pale as parchment, and his eyes brimmed with terror and disbelief. Upon his smooth forehead, a vivid crimson pattern, reminiscent of dancing flames, unmistakably emerged, demanding attention. It was identical to what he had witnessed in his dreams and in ancient illustrations. Boom! It felt as though a thunderclap had erupted within his mind. Wen Lian's legs gave way, and he staggered, collapsing to the ground and inadvertently toppling the open ancient tome. Was he truly a flame fox? The legendary creature, coveted for its treasures, long thought extinct? Had the Celestial Master always known? The hidden mark bestowed upon him by the Celestial Master? Why? Why conceal his identity? A chilling dread coiled around his heart like a vine, tightening to the point of suffocation. Just as he struggled to breathe, a sudden thought flashed in his mind, providing him with an excuse for the Celestial Master. Yes, it was for protection. The Celestial Master sought to shield him. The flame fox was so precious that the celestial master concealed him for his own safety. Yet, a gust of sinister wind swept by, rustling the pages of the ancient book, which then settled on another page. That excuse shattered in an instant. Indeed, the flame fox's demon core only grants the power of reversing life and death to the mature. An immature core is no different from an ordinary fox, yielding no results. Thus, throughout history, those who obtained a flame fox have meticulously nurtured it, patiently awaiting the day it matures. Ancient methods to accelerate the maturity of the flame fox's demon core, using moonlight grass, dew branches, and a century-old red fruit, combined with the water from a millennium-old cold spring to refine the core. It should be white in color, sweet in taste, and cool in nature. Regular feeding can significantly hasten the flame fox's growth and promote the early maturation of its demon core. The illustrations of the elixirs beside the text were so familiar that they threatened to freeze his very blood. The smooth, pearly orbs, the sweet fragrance, and the cool sensation were precisely the sugar pills Ling Chuan had fed him since childhood. It turned out they were not mere candies. They were potions to hasten his growth, to quickly ripen his demon core. Thus, the celestial master's kindness, nurturing, and indulgence were all for the sake of the flesh and blood of the flame fox, whose demon core possesses the power to heal the dead and rescue the bones. The icy words on the page struck him like a poisoned dagger, stabbing deeper into his heart with each line. He recalled Elder Luo's peculiar words about nurturing him for so long as he neared maturity. The celestial master's recent strange behavior, the cautious care, the buried unease and struggle in his gaze. None of it stemmed from love. Was it guilt? A fleeting pang of compassion for livestock fattened for slaughter at the last moment? Overwhelming panic and despair engulfed Wen Lian in an instant. He felt cold all over, trembling uncontrollably. Tears surged forth without warning, yet not a sound escaped his lips. Just as he was about to be crushed by this cruel truth, the pages turned once more, and a slightly new note slipped from the depths of the tome, inscribed with a line. To know the entire truth, meet at the forbidden grounds in the back mountain tomorrow at dusk. The handwriting was sharp, bearing a familiar Shiding-yoha. When Lian gazed at the note, his heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, causing him to curl up in pain. Is there a truth more cruel than this? What is the identity of the revered immortal master Ling Chuan? Chapter 37. The immortal master's mischievous little fox. Wen Lian curled up on the cold ground, tears streaming silently, threatening to exhaust all the air from his lungs. The ancient tome laid open before him. The chilling note within pierced his once sweet and warm world like a poisoned ice pick, leaving only bone-deep coldness and despair. The gentleness of the immortal master, his indulgence, the seemingly profound reliance and possessiveness were all mere illusions. What was he? A mere medicinal herb? A carefully nurtured creature awaiting slaughter? His hand gripped the cold note tightly, his nails digging painfully into his flesh, his beautiful hands drenched in blood. The truth eluded him, yet he knew he must go forth. Even if a bottomless abyss lay ahead, he yearned to hear with his own ears how the one he loved wholeheartedly, the one he depended upon, orchestrated all of this. But he found himself trapped. Wen Lian stumbled to his feet and rushed to the entrance of the Jingxue Pavilion. An invisible yet remarkably resilient barrier held him captive within. Was this laid down by the immortal master to protect him, or to imprison him, preventing his escape? The thought pierced his heart like a needle, bringing sharp agony. He gazed at the cruel invitation inscribed on the note in his hand and recalled the immortal master's serious admonitions before departure, his eyes betraying deep-seated anxiety, chaos, and pain that nearly drove him mad. He must uncover the truth. Wen Lian abruptly turned and dashed back into the inner chamber, rummaging through an exquisite storage pouch that Ling Chuan had given him before leaving. It brimmed with various protective talismans, each radiating vibrant hues and infused with potent spiritual energy. The immortal master had claimed these were meant to safeguard him. Yet now, he intended to wield the very items bestowed upon him by the immortal master to shatter the cage the master had set, in pursuit of a truth that could lead to his irrevocable downfall. How ironic! His trembling fingers brushed over the talismans, ultimately resting on an ancient dagger etched with ice-like cracks. He recalled the immortal master's words. In times of peril, this dagger could pierce the heart of the formation, breaking many of the restrictions, protection, or confinement. Wen Lian closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, and when he opened them again, his once vibrant gaze was filled with a near-death resolve. With a fierce thrust, the dagger, stained with his blood, plunged into the heart of the barrier. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering echoed as the dagger, like a key, momentarily opened a breach in the sturdy barrier. The icy night wind rushed in through the gap, causing his thin nightgown to flutter and chilling his heart. Without hesitation, he stepped out of the barrier, racing into the deepening darkness, heading towards the forbidden grounds of the back mountain. His frail silhouette swayed in the wind, as if it might be swallowed by the shadows at any moment. At the hour of the rat, with the moon obscured and winds howling, the entrance to the forbidden grounds loomed, colder and more sinister than ever. Clad in his thin nightgown, Wen Lian approached silently. His complexion was as pale as parchment, his gaze hollow. The flame pattern on his forehead glowed fiercely under the dim moonlight, glaring red like a wound that weeps blood from the heart. A figure cloaked in black, like a specter merged with the night, awaited there. It was Luo. He beheld the unveiled flame pattern on Wen Lian's forehead, as well as the lingering, forceful surge of spiritual energy that had breached the barrier around him. From beneath the brim of his hat came a faint, yet sinisterly triumphant, hoarse chuckle. "You have arrived." Luo's voice, still grating, was imbued with a chilling sense of control. "It appears you not only grasp part of the truth, but have also made a choice." Wen Lian lifted his vacant eyes, his voice dry and trembling. "What is the entire truth? Who does the immortal sovereign wish to save?" Luo slowly raised his emaciated hand, gesturing towards the cave entrance shrouded in formidable restraints behind him. "Do you wish to know? Then come and see for yourself who has been the object of Ling Chuan's unwavering desire to resurrect, at any cost, for a century." With a flick of his hand, he conjured a surge of spiritual energy resonating with the barrier's origin. The barrier silently opened a breach, and a bone-chilling aura, mingled with the stench of aged blood and despair, rushed forth. "Enter," Luo rasped, "and behold who lies within the ice coffin. Discover for whom you have been nurtured until now." Wen Lian's heart felt as though it were gripped by a frigid hand, nearly ceasing its rhythm. Trembling, he stepped forward, 1 foot at a time, akin to walking towards the gallows, into the forbidden ground fiercely guarded by the immortal sovereign, a place he had never been permitted to enter. Inside the cave, the cold pierced to the bone, and at its center, a crystal-clear ice coffin emanated a chilling white mist, the sole source of light in the darkness. Within it lay a person quietly resting. The figure appeared vividly lifelike, as if merely ensnared in slumber. Dressed in the attire of an inner disciple of the Yun Chuan sect, he possessed a handsome and gentle countenance, with the corners of his lips subtly curling into a habitual, warm smile. Even in his frozen state, one could sense the gentle warmth of his spirit akin to a spring breeze. Wen Lian had never seen him before, yet he felt an inexplicable familiarity. "Luo Bai." Luo's voice echoed behind him, filled with endless longing and anguish. "Ling Chuan's senior brother, my dear elder brother." Wen Lian jolted suddenly. He remembered. He had encountered this elder brother, who valiantly perished a century ago in the battle between immortals and demons, in ancient scrolls and records of the sect. A century ago, he sacrificed himself to save us, to save Ling Chuan. Luo's voice grew increasingly hoarse with emotion, laden with deep-seated hatred. Ling Chuan swore no matter what, to resurrect his elder brother. Luo slowly turned, his eyes fixed on Wen Lian with a gaze as cold and sticky as a serpent's tongue. "Do you understand now? The 3 essential items for resurrection, Penglai immortal herb, blood demon heart, and flame fox demon Dan. We have already gathered 2. He nurtured you, provided you with elixirs, and showered you with kindness, all merely to await the full maturation of your demon Dan, to extract it and revive his elder brother. Moreover," Luo lifted his chin, "you're unaware, aren't you? Ling Chuan once harbored deep admiration for his elder brother. He sought to shatter Wen Lian's already fractured heart with this fabricated past. Unknown to him, he succeeded. Each word struck like a heavy hammer, mercilessly shattering the last remnants of hope in Wen Lian's heart. So it was for his senior brother, the one whose gentleness resembled moonlight, the beloved and revered figure within the sect. Ling Chuan's cherished senior brother, Luo Bai. Compared to such perfection, what was he but a mere medicinal fox destined to save? A profound despair and overwhelming shame engulfed him instantly. He lacked the strength to stand, staggering against the cold stone wall to avoid collapsing entirely. Witnessing Wen Lian's complete breakdown, a chilling smirk curved beneath the brim of Luo's hat. The first step was to obliterate all of Wen Lian's illusions and affections for Ling Chuan, making him acutely aware of his role as a mere tool. Yet, this was merely insufficient. Luo took a step closer, his voice lowered to a seductive, cruel sincerity. But little fox, do you know? Merely gathering 3 items is not enough. Wen Lian lifted his gaze in confusion, tears blurring his vision. Luo's voice was like a devil's whisper, that resurrection secret technique, originating from ancient times, is fundamentally flawed. It was only when I sought the Punlai immortal herb in an even older ruin that I discovered the final step hidden away. He fixed his gaze firmly upon Wen Lian, articulating each word with piercing clarity, delivering the most venomous curse. To resurrect is to defy the heavens. It requires a life to exchange for another, needing a living soul to be sacrificed entirely as a catalyst, in order to truly activate the formation and summon back the deceased. In other words, even if your demon core were taken without a sacrifice, your senior brother would remain beyond reach of resurrection. Wen Lian's pupils constricted sharply, as if his blood had frozen in an instant. Luo's voice brimmed with feigned sympathy and a hollow pity, yet it cut like the sharpest blade, precisely targeting Wen Lian's most tender places. Ling Chuan must be unaware of this final step. He likely believes that your demon core alone suffices. He has nurtured you with care. Perhaps he indeed harbors feelings of reluctance and guilt. Thus, he hesitates, perhaps even falters. But Luo's tone suddenly turned sharp and cruel. What if we were to find out? What if he learned that a sacrifice was still required? How do you think he would react? Who would he choose? Luo's gaze, like poison needles, pierced deeply into the very core of Wen Lian's heart. Would he choose to let his cherished, guilt-laden, perhaps even fond little pet survive, rendering his century-long plans futile, allowing his most revered senior brother to remain eternally asleep? Or Luo did not continue. Yet the unspoken words were more brutal than any blade. Wen Lian's face turned as pale as snow, the last vestiges of color draining away. He could almost envision the scene. Ling Chuan, upon discovering the truth, would be engulfed in an agony and struggle reflected in his cerulean eyes, ultimately transforming into a chilling resolve. How would he choose? The answer seemed all too evident. Was there even a choice to be made between a revered brother and a domesticated medicinal fox? Moreover, the life of that medicinal fox was, after all, intended for his senior brother. The fate of the sacrifice was, from the very beginning, inexorably sealed, leaving no trace of the soul behind. An overwhelming chill and despair seized Wen Lian in an instant. He found himself devoid of even the strength to tremble, his being stripped of all essence, reduced to a hollow, frostbitten shell. As he witnessed the last glimmer of light in Wen Lian's eyes extinguish, succumbing to an utter stillness, Luo realized his objective had been accomplished. He had shattered his love, crushed his hopes, plunging him into profound despair and self-denial, ultimately leading him willingly to the altar meticulously prepared for him. Reflect well, Luo's hoarse voice echoed, akin to a funeral bell. Contemplate the significance of your existence. Ponder what Ling Chuan truly desires, and consider how to genuinely act in his best interest. With that, he turned away from the sight of Wen Lian's desolate countenance, his dark robe sweeping as he vanished into the shadows of the forbidden ground, leaving Wen Lian alone to confront the cold coffin and the even harsher, more despairing future. Within the icy cave, silence reigned supreme, broken only by the barely audible, fractured breaths of the youth and the silent stream of tears, seemingly endless and frigid. He had lost, utterly and completely. With the protection bestowed by the immortal sovereign, he had torn apart the most brutal of truths, casting himself into an abyss from which there was no return. Chapter 38. The mischievous little fox of the immortal sovereign Wen Lian could not recall how he dragged his soul-exhausted body back to the Jingxue pavilion. Like a living corpse, he stumbled through the courtyard, instinctively retreating to the side hall where he had first resided, rather than heading to the main hall. He curled up on the frigid floor, clutching himself tightly, as if this could shield him from the piercing cold and overwhelming despair. The main hall was suffused with an abundance of feigned tenderness and sweet lies, resembling a grand yet frigid cage, and he was merely the foolish fox, ensnared and pathetically wagging its tail at the butcher on the brink of slaughter. He had once reveled in the belief that he had received the purest affection. He had unreservedly offered his most innocent body, his sincerest heart, and all his love to the one who had schemed from the outset to take his life, using him to save the one he cherished. How utterly absurd! How tragically pitiful! He recalled Ling Chuan's cold remark, indistinguishable from the other spirit beasts of the back mountain. He thought of the ancient texts detailing the passionate fervor of the flame fox, warning that without release, it could harm one's spiritual veins and even the demon core. It dawned on him that all those entangled affections and exquisite joys were merely necessary measures to ensure the integrity of the medicinal materials. A wave of intense pain and nausea surged in his throat, and Wen Lian could not restrain himself from bending over, violently coughing forth a mouthful of blood that splattered on the icy ground, reminiscent of withering plum blossoms. His heart ached as if it were on the verge of shattering. He felt as though this cruel truth would soon break him entirely. The fortification of the 9 nether rift seal proved more exhausting than anticipated. Yet Ling Chuan resolved all matters with astonishing speed, fixated solely on the thought of returning swiftly to his beloved Wen Lian. As soon as he stepped beyond the confines of the seal, the transmission talismans began to flicker incessantly, emanating the soft, yearning voice of his beloved. "My dear immortal, how I miss you! How much longer until your return? I long for your kisses." The warmth of those words enveloped him like the most comforting spring, instantly dissipating his fatigue and stirring gentle ripples in the frigid lake of his heart. His little fox must be anxiously waiting. What invigorated him further was the vague, yet promising news that had reached him from the spies he had dispatched to trace the whereabouts of the flame fox. In a remote and seldom trodden secret realm in the southern wilderness, there seemed to be faint signs of the flame fox's activity. Splendid. If he could locate another flame fox and obtain its demon core, he would no longer need to dwell upon the troubling notion of Wen Lian. This thought both filled him with a sense of relief and a deeper wave of guilt. He must act swiftly. He needed to find a substitute as quickly as possible, resolve his senior brother's predicament, and ensure that this secret remained forever concealed, protecting Wen Lian from any harm. His Wen Lian must remain carefree and blissful, always by his side. With a heart full of longing, Ling Chuan nearly exhausted half of his spiritual energy, hastening back to the quiet snow pavilion. He was eager to see his little fox, to hold her tightly in his embrace and make up for the days of separation. He envisioned how warmly she would leap into his arms, how she would plaintively express her longing, and how she would nuzzle against him with her fuzzy head. However, as he pushed open the barrier of the quiet snow pavilion, the anticipated warm welcome did not materialize. The courtyard was desolate, an unsettling silence enveloping the space. A sinking feeling gripped his heart as he hurried towards the main hall, only to find it utterly empty. An ominous premonition cloaked him instantly. He sensed that Wen Lian's presence was in the side hall. In an instant, he materialized at the door of the side hall. As he opened the door, the sight that met his eyes made his heart constrict painfully. His little fox lay curled on the cold ground, her complexion as pale as parchment, with the remnants of dried blood at the corners of her lips. The enchanting flame pattern on her forehead was starkly visible, and her aura was weak and chaotic, as if she had endured a devastating blow. Wen Lian, Ling Chuan's heart was immediately flooded with overwhelming panic and sorrow as he rushed forward, intent on lifting her into his arms. Upon hearing his voice, Wen Lian's body trembled slightly. She slowly raised her head, her eyes, which were usually filled with starlight and joy, now bore a haunting emptiness, filled only with shattered sadness and an incomprehensible despair. Wen Lian looked at him, and with excruciating slowness, she forced a stiff and strained smile. Her voice fragile as if it might shatter at any moment. "You're back, immortal." Her body was chillingly cold, as if she had just emerged from a realm of extreme frost. "What happened? How could this be? Where are you hurt?" Ling Chuan's voice tightened with fear as he cautiously reached out to touch her, only to have Wen Lian instinctively flinch away. His hand froze in midair, his heart feeling as though it had been brutally pierced. I feel unwell." Wen Lian lowered her lashes, her voice dry. "This line has appeared on my forehead. Is the tide of emotions coming again?" The emotional tides of the flame fox were unpredictable, each surge more intense than the last. How did he endure this solitude during his absence? Was it once again like the first time, curling up in agony within the cold chamber? A profound ache and guilt swiftly engulfed Ling Chuan, causing him to overlook Wen Lian's unusual expression and subtle evasions. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he forcefully yet tenderly drew the trembling, icy body into his embrace, as if to infuse warmth with his own essence. "I'm so sorry, my dear Wen Lian. It is entirely my fault for not taking care of you," he murmured, burying his face in Wen Lian's cold neck, his voice laden with remorse and trepidation. "How are you? Are you injured? Is there any discomfort?" he anxiously inquired, fearing that the uncontrolled tide of emotions might harm him. Spiritual pulse? Demon core? Wen Lian's heart felt as though it had been brutally laid bare. Indeed, his only concern had always been the preservation of his value as a medicinal entity. Could he save his elder brother? The immense irony and sorrow threatened to consume him. He remained rigid as Ling Chuan grasped his wrist, meticulously examining the state of his spiritual pulse. Yet, the warmth of the immortal's embrace felt so tangible, his urgent tones so sincere, and the profound pain and regret reflected in those glassy eyes appeared utterly genuine. Why at this moment, must he endure this false tenderness that tormented him? Fully aware of the poison, he still hopelessly craved this fleeting warmth. How pathetic! Wen Lian, you are truly despicable. Knowing he was merely livestock raised to be slaughtered by the other, he still yearned for the butcher's embrace, stirred by his feigned concern and captivated by his occasional gentleness. Tears, without warning, burst forth once more. He could no longer contain himself. He was merely a simple little fox, devoid of intricate schemes or profound machinations. Suddenly, he turned and clutched Ling Chuan tightly, burying his face deeply into that familiar, cedar-scented chest, as if grasping the last straw of salvation, and wept uncontrollably. His cries were filled with endless grievances, anguish, and despair. "Oh, immortal, I feel so miserable, I hurt so much. I am on the verge of dying," he sobbed incoherently, half-truthfully venting, "I like you so much, I adore you. I'm so fond of you that I could die for you." The last statement caught in his throat, unspoken, transformed into a torrent of tears that soaked Ling Chuan's garments. Ling Chuan, distressed by the sudden outburst of despair, felt as though his heart were being torn asunder. Interpreting it as a combination of emotional torment and the grievance of prolonged solitude, he embraced him tighter, repeatedly and clumsily soothing him, kissing away his persistent tears. "Hush! Do not cry. I have returned. Everything will be all right. You shall not perish. With me here, you will be safe. I cherish you, my Wen Lian. You are my utmost favorite." He gently kissed Wen Lian's forehead, gazing at the glaring flame pattern, his heart brimming with compassion and resolve. He must urgently find another flame fox. He could not allow Wen Lian to endure this suffering, nor could he bear to lose him. However, within his embrace, upon hearing the words "you are my favorite," Wen Lian's tears flowed even more fiercely, overwhelmed with despair and sorrow. Fully aware of the deception, he clung to the last vestiges of this illusory warmth like a dying man grasping at a phantom, greedily inhaling the essence that belonged to Ling Chuan. Let him indulge for a few more days, pretending, in this final, stolen moment, that he was still cherished. Chapter 39. The mischievous little fox of the celestial sovereign. After Ling Chuan's return, days seemed to revert to their former rhythm. The little fox was as clingy as ever, even more so than before, constantly seeking proximity to Ling Chuan. Particularly in matters of affection, the transformation was striking. Once timid and passive, he now often took the initiative to tease. At times, during the day in the study, while Ling Chuan attended to sect affairs, the little fox would mischievously approach. Sitting on his lap, gazing up with those glistening eyes, softly pleading, "Celestial sovereign, do you desire?" Ling Chuan found it impossible to resist, often indulging him. His little lover had grown especially passionate, as if wishing to exhaust all fervor within the limited time they had. Even when exhausted to the point of tears, his eyes red and voice choked, he would cling tightly, whimpering that he wanted more. Ling Chuan attributed this to their brief separation and the influence of their emotions. Feeling an overwhelming sense of compassion, almost entirely yielding to his whims. Yet, occasionally, the little fox would mysteriously vanish for a time. When Ling Chuan sought him out, he would receive a teasing warning through a communication talisman. "Celestial sovereign, you must not follow. Otherwise, I shall be quite upset." Ling Chuan would invariably pause, bemused yet indulgent. His little lover seemed to harbor some secrets of his own, which appeared harmless. He speculated that perhaps the little fox was secretly preparing a birthday gift for him. Just days prior, Wen Lian had mentioned his birthday was approaching and that he intended to present him with an exceptionally grand gift. Ling Chuan had long ceased to celebrate birthdays. The passage of time had dulled his sensitivity to such rituals. However, the thought of a gift meticulously prepared by the little fox stirred warmth and anticipation within his once frozen heart. What delightful surprise could his whimsical little lover be planning? Meanwhile, more concrete news arrived from the southern regions, with informants nearly certain that a mature flame fox lay hidden within the secret realm, awaiting a well-laid plan for capture. Ling Chuan resolved that once his birthday had passed, he would personally journey to the southern territories to eliminate this final threat. From that point onward, he would be able to enjoy a stable and secure life with his beloved Wen Lian, free from fear and guilt. During this period, Wen Lian would occasionally descend the mountain, wandering within the Yunchuan sect. He revisited familiar places, eager to reconnect with friends. His storage pouch brimmed with an assortment of rare treasures, spiritual elixirs, and magical artifacts, most of which were delightful trifles and toys gifted by Ling Chuan. He pondered whether exchanging his life for the rebirth of Ling Chuan's beloved would suffice to repay the kindness he had received during these days. He sought out his former playmate, Brother Deshawn, and gifted him a precious elixir that would aid in breaking through the golden core bottleneck. Deshawn was both astonished and overjoyed, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. He sought out Sister Qingrong, presenting her with a resplendent protective talisman, exquisite in its beauty. Qingrong accepted it with a smile, teasing him about his newfound wealth. He yearned to see Su Shu, his dearest friend, once more. However, the other disciples informed him that Brother Su had ventured out for training, with no set date for his return. A wave of sorrow washed over Wen Lian, as the thought crossed his mind that he might never see Su Shu again. Silently, he made his way to Su Shu's modest cave dwelling. Placing a storage bag filled to the brim with top-tier elixirs, cultivation techniques, and protective talismans upon the table. This was likely the last gift he could offer Su Shu. He then walked to the small room where he had once temporarily resided, sitting at the desk, picking up a brush, and diligently writing a letter with utmost care. The letter was brief, yet it overflowed with the chatter and whimsy reminiscent of his interactions with Su Shu. As he penned his final thoughts, tears inevitably fell. Blurring the ink, he gently blew on the letter to dry it, folding it neatly and placing it beneath the storage bag, hoping that when Su Shu read it, he would not be too sorrowful. Soon, the day of Ling Chuan's birthday arrived. The usually austere Jing Shui Pavilion had been transformed into a warm and inviting space by Wen Lian's thoughtful arrangements. He had descended the mountain to procure an array of delectable dishes, filling the table to capacity. He even ventured into the kitchen himself, laboring for quite some time to present a bowl of longevity noodles, which, while modest in appearance, bore his heartfelt effort. The noodles were slightly clumped at the bottom of the bowl, and a glistening layer of oil floated atop the broth, a result of the chicken soup he had added. Topped with a few unevenly placed green vegetable leaves and a fried egg with slightly charred edges, the dish was far from exquisite. Yet, as Ling Chuan gazed at the bowl of noodles, his heart was warmed as if brushed by the softest feather. He recalled many years ago, when he was a little beggar in Frost North City, receiving a steaming bowl of chicken noodle soup from Brother Luo during a harsh winter. That bowl had not only warmed his frozen body, but had also ignited a spark of hope in his dim existence, guiding him toward the path of immortality. Now, his beloved little partner had prepared a bowl of noodles for him in his own clumsy yet sincere manner. "Happy birthday, immortal master!" Wen Lian's eyes sparkled as he looked at him, his cheeks dusted with flour, his smile pure and radiant, as if it contained all the starlight in the universe. Ling Chuan picked up his chopsticks without hesitation and began to eat. The noodles had an odd taste, unevenly salted, with an inexplicable sweetness, perhaps from an excess of sugar or other seasonings. Yet he savored every bite as if he were tasting the finest delicacy in the world. Delicious. He looked up at Wen Lian, his glassy eyes brimming with an overwhelming tenderness and affection. Lian, thank you. This is the best noodle I've ever had." Wen Lian's smile grew even brighter, though a fleeting shadow of unnameable sorrow flickered in his eyes. Ling Chuan finished the broth entirely. As he set the bowl down, ready to embrace his little partner in gratitude, an intense wave of dizziness suddenly struck him. His limbs turned weak, his spiritual energy sluggish and unresponsive, and the world around him began to blur and spin. Lian? He struggled to steady himself, incredulous as he looked toward Wen Lian. Wen Lian's smile vanished, leaving only a desolate calmness in its wake. In his hand, a shimmering rope appeared, a gift from Ling Chuan, an exquisite protective artifact known as the binding immortal rope. Without a moment's hesitation, Wen Lian summoned the binding immortal rope, which, like a living creature, swiftly ensnared the helpless and powerless Ling Chuan, rendering him immobile. Ling Chuan slumped completely in his chair, his consciousness fading into a blur. He summoned the last vestiges of his strength to cast a shocked and pained gaze at Wen Lian, his eyes filled with an incomprehensible confusion and hurt. Just before his awareness succumbed to darkness, he felt a cool, soft kiss gently land upon his eyes. Moments later, a drop of scalding liquid fell upon his forehead, burning as if it sought to sear him. Was it a tear? He heard his beloved whispering softly in his ear, the tone light and tender, yet laden with profound despair and finality. "Immortal Lord, happy birthday. Soon, you shall receive the most special gift I have prepared for you." Chapter 40. The mischievous little fox of the immortal Lord Wen Lian cast one last glance towards the direction of the silent snow pavilion, a place filled with the warmest memories of his life, yet also the cruelest truths. The final flicker of light in his eyes extinguished, leaving behind a sense of near-death resolution. He turned and walked step by step towards the forbidden area of the back mountain. The night wind lifted his thin red robes. His ink-black hair danced wildly, and the fiery red markings on his forehead burned brightly, as if igniting the last remnants of his life. At the entrance of the forbidden area, Luo Zhe had long waited. His black robe rustled ominously in the chilling wind, and his gaze, intense and eager from beneath the brim of his hat, pierced through the darkness. "Are you ready?" Luo Zhe's hoarse voice trembled with suppressed excitement. Wen Lian offered no reply, merely nodding vacantly, his steps unbroken as he ventured deep into the cave. In the center of the cavern, an enormous and intricate ancient formation lay etched, its dark lines exuding an ominous aura. At the heart of the formation rested a crystalline ice coffin, within which his senior brother Luo appeared serene as if in slumber. The Penglai immortal grass floated above the coffin, radiating a formidable life force. Beside it, the blood demon heart surged with a dark crimson glow. 3 heavenly treasures were present, with only the final main ingredient, the flame fox demon pill, remaining. Wen Lian stepped into the center of the formation and stood still. The red of his robes, illuminated by the formation's eerie light, appeared exceptionally tragic. Luo just stood outside the formation, performing gestures with his hands and reciting incantations to activate the ancient forbidden technique. The formation was instantly brought to life. A dark luminescence surged skyward, enveloping Wen Lian entirely. An indescribable, soul-rending agony surged through Wen Lian's entire being. He let out a scream as his body trembled uncontrollably. The power of the formation forcefully invaded his body, ravenously extracting his life essence and demonic strength. The fiery markings on his forehead flickered violently, struggling, before ultimately erupting into a blinding red light that tore free from his brow. Immediately thereafter, a far more terrifying force plunged into his dantian, brutally extracting the demon pill that contained all his cultivation and life force. Wen Lian suddenly expelled a copious amount of blood, a gaping, hollow wound appearing in his lower abdomen, instantly staining his crimson robes with scarlet. The pain was so excruciating that he nearly lost consciousness, his complexion pale as parchment, his body collapsing weakly in the center of the formation, sustained only by the invisible power of the array. The blazing demon core, imbued with immense life essence, began to merge with the Penglai celestial grass and the heart of the blood demon, emanating a heart-stirring, overwhelming energy. Wen Lian's consciousness began to blur, the intense agony threatening to engulf him. With the last flicker of instinct, he laboriously raised his bloodied hand, forming the final gesture and reciting the cruel sacrificial incantation imparted to him by Luo Zhe. As the incantation reached its conclusion, the array blazed with brilliance. Wen Lian felt his vitality, his very soul, being inexorably drawn away, transforming into streams of pure light that surged into the ice coffin. Inside, his senior brother Luo Bai's previously pallid visage rapidly regained color, as if he were on the brink of awakening from slumber. Observing this scene, tears finally fell from Wen Lian's hollow eyes. His brother would be well with the celestial sovereign, wouldn't they? They would finally be united, and surely the celestial sovereign would be delighted. Unable to bear the sight any longer, he wearily closed his eyes. His consciousness flickered like a candle in the wind, swiftly dimming. He felt so exhausted, so weary. Outside the array, Luo Zhe watched his brother's complexion become increasingly rosy, trembling with excitement and nearly deranged. Hoarse laugh escaping from beneath his hat's brim. It was working. Finally, it was working. Brother. Just then, a terrifying force slammed violently against the barrier of the forbidden ground. The entire cavern quaked violently. Lian. A heart-wrenching, despair-laden scream erupted from beyond the barrier. It was Ling Chuan. He had finally broken free from the binding ropes of the celestial. Sensing the heart-stopping fluctuations emanating from the forbidden area and the rapidly dissipating essence of his beloved, rushing in heedless abandon, he witnessed the horrific scene within the array, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. His little fox, drenched in blood, knelt within the formation, a horrific blood hole in his abdomen, his life force draining away like a breached dam, and that demon core he had once coveted was merging with the other two items, the energy pouring into the ice coffin. No, stop it. Ling Chuan, driven to madness, gathered all his spiritual power, furiously attacking the barrier. Boom. His life-bound spirit sword wailed in anguish from the excessive impacts, ultimately shattering into countless fragments. The backlash of the spirit sword caused Ling Chuan to cough up blood. Yet he seemed oblivious to the pain, relentlessly pounding his flesh and blood against the impenetrable barrier. Come back, Lian. His fists struck until they were bloodied and mangled, bones fracturing under the strain. Yet he felt no pain. The tears that streamed down his face were no longer tears, but crimson blood. Lian, come out. Please, come out. He screamed in despair, his voice filled with anguish. However, once the sacrifice had begun, it could not be halted. Within the confines of the barrier, Wen Lian could no longer hear his heart-wrenching cries. The ritual had finally come to a close. The array's brilliance abruptly extinguished. The three treasures that had fused in the air transformed into an exceptionally pure torrent of life, completely merging into the icy coffin. Inside, Luo Bai's pallid face had regained a rosy hue, his breathing steady, as if he might open his eyes at any moment. Meanwhile, at the center of the array, Wen Lian fell forward like a marionette with severed strings. His once jet black hair had turned a desolate gray in an instant. The vibrant flame pattern on his forehead vanished without a trace, leaving behind an eerie pallor. Lian, at last, the barrier dissipated due to the depletion of energy. Ling Chuan rushed in like an arrow released from its bow, his bloodied hands trembling as he cautiously caught the falling figure. So light, akin to a feather, and chillingly devoid of warmth. Lian? The voice of the immortal Ling Chuan trembled uncontrollably as he futilely attempted to transfer the remnants of his spiritual energy. But it sank into the void like a stone cast into the sea. The body in his arms offered no response. Wen Lian struggled to lift his heavy eyelids, his vision hazy as he gazed at the person holding him. It was the immortal. How peculiar! Shouldn't the immortal be overjoyed that his beloved had returned to life? Why did he appear so sorrowful? Perhaps he remained unaware that senior brother Luo Bai had revived. Swapping a small pet for a beloved is quite a bargain, indeed. He wished to raise his hand to caress the immortal's face, to reassure him not to be sad, to convey that senior brother Luo Bai had awakened, to inquire if he would appreciate the birthday gift he had presented. Yet, he found himself devoid of any strength. He was utterly exhausted. When the little fox was weary. The immortal Ling Chuan's little fox was even more fatigued. Should there be a next life, he wished not to be a fox again, nor to encounter the immortal once more. He gazed upon the immortal's grief-stricken visage, summoning the last vestiges of his strength, his lips barely moving to emit an almost inaudible breath. Happy birthday, immortal. As those words escaped him, the final flicker of light in his eyes extinguished, his head drooping weakly. No, Lian, I don't want this gift. I don't want it. Ling Chuan shook his head frantically, clutching him tighter in an attempt to warm that frigid body with his own warmth. Don't sleep. Look at me. Please look at me. But no matter how fervently he called or embraced, the person in his arms remained unresponsive. The inky strands of hair intertwined with the lifeless white, a sight painfully blinding. Then, a scene even more despairing unfolded, when Lian's body began to fade, starting from his fingertips, transforming into flecks of delicate white light, drifting slowly like fireflies in the air. No, don't. Come back. Ling Chuan, in terror, desperately tried to gather those luminous specks, but it was in vain. He could only watch helplessly as the weight in his arms grew lighter, ultimately vanishing completely. The last glimmer of white light extinguished in the palm of his hand, leaving nothing behind. It was as if he had never possessed that little fox who could cry, laugh, cling, and regarded him as his entire world. Ling Chuan utterly crumbled. He had lost all dignity and pride, collapsing to the ground like a madman, his hands frantically clawing at the frigid air, emitting heart-wrenching cries akin to a beast mourning its lost mate. Blood dripped incessantly from his eye sockets, the corners of his mouth, and his clenched fists, staining the earth below. In that moment, his world had completely shattered, leaving only an abyss of darkness and despair. Target character, Ling Chuan, favorability, 100. Death evading task completed. Crimson mark B system completion, 25. The once vibrant greenery of the Jingshuo Pavilion was once again shrouded in ice and snow from that fateful night. The heart that had been frozen for a century shattered into powder upon the instant of acquiring everything. One night of white hair. Chapter 41. The mischievous little fox of the Celestial Lord. Side story, Su Shu has returned. He was weary from travel, yet his eyes sparkled with barely contained excitement. This expedition into the secret realm had been fraught with peril, but his gains were immense. Not only had he acquired an ancient legacy, but his cultivation had surged, now brushing against the threshold of the great ascendant stage. He was eager to return to his sect, yearning to witness the little fox's joy at his arrival, to see the brightness in its eyes, and to ruffle its fluffy head. Deep within his heart, lay a hidden hope. If he grew stronger, would he not possess the ability to protect that eternally endearing little fox? Would he not draw closer to it? However, upon stepping through the mountain gate, he was not greeted by familiar laughter and chatter, but rather by a thunderous piece of news. Wen Lian was dead. That lively and spirited little fox, always playfully charming him, was gone. Su Shu felt as though his mind had been struck by a thunderclap, engulfed in a void of disbelief. Grabbing hold of the disciple who delivered the message, his voice trembled uncontrollably. Who? Who died? Impossible. How could this happen? Don't jest with me. The disciple, frightened by Su Shu's frenzied demeanor, stammered. It was senior brother Wen Lian. It is said that there was a mishap in his cultivation, causing his spiritual veins to reverse and perish. A mishap in his cultivation? Spiritual veins reversing? Wen Lian had exceptional talent, and with Elder Ling Chuan personally guiding and protecting him, how could such a fatal error occur so easily? A chilling, ominous premonition surged through Su Shu's heart. He violently shoved the disciple aside and raced madly towards the Jingxue Pavilion. The barrier of the Jingxue Pavilion had dissipated, leaving behind an eerie silence, a place long devoid of life. Elder Ling Chuan was nowhere to be found. As despair clawed at his heart, Su Shu's gaze fell upon two figures emerging from the pathway behind the pavilion. One was cloaked in a familiar, voluminous black robe. It was Elder Luo. The other, Su Shu's breath caught in his throat, and his pupils dilated in shock. The figure wore the plain disciple robes of the Yunchuan sect, their demeanor gentle, their aura warm, albeit appearing somewhat frail. It was senior brother Luo Bai, the very same Luo Bai who had heroically sacrificed himself a century ago during the battle between immortals and demons to protect others. He was alive, in a flash. All the threads of connection frantically intertwined in Su Shu's mind. At the age of 20, the transformation occurred. The flame fox, a being once lost to death, was resurrected. Ling Chuan's aberration, Luo Zhe's relentless obsession, and Wen Lian's tragic demise. The truth struck like the most brutal ice spike, piercing through his skull and causing his blood to freeze instantaneously. It was them, they who killed the little fox, they who extracted its demon core and revived Luo Bai. It was you who murdered Wen Lian. Su Shu's eyes burned crimson, his reason completely consumed by rage and sorrow. He let out a primal roar, unleashing his spiritual power with reckless abandon, charging fiercely toward the two individuals. How could you? Luo Zhe stepped forward, shielding the still feeble Luo Bai behind him. The black robe billowed as immense spiritual energy surged forth, effortlessly countering Su Shu's desperate assault. He was already dead. Luo Zhe's voice was hoarse and dry, tinged with an imperceptible weariness and perhaps guilt. Yet the power he wielded was merciless. Why? Why him? He was still so young. He knew nothing. Su Shu, in a frenzied state, attacked with the ferocity of a tempest, disregarding his own defenses, driven by a resolve to perish together. Luo Zhe was forced to retreat step by step, a sharp sword aura grazing his arm, blood seeping forth. Yet he steadfastly protected his brother behind him. Su Shu himself was gravely injured, blood spilling from his mouth, but he seemed oblivious to the pain, his eyes ablaze with towering hatred. Where is Ling Chuan? Where is that beast? Why did he not protect him? He deserves to die. This matter is solely my doing. It concerns no one else. Luo Zhe spoke coldly, his long sword once more gathering spiritual energy, poised to strike down the injured Su Shu. Aja! A pale yet steady hand gently pressed upon Luo Zhe's arm. Luo Bai stepped forward, gazing at the bloodied Su Shu, whose eyes still burned with frenzied hatred, revealing deep compassion and guilt. Let's go. Luo Zhe paused momentarily before ultimately retracting his sword, supporting Luo Bai as they turned to leave. Su Shu struggled to rise but coughed up another mouthful of blood, helplessly watching as the two murderers faded from his sight. Hatred. Such hatred. Hatred for their cruelty. Hatred for Ling Chuan's cowardice and betrayal. Even more, hatred for his own impotence. Hatred for not returning sooner. Hatred for allowing Wen Lian to return to that demon's side. He collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud, tears mingling with blood, blurring his vision. Time passed, though he could not tell how long, before he dragged his battered body back to his lair. Inside, everything remained unchanged, yet it felt chillingly devoid of life. Then, he noticed an exquisite storage pouch on the table, with a letter pressed beneath it. To Su Shu, dear Su Shu, I am Wen Lian. By the time you read this letter, I may have ventured to a faraway place. The scenery there is exceptionally beautiful, and I might be gone for quite a while. Please do not worry about me. I am doing wonderfully, and I am very, very happy. You're my best friend, and I'll always remember you carrying me down the mountain, buying me candied haws, and playing with me. I am so delighted whenever I am with you. These elixirs and magical artifacts are entrusted to you. May you cultivate diligently and live in peace, ultimately becoming a formidable immortal. Remember to find joy each day. Do not dwell on thoughts of me. I will cherish you always. Your dearest friend, Wen Lian. The handwriting on the letter, tender yet earnest, bears the marks of tears that have blurred the ink in places. Wen Lian trembled as he held the letter, as if he could still feel the warmth of the little fox's presence while writing. He read it over and over, and when he reached the parts that brought him immense joy, his heart felt as if it were being pierced by countless needles, rendering him breathless with pain. Deceitful little trickster, he choked, tears streaming forth. You are not well at all. Did it hurt so much when you obtained the demon elixir? He could almost envision the little fox trapped within the formation, crying in despair, struggling in agony. I am sorry. Wen Lian, it is my failure. I did not protect you as I should have. I should not have let go. He curled up on the ground, emitting suppressed, despairing whimpers like an injured beast. He felt like a coward. After Wen Lian's death, Ling Chuan was rendered devoid of all spirit. His once raven black hair transformed into a cold, silvery hue overnight, devoid of any vitality. He went to see Luo Bai. The senior brother awakened, his gaze still gentle but filled with unspeakable sorrow and guilt. Ling Chuan, Luo Bai called softly, his voice frail. Ling Chuan looked at him, at the face he once revered like a deity, for which he would have sacrificed everything to resurrect. Yet now, only boundless emptiness and resentment remained in his heart. He loathed Luo Bai for saving them, despised Luo Zhi's obsessive madness, and even more so, he detested himself, his foolish obsession, his cruel deception, and his failure to safeguard the little fox who loved him wholeheartedly. It was he who had nurtured the purest affection, only to feed it to the most merciless scheme. It was he who had deceived an innocent little fox, luring it with false promises and feigned tenderness, fattening it up before pushing it into an abyss from which there was no return. With every recollection, his heart felt as though it were being flayed, bleeding profusely, tortured to the brink of despair. He could no longer face Luo Bai and Luo Zhi, nor remain in this place brimming with memories and guilt. He departed from Yin Chuan's sect, like a lost soul, embarking on a purposeless journey. He sought the forbidden methods to resurrect Wen Lian. His first destination was the southern wilderness, where he followed leads to find the fabled flame fox. However, upon encountering the creature, he froze in place. It was merely a vividly colored red fox, bearing a faint resemblance to the flame fox. Thus, even his last shred of hope was a fabrication. Perhaps in this world, there was no second flame fox to be found. He could find no substitute. From the very beginning, he was destined to sacrifice his Wen Lian. Overwhelming despair and self-mockery nearly shattered him. He traversed ancient secret realms, facing life-threatening perils and emerging battered and scarred. His cultivation stagnated due to the shackles of inner demons, with an ominous sense of decline looming. Yet he did not care. In fact, he felt a sense of relief. His inner demon was Wen Lian. Every time it manifested, he could always see his little fox from a distance, smiling at him through the mist, vibrant and full of life. He longed to draw near, yet the little fox would scamper away in fright. Eventually, he learned to observe from a distance. A mere glance became his solitary solace, sustaining him through the passage of time. A century passed, and amidst the crumbling remnants of an ancient ruin, he discovered a flicker of hope, a fragmented tome proclaiming that all beings possess a spirit, which, though scattered across the heavens and the earth, is not wholly extinguished, but rather transformed into countless delicate shards dispersed throughout the realms. If he could retrieve all the fragments of the souls and, through an arcane method, nurture and reassemble them, there might exist a glimmer of possibility for resurrection. The thought of Wen Lian, who had vanished into light, perhaps leaving behind remnants of her essence, ignited within him the last spark of hope, rekindling the long-dormant embers of his heart. He embarked on a frenzied quest, traversing every corner of the human realm, braving the treacherous mountains and waters of the demon realm, and daring to enter the bloody abyss of the devil realm. Year after year, a decade, a century slipped by, and yet he found nothing. During this time, he intermittently heard whispers of news. Luo had perished, slain by Su Shu's blade. Su Shu ascended as the new leader of Yinchuan's sect, ruthless in his methods, expelling him from the sect and issuing a challenge, vowing to settle their enmity in combat. He was acutely aware of Su Shu's affection for Wen Lian and the depths of Su Shu's hatred for him. Yet, he refrained from confronting Su Shu, fearing the sight of those eyes filled with animosity, which would only remind him of his irredeemable sins. Moreover, regardless of who was injured, Wen Lian would surely be heartbroken. Su Shu was her closest friend. He had a more pressing quest to seek out Wen Lian. He had shed his former name, Ling Chuan, and adopted a new one, Sun Lian. However, hope slipped through his fingers like sand. The tighter he grasped, the faster it eluded him. Another century passed, and still, he had not discovered a single fragment of Wen Lian's soul. Despair engulfed him like the deepest abyss, utterly consuming him. He wandered aimlessly until he arrived at the very forest where he had first encountered Wen Lian. Time had weathered the woods, yet they remained unchanged, waiting in vain for that fiery, awkward little fox to leap into his embrace, trembling. He missed her profoundly, his heart aching unbearably at the thought of enduring an endless, lonely world devoid of her presence. Wen Lian, I have come for you, he murmured, his silver hair swirling chaotically in the wind. He relinquished all of his spiritual energy, shattering his heart's pulse. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, yet he felt an unprecedented sense of liberation. His consciousness began to fade, his spirit drifting away. In the fleeting moment before he succumbed to complete darkness, he seemed to glimpse a beautiful little fox, radiating a warm glow, joyfully bounding towards him from the depths of the forest, her voice sweet with boundless longing. Immortal, you have finally come. Wen Lian has been waiting for you for so long. He smiled, extending his hand, and his awareness sank into eternal darkness. How wonderful it was. Chapter 42. The Omega of the Colonel. In the year 412 of the Galactic Empire, humanity's dominion had traversed the stars. This was a vast empire of advanced technology and strict hierarchies, composed of three genders: Alpha, Beta, and Omega. Alpha is inherently powerful, occupying a position of dominance. Beta, the most numerous, serves as the bedrock of society, while Omega, scarce in number and possessing unique physiques and exquisite appearances, is often closely guarded and becomes the focal point of matrimonial pursuits. New World transmission complete. Host identity: the Omega sole heir of the Empire's Minister of Finance. Wen Lian. Mission: attain an exceptionally high level of affection from the target individual, Fu Lan, and become his deeply cherished yet eternally unattainable obsession. The Dome Gallery of the Imperial Academy of Arts is perpetually bathed in the gentlest afternoon light. The air is imbued with the distinctive scent of turpentine, linseed oil, and faint mineral pigments, which, to Wen Lian, is the most reassuring aroma in the world. He has just concluded today's advanced oil painting class, meticulously cleaning his brushes. His fingertips are stained with a hint of ultramarine and ochre, accentuating the translucence of his already fair complexion. A barely perceptible weariness lingers around him. His frail constitution, a result of being born premature, makes him more susceptible to fatigue than others. Yet, a glimmer of satisfaction sparkles in his light-colored eyes. Evidently immersed in contemplation of the unfinished masterpiece he had just created, he exudes a subtle elegance, coupled with an extraordinary allure. reminiscent of night-blooming jasmine quietly unfurling in the twilight, mingled with a hint of sweet nectar, delicately enveloping him. This is his pheromone, gentle, fragile, yet imbued with an unconscious seduction. Lian, are you not leaving yet? A friend from the studio called out. Isn't your model alpha coming to fetch you today? Wen Lian's cheeks flushed slightly as he nodded, his voice soft. Yes, he said he would come. His friend jested a few more remarks before taking their leave. The studio gradually fell silent. Wen Lian took his time to tidy up his painting tools, cradling his easel as he settled into the lounge area at the corridor's edge, quietly awaiting his arrival. Occasionally, he cast his gaze towards the end of the corridor, his eyes shimmering with palpable anticipation. With each sound of footsteps, he instinctively looked up, only to lower his lashes slightly upon realizing it was not the person he awaited, casting a small shadow beneath his long and thick lashes, rendering him both obedient and endearing. After approximately 10 minutes, a tall figure finally emerged at the corridor's end, clad in a well-tailored senior uniform of the Imperial Military Academy. The dark fabric accentuated his broad shoulders and narrow waist, presenting a tall and lean silhouette. His strides were steady and powerful, exuding the characteristic precision of a soldier. The handsome visage bore little extraneous expression, with sharp, defined jawlines. Yet, when his gaze locked onto Wen Lian, a natural warmth of focus flickered in his deep-set eyes. It was Fu Lan. As he approached, a crisp yet slightly spicy scent of rum gradually permeated the air, not overwhelming, yet possessing an undeniable presence, steady and potent, gently enveloping Wen Lian's delicate jasmine pheromone. Have you been waiting long? Fu Lan inquired as he reached him, his voice deep and melodious. Wen Lian lifted his gaze, a soft smile blossoming on his face as he shook his head. No, I just finished class. Good. Have you completed your training? Fu Lan responded with a soft acknowledgement, naturally extending his hand to accept the drawing board and tool bag from Wen Lian. His fingertips occasionally brushed against the back of Wen Lian's hand, bringing a fleeting chill. What did you paint today? Fu Lan inquired, gazing down at him with a calm demeanor, as if genuinely interested. Wen Lian softly elaborated on his attempt to replicate a still life by their mentor, explaining the complexities of light and shadow, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm when discussing his craft. Fu Lan listened intently, his gaze resting on the delicate curve of Wen Lian's pale lips, his expression profound. The two of them walked side by side out of the Art Academy building, with Fu Lan consistently positioning himself on the outer side, displaying a considerate demeanor. The golden rays of the setting sun bathed them in warmth, casting a seemingly perfect silhouette of harmony between the graceful Omega and the steadfast Alpha, resembling a beautiful painting. As Wen Lian slightly turned his head, he caught sight of Fu Lan's sharply defined profile, stirring a sweet ripple of affection within him. Brother Lan was truly exceptional, hailing from humble beginnings. He had entered a prestigious Imperial Military Academy through sheer talent and hard work, earning accolades and becoming a promising young figure celebrated by all. Moreover, he treated Wen Lian with kindness, speaking little, yet always considerate. Meeting Fu Lan felt like a stroke of fortune. Today, Fu Lan appeared to be in good spirits, even taking the initiative to ask, "What do you want for dinner? I heard a new interstellar fusion restaurant has opened in the city center." Wen Lian felt a rush of delight. Fu Lan was usually preoccupied with his studies and training, rarely having the time to enjoy a leisurely meal together. Just as he was about to nod in agreement, his light brain vibrated gently. Fu Lan glanced at the notification on his light brain, a barely perceptible furrow forming on his brow, before turning to Wen Lian with an apologetic expression. "I'm sorry, Lian, there's an urgent meeting at the academy. Dinner might have to be postponed." The sparkle in Wen Lian's eyes dimmed for a moment, but he quickly replaced it with an understanding smile. "It's all right, Brother Lan. The important matters take precedence. I can go back by myself." Observing Wen Lian's obedient demeanor, Fu Lan raised his hand, seemingly intending to ruffle his hair, but ultimately settled for a gentle pat on his shoulder. "Good. I'll have the driver take you home. We'll make up for it next time." "All right," Wen Lian nodded. The hover car arrived promptly, and Fu Lan opened the door for him, watching as he settled inside. In the instant the door closed, Wen Lian peered through the window to see Fu Lan turning away, striding quickly while quietly relaying instructions to his light brain, his face regaining its usual calm, even somewhat stern focus, as if the momentary warmth had been merely an illusion cast by the setting sun. The hover car glided smoothly away. Leaning against the window, Wen Lian gazed out at the bustling scenery of the imperial capital, feeling a twinge of disappointment that was swiftly replaced by the promise of next time from Brother Fu Lan. He was always like this, easily content. Target character, Fu Lan, favorability, 10. Chapter 43. The Omega Little Husband of the Colonel II. A few days later, the Imperial Academy of Arts held an annual exhibition showcasing outstanding student works. Wen Lian was fortunate enough to have his medium-sized oil painting, Greenhouse in the Morning Mist, selected for display. This painting depicted the glass greenhouse, carefully constructed by his father, located behind the Ministry of Finance, filled with a variety of delicate flowers. The painting captures the enchanting scene of a morning where the mist has yet to disperse and the sun begins to bloom, imbuing the warm room with a hazy yet vibrant atmosphere. The colors are soft and delicate, and the brushstrokes are imbued with a deep affection for that sanctuary. On the day of the exhibition, Wen Lian, dressed elegantly in a cream-colored knit sweater and light trousers, stands quietly beside his artwork. He feels a mix of nerves and pride, his pale cheeks flushed with a gentle hue due to his emotional fluctuations. The use of light in this painting is remarkably skillful, particularly in the treatment of glass and moisture, showcasing a profound mastery. A gentle, melodious voice emerges nearby. Wen Lian turns to see a tall young alpha, clad in a finely tailored casual suit, intently admiring his painting. The alpha possesses striking features, exuding a refined demeanor, with clear eyes that reflect sincere appreciation. He emanates a refreshing, clean scent reminiscent of verdant plants, akin to ivy after rain, evoking a sense of comfort and reassurance. "Thank you," Wen Lian responds shyly with a smile. "You must be Wen Lian," the alpha observes, his smile warm and friendly. "I am Xin Yuming, your senior. I graduated from the Art Academy many years ago. I return occasionally and always discover delightful works, such as yours." Xin Yuming? Wen Lian recalls this renowned senior, hailing from the illustrious Shun family of business magnates, who graduated with exceptional artistic achievements. Although he inherited part of the family business, he has never relinquished his passion for and support of the arts, making him an object of admiration for many students. "Greetings, Senior Shun. I'm aware of your work." Wen Lian replies with a hint of respect. "I greatly admire your series on interstellar ports from years ago." A flicker of surprise dances in Xin Yuming's eyes. "You remember that? Those were merely early works," he says, seeming genuinely pleased to find a kindred spirit, and the conversation flows naturally from there. They delve into discussions about painting techniques and favorite artists, traversing from classicism to modern movements. Xin Yuming's insights are unique, his wit engaging, devoid of any pretense. Wen Lian discovers they share many mutual interests, becoming increasingly engrossed in the dialogue, his eyes sparkling as he temporarily forgets his earlier anxiety. The harmonious and joyful atmosphere feels too precious to disrupt. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the exhibition, Fu Lan, having just concluded an important tactical briefing, halts in his hurried steps. Dressed sharply in military attire, he stands tall, his potent pheromones expertly restrained, leaving only a hint of a cold aftertaste. He had deliberately taken time off to surprise Wen Lian and to make an appearance in the art circle, reinforcing his image as a perfect partner. However, his gaze swiftly locks onto the direction of Wen Lian, where he notices the distinguished alpha engaged in lively conversation with him. "Fulane ses pupilles narro imperceptibly." Xin Yuming, the current head of the Shun family. He is, of course, familiar with him, a candidate whose background, lineage, and even initial field of expertise align perfectly with the expectations of a union with the Wen family. A figure who had once, and perhaps still is, favored by Minister Wen as a potential husband for Wen Lian. Upon witnessing Wen Lian's unguarded and radiant smile directed at Xin Yuming, a surge of unfamiliar and piercing emotion jolted through Fu Lan's heart. This was no longer the usual calm deliberation of pros and cons, but rather a primal, fiery restlessness. Wen Lian had never before displayed such an effortless, wholly immersive smile during their intellectual exchanges. Their relationship had been characterized by Wen Lian's gentle dependency and admiration, while Fu Lan had taken on the role of the steady and reliable provider. However, Shun Yuming's presence, along with the natural and harmonious atmosphere between them, pierced through the carefully maintained facade of tranquility that Fu Lan had upheld. He began to realize that Wen Lian was not merely an omega nurtured at home, waiting to be chosen. He possessed his own talents and a world that could potentially attract other equally outstanding or even more compatible alphas. Should Wen Lian develop feelings for Shun Yuming, it would align perfectly with Minister Wen's expectations, rendering all of Fu Lan's previous schemes and investments futile. An acute sense of crisis enveloped Fu Lan. He took a deep breath, swiftly suppressing the surging undercurrents within, and donned a gentle and composed expression as he strode towards the pair. Lian, his voice, though soft, carried a clear intimacy and undeniable presence, interrupting their ongoing conversation at just the right moment. Wen Lian turned at the sound, and upon seeing Fu Lan, his face instantly lit up with a delighted smile. Lan Ye, what brings you here? He instinctively took a step closer to Fu Lan. Shun Yuming also turned, maintaining his warm smile as he politely nodded in greeting. Fu Lan, it's been a while. He naturally made space for the sweet couple. Fu Lan nodded in return to Shun Yuming, and then focused entirely on Wen Lian, his tone imbued with just the right amount of apology and affection. I just finished a simulation and thought you would be here, so I came over. I hope I'm not interrupting your conversation. As he spoke, his arm effortlessly wrapped around Wen Lian's waist, pulling him slightly closer. His pheromones subtly emanated, faint yet possessive, enveloping Wen Lian in a quiet embrace. Wen Lian, feeling the warmth of his hold, blushed slightly and shook his head. Not at all. Senior Shun was just critiquing my painting. Only then did Fu Lan direct his gaze toward Wen Lian's artwork, studying it intently for a few seconds before looking down at Wen Lian with an appreciative smile. It's beautifully done. You've improved since the last time I saw it. His praise sounded sincere and natural, as if he had genuinely been attentive to every one of Wen Lian's advancements. Shun Yuming stood to the side, observing Fu Lan's flawless performance and Wen Lian's complete trust in him, his eyes flickering momentarily before returning to their previous warmth. He smiled and spoke at an opportune moment. Since Fu Lan has arrived, I shall not intrude any further. Junior One, it was a pleasure to converse with you, and I look forward to seeing more of your works. He nodded to Wen Lian, then gestured to Fu Lan, elegantly turning to leave. As he watched Shun Yuming's retreating figure, Fu Lan tightened his embrace around Wen Lian's arm slightly. Fu Lan lowered his gaze, observing how Wen Lian leaned affectionately against him. His expression brightened by Fu Lan's presence. The anxiety born from a sense of crisis within him oddly began to settle, transforming into a deeper, resolute determination imbued with a fierce possessiveness. This Omega, his talents, his lineage, and everything about him must belong solely to Fu Lan. No one could take him away. Are you free tonight? Fu Lan's voice was softer than before. I made a reservation at that interstellar fusion cuisine place. Really? Wen Lian's eyes sparkled like stars as he looked up in surprise. Aren't you very busy? No matter how busy I am, there will always be time to accompany you. Fu Lan smiled, gently caressing Wen Lian's waist with his fingertips. Come, my little artist. He needed to act swiftly, ensuring that Wen Lian would become ever more deeply ensnared in his affection and admiration, leaving no room for distraction. Chapter 44. The Colonel's Omega little husband. Shortly after the art exhibition concluded, a rare cold wave swept over the imperial capital. Chilly rain mixed with icy pellets pounded against the windows as temperatures plummeted. Fu Lan had just returned from an intense 3-day field training exercise simulating extreme conditions. Though he possessed a robust physique, the prolonged exposure to low temperatures and mental strain left him feeling an overwhelming fatigue and chill deep within his bones. He returned to his sparsely furnished, almost desolate apartment near the military academy. The heating was off, leaving the room as frigid as when he had departed. He shed his damp outerwear, tossing it over the back of a chair, and rubbed his throbbing temples, planning to take a hot shower to ward off the cold. Just then, the doorbell rang. Fu Lon was somewhat surprised. It was rare for anyone to visit him at this hour. Approaching the door, he peered through the peephole to find Wen Lian standing outside, holding an umbrella that seemed larger than himself, its edge dripping with water. His nose was flushed from the cold, yet he tightly clutched a heavy object wrapped in an insulated bag. Fu Lon immediately swung open the door. Lan Yi. Wen Lian's eyes lit up upon seeing him. His expression warmed despite the rain-soaked disarray. You're back. I heard that your training ended, and with the sudden drop in temperature, I made some soup for you. He awkwardly attempted to pass the insulated container to Fu Lon, nearly losing his grip on the umbrella. Fu Lon instinctively reached out to take the container, their fingers brushing against each other, sending an inexplicable flutter through his heart. Come in, it's cold outside. He stepped aside to let Wen Lian enter, his brow slightly furrowed. Why didn't you ask someone to bring it? He chided gently, concern creeping into his voice. What if you catch a cold from the rain? Wen Lian followed him inside, closing the umbrella and offering a sheepish smile. I didn't want to trouble anyone else, and I wanted to see you. He observed Fu Lan's slightly weary expression and damp hair, his eyes filled with concern. Longo, are you very tired? Go change into dry clothes. You don't want to catch a chill. Fu Lon watched as he placed the thermos on the table, then fumbled to find a spot for the dripping umbrella. The sight of him, wholeheartedly considering his needs and somewhat clumsy in his actions, resembled a plush, warm little creature that suddenly tumbled deep into his heart. He was accustomed to calculations, to the exchange of give and take, and to striving for everything through sheer strength. Never had anyone, during his most weary and frigid moments, brave the cold rain merely out of concern for him, just to deliver a bowl of hot soup. His pure, selfless care, devoid of any ulterior motives, felt alarmingly unfamiliar to him. He silently entered the bedroom and quickly changed into dry clothes. Upon his return, he noticed Wen Lian had already opened the thermos, releasing a rich, savory steam that instantly permeated the cold air. This is the cordyceps flour chicken soup I learned from the family chef. I heard it's great for nourishing energy and blood. Please, try it and see if it suits your taste. Wen Lian carefully ladled out a bowl and offered it to him. Her eyes filled with anticipation and a touch of nervousness, fearing that her efforts might fall short. The soup was clear and bright. The golden cordyceps flowers and plump red dates and goji berries floating within, steaming invitingly. Fu Lon accepted the bowl, the warmth radiating from it soothingly reaching his heart. He lowered his head and took a sip. The soup's flavor was quite ordinary, even a bit too salty, lacking the finesse of a military academy's canteen. Yet, at that moment, this steaming bowl of imperfect soup eclipsed any delicacy in its ability to dispel the chill from his body and the fatigue from his soul. He gazed at Wen Lian, her nose slightly reddened from the cold, and those bright, sparkling eyes filled with encouragement, and an unfamiliar, tender emotion quietly took root within him. He had grown accustomed to playing the caregiver, to investing in Wen Lian. Yet, in this instant, he felt distinctly that he was being given something, an unanticipated, unparalleled warmth. It's delicious. Fu Lan's voice was softer and more subdued than usual. Thank you, Lian. He raised his hand, this time without hesitation, and gently ruffled Wen Lian's slightly damp hair. The gesture was natural, imbued with genuine warmth. Wen Lian immediately broke into a joyful smile, her cheeks flushed. I'm glad you like it. I'll make it for you again next time. He quietly finished the bowl of soup, listening to Wen Lian chatter beside him about amusing anecdotes from the academy. For the first time, the cold apartment felt imbued with the genuine warmth of home. Observing his smile, Fu Lon suddenly realized that this pampered little Omega was perhaps not merely the valuable marital alliance he had initially envisioned, but rather someone who evoked a protective instinct within him. Target character, Fu Lon, affection level, 12, current affection level, 32. Chapter 45. The Colonel's Omega little husband for the cold wave struck fiercely, granting Fu Lon an unexpected short break. Wen Lian was delighted, as Fu Lon now had more time to spend with him. He would sit beside Wen Lian, watching him create with unwavering focus. He would hold Wen Lian's hand while enjoying his favorite films and programs. Wen Lian felt as though his heart was overflowing with sweet honey. However, this brief joy was soon shattered by the tense atmosphere that enveloped the household. Wen Lian's father, Wen Zhengqing, the imperial finance minister, a middle-aged alpha with a refined demeanor yet sharp gaze, began to seriously contemplate the marriage of his only son after receiving certain rumors. An omega cannot inherit the family estate alone. He must find an alpha who is sufficiently powerful, reliable, and capable of safeguarding him throughout his life, while also ensuring that the Wen family's interests remain intact. In the study, the air was filled with the scent of incense. Wen Zhengqing pushed a holographic document towards Wen Lian, detailing several young alphas from distinguished families, each of whom had been thoroughly evaluated for both character and capability. Lian, take a look at this one. The second son of the Li family, with a pheromone level of A, currently thriving in the military, possessing a calm demeanor. And this one, the eldest son of the Shun family. Although his family focuses on business, he is highly accomplished in the arts and is also your senior. He has a gentle disposition and should be considerate. Wen Lian merely glanced at the document before gently shaking his head, his voice soft yet resolute. Father, I do not wish to consider them. Wen Zhengqing sighed, setting down his teacup, his gaze deep as he looked at his son. Lian, you have reached a marriageable age. I hope you find an alpha who can truly care for you, one whose family background is comparable, ensuring a worry-free life for you. He paused, his tone taking on a subtle hardness. Not one of those who would rely on you or the Wen family to pave their way. Wen Lian's heart tightened, and he looked up. Father, are you referring to Longa? I have investigated him, Fulan. Wen Zhengqing spoke calmly, yet with an undeniable authority. He is indeed exceptional, a rare talent among the common folk. However, because of this, his ambition and cunning are not to be underestimated. Have you considered how much of his affection is genuine and how much is motivated by your family status? Longa is not that kind of person. Wen Lian retorted urgently, his cheeks flushing with excitement. He has achieved all this through his own efforts. He treats me well and respects me. It is not as you think. He treats you well? Wen Zhengqing's gaze sharpened. What significant gifts has he bestowed upon you? How much time has he truly spent with you? His kindness is merely a few sweet words and some superficial attentiveness. Lian, you are too naive to see the treachery that lies beneath. That is not true. What he has given may not be expensive, but they are all things I cherish. Moreover, Longa is simply busy with his studies and future. It is not that he does not want to, he cannot. Wen Lian's voice quivered with emotion, unable to accept his father's disparagement of the flawless Fu Lan in his heart. I love him. I only want to marry him. I do not want anyone else. Seeing his son so stubbornly infatuated, Wen Zhengqing felt a mix of anger and heartache. Wen Lian's constitution could not withstand such emotional upheaval, suppressing his fury. He spoke firmly. This matter cannot be decided by your whims. You will stay at home to rest and think this through carefully. With that, he instructed the housekeeper to bolster the security of the residence, effectively confining Wen Lian within the house. The following days were a torment for Wen Lian. He was restricted from going out, and his communications were monitored to a certain extent. Unable to contact Fu Lan, he was filled with resentment towards his father, as well as longing and worry for Fu Lan. The words of his father pierced him like a thorn, occasionally stirring unease within, yet swiftly overshadowed by his unwavering trust in Fu Lan. Brother Lan must be devising a plan to find him. He cannot relent. On the night of the third day of his confinement, Wen Lian made a bold decision, utilizing the intricate terrain of the manor's garden and the cover of night. He cautiously evaded the patrolling guards, climbed down from the second floor, and stealthily slipped out through a seldom-used side door. He sprinted, his heart racing, as the evening breeze brushed against his flushed cheeks. One thought consumed him: to find Fu Lan and convey his determination. Guided by memory, he reached the vicinity of the Imperial Military Academy, arriving beneath the apartment building where Fu Lan resided. Breathless, with tousled hair and reddened eyes, he appeared both pitiable and resolute. Trembling, he pressed the doorbell. The door quickly swung open, revealing Fu Lan in simple loungewear. Upon seeing the disheveled Wen Lian at the threshold, a perfectly balanced expression of surprise and concern washed over his face. Lian, What brings you here? Kumain. He swiftly pulled him inside, scrutinizing him with genuine worry. What happened? I couldn't reach you. How did you end up like this? As the familiar scent of rum and Fu Lan's sincere concern enveloped him, the grievances and fears that had accumulated over the days erupted within Wen Lian. He collapsed into Fu Lan's embrace, gripping his clothing tightly, his voice choked with emotion. Brother Lan, my father, he refuses to accept us together. He locked me away and spoke ill of you. Fu Lan gently patted his back, his gaze flickering with a momentary glint of understanding and calculation, though his voice remained soft and reassuring. Do not fear, Lian, do not fear. I am here. Wen Lian lifted his head, tears blurring his sight. His eyes filled with a resolute determination. Brother Lan, I will not heed my father. I wish to be with you. Please mark me. Completely mark me. That way, my father cannot separate us. As he spoke, he audaciously began to unbutton his clothing, his pheromones intensifying with his emotional upheaval. The sweet and alluring scent of tuberose imbued with a sense of longing and sacrificial intent. Fu Lan's heart raced. He gazed at the beautiful face before him, adorned with tears and filled with dependency and resolve, and felt a surge of alpha instinct within him. To mark this delicate and stunning omega, representing immense wealth and power, would undoubtedly secure a swift victory. Yet, it was not the right time. To mark him now would only incite Wen Zhengqing's fury, complicating matters further. What he needed was Wen Lian's unwavering commitment, the eventual concession from Wen Zhengqing, and a legitimate, glamorous marriage, not a scandalous elopement fraught with complications. More importantly, he needed to maintain his virtuous image, as such a reputation would pave the way for his future career. Thus, Fu Lan inhaled deeply, repressing the instinct and the dark longing that stirred within him. He donned a countenance that mingled pain, disapproval, and extreme restraint. He reached out, not for an embrace, but to gently yet firmly press down on Wen Lian's hands that were unbuttoning his clothing, then carefully adjusted his collar. Lian, do not do this. His voice was deep and imbued with a soothing restraint. I cannot do this. Wen Lian froze, her eyes brimming with shock and hurt. Lan Ye, do you not want me? Fool, Fu Lan sighed, gently brushing away the tears from her face, his gaze tender yet resolute. How could I not want you? Every day, I yearn to possess you completely. But not now, not in this situation. He cradled Wen Lian's face, his tone utterly earnest. I cherish you, Lian. I cannot take advantage of you in your most vulnerable moments, pitting you against your family. The bond we forged should be sacred, blessed by all. A natural progression after our wedding. I wish to offer you the very best, not subject you to hardship. He looked deeply into Wen Lian's eyes, articulating each word with care. I love you, and therefore, I must respect and protect you. Trust me, I will marry you in an honorable manner, making your father willingly entrust you to me. Is that agreeable? This heartfelt declaration acted as the most effective balm, instantly resonating with the softest corners of Wen Lian's heart. It became clear that Lan Ge did not wish to abandon her. Rather, he treasured and respected her too deeply. Even in this moment, he was contemplating her needs, aspiring to provide her with the most perfect ceremony and happiness. In stark contrast to her father's cold calculations and obstructions, Lan Ge's care and respect appeared incredibly precious and moving. Overwhelmed with emotion and love, Wen Lian once again threw herself into Fu Lan's embrace, crying uncontrollably. Lan Ye, you are so wonderful. I am sorry, I was too hasty. I trust you. I will follow your lead. Fu Lan held her tightly, feeling her complete trust and surrender. A subtle, victorious smile crept onto his lips, hidden from Wen Lian's view. He had successfully transformed Wen Lian's impulsiveness into a deeper attachment and trust. This crisis had become an excellent opportunity for him to deepen his control. Chapter 46. The Colonel's Omega little husband Fu Lan personally escorted Wen Lian to the door. Facing Wen Zhengqing, who had rushed over with a stormy expression, Fu Lan maintained a respectful yet resolute demeanor. Minister Wen, he said, slightly bowing, his tone neither servile nor arrogant. Lian was worried about me tonight, which is why she came out without permission. It was my oversight not to communicate with you in advance, and I apologize for causing you concern. He refrained from criticizing Wen's confinement of Wen Lian or inciting her to continue resisting. Instead, he took the responsibility upon himself. Wen Zhengqing snorted coldly, his sharp gaze scrutinizing Fu Lan. Fu, you should be well aware that you and Lian are not suited for one another. Her future does not require your involvement. Fu Lan raised his head, meeting Wen Zhengqing's gaze with openness and sincerity. I understand your concerns, Minister Wen. My background and status indeed do not align with Lian's. However, my feelings for her are genuine. I cannot choose my origins, but I can demonstrate through my abilities and future that I am capable of providing Lian with a life of happiness and security. He paused, his voice low yet powerful. Please grant me some time. I will prove my sincerity through actions, not mere empty promises. Having spoken, he again inclined his body slightly, avoiding the lingering gaze of Wen Lian, and decisively turned away. From that day forth, Fu Lan's behavior exhibited subtle changes. He continued to reach out to Wen Lian, yet his communications transcended mere sweet nothings and fleeting rendezvous. He began to share with her his commendable achievements at the military academy, the accolades received during simulated battles, and even some meticulously embellished plans regarding his future career. His intention was to convey to Wen Lian that he was earnestly laboring towards their shared future. Moreover, he employed exceedingly clever and discreet means to allow Wen Lian to inadvertently learn of his rejections of certain noble Omega's affections and his polite refusals of seemingly advantageous marriage proposals, thus crafting an image of a devoted and singularly focused individual, akin to the idea of a deep river with but a single sip taken. These tidbits of information invariably found their way to Wen Zhengqing's ears, either through Wen Lian or other channels. Wen Zhengqing remained cautious and on guard. Yet it was undeniable that Fu Lan's displayed capabilities, potential, and what appeared to be sincere intentions had, to some extent, shaken his initial resolute denial. He began to conduct a more in-depth investigation into Fu Lan, discovering that this young man possessed a background nearly immaculate, with all achievements stemming from his own exceptional prowess and diligence. This revelation only intensified Wen Zhengqing's unease. A commoner without connections, achieving such standing in the imperial capital was no trivial matter, indicative of cunning and strategy beyond the ordinary. Observing his son, who was growing increasingly gaunt yet resolute in his defiance for that alpha, filled him with both concern and helplessness. He attempted to introduce Wen Lian to more suitable young men of comparable standing, even tacitly allowing for more frequent visits from Shen Yuming, hoping his son might redirect his affections. However, Wen Lian's stance remained unwavering. He even resorted to a hunger strike in protest, although this was swiftly thwarted by Wen Zhengqing administering nutritional supplements. Yet the depth of his resolve was unmistakable. Amidst this stalemate, an unexpectedly significant armed conflict erupted along the Empire's borders. A band of interstellar pirates colluded with certain exiled regimes, launching attacks on border outposts and civilian shipping routes, resulting in considerable damage and panic. The military promptly responded by mobilizing outstanding senior students from various military academies to form a special reserve unit and provide support at the front lines. This was both an opportunity and a genuine peril. Fu Lan was among the first to enlist. Upon hearing the news, Wen Lian turned pale with fright and rushed to implore his father to leverage his connections to have Fu Lan's name removed from the list. Wen Zhengqing observed his son's panicked demeanor, paused in silence for a moment, yet unexpectedly declined to acquiesce. This was Fu Lan's choice. Wen Zhengqing's voice betrayed no emotion. The duty of a soldier is to protect one's homeland. If he lacked even this modicum of courage, he was unworthy of entering the Wen household. He harbored his own calculations. This presented an excellent opportunity for observation. Was Fu Lan genuinely intent on achieving glory, or merely putting on a facade? In the face of real danger and the trials of life and death, the essence of this young man would be laid bare. Before his departure, Fu Lan came to bid a formal farewell to the Wen family. He was not clad in the military academy uniform, but rather in a sharply tailored combat outfit, standing tall like a pine tree, with an air of sharp heroism in his brow. Minister Wen Lian, His gaze swept over Wen Lian's worried face, ultimately resting on Wen Zhengqing. I am about to accompany the troops to the front line of the border. This journey is fraught with danger. Yet I shall exert every effort to return with military achievements and honor. At that time, I hope to be qualified to formally request that you entrust Wen Lian's future to me. His words rang with conviction, his eyes resolute, devoid of any signs of retreat or pretense. Wen Zhengqing regarded him deeply, and after a prolonged silence, he slowly spoke. Let us speak of it again once you return alive. There was no agreement, yet neither was there further opposition. This already signified a softening of his stance. Wen Lian was already in tears. Disregarding her father's presence, she rushed into Fu Lan's embrace, holding him tightly. Lan Ge, you must return safely. I will wait for you. Fu Lan gently returned her embrace, his restrained yet potent gesture conveying strength. Wait for my return. He whispered a promise into Wen Lian's ear. Fu Lan departed. The frontline battles were intense, and Wen Lian's days stretched into an agonizing eternity. The military's public reports were always delayed and vague, merely outlining the general progress of the battles and the significant casualty figures, offering no insight into Fu Lan's specific situation. Each time she saw the casualty list updated, her heart would leap in her throat, trembling hands clicking to open it. And only when she confirmed that name was absent could she exhale in relief. This unresolved anxiety and fear nearly overwhelmed her. Already frail, she found it increasingly difficult to eat or sleep, often waking from nightmares, envisioning Fu Lan covered in blood. Although her father had also used some connections to inquire, the information from the front line was tightly controlled, with very few effective messages making their way back. In despair and anxiety, Wen Lian suddenly recalled Shen Yiming. The Shen family. Not only are they business magnates, but they are also one of the empire's largest unofficial military-industrial partners, providing a wealth of advanced weaponry and logistical support for this border conflict. Their channels of information must be far more adept and in-depth than her father's. Though feeling somewhat abrupt, Wen Lian could not afford to hesitate for the sake of news about Lan Ge. After much deliberation, she finally dialed Shen Yiming's communication. The connection was swiftly established, and Shen Yiming's gentle and refined visage appeared on the screen. Wen Lian, Jr.? Shen Yiming seemed somewhat surprised, yet his gaze remained warm. What can I do for you? Wen Lian's voice, tinged with unmistakable, choked emotion and urgency, conveyed her apologies for the disturbance. I wish to inquire if you have any more detailed information regarding the front line, particularly concerning the Imperial Military Academy's reserve units. She asked cautiously, filled with unease. Shen Yiming observed her pale and haggard appearance, dark shadows under her eyes, and immediately understood. His gaze dimmed for a fleeting moment, but was quickly enveloped by deeper concern. Please do not rush. Take your time, he said, softening his tone. Is this concerning news about Fu Lan? Wen Lian nodded vigorously, tears streaming down her cheeks. I cannot reach him, and the military's news is too slow. I am very worried. Shen Yiming remained silent for a moment. He indeed possesses the means to obtain some frontline, confidential updates through familial channels, including preliminary assessments of personnel casualties. He is aware that the fleet to which Fu Lan belongs has endured several fierce skirmishes, resulting in actual losses. Observing Wen Lian in such a vulnerable and helpless state, wholly devoted to another alpha, a complex pang of bittersweet emotions stirred within Shen Yiming. However, his impeccable upbringing and innate integrity rendered him incapable of turning a blind eye to the suffering of the individual before him. He sighed softly, his tone gentle yet reassuring. I understand. Please do not worry excessively. I will do my utmost to inquire. The moment I receive any news, I shall inform you right away. Really? Thank you so much. I am truly grateful, Senior Shen, Wen Lian exclaimed, as if grasping a lifeline, his eyes finally reflecting a flicker of hope. Just a trivial effort, Shen Yiming responded with a smile, offering comfort. Student Fu possesses exceptional capabilities. Fortune favors the worthy, and he will surely return safely. You must also take care of yourself and not give him cause for concern. In the days that followed, Shen Yiming faithfully upheld his promise. while he refrained from disclosing any military secrets. He would periodically and selectively convey vague, yet reassuring information regarding the overall safety status of Fu Lan's unit, gently relaying messages to Wen Lian. For instance, he would inform him that the situation in their defense sector had recently stabilized and that the latest batch of supplies had been delivered safely. Each time Wen Lian received news from Shen Yuming, his taut nerves would experience a momentary reprieve. His gratitude toward Shen Yuming grew with each passing day. Meanwhile, Shen Yuming, in his interactions with Wen Lian, observed the latter's steadfast yet anxious devotion to his beloved, and the admiration and fondness he had initially restrained began to deepen unconsciously. He had encountered many omegas, some spoiled and capricious, others frail and incapable of self-sufficiency. Yet, individuals like Wen Lian, who appeared delicate and fragile but possessed a pure and fervent heart, bravely seeking assistance for their loved ones while silently enduring torment, were indeed rare. This unique quality, mingled with the subtle fragility of the evening primrose's fragrance, inspired in Shen Yuming a profound sense of compassion and affection. The frontline conflict persisted, and Wen Lian's worries remained unabated. However, with the existence of Shen Yuming's elusive communication channel, he was no longer plunged into utter despair. He prayed daily, hoping for Fu Lan's safe return. Chapter 47. The Omega consort of the Colonel. The border conflict ultimately concluded with a resounding victory for the Empire. The triumphant troops received a grand welcome in the imperial capital. When Fu Lan's figure appeared at the victory ceremony, Wen Lian was nearly moved to tears. Dressed in a crisp military uniform, he stood even taller, the youthful naivety of a military academy student replaced by a steadiness and sharpness forged in the crucible of war. The medals adorning his chest gleamed brilliantly under the sunlight. He appeared unscathed, even more formidable than before. The weight that had burdened Wen Lian's heart for so long finally lifted, replaced by immense joy and pride. His Langu is a hero. After the celebratory banquet, Fu Lan once again visited the Wen household. This time, he brought not only military medals, but also a weighty commendation decree and promotion notice from the military. Wen Zhengxing gazed at the young alpha before him, whose aura had shifted significantly from the past, and fell into a long silence. Fu Lan had, through tangible military achievements and a near-sacrificial price on the battlefield, demonstrated his worth, capability, and determination. The decisive temperament honed in the crucible of war made Wen Zhengxing realize that this young man's future accomplishments would likely extend far beyond this moment. Any attempts to obstruct him seemed to have lost their significance, potentially even turning the Wen family into adversaries. Ultimately, Wen Zhengxing sighed deeply, a mixture of resignation and acknowledgement in his demeanor, and slowly nodded. Lian Lian, I entrust you to him. A glimmer of sharpness flashed in Fu Lan's eyes as he knelt on one knee, taking Wen Lian's hand his own, solemnly placing upon her a simple yet exquisitely valuable engagement ring. Lian Lian, marry me. His voice was deep and resonant, transforming from a question into a proclamation. Wen Lian gazed at the ring on her finger, then into Fu Lan's profound eyes, her cheeks flushed, tears of happiness shimmering in her gaze as she nodded vigorously. I am willing. The grand engagement ceremony was soon held, attended by the elite of the imperial capital star, all there to congratulate the radiant couple. Fu Lan, clad in a bespoke suit, conducted himself with grace, engaging in light-hearted conversation, perfectly embodying the role of a promising young talent and devoted fiancé. Wen Lian nestled beside him, her face aglow with joy, her evening primrose pheromones seemingly sweeter than ever. In a corner of the banquet, Shen Yuming quietly savored his drink, observing the dazzling couple amidst the crowd. Watching the trust and happiness radiating from Wen Lian's smile stirred a multitude of emotions within him. He raised his glass slightly in their direction before downing its contents, a hint of bitterness lingering. Shortly after the banquet concluded, Shen Yuming arranged to meet Wen Lian for one final encounter in the garden of the Art Academy. Congratulations, Lian Lian, he said, his voice as gentle as ever. His smile warm. Seeing you so happy brings me peace. Thank you, Senior Shen. Wen Lian's smile was genuine and bright. I truly appreciate everything you've done for me during this time. Without your support, I wouldn't have known how to endure. as Shun Yuming beheld her unclouded joy. The flicker of unrealistic hope in his heart extinguished completely. He smiled and inquired, "Are you happy being engaged to Fulan?" "Absolutely," Wen Lian answered without hesitation, her eyes sparkling. "Clan Ge treats me wonderfully. Being with him is the happiest thing for me." She regarded Shin Yuming as a trustworthy friend and senior with whom she could share her joy. A slight pang pierced Shin Yuming's heart, yet his smile remained even more gentle. "That's wonderful. As long as you're happy." He paused, as if casually mentioning, "My family is expanding some new business ventures in the Andromeda Galaxy, and I need to oversee them for a while. I might be away from the Imperial Capital Star for quite some time." Wen Lian blinked in surprise, a hint of reluctance crossing her face. "Oh, you're going so far away? Does that mean we won't see you for a long time?" "I will always return." Shin Yuming smiled, concealing the emotions hidden deep within his eyes. In the future, they could still connect through the holographic interface, discussing art exhibitions and new creations. "You're always welcome to find me," he said. Absolutely." Wen Lian nodded vigorously, adding, "You must take care of your health too." "You too. Take good care of yourself," Shun Yuming replied, casting a lingering gaze as if to imprint Wen Lian's visage in his heart. Then, as was his custom, he gently patted Wen Lian's shoulder before turning to leave. His silhouette appeared particularly upright under the afternoon sun, yet it bore a trace of barely perceptible solitude. Shin Yuming chose to bury the quietly blossoming feelings deep within, retreating to a distant yet secure position as a friend. After the engagement, everything unfolded naturally. Fulan and Wen Lian completed their studies. Fulan, propelled by his military achievements, the clandestine support of the Wen family, and his own exceptional qualities, ascended rapidly within the military ranks. Wen Lian graduated from the Art Academy, continuing his serene artistic endeavors. With the tacit approval of Wen Zhengxing, the two began cohabitating in an exquisite residence prepared by the Wen family for them. Wen Lian reveled in the blissful life, eagerly anticipating their forthcoming wedding. Each day, he painted numerous portraits of Fulan. Fulan absorbed in reading, Fulan lost in thought, even Fulan asleep. His artistic skills matured further, and the images of Fulan he created were always imbued with a halo of love and admiration. He also earnestly began to learn cooking, often turning the kitchen into a chaotic mess, with the outcomes varying in taste from delightful to dismal. Nevertheless, Fulan would always finish the meals and offer encouragement. This bolstered Wen Lian's motivation even more. Fulan relished Wen Lian's complete dependence and adoration. He found himself rather fond of this beautiful, obedient little fiancée, whose every thought and gaze were filled with him. It was akin to possessing a rare and charming pet, delightful to tease, impressive to present, and capable of yielding substantial practical benefits. He maintained his gentlemanly demeanor, insisting on separate sleeping arrangements under the pretext of respect, awaiting the most sacred wedding night. This rationale deeply moved Wen Lian and effectively dispelled Wen Zhengxing's final doubts. Fulan adeptly controlled the rhythm, enjoying the emotional value that Wen Lian brought and the resources provided by the Wen family, while calmly evaluating the sustained return on this investment. As long as Wen Lian and the Wen family remained useful, he harbored no objections to nurturing this beautiful, endearing little pet, offering some inexpensive care and affection to uphold this warm facade. He even began to think that such a life was rather agreeable. Yet, unbeknownst to Wen Lian, who was wholly immersed in the beautiful anticipation of a life spent with his beloved, all this happiness was about to be utterly shattered by a long-brewing conspiracy. The imperial power dynamics underwent a tumultuous upheaval during a recent electoral transition. The faction to which Wen Zhengxing belonged suffered an unprecedented and devastating defeat. His longtime political adversaries swiftly ascended to power, taking control of crucial positions within the cabinet and parliament. This was soon followed by a rapid and ruthless reckoning against the forces of the former regime. As the former Minister of Finance, Wen Zhengxing found himself at the forefront of this purge. A flurry of accusations, both true and false, exaggerated and fabricated, rained down upon him, alleging corruption, dereliction of duty, and abuse of power. Despite Wen Zhengqing's earnest attempts to defend himself, his justifications appeared feeble against the iron-fisted machinations of those in power. Ultimately, the Supreme Court rendered its verdict, stripping Wen Zhengqing of all his titles and noble status, exiling him to a desolate planet at the empire's edge, characterized by scarce resources and harsh conditions, to occupy a trivial position of insignificance, effective immediately. Upon receiving this news, the Wen family plummeted from grace overnight. The once bustling estate became eerily deserted, and their opulent residence was sealed, leaving only a profound sense of desolation. Fu Lan's career also faced repercussions. He was temporarily suspended for review and subjected to internal scrutiny. Although his previous military achievements and limited involvement in the core affairs of Wen's faction likely ensured his survival, his path to promotion would undoubtedly face obstacles, potentially necessitating a realignment of loyalties. At the interstellar port, the biting cold wind swept through. Wen Zhengqing seemed to age a decade in a single night. The dignity and elegance he once possessed had vanished, leaving only exhaustion and weariness behind. He tightly embraced his only son, tears streaming down his face. "Forgive me, my child," he choked out, his voice heavy with helplessness and guilt. His heart ached most for this son, frail in health, whom he had cherished and nurtured. Wen Lian had already dissolved into tears, clutching his father's sleeve with a ghostly pallor. "Father, please do not go. I cannot bear to be apart from you." Wen Zhengqing lifted his gaze, his eyes sharp as they fell upon the silent Fu Lan nearby. Clad in casual attire, Fu Lan appeared solemn, betraying little emotion. "Fu Lan," Wen Zhengqing's voice carried a final note of urgency and entreaty. "I am departing now. I entrust Lian to you. For the sake of our past friendship and his unwavering affection for you, please ensure his well-being. Grant him stability." Fu Lan met his gaze, his expression transforming into one of deep pain yet resolute determination. He stepped forward, solemnly pledging, "Minister Wen, rest assured. No matter what transpires, I will look after Lian. He is my fiancé and will be my wife. I shall not allow him to suffer." Wen Zhengqing scrutinized him closely, searching for any hint of insincerity in his eyes. Yet ultimately, he simply closed his eyes in weary resignation and loosened his grip on his son. He understood that he was powerless now and could only choose to place his trust in this alpha, whom he had never truly believed in. The roar of the spaceship's engines echoed like a lament, carrying the fallen former Minister of Finance into the gray expanse of the sky. Wen Lian slumped in Fu Lan's embrace, sobbing to the point of near unconsciousness. Fu Lan held him tightly, gently patting his back and whispering soothing words, embodying the role of a dependable fiancé. However, deep within his lowered gaze lay a cold calculation and a swift reassessment of the situation's advantages and disadvantages. The Wen family had utterly lost its power. This chess piece has lost all its utility, becoming instead a blemish and potential risk on his career path. Continuing to be bound to Wen Lian will not yield any support. Rather, it may incite the apprehension and suppression of those in power. Meanwhile, Lin Yan, the young master of the Lin family, has recently intensified his overtures toward him. The Lin family currently enjoys unparalleled prominence, with Lin Yan's sister being the crown princess. If he could forge a connection with them, perhaps even enter into a union with the Lin family, his prospects would be boundless, far brighter than relying on the waning Wen family. However, to immediately abandon his newly distressed fiancée would be exceedingly detrimental in public opinion, severely impacting the image of loyalty and righteousness he has painstakingly cultivated. He requires an impeccable, undetectable method to facilitate Wen Lian's natural withdrawal from his life. A seamless plan swiftly crystallized in his mind. He recalled Beta Asia, the bookish individual he had previously sponsored, who resided on the outskirts of a slum and was obsessed with chemistry and pharmacology. Asia was reclusive, indifferent to anything but his experiments, and deeply grateful for the funding and experimental conditions provided by Fu Lan, whom he dutifully obeyed. Fu Lan clandestinely contacted Asia with a peculiar request, a colorless, tasteless, and hard-to-detect chronic poison that would gradually debilitate a person over 4 to 5 years, culminating in organ failure and natural death. although Asia found the request somewhat odd. Immersed in his research and appreciative of Fu Lan's recognition, he soon devoted himself to the task. Before long, he indeed produced an exceedingly discreet potion, which passed the preliminary tests arranged by Fu Lan. Upon receiving the potion, Fu Lan gazed at the clear, tasteless liquid with a chilling demeanor. Perfect. Given Wen Lian's already frail constitution, his natural deterioration and demise would raise no suspicions. For the 5 years would be ample time to obscure all traces, allowing him to establish a firm footing and even forge new ties with the Lin family. By that time, he would merely need to assume the guise of a grieving widower, lamenting the loss of his beloved, to effortlessly garner sympathy, ultimately emerging from sorrow to embrace a promising future. As for Wen Lian, once a treasured and beautiful companion, but now devoid of value and potentially burdensome, it was time to discreetly dispose of him. He began to meticulously introduce minute quantities of the potion into Wen Lian's diet, each dose controlled to be nearly imperceptible. Observing Wen Lian's already weakened body, exacerbated by familial upheaval and sorrow, become increasingly fatigued and pallid, Fu Lan felt no turmoil within, only the calm of a plan unfolding successfully. He even feigned deeper affection, nurturing Wen Lian with utmost care, hiring a professional nutritionist for his recovery, and speaking with concern and promises of unwavering loyalty. Unbeknownst to Wen Lian, he believed his deteriorating health stemmed solely from his father's exile and overwhelming worries. He was profoundly grateful for Fu Lan's steadfastness and meticulous care, growing ever more dependent on and enamored with the alpha who sheltered him in his most vulnerable moments. Target character, Fu Lan, favorability, 10, current favorability, 40. Chapter 49. The Colonel's Omega little husband ate the news of when Zhongqing's exile reached the distant Andromeda nebula several days ago. When Shun Yuming received this information in his office, he was in the midst of signing an interstellar trade document. His fingers, holding the electronic pen, paused imperceptibly for half a second before he smoothly completed his signature and handed the document to his assistant, the entire process devoid of any unusualness. Make arrangements. I need to return to the Imperial capital immediately. His voice remained as steady and gentle as ever, betraying no urgency, merely tightening the schedule for the following days to enhance efficiency. During the journey, he attempted several times to contact Wen Lian, but most communications failed to connect. On the rare occasion when he did reach her, he only received a brief response. Her voice choked with suppressed tears as she hurriedly said, "Senior, I'm fine. There's no need to worry," before hanging up. Shin Yuming refrained from dialing again, his brow furrowing ever so slightly as his fingertips swiftly navigated the touchscreen, quietly elevating the return speed to the maximum permissible level. When the private starship he was aboard smoothly arrived at the Imperial capital spaceport, more than half a month had passed since Wen Zhongqing's departure. He first visited the Wen family's old residence, where he observed the seal with a tranquil gaze, not lingering, and instead turned to reliable channels to ascertain Wen Lian's current residence. Upon locating the apartment, he rang the doorbell, standing upright outside with a calm demeanor. The door opened to reveal Wen Lian's pale, emaciated face. Dressed in loose loungewear, she appeared even more fragile, her eyes swollen, and the once vibrant spark in her gaze now dulled, as if shrouded in an indelible haze. "Senior, what brings you back?" Wen Lian's voice carried a note of surprise, tinged with an almost imperceptible hoarseness. "I happen to be in the area to handle some family matters, and thought I would check on you," Shin Yuming replied, his tone warm and casual, as if it were merely a chance visit. His gaze swiftly yet thoroughly scanned Wen Lian's face, taking in the profound sorrow, illness, and fatigue etched upon her features. His heart felt as though it were gently gripped by an invisible hand, yet he maintained an appropriately concerned expression. "You don't seem well. Have you been resting?" He refrained from probing into the details surrounding the upheaval in the Wen family, understanding that such inquiries would only reopen wounds for Wen Lian. Instead, he gently suggested, "The Imperial Academy of Arts is hosting a delightful small art exhibition. Would you care to join me? It might serve as a pleasant distraction." Wen Lian hesitated for a moment before nodding. Being alone in the apartment filled with memories was becoming increasingly suffocating as sorrow threatened to engulf her. They strolled along the familiar paths of the academy. Shen Yuming, as always, engaged her in conversation about the latest happenings in the interstellar art scene, discussing a master's new work with a soothing and natural tone, striving to create a reassuring, ordinary atmosphere. Wen Lian mostly listened quietly, occasionally nodding or responding with a brief remark, her smile fragile and forced. She often drifted off, her gaze unfocused as it wandered into the distance. Shen Yuming observed his wrist, now more slender than before, with skin so pale it was nearly translucent, along with the corners of his eyes, tinged with a hint of red from suppressing tears. A mingled sensation of tenderness and an indescribable heaviness enveloped his heart. Yet, he maintained a respectful distance and a gentle demeanor, refraining from any inappropriate gestures or words. In the subsequent 2 days, as Fu Lan was preoccupied with work and on a short business trip, Shen Yuming visited daily. Sometimes he would take Wen Lian to an art exhibition, and at other times he would simply prepare a calming cup of tea in his apartment, quietly keeping him company or engaging in light conversation. His presence was akin to a soft, persistent drizzle, gently easing Wen Lian's taut nerves, allowing him to relax, albeit imperceptibly, more significantly through reliable channels. Shen Yuming secured the first letter of reassurance from Wen Zhengqing, dispatched from his place of exile. Without uttering a word, he delicately placed the letter before Wen Lian. With trembling hands, Wen Lian took the thin sheet of paper, recognizing his father's familiar handwriting and the brief message of safety. The tears he had long held back finally cascaded forth. Shen Yuming sat quietly beside him, offering no embrace or excessive words of comfort, merely handing him a clean handkerchief. His gaze warm and understanding as he accompanied him until his emotions gradually settled. Fu Lan returned early from his business trip to the apartment. Weary from the relentless entanglements with the Lin family's young master and the exhausting complexities of navigating alliances, he found himself missing his fiancée, who relied on him wholeheartedly and provided him solace. However, upon entering the apartment, he found it empty. Frowning slightly, he was about to contact Wen Lian when he noticed a discreet hover car coming to a stop. Wen Lian emerged, followed by Shen Yuming. Standing by the car, Shen Yuming inclined his head slightly towards Wen Lian, exchanging a few farewell words, his demeanor as always, courteous and composed, maintaining the gentlemanly distance expected of him. Wen Lian nodded in return, a faint trace of rare, serene peace gracing his face. From shadows of the upper floor, Fu Lan observed the scene below. Shen Yuming's gentle and polite demeanor was beyond reproach, yet the natural atmosphere of care and the striking smile that appeared on Wen Lian's face, a smile born from another's presence, ignited a deep-seated discomfort within Fu Lan, a sense of possessiveness that felt violated. His cherished companion seemed to have found solace in someone else's company in his absence, leaving him profoundly unsettled. The door to the apartment creaked open, and Wen Lian stepped inside, carrying with him a faint chill of the night air. Upon spotting Fu Lan in the living room, his dull eyes instantly brightened, akin to a fledgling returning to its nest. He hurriedly rushed towards Fu Lan, enveloping his waist in a tight embrace, burying his face in his chest. "Lo Ye, you're back. I've missed you so much," his voice muffled with a heavy reliance and a subtle hint of grievance, the scent of night-blooming jasmine softly clinging to him. Fu Lan instinctively wrapped his arms around him, his palm brushing over the cool skin of his nape. Wen Lian's reliance on him somewhat alleviated the discontent that had arisen within him upon seeing Shen Yuming. He lowered his head and, with a teasing tone, inquired, "Just returned. Where did my dear Lian go to play today? Returning so late?" Wen Lian lifted his gaze, a glimmer of eagerness to share illuminating his face, and, unguarded, he exclaimed, "Senior Shun is back. He took me to the academy to see the art exhibition, and we strolled for a while with Brother Lan. Did you know? He even helped me get news about my father. Father is doing well over there, and he wrote me a letter." He proudly produced a carefully folded copy of the letter from his pocket, his eyes reddening at the mention of his father, yet filled with authentic, overwhelming joy. Fu Lon observed the spark in his eyes, reignited by another, while listening to his praises of how Senior Shun had assisted him. The discomfort he had just managed to suppress surged forth once more, sharper than before. Shin Yuming once again. What right did he have to intrude upon his affairs? What right did he have to comfort his beloved pet? Why did Wen Lian look at him with such gratitude and dependence? A tumult of intense jealousy, territorial rage, and an indescribable sense of panic consumed him. He could almost envision Shun Yuming approaching Wen Lian with that infuriatingly impeccable, gentlemanly demeanor, soothing his cherished pet. He instinctively tightened his grip on Wen Lian's arm, his face maintaining a gentle expression as he forced out a semblance of a smile. Is that so? How wonderful! Senior Shin truly is very considerate. Wen Lian remained blissfully unaware of Fu Lan's tumultuous feelings, lost in the dual comfort of his father's safety and his friend's return. Nodding obediently, "You should take a hot shower first. Don't catch a chill." Fu Lan released him, ruffling his hair, striving for a natural tone. Wen Lian obediently headed to the bathroom. The sound of water began to cascade. Fu Lan stood alone in the living room, Shin Yuming's warm, serene visage and the sparkle in Wen Lian's eyes when he spoke of him flickering through his mind. Rationality advised that marrying Wen Lian at this moment would be the most foolish decision, entirely disrupting his plans, prolonging his review, and possibly offending the illustrious Lin family. Yet, a more primal, intense emotion overwhelmed all reason, possessiveness. A wild, undeniable possessiveness. He would not allow others to touch what belonged to him, not even a coveted. Wen Lian was solely his, body and soul, every inch belonging to Fu Lan. Even in death, he would still be his Fu Lan's beloved pet. He must immediately, without delay, indelibly mark his claim before any potential threats emerged. To hell with weighing pros and cons. To hell with the Lin family. Driven by an uncontrollable impulse, he abruptly turned and began to search the room feverishly. No exquisite ring box, no long-prepared engagement ring. At last, his gaze settled upon a corner of the bookshelf, where lay a medal he had earned during the valiant resistance against the interstellar pirates, crafted from a unique material that glimmered with a harsh metallic sheen. He grasped the medal tightly in his hand, its cold, angular edges pressing painfully against his palm. Just then, the sound of water from the bathroom ceased. After a moment, Wen Lian emerged, clad in a soft nightgown, towel in hand, drying her damp hair. Her fair cheeks, slightly flushed from steam, appeared tender and utterly unguarded. "Lan Yi." "I finished washing," she began, but halted abruptly, rooted in place. Fu Lan took several swift steps toward her, his breath slightly labored. His expression one she had never witnessed before, a fervent and almost obsessive intensity. He suddenly knelt before her, gazing up at the astonished Wen Lian, and presented the cold, sweat-slicked medal to her. Wen Lian, his voice, tinged with excitement, was slightly hoarse and quivered with barely perceptible emotion. "I know this is not the most opportune moment, and there are no rings, no flowers. Nothing could be prepared in time. But will you marry me?" Wen Lian was utterly stunned, her eyes wide as she beheld Fu Lan kneeling before her, holding the medal that symbolized honor, yet bore no relation to a proposal. Her mind was a blank slate. Fu Lan held her gaze with an urgent, unwavering intensity, as if he were attempting to convince her, but more so himself. "I understand your father's circumstances have brought us sorrow, yet I wish to offer you a home, one that belongs solely to us. Allow me to care for you, to protect you. Let's marry now. We can register tomorrow." As Wen Lian looked into Fu Lan's eyes, aflame with earnestness and yearning, and observed his hands tremoring with nervousness, an overwhelming, indescribable surge of emotion and joy flooded her being, obliterating all her thoughts. The grief of her father's exile and the anxiety of recent days seemed to find solace and resolution in that moment. Tears cascaded forth unexpectedly, and she fervently nodded, her voice choked with emotion, barely able to articulate her thoughts. "I am willing, Lan Gu. I am willing. I want to marry you." She leapt into Fu Lan's embrace, holding him tightly as if he were her entire world. Fu Lan caught her soft form, feeling her warm tears soak into his clothing, listening to her repeated declarations of willingness. The wild impulse and restlessness within him strangely subsided, replaced by an unfamiliar, swelling warmth. Yes, marriage. Let be known that Wen Lian is his. They were a legally recognized couple. Let Shen Yuming relinquish all hope. As for the consequences, to hell with the consequences. He lowered his head and kissed the top of Wen Lian's hair, pulling her closer still. In a modest yet cozy hotel hall, devoid of grand ceremonies and bustling guests, Wen Lian and Fu Lan exchanged their vows. Wen Lian donned a meticulously tailored white suit, accentuating his porcelain complexion and slender waist, resembling a beautifully adorned doll. He slightly tilted his head to gaze at Fu Lan, his eyes shimmering with trust, affection, and a serene sense of resolution. Fu Lan, clad in a sharply tailored dark formal attire, exuded a solemn demeanor, his gaze profound. He grasped Wen Lian's cool fingers, reciting the vows with deliberate clarity, his voice steady and resonant. Once the ceremony concluded, in a secluded corner, his eyes drifted to Shen Yuming, who stood quietly at the entrance of the hall. Refraining from entering, he merely handed an envelope containing a monetary gift to a server, nodding slightly in Wen Lian's direction before turning to depart. The sight of that upright yet somewhat solitary figure elicited an ineffable sense of satisfaction within Fu Lan. After the wedding, they returned to the little apartment that bore witness to countless memories, now officially imbued with the essence of home. As night fell, the warm glow of lights gently illuminated the bedroom. Wen Lian's cheeks flushed slightly, his fingers instinctively clutching the hem of his clothing. He rose on tiptoe, bashfully planting a kiss at the corner of Fu Lan's mouth. The kiss was profoundly tender, yet inexperienced. Fu Lan paused momentarily, then reciprocated. The scent of rum intensified, enveloping them both. With a slight tremor in his voice, Wen Lian whispered, "I am yours." Beneath his words lay a subtle undercurrent of insecurity and guilt. He was acutely aware that the upheavals in his family had adversely affected Fu Lan's career. Eager to prove his worth, he yearned to compensate and hold tightly to this hard-won sense of belonging. Observing Wen Lian's complete surrender, Fu Lan kissed his way from his lips to his chin, then to the delicate curve of his throat. The initially ethereal fragrance of night-blooming jasmine gradually intertwined with the robust scent of rum, blending into an intimate signature unique to them. Weary, Fu Lan closed his eyes, tears still glistening at the corners, yet a gentle, weary smile graced his lips. He had finally, wholly, become Fu Lan's. Post-marriage life appeared tranquil and warm on the surface. Fu Lan was indeed busy. With the relationship with the Lin family having reached a complete stalemate, he needed to seek new alliances and opportunities, while the military scrutiny was still not fully resolved. Nevertheless, he made it a point to return home for dinner each day, embodying the role of a considerate husband. Wen Lian devoted himself wholeheartedly to nurturing their little home, painting, learning to cook dishes that Fu Lan cherished, and arranging the apartment to be cozy and inviting. He became increasingly proactive in their intimate moments, his eyes often shimmering with a gentle, hopeful light. "Longu, do you think we'll soon have our own child?" he asked, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Do you prefer a boy or a girl?" Fu Lan smiled as he stroked Wen Lian's hair, his tone impeccably tender. "As long as it is our child. Whether boy or girl, alpha or omega, I will cherish them." Yet beneath his flawless smile lay a cold calculation. A child? Absolutely not. An impulsive marriage is already foolish enough. He would never allow another child to irrevocably bind him and obstruct his future. Wen Lian is now his cherished and beautiful little pet, whom he can nurture, tease, and even derive a modicum of pleasure from her dependence. Yet, he has never forgotten his ambitions and goals. The Wen family has already fallen from grace, and Wen Lian can no longer provide him with any substantial assistance. Once he has secured his position, a more formidable alliance will be essential to solidify his status. A child would serve as the greatest hindrance. Therefore, he has discreetly instructed the nutritionist, who regularly attends to the ailing Wen Lian, to silently incorporate long-acting contraceptives into the so-called tonics. Each time Wen Lian lovingly caresses her belly, filled with hope for their child, Fu Lan can only scoff inwardly. Observing her naive and blissful demeanor induces a twisted sense of control within him. This beautiful little pet has her reproductive rights firmly grasped in his hands. He needs Wen Lian to maintain her lovely, fragile appearance for a few more years. 3 years, 5 years, during his prime, to be a harmless canary entirely his own. As for what comes after, when he no longer requires this facade of affection or finds a superior alternative, that slowly acting poison will silently eliminate this beautiful obstacle. Longu, do you think her child will resemble you more or me more? Wen Lian nestled in his embrace, softly inquiring, filled with beautiful fantasies for the future. Fu Lan bent down and kissed the top of her head, his voice tender enough to drown in. Like you, beautiful and obedient. He held her warm body tightly, savoring her complete trust, while his eyes betrayed a cold, unyielding ambition. Nothing and no one could deter him from ascending to the pinnacle of power. Fu Lan's world was rapidly rising. The clouds of scrutiny had completely dissipated. With an almost ruthless efficiency, he consolidated resources, leveraging his remarkable military achievements and astute alliances. Ascending several ranks within 6 months, adorned with a brilliant new star on his epaulette, achieving the rank of colonel. The media portrayed him as a legend of the common people, while the military regarded him as a representative of new forces. He frequently attended banquets within the imperial corps, often seen deliberating with the third prince, his image splashed across newspapers. He had touched the edge of the power he had long coveted, each step taken with steady resolve. Meanwhile, Wen Lian's world continuously sank into silence. He could not quite articulate when his body began to betray him so profoundly. An inexplicable fatigue surged upon him like a tide. After holding a paintbrush for too long, his wrist would become too weak to lift. His appetite diminished, and occasionally forcing down a morsel would lead to nausea in his chest. His complexion remained persistently pale. Sometimes he would gaze into the mirror for a long time, startled by the unfamiliar figure before him, thin, with a faint sorrow etched between his brows. Most terrifying of all was the coughing of blood. The first time he discovered that glaring red stain on his pristine handkerchief, he was so frightened that he could scarcely stand, immediately followed by a frantic attempt to conceal his fear. He clandestinely concealed the blood-stained handkerchief, swallowing the metallic sweetness lodged in his throat, and then offered a more fervent smile to Fu Lan upon his return home, attempting to project an image of well-being. Fear gripped him, fear of becoming a burden, fear of shattering the facade of this seemingly tranquil existence. Fu Lan was already burdened with his own affairs, his gaze often reflecting the sharpness and fatigue of one who has battled outside. He could not afford to complicate matters further. Yet, while he could conceal his affliction, he could not evade the sharp blades of the external world. The cacophony of Starnet infiltrated every crevice. Reports about Fu Lan always sparkled with glamour, but the comment sections were rife with piercing critiques. Their wedding had been modest, shrouded in secrecy, and his identity remained that of the son of a great corrupt official, betrothed to Colonel Fu. Is that Wen Lian still around? His father is a criminal. How can he show his face? I've heard he is in poor health and likely unable to bear children. Colonel Fu has shown great patience. Had it been me, I would have annulled the engagement long ago. Each word felt like a poisoned needle, piercing the most vulnerable parts of his heart. He attempted to shut down his light brain, yet could not extinguish the chill within. Those malicious speculations merged cruelly with his deepest fear of being utterly worthless, of dragging Fu Lan down with him. When Fu Lan sensed his despondency, he would draw him into his embrace, gently patting his trembling back, his tone imbued with unwavering certainty. Do not heed those voices, Lian Lian. You are my one and only wife. Wen Lian would bury his face in Fu Lan's coat, still tinged with the chill of the outdoors, nodding vigorously, drawing warmth and assurance from it. However, after such embraces, the sense of solitude only deepened. Fu Lan's world was vast and cacophonous, while his own had dwindled to this apartment in an endless state of anxiousness. He grasped nothing tangible, save for the fleeting warmth of his husband. He secretly visited a doctor, consuming bowls of bitter herbal concoctions that left his tongue numb, fervently hoping for a miracle. He longed for his health to improve, for the possibility of bearing a child imbued with the blood of both him and Fu Lan. perhaps capable of alleviating his profound unease, proving he was not entirely without worth. Yet his abdomen remained flat. Hopes repeatedly dashed turned into a cold despair, weighing heavily upon his heart. Occasionally, Shen Yuming would send messages, his tone consistently gentle and polite, sometimes accompanied by a photograph of an interstellar landscape or insights on a particular painting. Wen Lian would promptly respond, adopting a light-hearted tone, assuring that he was well and that Fu Lan was busy but fine, thanking his senior for his concern. He dare not say much more, fearing to disclose even a hint of bitterness, and was even more apprehensive that the slightest expression of care would cast his own inadequacies into sharper relief. It had been a long time since he last painted. His palette lay dry, and his brushes were abandoned. The world that once captivated him for an entire day had lost all its hues. Often, he merely sat by the window, watching the streams of traffic below, losing track of time, his heart feeling empty. The entirety of his existence had shrunk to two faint hopes, awaiting Fu Lan's return home and the brief letters of reassurance sent from his father across distant star systems. He resembled a withering plant, deprived of nourishment, nestled in a forgotten corner, its leaves silently curling, veins gradually yellowing, engaged in a quiet, slow descent. Meanwhile, the political landscape of the imperial capital began to stir, as the aging emperor, indifferent to the affairs of state, fell ill, prompting various factions to secretly plot. Chapter 52. The colonel's Omega little husband. It was unimaginable that the crown prince could be so ruthless. A soudain couchateur de Fu Lan's aspiration. The faction of the crown prince initiated a rebellion. The emperor abruptly perished, his decree was tampered with, and the crown prince ascended the throne. The allies of the third prince were branded as traitors and faced purging. Fu Lan, a rising star under the third prince, was swiftly apprehended. Accusations rained down: treason, dereliction of duty, embezzlement. Each charge lethal in its implications. He scarcely had time to react before being thrust into a military prison, cut off from the outside world. Former allies, who once called him brother, hastily distanced themselves, fearing association. When the news reached Wen Lian, he was in his apartment, holding a bowl of medicine, staring blankly at the scenery outside. The bowl slipped from his hands, shattering on the floor, the medicinal liquid splattering over him. He could not believe that his Lan Gu was wrongfully accused. Upon hearing the news, his face turned as pale as parchment, his body swayed, and he had to steady himself against the coffee table to avoid collapsing. Yet suddenly, it was as if he were infused with a remarkable strength, his gaze firming with determination. His Lan Gu was waiting for him. With his frail body, he began searching through his home. He unearthed his mother's jewelry, the limited edition starship model his father gifted him upon reaching adulthood, his own meticulously crafted artworks that he cherished, and the engagement ring he had safeguarded with utmost care. All valuables were gathered without hesitation, packed with resolve. He sold every piece of personal property he could, pouring every penny into hiring the Empire's most prestigious and exorbitantly priced defense attorneys. At any cost, he would rescue him, he told the lead attorney in a hoarse yet unwavering voice. The lawyer, taken aback by his pale, gaunt face and the reckless fervor in his eyes, hesitated before finally nodding gravely. This was merely the beginning. Fu Lan was held under strict confinement, making visitation exceedingly difficult. Wen Lian, burdened by his increasingly weakened body, tirelessly navigated military courts, prisons, and any former connections that might offer a glimmer of assistance. His already frail constitution could scarcely endure such relentless exertion and emotional strain. Coughing up blood became more frequent. Initially, there was merely a hint of dark red on his handkerchief, but soon he found himself bending over, the floor splattered with vivid droplets of crimson. He always wiped it away quickly, his complexion pallid as he gasped for breath, only to plunge into the next round of frantic endeavors. He managed to reach Shen Yuming, who had distanced himself from the imperial capital. In their communication, his voice trembled, filled with a humble plea. "Senior Shen, I implore you. Is there any way you could help me see him? Or at least ensure the trial is somewhat fair?" He dared not ask the Shen family to intervene directly, fearing it would endanger them. He sought only the slightest chance of hope. On the other end of the line, Shen Yuming remained silent for an extended period, long enough for Wen Lian to nearly despair, before finally offering a low and complex response. I will try. Lian, take care of yourself. After hanging up, Wen Lian leaned weakly against the cold wall, engulfed by another bout of harsh coughing, the metallic taste of blood rising in his throat. That night, upon returning to his frigid apartment, he could no longer hold on. Darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed heavily onto the floor. No one noticed. He lay on the icy floor for an entire night, until the faint light of dawn roused him from his frozen slumber. His body ached as if it had been shattered, and his throat was filled with the taste of rust. Struggling to rise, he caught sight of himself in the mirror, haggard to the point of being unrecognizable, with dried blood staining the corners of his mouth, yet his gaze remained stubbornly resolute. If he were to falter, what would become of Lan Ge? He was the one he loved most dearly. He splashed cold water on his face, donned a turtleneck to conceal his pallid complexion, and swallowed several cough suppressants before stepping out once more. He was determined to visit the prison. Finally, with the aid of various connections, he could meet Lan Ge in the visitation room of the military prison, separated by thick bulletproof glass. Fu Lan finally laid eyes on Wen Lian. In that instant, Fu Lan's heart felt as if it were gripped tightly by a frigid hand, causing him near suffocation. Wen Lian appeared emaciated, his oversized clothing hanging loosely around him. His complexion an ashen pallor, and the dark circles under his eyes were alarmingly pronounced. Yet those eyes, upon seeing Fu Lan, shone with an astonishing brightness, filled with unmasked heartache, worry, and a burning determination. He picked up the communicator, his voice hoarse yet striving for clarity. Lan Ge, do not worry. The lawyer is competent. We're devising a plan. You're innocent, I know. He paused, inhaling deeply as if summoning all his strength, and spoke each word with deliberate emphasis. Regardless of the outcome, wherever you go, I will follow. Fu Lan fixed his gaze upon him, his eyes moving from Wen Lian's unnaturally pale face to his trembling shoulders, finally resting on the bony hand gripping the communicator. He noticed that the engagement ring Wen Lian had always worn was missing. In that moment, everything became clear to Fu Lan. He understood how Wen Lian could afford such an exorbitant legal team, and why this foolish man had become so gaunt, pouring everything he had, sacrificing his health and dignity, in a desperate effort on his behalf. How could he be so foolish? How could he be so naive? An unprecedented wave of excruciating pain and tumult swept over Fu Lan. Emerging from a mire, having grown accustomed to betrayal and calculation, he had never believed in selfless devotion or loyalty without ulterior motives. Yet this person before him, while he was ensnared in a web of despair, had shattered all the principles of exploitation and value that governed his cold world, using the most foolish and resolute means. Though glass separated them, Fu Lan felt as though he could sense the faint, lingering scent of blood, could feel the dwindling vitality within that body. His throat tightened painfully, and his eyes burned with heat, nearly overwhelming him with the impulse to shatter that glass barrier. He suddenly lowered his head, unable to bear the gaze of Wen Lian's eyes, which were pure to the point of being blinding. The outcome of the hearing was a bitter victory. Fu Lan ultimately cleared himself of the most damning charges, escaping imprisonment. However, all his past glory, status, and power were stripped away, relegating him to the remote planet of Taimu, on the fringes of the empire, where he served as a nearly forgotten security chief overseeing the entrance to an old mine. The position was trivial, almost laughable. On the day he departed from the imperial capital, the sky was shrouded in gray. In their apartment, Wen Lian quietly packed their belongings. There was little they could take, and he meticulously folded clothes, assessing what was essential. With his back turned to the door, his figure was astonishingly slender, the outline of his shoulder blades starkly visible, as if he might shatter with a mere touch. Fu Lan stood at the doorway, watching this scene, his heart pierced repeatedly by a dull blade, each stab suffocatingly painful. He walked over slowly, step by step, and from behind he enveloped that frail body in his arms. His own form was far larger and stronger than Wen Lian's, yet at this moment he sought refuge, burying his head deep into the delicate curve of Wen Lian's neck. Warm tears flowed uncontrollably, soaking Wen Lian's collar. He had never been so unrestrained, so vulnerable. Wen Lian was momentarily taken aback, but then relaxed, covering Fu Lan's hand that encircled his waist, gently patting it. His hand was cold. "It's all right, Lan Ge." He spoke softly, soothingly. "I will always be with you." He believed Fu Lan mourned the loss of power and future. "We will return." Fu Lan shook his head vigorously, choked with emotion, unable to articulate a response. No, it was not the loss of power that pained him. After enduring all of this and seeing the harshness of the world, he suddenly felt that those once cherished aspects of life had become insubstantial. The game of power was cyclical, with everyone struggling like ants within it. Today's high towers could crumble by tomorrow. His only clear perception now was that he could not lose the person in his arms, his Wen Lian. Before the spaceship departed, Shen Yiming arrived. He stood at a distance, not approaching, merely nodding slightly to Wen Lian, his gaze complex, bearing a silent farewell. Wen Lian smiled at him with gratitude. The environment on Taimu was unexpectedly pleasant. The sky was clear, the air crisp, and the people were genuine. Their new home was a simple yet cozy bungalow with a small courtyard. Fu Lan's security work was nearly monotonous. He returned home punctually each day, tending to the little garden with Wen Lian, learning to cook. Although Wen Lian's health remained fragile, there was no longer the constant fear. His spirits seemed to lift, and a faint flush occasionally graced his cheeks. Fu Lan had secretly ceased the slow-acting poison long ago. He carefully tended to Wen Lian, finding various ways to restore his health. They resembled the most ordinary yet sweetest of couples, cherishing one another in a corner far removed from conflict. Their lives so tranquil that it nearly made them forget the tumultuous ways of the past. Fu Lan began to feel that perhaps living this way for a lifetime was not so bad, as long as Wen Lian was well. However, this tranquility was soon shattered. Wen Lian's health did not improve as he had hoped. Instead, it deteriorated steadily at a slow yet undeniable pace. He remained pale, easily fatigued, and suffered from a lack of appetite, until that serene morning, when Wen Lian lingered in the bathroom for an unusually long time. At first, Fu Lan paid it no mind, until a series of suppressed, agonizing coughs erupted from within, each one heart-wrenching, as if he were expelling his very innards. Fu Lan's heart sank as he hurried to the door. "Wen Lian, are you all right?" The coughing abruptly ceased, replaced by Wen Lian's feeble voice, desperately attempting to mask his condition. "And no, it's nothing, Lan Ge, just a little cold," I choked. Fu Lan's heart skipped a beat. He forced himself to remain calm, responding in as steady a tone as possible. "As long as you're fine, breakfast is ready. Please come out." After a while, the bathroom door creaked open. Wen Lian emerged, his complexion a nearly translucent pale, yet his lips bore an unusual crimson mark, as if bitten. He managed a strained smile at Fu Lan. "All right, let us eat." Seeing him feigning strength, Fu Lan's heart ached intensely. He maintained a stoic facade as they finished breakfast together. Then, under the pretext of changing clothes, he swiftly retreated to the bathroom, locking the door behind him. His gaze darted across the sink, finally settling on a few crumpled tissues hidden beneath some white paper in the corner of the trash can, revealing glaring, shocking stains of bright red blood. Boom! It was as if a thunderclap had detonated in Fu Lan's mind. His face drained of color. His blood felt as though it had frozen. No, this was impossible. He had long ceased the medication. Its effects were supposed to be gradual, requiring at least 3 to 5 years. How long had it been? Just over 6 months. How could Wen Lian's health decline so rapidly, even beginning to cough up blood? A more terrifying, chilling thought slithered into his mind. The medication had not taken effect slowly at all. Aja had deceived him. The drug was far more potent and malicious than Aja had claimed. A wave of immense fear and panic engulfed him like icy water. He staggered, gripping the sink to steady himself, his fingers trembling uncontrollably from the cold. He gazed at that striking red, as if it were evidence of Wen Lian's life swiftly ebbing away. No, he could not allow this. He could not lose Wen Lian. Absolutely not. A piercing pain enveloped him, more unbearable than any wound from a battlefield. It stemmed from a deep-rooted panic and despair. He abruptly turned and bolted out of the bathroom. Wen Lian was seated at a small table by the window, quietly mending one of his old garments, his profile soft yet fragile in the dim light. Fu Lan rushed over, wrapping him tightly in his arms, squeezing him as if trying to meld him into his very being. His body trembled uncontrollably. Wen Lian, startled by the sudden embrace, pricked his fingertip with a needle, a tiny bead of blood emerging. He looked up, bewildered. Langa? What's wrong? Fu Lan buried his face deeply in the crook of his neck, his voice hoarse and fragmented, laced with unmistakable terror. Lian, please don't leave me. I implore you, do not depart from me. His words were disjointed, the overwhelming panic stripping him of all composure and pretense. Wen Lian froze momentarily, then gently returned his embrace, softly patting his back, her voice imbued with a touch of sorrow as she reassured him. I am here, Langa. I will never leave you. I shall never willingly depart. Fu Lan clutched him tighter, silent tears cascading down his cheeks, soaking Wen Lian's collar. He was engulfed by a sense of despair so profound it felt suffocating. He believed that by ceasing his actions, he could salvage the situation, only to realize that he might have unwittingly propelled his beloved into an irretrievable abyss. But no, he could not bear to watch it unfold this way. Yes, Aja. He needed to reach out to Aja. Chapter 54. The Omega husband of the Colonel of the Night on the Tundra planet was so still that one could hear the mournful wail of the cold wind outside. Fu Lan gazed at the slumbering Wen Lian, then quietly stepped outside, his fingers trembling as he operated a secure, yet extremely unstable communicator. He had expended immense effort and time to reconnect with that nearly reclusive bookworm, Aja. The moment the communication was established, Fu Lan nearly shouted, his voice barely above a whisper, yet suffused with extreme panic and fury. Aja, the medication, why has it stopped? His condition is deteriorating rapidly. Wasn't it supposed to take 3 to 5 years? Why, after only a little over 6 months, is he already coughing up blood? There was a long silence on the other end before Aja's timid yet perplexed voice responded. Fu, Mr. Fu? The medication, theoretically, even if discontinued, the toxins would have already accumulated in the body, causing ongoing damage. However, such severe symptoms should not manifest so swiftly unless his underlying condition was already extremely poor, or he has recently suffered significant physical depletion, accelerating the process. Aja's words struck like a cold, venomous lightning bolt, piercing through Fu Lan's last shred of hope. An already poor underlying condition and recent significant depletion. The frail constitution of Wen Lian during the hearing. His frantic efforts leaving him exhausted and emaciated, almost as if he could be swept away by the wind. Scenes flashed back in Fu Lan's mind, each detail transforming into the sharpest of blades, tormenting him relentlessly. It was he who had hastened Lian's descent into the abyss. He had single-handedly created this predicament, forcing his already fragile wife to expend her last vestiges of strength to save him. With a fierce bite on his knuckles, Fu Lan let out a suppressed, anguished whimper, akin to a wounded beast. His legs weakened, faltering as he fell to his knees, his hands pressing tightly against his face. Yet the scalding tears surged uncontrollably through his fingers. He could not allow himself to cry out loudly, for it would awaken his Lian, who was already struggling to rest. His shoulders trembled violently, the silent despair threatening to tear him apart. It is he, indeed, who has ensnared the luminous moonlight in a mire through cunning and calculation. It is he who has woven a lethal web with his hypocritical tenderness. And it is he who has, with his own hands, relentlessly driven the one person who truly loves him, willing to sacrifice everything for his rescue, step by step into an abyss from which there is no return. Boundless regret and self-loathing corrode his very insides like venom. He yearns for the sands of time to reverse, wishing for 1,000 cuts upon himself. Like a madman, he clutches the communicator tightly, oblivious to the blood drawn by the jagged edges. He cries out to the anxious Aja on the other end, his voice fractured and laden with an unprecedented humility and desperation. Aja, save me. I implore you, save him. Tell me what to do. Is there an antidote? At any cost. I beg you. Perhaps it was the despair in Fu Lan's voice, a tone he had never exhibited before, that stirred Aja. Perhaps recalling the kindness of past favors. After a prolonged silence, Aja finally spoke with great difficulty. Theoretically, there is an antidote, but it is exceedingly complex and requires time for preparation and experimentation. I need time. How long? How long? Fulan pressed urgently, as if clutching at the last straw. I cannot guarantee it. Perhaps several months, or even longer. Moreover, even if there is an antidote, the damage caused by the accumulated toxins may not be entirely reversible. Aja's voice carried an air of uncertainty. Each word struck Fu Lan's heart like a hammer. The prospect of months, or even longer, without a guarantee of reversal, weighed heavily upon him. Yet he had no choice but to cling to this fragile hope. I will wait for you. I beg you. As soon as possible, he pleaded almost in tears. From that day forth, Fu Lan held Wen Lian even closer. Unable to leave the tundra star, he frantically sought every possible physician on the planet, be they conventional or alternative. He devoted himself tirelessly to the study of medical texts, particularly those concerning toxins and organ failure, paralyzed by fear of not receiving the antidote in time, fear of witnessing the vitality of his beloved dwindle away before his eyes. Wen Lian, perceptive to Fu Lan's near-obsessive panic and caution, sensed his lover's unease regarding his own frail body. He felt he had caused Fu Lan undue worry. Thus, he obediently consumed every bitter potion, quietly resting in bed, and attempting to eat the carefully prepared meals Fu Lan offered, though he could hardly taste them. He loved Fu Lan, wished to survive, and longed to share a long life together. The winter of Tundra Star was not severely cold, yet the warmth indoors remained abundant. Fu Lan always held Wen Lian tightly, striving to warm him with his own body heat. Yet, no matter how tightly he embraced him, the body in his arms remained chillingly cold, its hands and feet perpetually unyielding to warmth, as if the heat of life was gradually siphoning away from that shell. At night, Fu Lan was often plagued by nightmares. He dreamt countless times of when Lian collapsed in a pool of blood, breathless. He envisioned those beautiful eyes devoid of all spark, turning dull and hollow. He saw that pale visage gradually taking on a foreboding gray hue. Each time, he would awaken in terror from these nightmares, drenched in cold sweat, his heart racing as if it might burst. Upon awakening, he would immediately glance anxiously at his side, then gaze longingly and almost greedily at the serene visage of Wen Lian in slumber, confirming the faint yet steady rhythm of breath. With trembling fingers, he would seek the pulse, weak yet undeniably present. Only upon sensing the slightest flicker of life could his frenzied heartbeat begin to calm. He would draw the figure closer into his embrace, as if to secure that fragile vitality within his grasp. In the darkness, he lay awake, fear crashing over him like icy tides, relentless and unyielding. His life had never been so thoroughly submerged in boundless regret and the colossal dread of impending loss. Until, 3 months later, the long-silent communicator delivered a whisper of hope. Chapter 55. The Colonel's Omega husband, the antidote, has been successfully developed. After many tribulations, Aja's encrypted package finally reached Tundra Star. Fu Lan trembled as he opened it with unsteady hands. Inside were several tightly sealed vials and a detailed instruction manual. Aja noted in a postscript that the toxins had deeply accumulated, causing irreversible damage. The antidote could only prevent further deterioration, requiring prolonged usage and offering no guarantee of complete recovery. Yet, this was already a remarkable gift. With a near-sacred reverence, Fu Lan poured the first pill into his palm and cautiously presented it to Wen Lian. His gaze brimmed with unprecedented hope, tinged with an almost imperceptible plea. Wen Lian, observing the burning hope in his husband's eyes, felt a pang of sorrow. He had long since relinquished any expectations, quietly preparing for the eventuality of his demise, wishing only to depart peacefully and spare Fu Lan further troubles. However, he could not bear to dismiss his husband's earnest intentions. He obediently accepted the pill and swallowed it without hesitation. The tablet bore no discernible taste, and he offered Fu Lan a soothing, gentle smile. He thought that even if it could ease Lan Ji's heart just a little, it would be worthwhile. From that day forth, Fu Lan would watch him take his medication each day, only feeling reassured enough to go to work once he saw Wen Lian had finished. Miraculously, recovery indeed began to unfold. Wen Lian's frail, ailing body, which had perplexed countless physicians, gradually showed signs of improvement. His pale cheeks took on the faintest hue of color. Although still slender, they no longer bore that alarming translucence. The frequency of coughing up blood significantly decreased, and soon, it was nearly non-existent. The persistent weakness and dizziness began to wane, allowing him to stroll slowly around the garden on occasion. Fu Lan bore witness to this transformation with uncontained joy. He would often cradle Wen Lian's face, scrutinizing with utmost care and sincerity, observing the flickers of vitality returning, envisioning their future stretching ahead, inch by inch. His eyes would redden uncontrollably before he would pull his beloved tightly into his arms, his shoulders trembling slightly. Wen Lian, too, was moved to tears. He had never imagined he could still possess a future. He embraced Fu Lan fiercely, reveling in the immense joy of regained life. In these 2 years on Tundra Star, time seemed to elongate gently, transforming into the most blissful and tranquil period of their marriage. Fu Lan's work was leisurely, providing ample time to be with Wen Lian. In their modest kitchen, they diligently explored recipes together, hand in hand during twilight strolls, observing the distant lights of the mining area flickering to life. Occasionally, they would embark on a journey aboard a passenger spaceship to a nearby town to watch a classic romance film. The townsfolk were well acquainted with this affectionate couple. With the assistance of Shun Yuming, Wen Lian finally managed to establish stable communication with her father, who was far away in exile. On the other end of the screen, Wen Zhongqing appeared aged, with silver strands gracing his temples. Yet his gaze remained gentle and refined. He often reassured his son that he was well, urging him to be at ease. The sight of Wen Lian's improved health brought immense comfort to the elder. He frequently conversed with Shen Yuming, who remained courteous and warm, expressing just the right amount of concern. Wen Lian was genuinely grateful for his enduring support. Shen Yuming chuckled on the other end of the line, suggesting, "If you truly wish to thank me, present me with a painting. I have always admired your art." Wen Lian readily agreed, taking up his brush once more to depict the moment they first met. Shen Yuming, a paragon of elegance amidst the interplay of light and shadow at the art exhibition. Throughout the painting process, a certain jealous alpha hovered nearby, inadvertently causing disruptions, only to be playfully pushed aside by Wen Lian. Upon completion of the artwork, Shen Yuming surprisingly found the time to visit Taigon Star. Although Fu Lan maintained a serious demeanor throughout, he graciously welcomed Shen Yuming as the host. The three shared a meal together, and the atmosphere was unexpectedly harmonious, akin to longtime friends reuniting. However, as Shen Yuming departed, Fu Lan immediately pulled Wen Lian into his embrace, resting his chin atop Wen Lian's head, whispering sternly, "From now on, do not portray other alphas with such detail." Wen Lian chuckled softly, his heart swelling with sweetness. His artistic style evolved. He no longer yearned to depict the previously enchanting scenes, but found joy in illustrating the warmth of authentic life. Children frolicking joyfully in the mining area. Resolute women bearing the weight of their families. Elderly couples supporting each other under the setting sun, their hair silvered with age. Each stroke brimmed with affection and tenderness for life. He often caressed the ring on his ring finger, a token of their engagement that had been sold to fund a lawyer, now replaced by a ring crafted by Fu Lan from a rare mineral he had discovered, engraved with their initials on the inner band. Simple, yet imbued with profound sentiment. He mused that perhaps one day, they too would resemble the elderly couple in his painting, gray-haired yet still strolling hand in hand. The children in the mining area lacked art classes, so Wen Lian occasionally gathered them in the small courtyard to teach them how to paint. The children, chattering excitedly, affectionately referred to him as Teacher One, often rushing over for a snack. The once tranquil little house brimmed with life and laughter in their presence. He had long relinquished his obsession with children. Now, it was Fu Lan who had become particularly diligent, often clinging to him to cultivate their bond. He even discovered that his alpha had secretly researched cases of alpha reproduction, finding a few rare successful instances in the empire. Fu Lan truly desired a child, a longing he had once dismissed but now craved intensely. He harbored a tender affection, coupled with a profound sense of panic and inadequacy, giving rise to a nearly mad notion: a child, half imbued with Wen Lian's blood and half with his own. Should this bond be forged on that fateful day, if it were indeed to come, perhaps Wen Lian would feel a twinge of reluctance and a deeper connection towards him because of the child, and would not sever ties with him so resolutely upon discovering the truth one day. The greater his love, the deeper his fear. He was genuinely, truly terrified that Wen Lian might one day unveil all that he had concealed and realize just how dreadful, dark, and despicable a person he truly was. He had cautiously probed: Wen Lian, if I had committed grievous wrongs in the past, what would you do? Would you leave me? At that moment, Wen Lian was absorbed in her drawing, and upon hearing his words, she lifted her gaze and regarded him earnestly. I would. Witnessing Fu Lan's face turn ashen in an instant, she leaned in with a smile and kissed his trembling eyelids, adding, but I know my Lan Gu is the best person in the world and would never do such a thing. Fu Lan's heart felt as though it had been brutally pierced, a bittersweet ache enveloping him, with guilt threatening to drown him. He was utterly wretched, despicable, and dark, akin to a rat lurking in the sewers. He even began to envy Shun Yuming, coveting his upright lineage, the demeanor of a refined gentleman, and the natural spiritual connection he shared with Wen Lian. Often, he pondered whether Wen Lian loved only the facade he meticulously crafted, the virtuous Fu Lan, rather than the true self who was steeped in machinations and filth. Yet it mattered not. He could continue to perform, to play the role for a lifetime, striving to embody the persona that Wen Lian adored. He too longed for a child. This desire intensified with each passing day. Meanwhile, a significant event unfolded in the imperial capital star. Chapter 56. The Omega Little Husband of the Colonel once more. A fierce political struggle ensued, as the third prince reclaimed the altered will, unveiling the truth to the public. The third prince ascended to the throne, while the crown prince was sentenced to life imprisonment for the crime of patricide, destined to spend the remainder of his days within the confines of prison. The once arrogant supporters of the crown prince now faced either imprisonment or exile, their former glory dissipated into oblivion. Upon receiving the news, Wen Lian felt an authentic sense of joy. With the new emperor's ascension, the court was reformed, allowing many wrongfully judged officials to have their reputations restored. The slander directed at her father and Lan Gu over the years could finally be washed away for good. Her father, citing health concerns, retired from public service but returned to the imperial capital star to enjoy a peaceful old age, his honor restored. Fu Lan too regained his former position. As the shadows of the past vanished entirely, he felt as if the clouds that had loomed over them had finally dispersed, revealing a bright future ahead. He happily packed his belongings from the Tundra Star, bidding farewell to the simple neighbors he had lived alongside for over 2 years. Though there was a sense of reluctance, it was overshadowed by the anticipation of reuniting with his father and starting a new life with Fu Lan in the imperial capital. However, Fu Lan's reaction appeared somewhat subdued, tinged with a barely perceptible gravity. During the audience with the new emperor, His Majesty took a particular liking to him, intending to bestow significant responsibilities upon him. Yet to everyone's surprise, he gracefully declined, seeking only a tranquil position. Though the new emperor felt disappointment, he ultimately consented, recalling the past contributions and grievances of Fu Lan. Thus, Fu Lan regained his rank of colonel, yet he was assigned to a position within the military that held little power, allowing him to clock in and out daily, affording him ample time to be with Wen Lian. Wen Lian, somewhat perplexed, once inquired why he chose to relinquish such a promising future. Fu Lan merely embraced him tenderly, stating, "In those years of pursuing power, I nearly lost what was most precious. Now, I simply wish to cherish you, to lead a tranquil and stable life." Touched by his words, Wen Lian returned the embrace, refraining from further questions. They organized a grand and formal wedding once more, exchanging vows under the approving gaze of Wen's father and amidst the blessings of all present. At the ceremony, Fu Lan held Wen Lian tightly, with a grip so fierce it seemed he might crush him, as if wishing to engrave the perfection of that moment into their lives forever. From that moment onward, they were no longer merely husbands in the eyes of the law, but a couple recognized by all, known as Lian's husband, one who had exchanged solemn vows and would share a lifetime together. Their married life was serene and fulfilling. Wen Lian, fond of children, successfully secured a position as an art teacher at a reputable public elementary school. He relished this role, finding joy and fulfillment in his daily interactions with innocent and lively children. Each day, Fu Lan would arrive punctually to pick him up from work, and together they would shop for groceries, preparing dinner like the most ordinary of couples. Their days were simple, yet brimming with genuine happiness. Until one afternoon, after the school bell rang, Wen Lian exited with the children, bidding them farewell. As he was about to head to their designated meeting spot, a figure obstructed his path. The person, clad in exquisitely tailored attire, wore light makeup that did little to conceal the pallor and bitterness etched upon her features. It was Wen Lian. Wen Lian had only seen him in the Star Network news and gossip feeds years prior, once the pampered young master of the Lin family. Wen Lian hesitated, instinctively attempting to sidestep him. As a former member of the once powerful royalist faction, the Lin family was now a sensitive presence, and he wished to avoid any association that could bring unnecessary trouble to Fu Lan. Teacher Wen, don't rush off. Lin Yan's voice dripped with sharp sarcasm as he blocked his way. Shall we have a little chat? Wen Lian furrowed his brow, responding coldly, I'm sorry. I don't know you, nor do I believe we have anything to discuss. He attempted to move forward, yet Lin Yan abruptly withdrew a photograph from his handbag, almost thrusting it into Wen Lian's face. Take a look at this before deciding whether to talk. Wen Lian's gaze instinctively fell upon the photograph, and upon a fleeting glance, his blood seemed to freeze. The picture, though somewhat aged, was clear. The backdrop was a corner of a lavish banquet, where Fu Lan stood impeccably dressed in formal attire, his posture upright. Meanwhile, Lin Yan was affectionately linked to his arm, half leaning against him, gazing up with a sweet and triumphant smile. Fu Lan was slightly turned, looking at him with an expression that conveyed near indulgence and fondness. Wen Lian's beautiful eyes trembled. When had this photograph been taken? Observing Wen Lian's expression, Lin Yan couldn't help but smile smugly. Chapter 57. The Colonel's Omega Husband. In a cafe adjacent to the elementary school, Lin Yan ordered cappuccino, took a sip, and grimaced in distaste. It was utterly revolting, akin to swill. Wen Lian, on the other hand, did not order anything, sitting stiffly in his seat. Now, can you tell me what this photo is about, and when was it taken? On the table lay a strikingly intimate photograph of Lin Yan and Fu Lan. The image was painfully glaring, and Wen Lian felt an urge to avert his gaze, yet he found himself unable to restrain his eyes. His heart, already slightly fractured, continued to endure further torment. Lin Yan reveled in Wen Lian's discomfort. When was it taken? Lin Yan scoffed, his tone laced with malicious delight. It was taken just as your father fell from grace, when your family became the pariah that everyone shunned. Your dear husband, while professing loyalty to you, was hardly absent from our gatherings, basking in my generosity. Each word pierced Wen Lian's heart like a venomous ice shard. Where his father had just fallen. It was the moment of his utmost despair, vulnerability, and reliance on Fu Lan. He believed Fu Lan to be his sole savior. Unbeknownst to him, Fu Lan, who frequently claimed to be away on business, was actually. The overwhelming revelation drained the color from Wen Lian's face, rendering his breath shallow. He fixated on the photograph, Fu Lan's unfamiliar smile haunting him like a nightmare, swirling relentlessly in his mind. Lin Yan observed his crumbling demeanor with satisfaction, his voice dripping with malice. He had earnestly promised me back then that he would promptly rid himself of you, that burdensome anchor, and unite with the Lin family. No, it cannot be, Wen Lian murmured to himself. Cannot be? Lin Yan sneered. Had it not been for my father selecting a more powerful suitor from the Mu family for me, your husband might very well have come scurrying to serve me. He picked up the menu and lightly tapped Wen Lian's face, relishing in the realization that Fu Lan was only maintaining their relationship out of desperation, as he saw no other option. Fool! Lin Yan suppressed his hatred, The sudden disconnection from Fu Lan had transformed him into a married man. No man had dared to abandon him or toy with him in such a manner. Yet, witnessing the complete collapse of Wen Lian's composure filled Wen Lian with a twisted sense of satisfaction. Now that his family was in ruins, he wished for Fu Lan to suffer as well. He tossed out his final taunt. "Enjoy your makeshift happiness, pitiful creature." With that, he strode away, leaving Wen Lian alone in the cafe, enveloped in a chilling solitude, as if the entire world around him was shattering and collapsing. Wen Lian was oblivious to how he returned home. He felt like a lost soul, pushing open the door, only to be embraced by a robust figure. "Darling." Fu Lan rushed towards him, enveloping him tightly in his arms. His voice was laced with palpable anxiety and fear. "Where have you been?" "I went to the school, but didn't find you. I tried your communicator, but you didn't answer. I was terrified." "Are you unwell? Are you hurt?" He anxiously scrutinized Wen Lian, his gaze lingering on his pale visage, fearful of missing even the slightest indication of distress. Wen Lian felt stifled in his embrace. Yet he lacked the strength to break free. As he observed the genuine worry and panic in Fu Lan's eyes, his heart felt as though it were torn asunder. One half succumbed to the familiar, profoundly reassuring care, while the other was relentlessly tormented by the glaring photograph in the cafe and Wen Lian's venomous words. "It's nothing." He lowered his lashes, his voice dry and hoarse, laced with an effort to disguise his exhaustion. "I encountered student's parent and chatted a bit longer, losing track of time. The communicator might have been on silent." This lie was clumsy and fragile, yet he was too weary to weave a more elaborate excuse. Fu Lan, perceptive as ever, sensed his unease. Wen Lian's complexion was alarmingly pale, his gaze evasive, and he emanated an indescribable fragility and detachment. Thinking it was merely fatigue from work, Fu Lan tenderly caressed his cheek. "Did you have too many classes today? Are you exhausted? Your complexion is quite poor." Suddenly recalling something, he swiftly turned to fetch water and medicine. "Ah, you haven't taken your medication today. Please take your medicine and rest well." Watching Fu Lan's busy and concerned silhouette, as he carefully offered him the pills and a glass of water, Wen Lian's heart ached profoundly. He obediently accepted and swallowed the medication. The tablet slid down his throat, its familiar blandness now tinged with an unsettling bitterness. Could it be that this husband, who cared for him in every detail and fretted over his health, could simultaneously console him while harboring ambiguous feelings for another, even plotting to abandon him during their most challenging times? Rationality told him that Wen Lian's words should not be taken at face value, and that the photograph might possess an alternative explanation. However, emotionally, the impact of that image and the feeling of betrayal entwined around his heart like a poisonous vine, tightening its grip and rendering him breathless. Fu Lan set down the glass, intending to embrace him as usual to offer solace. Yet, Wen Lian instinctively recoiled, albeit imperceptibly, evading the comfort of his arms. "I'm a bit tired. I wish to rest now," he murmured, his voice as soft as a feather, avoiding Fu Lan's gaze, and hurriedly retreated into the bedroom. Fu Lan's outstretched arm froze midair as he watched Wen Lian's almost desperate retreat, a profound heaviness settling in his heart. An inexplicable dread of impending loss gnawed at him, more intense than ever before. In the bedroom, Wen Lian buried himself beneath the soft covers. The air was infused with the steady aroma of Fu Lan's rum pheromones, a scent that once brought him immense comfort and even affection, yet now left him in a tumult of confusion. Could love truly be feigned? Were those tender gazes and thoughtful gestures merely a meticulously crafted performance? He dared not ponder further. The fatigue of his body and the overwhelming emotional turmoil ultimately triumphed over all, and he succumbed to a deep slumber, laden with chaos and sorrow. After an indeterminate time, the bedroom door was gently pushed open, just a crack. Fu Lan entered silently, holding his breath, fearful of disturbing the slumbering figure on the bed. He approached the bedside, illuminated by the faint glow filtering through the window, and gazed longingly at Wen Lian's sleeping profile. In her dreams, her brows were slightly furrowed, and traces of unshed tears lingered at the corners of her eyes, indicating a restless slumber. Fu Lan's heart ached profoundly. He extended his hand, his fingertips hovering in the air, delicately tracing Wen Lian's outline without daring to make contact. It felt as if something of utmost importance was quietly shattering and slipping away in a realm invisible to him. Clumsily, he sought to mend it, yet he was at a loss as to where to begin. He recalled a doctor he had contacted, reputed to have experience in enabling alpha pregnancies. A thought surfaced like a lifeline. A child that bore the blood of both of them. If they were to have a child, might it not bind Wen Lian more securely to him, filling the inexplicable chasm that had formed between them? This notion provided a slight reprieve to his anxious heart. Just as he was engulfed in these complex thoughts, the communicator on the bedside table flickered faintly, displaying a series of new message previews. The sender was Shen Yuming. Fulanes ses pupilles dilated in shock. Why would Shen Yuming send messages so late and in succession? A wave of discomfort, tinged with jealousy and doubt, surged within him. He stared intently at the blinking screen, his fingers clenched tightly, barely managing to restrain himself from reaching for the communicator. A lover does not intrude upon their beloved's privacy. He was Wen Lian's partner. In the darkness, he stood frozen by the bed, resembling an abandoned statue, while a silent yet fierce storm raged within his heart. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, and everything seemed as ordinary as ever. Fu Lan rose early, preparing breakfast that Wen Lian adored. The atmosphere at the dining table felt subtly tense. Wen Lian ate little, keeping his head bowed, avoiding Fu Lan's concerned gaze. "Lian, take your medication," Fu Lan urged gently yet insistently, pushing a glass of warm water and tablets towards him. Wen Lian silently accepted them and swallowed the pills. Fu Lan drove him to school, and along the way, Wen Lian remained unusually silent, gazing out at the rapidly passing scenery. Upon arriving at the school gate, Fu Lan instinctively leaned in, intending to give him a parting kiss, but Wen Lian instinctively turned his head away, albeit slightly. Fu Lan's motion froze midair. "I think I might be coming down with a cold," Wen Lian murmured softly. "I don't want to pass it to you." A flicker of clear disappointment and hurt crossed Fu Lan's eyes, but he quickly masked it, gently ruffling Wen Lian's hair instead, his tone remaining warm. "All right. Take care of yourself. If you're unwell, message me anytime. I'll take you to the hospital." As he gazed into Fu Lan's eyes, filled with concern and tenderness, Wen Lian was overcome by a wave of guilt and uncertainty. Would this version of Lan Gu truly act upon the things Lin Yin had mentioned? Yet the intimate image in his mind pierced him like a thorn, leaving him unable to let go. Between him and Fu Lan, there lay an invisible, frigid veil. Upon entering the school, Wen Lian took a deep breath and activated the silent communicator from the previous night. A flurry of messages appeared, among which were trivial exchanges from work groups and several urgent texts from Shen Yuming sent in the late hours. "Shen Yuming, Lian, are you asleep? There is something exceedingly important that I must convey to you in person. It pertains to Fu Lan. Shen Yuming. This matter may be difficult for you to accept, but after much contemplation, I believe you have the right to know. Please trust me. Shen Yuming, reply when you see this. Let us arrange a meeting. Come alone." Wen Lian's heart sank heavily. Shen Yuming had never reached out to him with such grave urgency. An extremely significant matter regarding Fu Lan? Could it be related to what Lin Yin had mentioned? A sense of foreboding enveloped him. After a brief moment of hesitation, he decided to reply to Shen Yuming. They arranged to meet that evening at a discreet restaurant. Subsequently, he sent a message to Fu Lan. "Lan Gu, their essay matter at school today. I need to stay late. I'll return home by myself later." He deceived Fu Lan. Almost instantly, Fu Lan responded, "All right, don't tire yourself too much. What would you like for dinner? I'll prepare it for you. Please be safe on your way home." Attached were several clumsy yet endearing cat emojis that he had recently learned to use, hoping to amuse Wen Lian. Normally, upon seeing these, Wen Lian would smile, finding this seemingly stern alpha to be unexpectedly delightful. Yet at that moment, as he gazed at those emojis, his heart tightened with pain. Silently, he turned off the communicator screen. That evening, Wen Lian arrived at the reserved room in the restaurant as promised. Shen Yuming was already waiting there, dressed in a light-colored casual suit, his expression heavier than ever. Upon seeing Wen Lian, his eyes reflected a complex mix of concern and reluctance. Lian, you're here, he said, rising to pull out a chair for Wen Lian. Senior, what is it? Wen Lian asked as he sat down, his voice slightly strained, palms beginning to sweat. Shen Yiming did not respond immediately. Instead, he activated his portable holographic device, projecting several process documents with a grave tone. Some of my family's business dealings involve pharmaceutical safety. Recently, we assisted the Imperial Security Department in successfully dismantling an underground laboratory engaged in illegal drug research and trafficking. The individual in charge is named as Zhe. Wen Lian had no recollection of that name, his expression blank. Shen Yiming scrutinized his reaction before continuing slowly, each word clear yet cruel. During a thorough investigation of the laboratory's communication records, financial transactions, and core experimental data, we discovered that this Zhe had a long-standing, secretive, and substantial one-way financial relationship with Fu Lan. Wen Lian's breath caught in his throat. Shen Yiming's fingers glided across the screen, pulling up another data analysis and communication summary. His voice tinged with sorrow. Further decryption and the evidence chain reveal that Fu Lan had been persistently ordering a particularly insidious custom drug from Zhe for an extended period. Based on the residual data models and communication directives from the laboratory, the design requirement for this agent is to be colorless and tasteless. Through prolonged microdosing, it will insidiously and irreversibly dismantle the human immune system, gradually eroding organ function, ultimately leading to debilitating weakness, hemoptysis, and organ failure resulting in death. Buzz! Wen Lian's mind felt as though it had been struck by a heavy hammer. The world around him instantly darkened, and a deafening buzz filled his ears, rendering him nearly unable to hear Shen Yiming's subsequent words. At the moment of data correlation, Shen Yiming's voice seemed to emanate from a distant hell, cold and precise. Beginning just shortly after your father's downfall, each word burned like a searing iron, branding itself into Wen Lian's heart. His father's decline and the instability of Fu Lan's position had inexplicably left him increasingly fatigued and powerless during those days, even leading to sudden hemoptysis. It turned out there was a reason behind it all. The fragments coalesced into a horrifying and malevolent truth linked by this grotesque and toxic clue. His deteriorating body was, in fact, a result of Fu Lan's deliberate machinations. The husband he cherished most had, from a moment he lost his utility, calmly orchestrated an insidious plan to make him disappear without a trace. Indeed, to vanish, making way for Lin Yan. Everything fell into place, all connected. Ah! A cry of profound anguish, akin to a dying beast, escaped Wen Lian's throat. He suddenly slid from the chair, collapsing to the floor, his body convulsing violently. His complexion turned pale, gasping for breath yet finding no air to draw. His heart felt as if it were being ruthlessly squeezed, crushed. Blood. He violently coughed up a copious amount of blood, splattering it across the expensive carpet, a sight that was utterly shocking. Lian, Shen Yiming exclaimed, rushing over to kneel beside him, tightly embracing his cold, trembling body, his face etched with worry and heartache, his voice filled with compassion and rage. Lian, I can hardly believe that Fu Lan could commit such a heinous act. How could he do this to you? How could he bring himself to act in such a way? Wen Lian lay limp in Shen Yiming's embrace, his gaze utterly hollow, devoid of focus. Tears streamed silently and frantically, mingling with the blood at the corner of his mouth, yet he could not utter a sound. The extreme agony and betrayal had completely shattered his nerves. Shen Yiming held him tightly. Leave him, Lian. He will ruin you. He does not deserve a shred of your affection. Let me care for you, protect you. I shall never allow anyone to harm you again. Pain and a flicker of hope glimmered in Shen Yiming's eyes. He concealed the fact that Zhe was developing an antidote for Fu Lan. He understood this was wrong. This was unethical. Yet, even with a desire for repentance, a wretch like Fu Lan should no longer remain in Lian's life. Lian deserved better, someone like him. Chapter 59, The Colonel's Omega Little Husband. Wen Lian stayed outside for 2 days. During this time, he resided in a safe and discreet hotel suite arranged by Shen Yiming. He did not return home, nor did he activate his communicator. The intense psychological shock and physical stress response rendered him nearly incapacitated. It was only after the doctor administered a sedative that he managed to slip into a brief slumber under the influence of the medication. However, upon awakening, the excruciating pain and the chilling reality would once again engulf him. He curled up in bed, weeping silently, his body trembling uncontrollably. Shen Yiming remained by his side, thoughtfully offering warm water, quietly listening to his fragmented, incoherent expressions of anguish, providing comfort and support at just the right moments. His presence was restrained and measured, akin to that of a truly dependable friend, instilling in the on the brink of collapse Wen Lian an involuntary sense of reliance. Observing his fragile state, Shen Yiming felt a profound ache in his heart. He shouldn't have resorted to such an extreme method to convey his message to Wen Lian. Yet, it was too late now. He urged Wen Lian once more to completely sever ties with Fu Lan, but Wen Lian merely shook his head, his vacant gaze infused with an almost obsessive determination. There are matters I must return to resolve. Shen Yiming, feeling helpless, could only repeatedly admonish him to take care of himself. He feared that Fu Lan would once again inflict harm upon Wen Lian. Initially intending to stay, he was compelled to return to the Andromeda Galaxy for several days due to an unexpected family emergency. Before he departed, he made arrangements for a portion of his team to protect Wen Lian. Meanwhile, at home, Fu Lan was on the brink of madness. That night, he prepared Wen Lian's favorite dishes, waiting as the food grew cold and as the night deepened in silence. He still did not see the one who claimed to be working late return. He dialed the communicator countless times, but remained unanswered, eventually transitioning to a powered-off state. Panic surged like a cold tide, drowning his heart overnight. He contacted the school and learned that Wen Lian had taken a leave of absence. Tentatively, he reached out to Wen Lian's father. The elder atone remained unchanged, clearly unaware of his son's disappearance. Reporting to the authorities? The duration of the disappearance was too short to warrant a case. He felt like a trapped beast, aimlessly pacing within the confines of his home, desperately calling every possible contact who might know of Wen Lian's whereabouts, only to receive negative responses. He burst out the door, driving aimlessly through the capital, scanning each similar figure with rising disappointment. He dared not consider the worst possibility. Did Lian discover something? The fear that had haunted him countless times in nightmares had morphed into the most grotesque claws of reality, tightening around his throat. Trembling, he attempted once more to reach out to Asia, the sole keeper of secrets. However, all communication channels with Asia had mysteriously ceased, as if he had evaporated from the world. It was all right. Asia often frightened himself. He forced himself to remain calm, repeatedly offering self-reassurance. Yet the chill in his heart grew heavier, just as he was on the verge of being consumed by fear and despair. A faint turning sound emanated from the door lock. Fu Lan abruptly looked up, his heart nearly leaping from his chest, when Lian stood at the threshold. His complexion was so pale it approached translucence, dark circles under his eyes accentuating his fragile state, as if his very soul had been extracted, leaving behind only a delicate, breakable shell. He had returned. Fu Lan stood frozen, scarcely able to believe his eyes. The communicator in his hand, which he was about to use to dial a secret channel, slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground with a dull thud. He was in a wretched state, his clothes crumpled and unkempt, stubble emerging on his chin, his eyes sunken and bloodshot, resembling a large dog abandoned for far too long, filled with anxiety. He suddenly stood up, almost staggering towards the door, yet he came to an abrupt halt just a step away from Wen Lian, hesitating to approach. He gazed at Wen Lian with a mix of greed and caution, his voice dry and hoarse. "Wife, where have you been? Are you all right?" I've been terribly worried about you." Wen Lian remained silent, merely lifting his hollow gaze to silently observe Fu Lan. He looked at the husband he had once loved deeply and trusted wholeheartedly, now exhibiting a face of desperation and exhaustion, as though genuinely concerned. Such a performance. Wen Lian thought this masterful act had deceived him for so long. A wave of intense nausea and coldness surged from the depths of his heart. He bent over sharply, coughing violently as if trying to expel his lungs, the pain tearing through him like a rending agony. Fu Lan's expression changed dramatically. He rushed to support Wen Lian's unsteady form, his touch cold as ice. Lian, what is wrong with you? His voice was filled with genuine panic. Yet to Wen Lian's ears, this panic was laced with irony. He half-supported, half-encircled Wen Lian, guiding him to the sofa, frantically pouring water, retrieving that familiar pill bottle. Carefully taking out a single tablet and delicately offering it to Wen Lian's lips, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Quickly, take the medicine. You'll feel better. Wen Lian's gaze fell upon the small white pill. He recalled the poison that Shen Yuming had mentioned. The one Fu Lan had instructed Aja to concoct, designed to induce a slow and agonizing decline. And what of this? This subsequent medicine that miraculously improved his health. What was it? Another meticulously crafted deception? To prolong his time as a cherished pet? Or to ensure his demise appeared more natural and less suspicious? An overwhelming sense of fear and revulsion churned within him. He looked into Fu Lan's eyes, filled with concern, and felt an unshakable terror. This man, his husband, was feeding him a lethal poison with the gentlest of expressions, all while performing such a deeply emotional charade. He suppressed the overwhelming urge to vomit, mechanically opening his mouth to swallow the pill. The tablet slid down his esophagus, tasteless yet imbued with a nauseating, rusty, sanguine flavor, as if he were swallowing his own already ravaged and decaying heart. Fu Lan watched him swallow the pill, seemingly letting out a sigh of relief. Yet Wen Lian's vacant stare and icy resistance made Fu Lan's momentary ease evaporate, leaving him in a state of dread. He dare not ask, nor touch. Standing helplessly by as Wen Lian remained motionless on the sofa, eyes closed like a lifeless doll. An oppressive silence enveloped the air. Chapter 60. The Omega Little Husband of the Colonel. Wen Lian returned to the place he once called home, determined to uncover the complete truth. He silently accepted Fu Lan's cautious care, eating and resting, yet he offered no further response. Once filled with affection, those eyes now harbor only a frigid emptiness and a deep-seated loathing that is painstakingly suppressed. Fu Lan is tormented by this silent execution, teetering on the brink of despair. In a frantic bid, he exhausts his connections to clandestinely investigate the whereabouts of Wen Lian during her 2 days of disappearance. Yet it is as though his efforts have vanished into a vast abyss, all traces deftly erased by an invisible hand. He is aware that Wen Lian requested leave, but cannot ascertain her destination or whom she met. This sense of helplessness terrifies him to the core. He can only further disguise his turmoil, trembling as he maintains a facade of harmony, yearning to dissolve the impenetrable fortress that Wen Lian has constructed around herself with meticulous care. He prepares her favorite dishes in a variety of ways, even though she scarcely touches them. Each day, he dutifully reminds her to take her medication, his gaze brimming with anticipation and unease. Wen Lian permits him to perform his act. Each time Fu Lan offers her the pills and water, she accepts them expressionlessly and under his focused, anxious scrutiny. She places the tablet in her mouth and tilts her head back to drink. Then, in a corner unnoticed by Fu Lan, she discreetly expels the pill hidden beneath her tongue, wrapping it in a tissue to dispose of it quietly. She secretly procures several pills, sending them through encrypted channels to a private research institute for analysis. She must uncover the nature of this miraculous remedy that once revived her from the brink of death. Simultaneously, she enlists Shen Yuming's assistance to locate the nutritionist who, after her father's downfall, was employed by Fu Lan to help restore her health. Initially, the nutritionist adamantly denies any wrongdoing, but under immense psychological pressure, he ultimately breaks down and reveals the truth, not about poison, but about contraceptives. Mr. Fu had instructed to incorporate trace amounts of long-acting contraceptive agents into your daily diet and supplements, he said, citing her frail health and the need to avoid early childbirth until her nutrition was properly regulated. The nutritionist trembles as he recounts. Wen Lian listens, her expression inscrutable, even offering a faint, icy smile. During that time, She drank her bitter tonics daily, tirelessly seeking out doctors. The remedies were harsh and the examinations exhausting. Yet, no matter what, she could not conceive a child. So this is how it is. Every discussion she had with Fu Lan about the child's gender, name, and whom the child would resemble, were her desires and anxieties merely a source of amusement for him. Her heart feels as though it has been pierced by a dull blade. Yet, the pain is not as intense as she imagined. Perhaps it is because her heart has been so thoroughly wounded that it has grown numb to the sensation of pain. How absurd! Fu Lan now desires a child. Is it because he has lost the opportunity to cling to the Lin family and can only bind her to himself, thus requiring a connection? A link capable of absorbing the remaining Wen family assets? Wen Lian cannot help but speculate about Fu Lan's intentions with the most venomous malice. All the love, all the concern, were they merely part of his calculated scheme? Each day, watching Fu Lan feign deep emotion and anxiety before her, she feels an overwhelming sense of revulsion. That night, it seems Fu Lan has finally grasped a fragment of a lead from the fragmented rumors concerning Lin Yan's recent appearance in the capital and his interactions with Wen Lian's school. He believed he had discerned the peculiar reason behind Wen Lian's behavior. As soon as Wen Lian entered, he beheld Fu Lan kneeling rigidly on the cold floor of the entrance hall. Upon noticing his presence, Fu Lan's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope and yearning. Wen Lian halted his steps, regarding him with an air of detachment. Fu Lan crawled towards him on his knees, trembling as he reached out a hand, yearning to embrace his leg, yet hesitating to make actual contact, only daring to feign a caress. His voice was hoarse and fragmented, laced with intense tremors. Wife, has Lin Yan said something to you? Did he come to see you? The term wife churned Wen Lian's stomach. He cast his gaze downwards, observing Fu Lan's face, which was etched with anguish and remorse, his expression devoid of any reaction. Noticing Wen Lian's silence, Fu Lan's emotions escalated, and he began to explain incoherently. I'm sorry. Wife, I admit it. When your father encountered trouble, my position was unstable, and I wanted to quickly restore my standing to protect you. The Lin family is powerful, and Lin Yan has been persistently entangled with me. I needed to leverage the Lin family's connections. I confess I had some superficial interactions with him, but I swear on my life. He abruptly raised his hand and struck himself forcefully across the face, his cheek instantly swelling with redness. I, Fu Lan, have only ever had you, Wen Lian, in my heart. I have never liked him, not for a single moment. Wife, believe me. I implore you to believe me. As he wept, he even struck his forehead heavily against the floor, producing a muffled thud, blood oozing from the corner of his brow, trickling down his prominent brow bone, mingling with his tears, rendering him both disheveled and pitiful. He repeatedly pleaded, sinking into the depths of humiliation. Lian, please do not leave me. I would die without you, I truly would. Wen Lian quietly observed his theatrics, his heart encased in a cold, desolate silence. Indeed, he was once again lying. Superficial interactions? Needing to exploit connections? So, he could profess loyalty to his old love, while intimately entwining himself with a new flame, scheming for union. So, he could plot ways to cast him aside, while administering contraceptives and even poison. This hypocritical affection was repugnant. Just as Fu Lan appeared on the brink of emotional collapse, Wen Lian finally stirred. Without uttering a word, he withdrew a piece of paper from his bag and gently released it. The paper floated down, landing at his feet. Fu Lan vaguely discerned the word pregnancy and crawled towards it, blood continuing to trickle down from his forehead. Blood dripped onto the report. Fu Lan se pleas abruptly, chieftain. He trembled as he lifted his blood and tear-streaked face, his gaze fixated on the paper before him. It was a pregnancy report from the imperial capital, Star Central Hospital. Patient, Wen Lian. Diagnosis, intrauterine early pregnancy, approximately 5 weeks. Buzz. Fu Lan's mind went blank in an instant. His eyes widened as he stared relentlessly at the report, his breath halting abruptly, as if struck by immense surprise and disbelief. Lian? His voice shattered into fragments, and he suddenly looked up at Wen Lian's flat abdomen, his eyes brimming with utter astonishment, wild joy, and a reverent awe. We are having a child. He instinctively reached out, yearning to touch. Yet his hand trembled violently in midair, fearing that this was a fragile illusion that would shatter with the slightest contact. Blood and tears marred his face. Yet he grinned widely, resembling a madman who had found redemption, weeping and laughing. Child, our child, pity us, we have child. Wen Lian looked down upon him from a height, observing his ecstatic and unhinged demeanor with an unyielding gaze, cold and devoid of emotion. Only a calm, electronic voice echoed in his mind. Host, the fabricated data has been successfully entered into the hospital's temporary cache to be automatically overwritten in 7 days. During this period, the body will undergo changes corresponding to pregnancy. However, remember, the system's effects can only last for 3 months. I will not divorce you for the time being. When Lian finally spoke, her voice steady and devoid of any emotional fluctuation for the sake of the child. This statement doused Fu Lan's exuberance like a bucket of cold water, yet an overwhelming sense of happiness still engulfed him. But as long as there was a child, as long as Lian did not leave him, he had a chance for redemption, a chance to make amends. Let's not divorce. We want to divorce, Fu Lan stammered, nodding incoherently, still kneeling on the ground. Lian, you must be tired. Rest quickly. I'll prepare something for you to nourish your body. When Lian no longer looked at him, turning and striding directly to the bedroom, shutting the door behind her, Fu Lan remained alone, kneeling in the living room. His gaze fixed upon the pregnancy test report stained with his blood, laughing and crying like a madman. Within the bedroom, when Lian locked the door, leaning against it as she slowly slid to the floor. At that moment, her encrypted communicator lit up, a new message appearing. Unknown number, Mr. Wen. The analysis of the submitted drug samples has been completed. The report has been securely sent to your safe mailbox. Chapter 61. The Colonel's Omega little husband. When Lian trembled as she opened the encrypted message, entering her secure mailbox. She had submitted 2 samples. Sample 1, the antidote pills taken daily at home. Sample 2, the poison residue sample intercepted from the As laboratory, provided by Shun Yumming. The data in the report was cold and brutal. Sample 1 was not a true antidote. It resembled a potent suppressant, designed to temporarily inhibit the toxin's activity, delaying its destructive progress, but incapable of eliminating or repairing the damage already inflicted. Moreover, once the medication was halted, the toxin would rebound swiftly, and the consequences of this rebound would be even more severe, accelerating organ failure. No wonder that after merely a few days of cessation, the once extreme weakness and sense of powerlessness had once again consumed him. What he had believed to be recovery was merely quenching thirst with poison. It became clear that his life had long been tethered by an invisible thread to Fu Lan's hand, bound to that seemingly redemptive yet truly imprisoning white pill taken daily. His very existence, the quality of his remaining life, hinged entirely on Fu Lan's willingness to continue providing him with the medication. A chilling, dreadful thought slithered into Wen Lian's mind like a venomous snake. Now, whenever he thought of Fu Lan, it was all deceit and conspiracy. Had Fu Lan planned this all along, waiting for him to succumb to illness, while everyone else would merely lament his short-lived beauty and frail constitution? As for Fu Lan, this deeply affectionate widower, he not only successfully inherited the remnants of the Wen family's assets, albeit meager, but sufficient to alleviate his burdens considerably. He also garnered endless sympathy and support through an unborn child. Surely, this was his intention, was it not? Such a cunning calculation, indeed. A profound chill and fury swept over Wen Lian, far surpassing the sense of betrayal he had felt before. It was a terror of being utterly objectified, with life and death meticulously calculated. Instinctively, he caressed his flat abdomen. This child, who should not have come into existence, this hope that filled Fu Lan with ecstatic joy, the very core of Fu Lan's future plans. What if, at the pinnacle of his triumph, he discovered that all of it was for naught? All his schemes and machinations reduced to mere emptiness. The child he had so dearly hoped for did not exist, and he would never possess anything of the Wen family. What then? Would Fu Lan crumble completely? a conflagration of vengeance, intertwined with endless pain and icy hatred, ignited fiercely within the desolate heart of Wen Lian. Yet he wept. Tears surged forth silently, not for his own life, corroded by poison and uncertain, but for this child who should never have existed. "I am sorry, my baby," he choked out, directing his remorseful whispers to his flat abdomen, overwhelmed with guilt. "I am sorry for considering you a tool of vengeance. You should not have entered this world, nor should you bear his blood." The thought that this child bore half the genes of that demon filled him with a visceral revulsion and resistance. But it was of no consequence. He wiped away his tears, his gaze gradually turning cold and resolute, imbued with a near self-destructive determination. "Do not be afraid. Your father will be with you. After all, this body of his does not know how much longer it can endure. So be it. Let's perish together." From that day forth, Wen Lian's demeanor seemed genuinely softened by the child. Fu Lan was elated, more cautiously attentive than ever, taking leave from work to stay home with Wen Lian daily. He prepared elaborate, nutritious meals, although Wen Lian still ate very little. Often, he would mutter to himself, immersed in the joy of impending fatherhood, musing over the child's gender, names, and nursery decor. Perhaps influenced by the pregnancy, Wen Lian exhibited a newfound reliance on his pheromones. Every day, Fu Lan enveloped him in the gentle scent of rum, and at night, he was even permitted to hold him softly as they fell asleep, occasionally stealing a fleeting kiss. Fu Lan felt immensely satisfied. He believed hope was within reach. He took measures to send Lin Yin to a remote, communication-isolated planet, ensuring he would no longer be a disturbance. He assured himself that as long as he resolutely denied the past and doubled his kindness towards Lian, everything would return to normal. He could not bear to lose Lian. Absolutely not. Thus, he could not allow Lian to know the truth, not even a little bit. He gently caressed Wen Lian's still flat abdomen, his eyes filled with tender anticipation, as if he could already envision a soft, adorable child, resembling Lian smiling at him from within. He remained oblivious to the fact that when Lian's gaze had grown increasingly frigid, in the depths of the night, her nausea stemmed partly from the discomfort of her condition and partly from a distaste for him. Chapter 62. The Colonel's Omega Husband as Dawn Broke. Wen Lian remained in slumber. Since her pregnancy, her need for sleep had intensified, and her complexion had turned even paler than before, exuding a fragile transparency. With breaths so shallow they were nearly imperceptible, Fu Lan had long awakened, lying on his side, his gaze lingering on Wen Lian's face. A blend of profound concern and a barely discernible fear evident in his scrutiny. His fingertips hovered hesitantly between her subtly furrowed brows, yet he dared not touch her. Recently, Wen Lian had grown increasingly gaunt and pallid, despite her adherence to the prescribed medications, causing Fu Lan's heart to plummet. The disappearance of Zhe pierced his heart like a thorn, leaving him in a state of constant unease, fearing the efficacy of the antidote might wane. He had taken Wen Lian to see a doctor, who merely suggested that the demands of pregnancy were significant, requiring ample rest. However, some of Wen Lian's symptoms echoed those from years past. He could only intensify his efforts to reach Zhe while diligently preparing nourishing soups for Wen Lian in hopes of restoring her health, even though she often took just a single sip before expelling it. He leaned down gently, placing his ear against Wen Lian's flat abdomen, whispering softly, "Baby, be good and don't tire your father. He isn't well, so you must be a good little one." Today marked their wedding anniversary. On this day in years past, they would partake in small rituals, purchasing a delicate cake to share, discussing what they could do together in the coming year. Simple, yet heartwarming. This tradition had begun during their time on Tundra Star. This year, Fu Lan yearned to do something more, for they were now a family of 3. He rose quietly, careful not to disturb the sleeping figure beside him. He visited several renowned bakeries, meticulously studying the ingredient lists. Wen Lian had a fondness for mangoes, yet the high sugar content necessitated moderation, as the doctor had advised. He scrutinized numerous establishments, finding them all lacking in some regard. Just as he was about to head to the next shop, his communicator vibrated softly, displaying an incoming call from his wife. Fu Lan answered immediately, his voice gentle. "Are you awake?" Why not sleep a little longer? From a receiver came Wen Lian's slightly hoarse voice, laced with drowsiness, yet tinged with a hint of elusive warmth. Longue, today is our anniversary. I senti it. Fu Lan's heart constricted unexpectedly, a wave of warmth flooding his chest. She called him Longue. It had been so long since he had heard her address him in such a way. She typically referred to him by name or not at all. Moreover, she recalled their anniversary, her tone imbued with a longed-for affection, almost tender in its familiarity. Yes, he steadied his voice, though the delicate joy was unmistakable. It is our anniversary. Rest well at home. I'm out getting a cake and will return shortly. I want to eat mango cake, she replied softly, her voice frail, like a feather brushing against his heart. Fu Lan felt his heart soften completely, almost without a moment's thought. All right, let's go with mango. A little bit of mango should pose no problem. Since Wen Lian expressed her desire for it, he would certainly oblige. Moreover, at this moment, Wen Lian's obedient demeanor made his heart ache, filling him with an overwhelming urge to present her with all things beautiful. It must be made by your own hands. Wen Lian added, Very well, I shall make it myself, Fu Lan replied, beginning to search for nearby artisanal cake shops. A silence fell on the other end of the line, so profound that they could hear each other's subtle breaths. Just as Fu Lan was immersed in this rekindled warmth, Wen Lian's voice broke the stillness again, calm to the point of emptiness. Fu Lan, is it truly as you said before, that between you and Lin Yan, it is merely a game, devoid of any genuine feelings? The tender smile at the corner of Fu Lan's mouth instantly froze. His heart felt as if it had plunged into icy waters, a chill racing up his spine. Cold sweat silently dampened his shirt. He forced down the tightness in his throat, striving to make his voice sound steady, even tinged with a sense of misunderstood melancholy. Of course, Wen Lian, I swear. I have never harbored even a trace of romantic feelings for him. It was merely a matter of circumstance. I needed the resources of the Lin family. From beginning to end, my heart contains only you. He fervently laid bare his feelings, his heartbeat drumming in his chest, terrified that even a hint of hesitation would shatter this fragile dream. Another long silence echoed through the receiver, suffocating in its stillness. After a while, Wen Lian's voice finally emerged, soft as a sigh, ethereal and distant. If everything you say is true, then I will hold no resentment against you. When you return, let us be as we were before, just as good. It was as if a silent thunderclap had exploded in his mind, a tremendous joy, almost dizzying, crashing over him like a tidal wave. Forgiven? Had Wen Lian truly forgiven him? Tears surged unexpectedly from his eyes, quickly blurring his vision as they cascaded down his cheeks. The tears flowed more fiercely, unstoppable. Yes, I'll finish the cake and return right away, and we will be as we were before, no, even better. He replied in a jumble of words, this tall and handsome man weeping openly in the street. Passers-by cast odd glances his way, to which he responded, I am happy. I am truly overjoyed. He was overwhelmed by this regained happiness, completely disregarding the most critical premise of Wen Lian's words. If what you say is true, how could a lie become truth? System notification. Target character, Fu Lan. Affection level 1, current affection level 100. Task completed. The host may choose to depart from the current world at any time. Wen Lian hung up the call, her expression devoid of emotion. Upon hearing the system's prompt, she said please wait to the system and dialed another number. Senior? Wen Lian? Shen Yuming's voice immediately came through, laced with palpable urgency and concern. Are you all right? Is he treating you well? I will be there soon. My starship is not far from Imperial Star, and I will reach you shortly. Listening to his anxious voice, a wave of heavy and bitter guilt surged within Wen Lian. Shen Yuming is one of the few genuine and warm lights in his life, which is otherwise filled with deceit. Yet, he finds himself unable to reciprocate the emotions expected of him. Senior, he said softly, his voice imbued with profound fatigue and remorse. I saw the message you retracted earlier. The other end of the communication fell into a sudden silence. Shen Yuming's breath hitched, his heart constricting. The confession, hastily sent and then withdrawn in a drunken stupor, echoed in the air. I'm sorry, Wen Lian, His voice was hoarse, laden with regret and embarrassment. I should have said those things that night and troubled you. I retracted it because I didn't want. The one who should apologize is me, senior. Wen Lian interrupted gently, her tone suffused with sincere gratitude and an irretrievable sense of loss. Thank you for always being so kind to me. I understand your feelings, but I fear I may not be able to. She paused, her voice dropping further, infused with a sense of farewell. If only there were a chance to start over, to meet you at a better time. He left the sentence unfinished. Yet the implication was unmistakably clear. There were no ifs or maybes. At that moment, he felt utterly exhausted, both physically and emotionally shattered, having long since lost the capacity to love. Unable to bear another deep affection, Shin Yuming remained silent on the other end, his heart feeling as though it were being pricked repeatedly by fine needles. A dull ache spreading through him. He understood the gentle refusal and the final farewell. I understand, Lian, he finally spoke, his voice suppressing immense disappointment, yet still retaining the ingrained tenderness and restraint. Regardless, you must take care of yourself. I will arrive as soon as possible. Thank you, senior. Truly, thank you. Wen Lian's voice was as soft as a sigh, filled with an unpayable debt of gratitude. The communication was severed. Slowly, Wen Lian closed her eyes, a tear silently slipping from the corner of her eye, mourning the unreciprocated affection and her own destined fate. System, begin the detachment process. Pain perception shielding activated. Under the system's influence, the intense toxins that Fu Lan had injected into Wen Lian's body surged into action. A wave of overwhelming weakness and detachment, originating from the very essence of life, suddenly engulfed her. A hollow sensation of life being swiftly and coldly extracted filled her entire being. Wen Lian felt her consciousness rapidly blurring, losing control over her body. Blood surged uncontrollably from her mouth and nose, staining her pale chin and collar, dripping onto the cold, hard floor. Yet she felt no pain, only a distant numbness, as if observing another's body. Her vision rapidly dimmed and narrowed. Weakly, she slid from the edge of the bed, collapsing softly onto the floor. The chill of the floor penetrated through her clothing, serving as her last tangible sensation. Would there be disappointment? Would it hurt? Fu Lan, all your schemes have now failed. Death escape mission completed. Crimson Mole be system completion. 35. Chapter 63. The Colonel's Omega Little Husband, Extra. Fu Lan wore an expression of almost devout joy, holding a meticulously wrapped cake box in his hands. He devoted the entire morning to crafting a mango cake with his own hands. The cake was a vision of beauty, its surface smooth and adorned exquisitely, exuding a subtle, sweet fragrance of mango. He meticulously checked every detail, pondering whether Lian would appreciate it, whether she might bestow upon him a long-awaited, gentle smile. With a soft push, he opened the door to their apartment, his movements delicate, fearful of disturbing Wen Lian, who might still be resting. However, as the door creaked ajar, suffocating, acrid scent of blood surged into his nostrils, evoking dreadful thoughts that drained the color from his face. He forcefully pushed the door wide, and the entirety of the living room etched itself into his vision, carving into his very marrow. On the floor lay a gruesome tapestry of dark red blood, meandering like a sinister spider's web, and at its center was his wife. She lay in a pool of blood, her soft, pure white cotton nightgown now drenched in large patches of dark crimson, a sight that was nothing short of harrowing. Her face bore a deathly pallor, eyes tightly shut, long eyelashes casting frail shadows upon her colorless visage, while thick, darkened blood seeped from her mouth and nose. Clatter! The cake box slipped from Fu Lan's grasp, the exquisite cake shattering upon impact, the mingling of mango sweetness and the metallic scent of blood creating an eerie and terrifying atmosphere. Ignoring everything else, Fu Lan stumbled forward, his knees crashing onto the cold floor, staining with the sticky crimson fluid. Lian? His voice trembled uncontrollably, barely above a whisper. His shaking hand gently caressed Wen Lian's icy cheek, the touch sending a wave of horrifying chill through him. There was no response. Lian, please wake up, look at me. Look at your husband, he stammered, fingers frantically searching for a breath at Wen Lian's nostrils. There was none, not a single breath. He pressed his fingers to her wrist, where an eerie silence enveloped him. He suddenly bent down, pressing his ear against Wen Lian's chest, holding his breath to listen. Nothing. No pulse. No heartbeat. Nothing but an eternal, despairing silence. No, it can't be. This must be a nightmare. Fu Lan, like a startled beast awakened from slumber, frantically laid Wen Lian flat and began to administer CPR, compressing her frail, cold chest and leaning down for rescue breaths. Once, twice, 10 times, his temples throbbed, sweat mingling with tears cascading onto Wen Lian's pale face. Yet the person beneath him remained unresponsive. Finally, he halted, feeling as though his very soul had been siphoned away, collapsing amidst the pool of blood. Moments later, as if recalling something vital, he clutched Wen Lian's cold, stiff body tightly to his chest, attempting to warm her with his trembling form, his voice breaking into dissonance. Are you cold? Don't be afraid. Longu is here. We'll find a doctor. Take you to see a doctor. Everything will be all right. He murmured, unsure whether he was comforting Wen Lian or merely deceiving himself. He witnessed Wen Lian's hand fall limply, and in a sudden panic, he grasped it tightly, delicately pressing it to his heart. Dear Lian, please do not cause misunderstandings. We Lian are merely unwell. He was unaware from whence he drew the strength to support himself as he clumsily lifted her alarmingly light body, racing down the stairs. With utmost care, he placed her in the back seat of the car, as if fearing she might shatter. The world around him warped and distorted. The cacophony of horns and curses faded into oblivion. His mind echoed a singular frantic thought. The hospital. Save her. He could not recall how he carried Wen Lian into the emergency room. He knelt, beseeching the doctors to save her. Nurses and doctors encircled them, examining, palpating, exchanging glances, until finally, an elder physician gravely shook his head, signaling for the glaring white sheet. What are you doing? What are you doing? Fu Lan's eyes widened in rage, as he lunged forward, desperate to unveil the truth. My wife is not dead. She is merely asleep. She is simply exhausted. Save her. Save her. His voice was hoarse, laced with a frenzied despair. Sir, please calm down. Express your condolences. A nurse attempted to restrain him, her voice tinged with rehearsed sympathy. Condolences for what? Fu Lan roared, like a trapped beast, struggling vehemently. She is pregnant. We are expecting a child. Just moments ago, she called to say she forgave me. We were to celebrate our anniversary together. Save her, please. His words were a chaotic frenzy, desperately trying to piece together an impossible reality. At that moment, a tremendous force struck him from the side, a fist laden with all-consuming hatred and pain crashing against his cheekbone. Fu Lan staggered, colliding with the cold wall, his lips splitting, a metallic sweetness flooding his mouth. He looked up, his blurred vision meeting a pair of eyes ablaze with unbridled fury. Shen Yuming. Fu Lan, you beast! Shen Yuming's voice trembled with profound rage and suffering, each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth. You have destroyed him, and now you would have him die in unrest. I destroyed him? Fu Lan stood frozen, the agony on his face pale in comparison to the devastating impact of those words. What did you say? Do you think your filthy schemes could remain hidden? Shen Yuming stepped closer, the former gentlemanly demeanor stripped away, replaced with a chilling, venomous hatred. You administered contraceptives to him. You poisoned him. Lian knew. He knew everything. You are the one who ruined him. You are the one who killed him. You. Each word struck Fu Lan's soul like a searing iron brand. Contraceptives, poison, and Lian knew everything. Suddenly, he recalled that afternoon. In response to his inquiry about whether Lian would leave him for committing a grievous act, Lian had firmly and earnestly replied that he would. That answer now loomed like a guillotine of final judgment, gleaming with a cold light and crashing down upon him. A wail, so piercing it scarcely resembled a human sound, erupted from the depths of Fu Lan's throat. He collapsed to the ground, his hands clutching his hair as if to wrench the horrifying truths from his mind. The body convulsed violently, unable to endure the immense agony, as waves of nausea surged within, uncontrollably expelling vomit tinged with blood that splattered against the cold ground. He writhed like a fish cast ashore, struggling in vain. Each breath accompanied by blood-stained sputters and desperate gasps. Shen Yuming stood coldly, gazing down at the utterly broken man on the ground, devoid of any compassion, his eyes reflecting a chilling, almost cruel tranquility. The hatred had burned to its last embers, leaving only a desolate silence akin to ashes. When Zhengqing learned of Wen Lian's demise and the entirety of the truth, in a single night, his spine seemed to collapse, his hair turned stark white, and the brilliance in his eyes was devoured by profound sorrow, leaving behind an expanse of barren desolation. He conducted a modest, quiet funeral for Wen Lian, rejecting all external prying. Shen Yuming remained silently by his side. Fu Lan, like a forsaken and diseased stray dog, knelt countless times outside the intricately carved iron gate of the Wen family, hoarsely pleading, his voice cracking and discordant, yearning for just one last glimpse of Wen Lian. As torrential rain poured down, he knelt in the mud and standing water, the rain washing away the tears and wounds on his face, chilling to the bone. Yet he felt nothing until his body became completely devoid of warmth, succumbing to unconsciousness beneath the frigid downpour. The Wen family's bodyguards emerged expressionless, dragging him away as if he were refuse, carelessly discarding him at a distant street corner. Yet eventually, he learned the time and place of the funeral, sneaking into the tranquil cemetery like a wraith. There, he beheld the small, pristine gravestone inscribed with Wen Lian's name. Shen Yuming discovered him, and the pent-up fury and sorrow erupted instantaneously as he seized Fu Lan by the collar, raining down blows like hail. Fu Lan stood unflinking, not even raising a hand to defend himself, his face bruised, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, his gaze fixed in a dazed, desperate longing towards the gravestone, repeatedly murmuring that name etched into his very bones. Lian Lian, Lian Lian. He is gone. He is utterly free. He shall never again behold your repugnant visage. Shen Yuming expelled every ounce of his strength to kick him away, his voice laced with frigid hatred and a weariness akin to liberation. Fu Lan collapsed into the damp, cold earth, mud soaking through his clothes, staring blankly at the oppressive, gray sky above. His Lian Lian seemed truly dead, reduced to a handful of ashes resting in that small graveyard. He returned to the small apartment he shared with Lian Lian, lost and despondent. Opening the door, he was met with an eerie silence and emptiness. All traces of Wen Lian, his paintings, his clothing, his frequently used teacup, even the faint scent of evening primrose lingering in the air, had been ruthlessly removed by the Wen family. The place was as sterile as a cold tomb, burying the false happiness he had stolen and ultimately lost. With mechanical steps, he entered the kitchen, his hollow gaze sweeping over the counter, finally resting on a single, ordinary fruit knife left behind. The handle was a pristine off-white, seemingly still imbued with a familiar, warm touch. Lian Lian had always wielded this knife to slice fruits. As he grasped the blade, the frigid metallic sensation coursed through his fingertips, causing a slight tremor. Before him, vivid hallucinations began to materialize. Wen Lian stood directly in front of him, clad in that blood-stained nightgown, her gaze devoid of the past tenderness or sorrow, replaced instead by a piercing, cold disdain. He clasped Lian Lian's hand, her fingers icy, guiding the knife's tip, unwaveringly aimed at his own heart. "Is it here, Lian Lian?" Fu Lan murmured, a distorted yet peculiar smile gracing his face, tears cascading from his eyes. "This is where it hurts the most, isn't it? If I stab here, will it release my torment?" With the knife in hand, he showed no hesitation and suddenly plunged it into himself. The sound of the blade tearing through flesh was both muffled and distinct. Intense pain exploded within him, yet he felt as if he were numb, merely staring blankly into the emptiness, as if gazing upon an illusion he could never again touch. One stab, 2 stabs, 3 stabs. "Lian Lian, don't go. Lian Lian. It hurts so much. Lian Lian, forgive me." Blood quickly soaked his garments, spreading across the floor, intertwining with the dark red of memories long past. His consciousness ebbed away like a receding tide, his bodily strength swiftly drained. The last image imprinted in his fading gaze was Wen Lian's frigid, disdainful eyes, and her resolute back as she turned away, disappearing into the endless darkness. Such a wretch as he was. Indeed, unworthy of even a modicum of compassion in death. Fu Lan's lifeless body was discovered days later by the routine patrol of the property management. As per protocol, the imperial military handled his affairs, interring him in a secluded cemetery designated for soldiers. Coincidentally, this desolate burial ground lay countless silent mountains and the cacophony of cold urban structures away from the tranquil family graveyard where Wen Lian rested under the sun. So far, far enough that in this life, and even in the void of the next, there would never be a chance of reunion. Chapter 64. The misfortunate little bittermelon New World Transition complete. Host identity. A pitiable individual from a modest background, forced to drop out and work. Mission. Gain an exceptionally high favorability from the target individual, Lu Lian, and become his deeply adored, yet eternally untouchable cinnabar mole. The bar's counter lights were perpetually too dim. Wen Lian stood at the corner of the cocktail station, meticulously polishing a glass. His fingers, having been immersed in cleaning solution for an extended period, had begun to redden and peel, yet he could not afford to pause. This job was a hard-won opportunity, offering an hourly wage more than triple that of his previous part-time serving position. He was in dire need of funds. Wen Lian delivered the drinks to VIP 3. His colleague Xiao Wang suddenly nudged him and gestured toward a nearby cart piled high with bottles. Wen Lian nodded, silently accepting the cart. Such strenuous tasks always fell to him. He understood it was due to his meek nature, which made him an easy target, yet he never dared to refuse. The cart was heavier than anticipated, its wheels creaking as he moved. He halted before the private room door, took a deep breath, and gently knocked. The cacophony within the room abruptly subsided, and a voice, laced with mirth and imbued with a sense of anticipation, beckoned, "Come in." As Wen Lian pushed the door open, he was instantly enveloped by a dozen scrutinizing gazes. Instinctively, he lowered his head, his fingers nervously gripping the handle of the cart. The individuals seated in the private room were all impeccably dressed young men, with opulent bottles of liquor and platters of fruit strewn across the table. He dared not linger his gaze, focusing solely on arranging the bottles upon the table. As he bent to place a bottle down, his peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar figure. Lu Lian lounged casually in the center of the sofa, his slender fingers holding an unlit cigarette. He had been the star of their high school days, hailed from an illustrious family, and was renowned for his striking looks, with rumors swirling that he changed girlfriends more frequently than others changed clothes. His emerald green eyes now languidly rested upon Wen Lian. The latter flinched, lowering his head further and hastening his movements. The bottles had been delivered, and his voice was barely audible, nearly swallowed by the music reverberating through the room. He felt that penetrating gaze remained fixed on him, tinged with an unsettling scrutiny. Lu Lian elongated his tone, the pitch rising slightly, devoid of discernible emotion. In a flurry of panic, Wen Lian retreated from the private room, nearly escaping as he pushed the empty cart away. The door closed behind him with a definitive click, and he could still hear the laughter and chatter rekindling within. He had not anticipated encountering Lu Lian here. They were, after all, inhabitants of entirely different worlds. During high school, his exceptional academic performance had granted him entry into the prestigious City No. 1 high school, while Lu Lian, it was said, had been placed there by his father's influence. He had assumed that he would never cross paths with someone of Lu Lian's caliber again. Yet, memories involuntarily drifted back to their high school days. Due to his impoverished background, delicate features, and the discovery of his sexual orientation, he had often been bullied by a few peers from the same school. On that particular day, he had been drenched by several boys and locked in a bathroom stall. It was autumn, and the chill in the air was palpable. He huddled in the corner of the stall, his damp school uniform clinging to him, shivering with cold. However, that day was different. He was not confined for long, as the stall door was suddenly flung open with considerable force. Backlit by the harsh light stood a tall figure, Lu Lian. He had likely come merely to use the restroom, unaware that someone was locked inside. Though it was an unintentional act of kindness, Wen Lian felt immense gratitude. Yet, In his startled state, he had forgotten to express his thanks, much like today, as he fled in a flurry. Not long after, due to family debts, he was compelled to leave school and seek work. He thought he would never see Lu Wen again, yet he lamented that he had never properly thanked him. Lost in a brief reverie, Wen Lian was soon summoned back to work. The liquor crates were heavy, straining his shoulders painfully. Meanwhile, within the private room, despite the continued revelry, the atmosphere had turned subtly charged. "This doesn't count, a guy?" "No way. Let's wait for the next one," Lu Wen's friend chuckled, his tone laced with a desire to appease. As the game progressed to the truth or dare segment, Lu Wen drew a dare, and his friends cheered him on to pursue the next individual who entered the room. Originally, a few girls were supposed to arrive, but unexpectedly, it was Wen Lian who walked in. Lu Wen casually swirled his wine glass, his gaze lingering on the door. He recalled the sight of Wen Lian, dressed as a server, with an exceptionally slender waist. Her lashes cast delicate shadows on her cheeks, her petite nose adding to her allure, while her lips bore a soft pink hue, and her skin was strikingly pale. He also remembered their chance encounter in high school, when her damp uniform clung to her, outlining her youthful curves. With her eyes red and rabbit-like, she had gazed at him before slipping away unnoticed. Indeed, he found himself harboring a certain physical interest in Wen Lian. "Ah, Lu Xiao, men are so dull. Let's wait for the next wave of girls." The chatter continued unabated. Lu Wen's playful gaze, which had previously been fixed on the door, instantly cooled. He lazily leaned back on the sofa, too lethargic to lift his eyelids, using a finger to dismiss his friend's encroaching face. It was unbearably loud. The spark of interest in his voice vanished, reverting to his usual aloof and languid tone. Since she had entered, it was her presence that mattered. His tone brooked no argument, causing his friend, who had been eager to persuade him, to abruptly fall silent and change his demeanor. "Yes, men are different. Lu Xiao has grown weary of women." Another wave of laughter erupted, and the group began concocting schemes. If they could win over this young master and bring him joy, they might secure a sliver of business from the Lu family, greatly elevating their family status. Yet, Lu Wen merely waved his hand dismissively, his voice languid but brimming with confidence. "You just watch." A few days later, when Lian received word from her boss, he had secured a substantial order. A client was hosting a party in a villa district and required their bar to supply beverages, in addition to sending several servers to assist on site. The pay was 5 times her current wage. Such an opportunity seemed beyond her wildest dreams. Yet she desperately needed the money. Born into a single-parent family, her father was a gambler, and her mother had left due to the unbearable circumstances. In high school, when that man vanished after accruing over 300,000 in debts, that burden fell squarely on Wen Lian's shoulders. She had no choice but to drop out of school to repay the debts. Now, she juggled 3 jobs and just 2 days prior had settled one of her obligations, leaving her with virtually nothing. She urgently required this money. Wen Lian took a leave of absence from her other 2 jobs, boarding the vehicle arranged by the bar to head to the villa district. The deeper they drove, the more tranquil and opulent the surroundings became. The landscaping was as exquisite as a park, with elegant villas rising amidst the greenery, tall and beautiful. Upon arriving at the venue, the villa exceeded her expectations in luxury. Wen Lian and the other servers entered through the back door, quickly directed by the butler to begin preparations. As anticipated, the most arduous tasks fell to her. Gritting her teeth, she carried box after box of ice-cold beer into the venue, her sweat rapidly soaking through her cheap shirt. Strands of hair clung to her forehead, dampened by perspiration. After the party commenced, Wen Lian was assigned to serve at the bar by the poolside. He had been laboring for 6 consecutive hours, his stomach grumbling in protest. Yet he endeavored to maintain his composure, skillfully shaking the cocktail shaker. The attendees were predominantly youthful, the atmosphere vibrant, with laughter and playful banter echoing around the pool. Suddenly, a tall figure obstructed his view. "A dry martini, please." The voice made Wen Lian lift his gaze abruptly, locking eyes with those familiar emerald green irises. Lu Wen appeared as though he had just emerged from the pool, his damp hair casually swept back, revealing a pronounced forehead and sharply defined brow. Water droplets cascaded down his chiseled jawline, disappearing into the slightly open collar of his shirt. Wen Lian's heart skipped a beat, and he hastily lowered his head to mix the drink. His fingers trembled slightly, yet he measured the gin and vermouth with precision. The ice clinked in the shaker, mimicking the chaotic rhythm of his racing heart. As he slid the prepared drink forward, he deliberately avoided brushing against the other man's fingertips. However, when Lu Weian accepted the glass, his fingers grazed Wen Lian's hand ever so slightly. Wen Lian recoiled as if scalded, his ears flushing with warmth. Lu Weian leisurely sipped the drink, then leaned closer to the bar, his voice low and laced with a languid magnetism. The flavor is rather weak. Is this the standard of your establishment? Wen Lian, flustered, gazed at him, his fingers subconsciously twisting the hem of his shirt. I apologize. I'll make another. Forget it. Lu Weian interrupted, casually placing the glass on the bar. Next time, do better. Wen Lian stood frozen, staring at the nearly untouched martini. A wave of self-reproach washing over him. In Lu Weian's presence, he felt utterly foolish, struggling to express gratitude or mix a proper drink. For the remainder of the evening, Lu Weian lingered at the bar, occasionally ordering another drink, each time finding fault with it. Too sweet, too bitter, too much ice, the glass not clean enough. Wen Lian was flustered, beads of sweat accumulating at his temples. Is this all you're capable of? Lu Weian suddenly chuckled lightly, his green eyes glinting with evident mockery. You can't even mix a decent cocktail. Wen Lian bit his lip, his voice barely a whisper. I'm sorry. At that moment, overwhelmed by hunger, his already ailing stomach seized with a sharp pain, his complexion paling instantly. He instinctively pressed a hand to his abdomen, his fingers trembling slightly. Lu Weian paused, then abruptly stood. This is dreadful. I'm done. He turned to leave, leaving Wen Lian standing at the bar, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. However, a few minutes later, Lu Weian returned. He tossed a delicate little cake onto the bar, his tone still tinged with impatience. This pathetic cake from the restaurant is sickeningly sweet and utterly inedible. Discard it. The cake was exquisitely crafted, adorned with delicate animal cream that emitted a faint dairy aroma. Get rid of it. Lu Weian pivoted to depart, then seemingly recalled something, turning back to add, if I find out you waste food. His unfinished sentence carried an unmistakable threat. Wen Lian watched his figure vanish into the crowd, then glanced down at the petite cake. He cautiously took a sip, the sweet flavor melting in his mouth, alleviating the pain in his stomach. By the poolside, Lu Weian watched from a distance as Wen Lian delicately savored the cake, a smile unconsciously tugging at the corners of his lips. Weian, what are you looking at? A friend inquired, leaning closer. Nothing. Lu Weian promptly concealed his smile, reverting to his usual languid demeanor, though he found a certain pleasure in the act of teasing. His friend laughed heartily, oblivious to the fact that Lu Weian's gaze remained fixated on the figure standing behind the bar. Target character, Lu Weian. Affection level, 15. Current affection level, 35. Chapter 66. The young master's pitiful little bitter gourd. 3 week had passed since that pool party, and Wen Lian's life seemed to have returned to its regular rhythm, rising at 5 each morning to work at the bakery. He spent his afternoons as a cashier at the supermarket and his nights bartending until the early hours. One morning, while wiping down tables and chairs at the bakery, the glass door was rudely pushed open, the wind chimes ringing out in a hurried clamor. What a shabby place, not even a decent seat. Wen Lian paused, lifting his head to see Lu Weian leaning against the doorframe, sunglasses pushed up to his forehead, revealing his striking emerald green eyes. Morning light streamed in from behind him, casting an otherworldly glow around his figure. Why are you here? Wen Lian asked, his expression betraying surprise. Lu Weian's tone feigned astonishment, yet his gaze unabashedly scrutinized Wen Lian. Can this rundown shop even afford a server? Wen Lian lowered his head, his hands awkwardly gripping the cloth. I work here. Lu Weian scoffed lightly, casually choosing a seat by the window, his long legs appearing particularly cramped in the small space. Well then, let me see your skills. He tapped his slender fingers on the table. One Americano. If it's awful, I'll have to take it out on the shop. Wen Lian's fingers trembled slightly as he brewed the coffee, acutely aware of the scrutinizing gaze upon him. When he finally brought the coffee over, Lu Weian took a sip and grimaced. Terrible. He pushed the cup away. Make it again. The second cup failed to impress him as well. Still dreadful. However, watching Wen Lian become increasingly busy, Lu Weian leisurely finished the entire cup. As he departed, he tossed a few bills onto the table and casually remarked, "See you at the bar tonight. If you mess up the drinks again, expect a deduction from your wages." From that day forth, Wen Lian found himself encountering Lu Weian in various places quite by coincidence. While cashing out at the supermarket, he would often spot that tall figure among the shelves. During checkout, Lu Weian would always be excessively critical, yet he would leave a tip far exceeding the value of the goods. When working at the bar, Lu Weian seemed to appear almost every night, invariably seated in the most conspicuous spot. He was perpetually dissatisfied with the drinks Wen Lian mixed, yet he would finish them all regardless of his complaints. Rainy nights were particularly arduous for Wen Lian. Late hours, heavy downpours, and he had forgotten his umbrella. The taxi fares were exorbitantly high. After finishing work one evening, he prepared to brave the rain on his way home when that familiar black sports car came to a stop before him. "Get in." The car window slid down, revealing Lu Weian's expressionless face. "I've been drinking and cannot return home alone. As my server, you must take me back," he stated. Wen Lian hesitantly settled into the back seat. The driver, seated in front, maneuvered the vehicle with steady precision. Suddenly, Lu Weian leaned closer, causing Wen Lian to shut his eyes in fright. However, all he heard was the click of the seatbelt fastening. "You think I'll accept points off your license for not buckling up?" Lu Weian's tone was harsh, yet he did not immediately withdraw. Halfway through the journey, he declared his reluctance to return home and insisted on staying at a hotel, commanding the driver to first drop Wen Lian off and rid himself of this burden. As they arrived at the dilapidated building where Wen Lian resided, Lu Weian scrutinized the surroundings, his brow furrowed. "You live in such a wretched place?" Before Wen Lian could respond, he added, "My apartment needs a cleaner. Come for an interview tomorrow. The pay exceeds what you earn from 3 jobs. Thus, Wen Lian began to clean Lu Weian's apartment every afternoon. Lu Weian lounged lazily on the sofa, occasionally critiquing her work. "The carpet is crooked. Fix it. Do not sort the art supplies by color, but by size. The fridge is empty. Replenish it." After issuing his final command, he would casually toss a black card to Wen Lian. She was also tasked with cooking, and though her culinary skills left much to be desired, Lu Weian consistently polished off every meal. Each dining occasion, he would summon Wen Lian to join him, fearing she might poison him and wanting her to test the food herself. While attending university, Lu Weian had few classes, often hiring substitutes and spending his time lounging in the apartment. With ample leisure, he engaged Wen Lian in various odd pursuits. He would teach her to appreciate fine wine, primarily to have her accompany him in drinking, instruct her on art supplies while using her as a model, and even once suggested teaching her to drive. When she timidly confessed her lack of experience, he chuckled at her naivete but did not press the issue further. Lu Weian was a somewhat meddlesome, yet generous employer who treated her well. This routine persisted for 2 weeks, during which Wen Lian found herself eagerly anticipating her afternoons at the apartment, even taking the time to discreetly enhance her appearance before each visit. She recognized the peril of such feelings but could not resist the allure of that pricking warmth. Lu Weian, it seemed, relished this game as well. He enjoyed observing the cautious yet trusting glimmer in Wen Lian's eyes, the flush that spread across her cheeks when teased, and the way her eyes sparkled when rewarded. Target character, Lu Weian, affection level, 20, current affection level, 55. Chapter 67. The young master's pitiful little bitter gourd for Lu Weian would be leaving for 3 days. Before departing, he stood at the entrance of the apartment, a hint of reluctance in his emerald green eyes. "I need to go to Italy," he said brusquely, "to celebrate my mother's birthday." His mother was a beautiful Italian woman, and he had inherited her striking green eyes. However, due to his mother's busy schedule, they were not particularly close. Wen Lian nodded quietly, standing by in silence. "While I'm away for these 3 days," Lu Weian suddenly turned around, his finger nearly poking her forehead. "You must come every day to clean. All the items in the refrigerator must be disposed of. If I return and find even a trace of spoilage or waste, you'll be in serious trouble." Wen Lian responded softly, yet a flicker of warmth blossomed within him. He was aware that the refrigerator was filled with his favorite ingredients, all of which Lu Weiyan had stuffed in under the pretext of buying too much. After Lu Weiyan departed, the apartment suddenly felt vast and silent. Nonetheless, Wen Lian continued to arrive punctually each day to clean, meticulously wiping every corner, arranging his art supplies in precise order. On the afternoon of the third day, the sky unexpectedly darkened. Just as Wen Lian finished cleaning and was about to leave, a torrential rain began to pour. Having forgotten his umbrella, he had no choice but to dash home through the downpour. That evening, Wen Lian developed a high fever. He curled up on his tattered bed, the blanket covering most of his face, feeling feverish yet shivering with cold. The sound of rain drumming against the window only accentuated the desolation within the room. In his haze, the door was suddenly knocked on forcefully. Wen Lian's heart tightened, fearing it was a debt collector come again. Struggling, he rose unsteadily to open the door. Standing outside was Lu Weiyan, his expression foul. "Why are you back?" Wen Lian exclaimed, his surprise evident in his wide eyes. Though his voice was hoarse and barely audible due to his illness, Lu Weiyan pushed the door open, declaring, "If I don't come back, are you planning to die in this wretched place?" His tone was fierce, yet his actions were gentle as he guided Wen Lian back to bed. "What a nuisance!" Lu Weiyan grumbled while using a towel to wipe the sweat from Wen Lian's forehead. His fingers brushed against Wen Lian's feverish skin, and his brow furrowed tighter. Wen Lian, in his stupor, grasped the hem of his shirt and murmured cold. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Weiyan lifted the blanket and lay down beside him, enveloping Wen Lian in his embrace. "What a bother," he muttered, though his arms tightened around him. The following morning, Wen Lian's fever had subsided somewhat. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Lu Weiyan in the kitchen, frantically attempting to cook porridge. "Get up and eat once you awaken," Lu Weiyan said without turning his head. "Don't expect me to wait on you." However, upon seeing the burnt pot and scattered grains on the stove, Wen Lian instantly understood. Sure enough, a moment later, Lu Weiyan, flustered and embarrassed, hurled another charred pot in his sink, exclaiming, "This pot is impossible to use. Just order takeout." At that moment, there was another knock at the door. This time, it was indeed the debt collectors. Lu Weiyan opened the door and coldly regarded the burly men outside. "How much?" he asked bluntly. The debt collectors stated a figure, and without hesitation, Lu Weiyan scanned his phone and replied, "Get lost." His voice was as frigid as ice, warning them of dire consequences should they return. Wen Lian stared in shock at the scene, tears streaming down his cheeks without his notice. "Why are you crying?" Lu Weiyan gruffly wiped away his tears. "This money I send tea free. From now on, you have a new creditor." He surveyed the dilapidated apartment with a frown. "How can anyone live here? Pack your things and move in with me." "But, no buts," Lu Weiyan interrupted. "You will serve me closely to repay the debt. This is an order." Wen Lian gazed at Lu Weiyan's feigned fierce expression, summoning unexpected courage to softly ask, "Why are you so good to me?" Lu Weiyan's ears flushed a deep red. "Don't get ahead of yourself." He turned away, declaring that he could only bully his servant. However, Wen Lian did not miss the slight, unnatural pause in his voice. Thus, Wen Lian moved into Lu Weiyan's apartment. He acquired a room of his own. Although Lu Weiyan consistently concocted various excuses to have him sleep in a master bedroom. "The guest room's air conditioning is broken. I might get thirsty at night, so you must be on standby. I fear sleeping alone. You need to keep watch by my side." Countless justifications, yet Wen Lian never exposed him. He began to truly understand Lu Weiyan, the seemingly arrogant young master, who, in the dead of night, would suffer nightmares, secretly note what others liked, and pretend to casually lean on his shoulder while Wen Lian read. Gradually, Lu Weiyan also discovered that Wen Lian was not as fragile as he appeared. He would softly comfort Lu Weiyan during his fits of anger, remember all of Lu Weiyan's little habits, and would embrace him on stormy nights when he was haunted by nightmares. Two clumsy individuals, inching closer to one another in their own awkward ways. Target character, Lu Weiyan, affinity, 20, current affinity, 75. Chapter 68. The young master's pitiful little bitter gourd. It had been a month since when Lian moved into Lu Wan's apartment. Lu Wan remained indifferent. Yet his presence in Wen Lian's line of sight had increased astonishingly. The system would almost daily notify him of an increase in affinity, whether by 0, 5, 1, or 2. The current affinity value had soared to 95. On a weekend afternoon, while Wen Lian was mopping the floor in the living room, Lu Wan suddenly tossed 2 tickets at him. A gift from a friend, he remarked casually, as though discarding refuse, an art exhibition, utterly boring. Wen Lian picked up the tickets, discovering they were for a recently popular couples exhibition, clearly marked for couples only. His heart fluttered slightly as he softly inquired, "Would you like to go together?" Lu Wan scoffed, "Who wants to see that kind of thing?" Yet, half an hour later, he begrudgingly followed Wen Lian out the door. At the exhibition, couples strolled hand in hand. During an interactive segment, the staff naturally guided them toward the couple zone. Lu Wan's expression darkened as he tugged at Wen Lian, intent on leaving. "We come all this way." Wen Lian gently held onto the hem of his shirt. Lu Wan huffed, but then grasped his wrist. Throughout the afternoon, their hands brushed against each other, a fleeting touch before parting. In a crowded exhibit area, Lu Wan abruptly pulled Wen Lian close, wrapping his arm around his shoulder. "I'm afraid you'll get lost," he awkwardly explained. What a hassle. During dinner, Lu Wan took him to a couple's restaurant that required a reservation made a month in advance. Amidst the flickering candlelight, every table was occupied by pairs of lovers. "What are you staring at?" Lu Wan grumbled. "It's just that this place happened to have a table available. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to such a place with you." After their meal, while walking down the street, a little girl with a flower basket approached them, exclaiming upon seeing Lu Wan, "Handsome brother, buy a flower. You can give it to someone you like." As Lu Wan pondered the girl's words, his ears flushed crimson, and he couldn't resist stealing a glance at Wen Lian. "Well, I'll buy just a little, mainly because I like them." His voice was loud, seemingly directed at no one in particular. He then pulled out cash to buy an entire basket of flowers, arranging them into a beautiful bouquet. However, after just 2 minutes, he rudely thrust it at Wen Lian, declaring it ugly and handing it over. Wen Lian cradled the vibrant bouquet, her fingers gently brushing against the petals. This was the first time in her life she had received flowers. On the way back to the apartment, they walked in a staggered formation, with Wen Lian lowering her head to inhale the floral fragrance, oblivious to Lu Wan, who had suddenly stopped ahead, causing her to bump into him. How clumsy, she thought. Lu Wan steadied her, the warmth of his palm seeping through her thin shirt. In the twilight, his deep green eyes were as captivating as a tranquil pool. Just when Wen Lian expected him to release her, he instead grasped her hand. "I fear you might stumble," he said, turning his face away. "Seek compensation for workplace injuries from me." Wen Lian's heart raced as she allowed him to guide her along the remaining path. Their intertwined hands began to perspire, yet neither was inclined to let go first. Lu Wan had classes that day, while Wen Lian stayed home to tidy up. The windows hadn't been cleaned for 2 days, so she took her cleaning supplies and approached the windowsill, only to catch a glimpse of Lu Wan. She could not hear their conversation, only observe their movements. A finely dressed girl was animatedly tugging at Lu Wan's sleeve, even embracing him when he turned around. He quickly extricated himself from her grasp, while the girl shouted, "We are clearly a perfect match. Why don't you like me? One more girl wouldn't make a difference to your girlfriend." Her voice was loud enough for Wen Lian to hear, and it suddenly reminded her of the rumors from Lu Wan's high school days, where it was said that he changed girlfriends faster than he changed clothes. Lu Wan soon returned, tossing his clothes onto the sofa. Wen Lian approached to tidy up, catching a faint scent of women's perfume lingering on the fabric. A business card slipped from the pocket, belonging to the girl. Wen Lian felt as though her heart had been pierced by a needle. Taking a deep breath, she softly said to Lu Wan, "I think I should move out tomorrow." Lu Wan abruptly turned. "What do you mean?" "I'm here to avoid disrupting your love life." Wen Lian replied, lowering her head. "Are you foolish?" Lu Wan exclaimed, seizing her wrist in frustration, his temper flaring as he cursed. "Who the hell told you that?" Wen Lian's eyes brimmed with tears from the pain. "I know it myself. You have quite a few girlfriends." Lu Wan's face drained of color, and he suddenly pressed her against the wall. "You idiot! Fool! Where do I have any girlfriends? The one I like is you. Do you not understand? These words detonated between them like thunder. Wen Lian widened her eyes, unable to believe what she had just heard. Lu Weian's cheeks flushed crimson, extending to the tips of his ears, yet his tone remained fierce. Must I be so explicit? Believe it or not. He released Wen Lian and turned to leave, only to be gently tugged back by her grasp on his shirt. Is what you said true? Wen Lian's voice trembled. With his back to her, Lu Weian's shoulders slightly quivered. After a long pause, he muttered, "Why would I deceive you?" Wen Lian's tears finally fell, she softly embraced Lu Weian from behind, feeling his body stiffen instantaneously. "I like you too," he whispered softly, expressing his deep affection. Lu Weian turned around, his emerald eyes shimmering with a complex light. He roughly wiped away Wen Lian's tears, chiding, "Why are you crying? It's unbecoming." In the next moment, he lowered his head, captivated by the redness in Wen Lian's eyes, and uncontrollably pressed his lips to hers. The kiss was both awkward and tender, imbued with the unique clumsiness and sincerity of youth. The contact was fleeting, yet when they parted, both their faces burned with embarrassment. Suddenly, Wen Lian recalled something and murmured, "With your kissing skills, it must not be your first time." Lu Weian's body stiffened abruptly, his ears turning even redder. "You idiot! Where did you hear such rumors?" He was both angry and ashamed, his voice trembling. "Those are all lies." Taking a deep breath, as if resolving to confess something significant, he continued, "In high school, I thought having a girlfriend was cool. And when others spread rumors about me, I couldn't be bothered to clarify. Then the tales spiraled out of control." In truth, his voice softened. "You're the first person I have ever truly liked." Wen Lian was taken aback, her eyes widening slightly. "That was my first kiss," Lu Weian nearly shouted, immediately regretting it as he turned his face away. "Are you satisfied now?" Tears welled up in Wen Lian's eyes again, but this time they were tears of joy. She gently grasped Lu Weian's hand, saying, "I too have never liked anyone before." Lu Weian huffed, tightening his grip on her hand. "So you mustn't say anything about moving away. You are mine, completely and utterly." He paused, his voice suddenly becoming soft. "You're also my first love." Wen Lian nodded, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight, and she leaned in to kiss him once more. Chapter 69. The young master's pathetic little bitter gourd. Wen Lian felt that Lu Weian resembled a young lady more than a young master, a bit pampered and full of charm. As the morning sun poured in, Wen Lian opened his eyes to find himself once again used as a pillow by Lu Weian. This young lady was particularly restless in her sleep, her arms wrapped tightly around his waist, her head nestled in the crook of his neck, her breath warm against him. Wen Lian gently stirred, hoping to rise and make breakfast without disturbing her. "Don't move," Lu Weian mumbled with her eyes still closed, tightening her embrace. "Just let me sleep for 5 more minutes." Her voice was husky from sleep, her warm breath brushing against Wen Lian's ear, causing him to blush involuntarily. Such mornings had become routine. Lu Weian always had various excuses to linger in bed, and Wen Lian found himself becoming a bit lazy as well. His biological clock no longer responding to the early hours of 5 or 6. It wasn't until the sunlight fully illuminated the room that Lu Weian reluctantly released him. Though she still complained, "It's your fault for moving around. I couldn't sleep well." Wen Lian stifled a laugh, nodding, "It's my fault." At breakfast, while Lu Weian criticized the eggs Wen Lian had cooked for being overdone, she devoured them completely. After finishing, she continued to critique, "Tomorrow, use less salt. It's too salty." However, the next day, when Wen Lian intentionally used less salt, Lu Weian commented, "It's tasteless, unappetizing." Wen Lian had now learned to discern between genuine remarks and Lu Weian's typical contradictions. For instance, even as Lu Weian claimed the food was terrible, her hand naturally reached over to take the bread that Wen Lian couldn't finish, consuming it effortlessly. That afternoon, a courier delivered a considerable number of large boxes, nearly filling the entrance hall. "What is this?" Wen Lian inquired with curiosity as she observed Lu Weian unboxing. With a slight flush to his ears, Lu Weian responded impatiently, "Just some random purchases. Who knew there would be so many?" The boxes were filled with an array of textbooks and reference materials. encompassing all subjects from the first to the third year of high school. Wen Lian's eyes brightened at the sight. "Are these for me?" Lu Weiyan turned his face away, muttering, "I bought too many. It would be wasteful to throw them away." Yet, the crimson hue of his ear betrayed his true feelings. The following day, a tutor arrived at their door, a gentle middle-aged man who taught mathematics. Lu Weiyan pretended to read on the sofa nearby, yet his gaze remained fixed upon them. "We should begin with this formula," the teacher explained patiently. Wen Lian diligently took notes when suddenly she felt a light brush against her calf. Startled, she looked up to find Lu Weiyan seated beside her, feigning seriousness as he observed her notes, while beneath the table, his leg persistently nudged against hers. "Is there a problem?" the teacher inquired, noticing Lu Weiyan's proximity. Maintaining his composure, Lu Weiyan replied, "She made a mistake in this step." In truth, he was far from academically inclined and could not comprehend what Wen Lian had written. Nonetheless, he pretended to circle a point in her notebook, his leg's playful movements becoming increasingly audacious as he began to caress her calf. In the ensuing days, various subject teachers visited, and Wen Lian noticed that they were all rather seasoned in age. Until one day, when the originally scheduled English teacher was unexpectedly unavailable, a fellow student was introduced as a substitute. This young woman was gentle and provided thorough explanations. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon her and Wen Lian, creating a scene reminiscent of a tender moment from a coming-of-age film. This tense should be used in this manner. The girl was explaining when suddenly a chill ran down her back. Lu Weiyan had appeared at the door, his countenance dark as a storm cloud. "This lesson will conclude here," he stated coldly, interrupting the class with an authoritative stride. "The payment will be made. You may leave." The girl, startled by his demeanor, hastily gathered her belongings and departed. Just as Wen Lian was about to speak, Lu Weiyan had already taken out his phone. "I'll arrange for a different teacher." His tone dripped with sarcasm. The previous one was utterly inept. Lu Weiyan was remarkably efficient. By afternoon, a new English tutor arrived, a gentleman in his 50s. Lu Weiyan settled beside him, visibly pleased. During the lesson, however, Lu Weiyan resumed his mischievous antics beneath the table. One moment he would touch her leg. The next he would tickle her palm, thoroughly disrupting her concentration. "May I kindly request that you remain quiet?" The teacher finally interjected, unable to contain himself. Delighted by the term family member, Lu Weiyan patiently explained to the teacher, "I am supervising his studies to prevent any laziness." Wen Lian couldn't help but chuckle, softly grasping his hand beneath the table in a subtle gesture of camaraderie. Lu Weiyan was momentarily taken aback, his ears flushing once more. Yet he eventually settled down a bit. And so, as time passed, Wen Lian grew entirely accustomed to this peculiar blend of study and playful distraction. She even learned to protest against Lu Weiyan's antics by writing bad in his palm with her fingertips. This action invariably causes the young lady to fall silent, her ears tinged with red as she feigns engrossment in her book. On the day of his birthday, Wen Lian entirely forgot about this matter. For him, a birthday is merely a date inscribed on his identification card, never a day worthy of celebration. He had never once celebrated a birthday throughout his life. That day, Lu Weiyan unusually declared his intention to attend classes. His likely excuse was that if he neglected his studies any longer, he would surely fail his exams. Wen Lian remained at home, engaged in self-study. In the evening, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, Wen Lian was greeted by the sight of Lu Weiyan standing at the threshold, arms laden with numerous boxes, evidently having resorted to ringing the bell since he lacked a free hand. "What are you staring at?" Lu Weiyan averted his gaze, presenting a discounted cake purchase from a roadside vendor, declaring it utterly inedible and insisting it be discarded. Wen Lian accepted the boxes, discovering an assortment of cake flavors within. The boxes were exquisitely crafted, though the cakes themselves were unevenly shaped, revealing their handmade nature. The largest chocolate cake bore the haphazard inscription of "Happy Birthday." His eyes instantly brimmed with tears. "How do you know today is my birthday?" Lu Weiyan's face flushed crimson, his tone growing increasingly irritable. "Isn't it written on your ID? You fool." As he spoke, he playfully smeared a bit of cream on Wen Lian's nose, jesting about its unsightliness. Stunned, Wen Lian gazed at him before rising on tiptoe to gently lick off the cream that had inadvertently landed on his cheek. You gotten some here? Lu Wen froze, his dark green eyes widening in astonishment, his neck reddening to the roots of his ears. Why you? He stammered for what felt like an eternity until Wen Lian embraced him, murmuring, "Thank you." Lu Wen observed the petite, slender figure in his arms and awkwardly grunted, "Happy birthday, you fool." That evening, they indulged in every last morsel of cake. Wen Lian sampled each one, declaring them delicious despite their excessive sweetness and occasional burnt edges. Are they truly all delicious? Lu Wei's eyes sparkled with delight before he adopted a serious demeanor, muttering, barely passing grade. Yet, Wen Lian noticed him discreetly jotting down his assessments of each cake in his phone's notes. Before bedtime, Lu Weian retrieved a beautifully packaged velvet box from beneath his pillow and clumsily thrust it into Wen Lian's hands. Found on the road, it's hideous, but here, within the box lay an exquisite silver bracelet adorned with a dark green gemstone, reminiscent of his own eyes. Could you only put on? Wen Lian asked softly. Lu Weian fumbled for quite some time before fastening it, grumbling, such a hassle. However, that night, Wen Lian slept uneasily, as warm hands continuously caressed his wrist, never ceasing their tender ministrations. Chapter 70. The young master, as pitiful little bitter, gourd time swiftly passed to June, with only days remaining until the long-anticipated examination. Lu Wei had become increasingly anxious, 100 times more so than Wen Lian, the actual examinee. Drink this. Lu Wei entered the study, holding forth a bowl of dark, unappetizing herbal soup, specially concocted by the housekeeper to enhance cognitive function. He had brought over the long-serving housekeeper solely to prepare nourishing broths for Wen Lian. As Wen Lian worked on his exercises, he looked up, wrinkling his nose at the strange aroma. What is this? It smells so peculiar. Just drink it, it's good for your health. I specifically asked my aunt to bring back a secret recipe from our hometown. This marks the 5th supplement I've taken this week. From walnut milk to fish soup, I have now progressed to traditional Chinese medicine. Wen Lian obediently drank it. Though the taste was indeed peculiar, her heart felt sweet. After finishing the medicine, Wen Lian continued her studies. Lu Weian sat beside her, peeling an orange for her, its sweetness a reminder to consume more, wishing for her desires to manifest. Recently, Lu Weian had become particularly superstitious. He spoke of aspirations and fortune as if they were intertwined with the oranges and the auspicious bamboo plants that adorned their home, which had proliferated to the point where one could hardly take 2 steps without encountering a pot. He tended to them with great care, their vibrant green leaves flourishing under his watch. Each day, while watering them, he would whisper his wishes for a considerable duration. With only a day left until the exam, Lu Weian suggested he sleep in the guest room to avoid disturbing her rest. The spacious room, accustomed to 2, felt somewhat uncomfortable for Wen Lian alone. She tossed and turned in bed for quite some time, unable to find sleep. Just then, the door creaked open, and Lu Weian tiptoed into the room, gently tucking her in, only to find Wen Lian blinking at him. You should rest. There's an exam tomorrow, he urged. Wen Lian leaned closer, her voice muffled. You aren't able to sleep, are you? Let's sleep together, shall we? Lu Weian felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth, struggling to suppress a smile as he feigned composure. All right, let's do as you wish, you little troublemaker. Like a large cat being petted, he obediently nestled under the covers, carefully pulling his arms in to avoid touching Wen Lian. Yet, within moments, she snuggled into his embrace, lulled by the rhythm of his steady heartbeat, quickly drifting off to sleep. The next morning, Wen Lian awoke to find that, quite unusually, Lu Weian was already up before her. Upon opening the door, she spotted him busy in the living room. He was tall enough to easily reach the doorframe, tying a red string to hang a rice dumpling from it. The green bamboo leaves were loosely wrapped, revealing a glimpse of the white, glutinous rice within, clearly indicating he had made it himself. Come quickly and bump it. Good luck with your exams. Lu Weian called to Wen Lian, eager for her to strike the dumpling for good fortune. Obediently, she approached, tiptoeing to gently tap the hanging dumpling with her forehead. However, The loose leaf caused a few grains of rice to tumble out, scattering onto the floor. Lu Wan's expression changed instantly. His eyes widened in alarm, his voice tinged with a hint of distress. "Oh no, this is not good. It's inauspicious." He hurriedly flailed about, attempting to untie the dumpling to rewrap it, but his fingers trembled so much that he couldn't even loosen the knot. "Annie, Annie, come quickly," he called toward the kitchen, his voice unusually frantic. "We need to rewrap it. Hurry." Seeing him in such a state softened Wen Lian's heart. She gently grasped his hand, soothingly assuring, "It's all right. It's just a few grains of rice." "How can it be all right?" Lu Wan's eyes reddened. "This signifies exam questions being leaked. Points will be lost." Just then, the aunt hurried over, deftly rewrapping a sturdy, plump dumpling. Lu Wan hung it up himself, anxiously watching Wen Lian once more. Wen Lian tiptoed again, firmly bumping against the new dumpling. Not a single grain of glutinous rice was left behind. And only then did Lu Wan let out a long sigh of relief, collapsing onto the sofa as if he had just emerged from a fierce battle. Wen Lian observed his demeanor, feeling a bittersweet warmth in her heart. She picked up a piece of the victory cake prepared on the table, broke off a small chunk, and offered it to Lu Wan's lips, saying, "You should eat too. Let us triumph together in our studies." Lu Wan was momentarily taken aback, the tips of his ears turning a shade of crimson as he took a small bite from Wen Lian's hand, murmuring, "I finished my exams over 2 years ago." On the way to the examination hall, Lu Wan was even more anxious than Wen Lian. He meticulously checked his exam supplies, preparing a staggering 16 or 17 black ink pens and 3 or 4 erasers, repeatedly confirming his admission ticket nearly 10 times. As they approached the entrance, he grasped Wen Lian's hand with a serious tone, saying, "Do your best in the exam, but it's also all right if things don't go as planned. Your boyfriend has plenty of money. I can easily get you into any school you desire. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, understood?" Wen Lian, seeing his nervousness, suddenly leaned in and gave him a quick kiss, assuring him, "Don't worry, I will perform well." Over the 3 days of exams, Lu Wan donned a different outfit each day. On the first day, he wore a bright red t-shirt, claiming it was to usher in good fortune. On the second day, he opted for a vibrant green shirt, symbolizing a smooth journey. And on the third day, he donned an extravagant bright yellow qipao, complemented by a long golden wig. Though the qipao seemed somewhat incongruous on his tall frame of over 6 feet, the golden locks softened his sharp features and concealed the muscular lines of his arms, creating an illusion from afar of a strikingly tall, mixed-race beauty. After the final examination concluded, Wen Lian strolled out of the examination hall with ease. His academic performance had always been commendable, and with months of intensive study, he found the questions particularly manageable. As soon as he exited the school gate, he spotted a striking figure. Lu Wan, adorned in the qipao and wearing a mask, cradled a large bouquet of sunflowers, making him exceptionally conspicuous amidst the crowd. Wen Lian couldn't help but chuckle as he jogged into Lu Wan's embrace, who caught him with steady arms. "How did it go?" Lu Wan's voice, muffled by the mask, revealed his evident anxiety. "Quite well," Wen Lian replied, tilting his head to look at him, his eyes sparkling. Lu Wan visibly sighed in relief but feigned toughness, saying, "That's great. If you don't do well, just wait and see how I'll deal with you." Yet his arms tightened around Wen Lian. A nearby aunt chuckled. "Little one, your foreign friend is truly considerate. He has been waiting here for quite some time." Suddenly, Wen Lian took Lu Wan's hand, playfully teasing him, and flashed a sweet smile at the aunt. "He is not just a friend. He is my girlfriend, and we have a wonderful relationship." Lu Wan froze, his face beneath the mask turning a deep shade of red. He shot a glare at Wen Lian, filled with a mix of embarrassment and irritation, yet obediently allowed himself to be led. His strides were small due to the limited slit of the qipao, forcing him to take tiny steps to keep up with Wen Lian. Wen Lian, having suffered from malnutrition in his youth, stood at just 5'7", while Lu Wan towered over him by a good half a head. The sight of the tall, bashful foreign girlfriend being led by Wen Lian was particularly amusing. Once they were in the car, Wen Lian nestled into Lu Wan's embrace, playfully removing his mask. Gazing at his flushed cheeks, Wen Lian couldn't resist leaning in, gently pecking him on the chin and mischievously nibbling at his Adam's apple. Lu Wen trembled all over, his eyelashes quivering violently. In the next moment, he unexpectedly seized the initiative, pressing Wen Lian against the car's seat, his voice hoarse yet laced with laughter, mimicking a scene from a film. "My dear, are you playing with fire?" Their gazes collided, igniting sparks. Unable to contain themselves, they kissed fervently, a kiss infused with 3 days of longing, both passionate and lingering. When they finally parted, their faces flushed. Lu Wen's deep-set eyes glinted as his thumb gently brushed against Wen Lian's swollen lips. "I'll deal with you at home." Upon returning to the apartment, Lu Wen lifted Wen Lian into his arms, continuing the interrupted kiss as he walked. A wig lay carelessly discarded on the floor. Yet the cheongsam remained adorning her figure. Wen Lian's hand grazed the slit of the cheongsam, causing Lu Wen to shudder with excitement, his breath growing heavier. "You rogue." In the dimly lit bedroom, Wen Lian found herself pressed against the soft bed, tilting her head to receive his fervent kisses. Although Lu Wen's technique remained somewhat inexperienced, his ardor was undeniable. The room, shrouded in darkness, was thick with an intimate atmosphere. Wen Lian could feel his rapid heartbeat, mirroring her own. As night deepened, the room was filled solely with a mingling of their breaths. Chapter 71. The young master's pitiful little bitter melon. The sweet days following the college entrance examination did not last long. Lu Wen's father, the head of the Lu group, abruptly returned to S City after concluding an overseas inspection. The news arrived unexpectedly. On a Tuesday afternoon, Lu Wen received a phone call from his father. The tone unmistakably commanding. "Return to the main residence for dinner tonight. There's an important matter to discuss. There's chocolate mousse in the fridge, don't waste it. You must eat well and rest properly while I'm away for these 2 days." Lu Wen embraced and kissed Wen Lian for a long while, reluctant to part, but ultimately compelled to leave. The chocolate mousse was a creation of Lu Wen's own making, after discovering Wen Lian's fondness for it on her birthday. He had secretly practiced until he could produce a commendable result. It was the only dish he knew how to make. At the Lu residence, the atmosphere in the dining room was frigid. Exquisite dishes adorned the lavish long table, yet hardly anyone touched their chopsticks. "Miss Jean Yin from the Jean family. Do you remember her?" Lu Wen's father directed a sharp gaze at him, his tone flat yet laden with pressure. "She just returned from abroad. Tomorrow evening at 7. Peninsula Hotel, you shall meet her." Lu Wen's grip on his chopsticks tightened instantaneously. "I will not go," he stated firmly, his voice rigid, his dark green eyes brimming with defiance. "I have no interest." Lu Wen's father did not even raise an eyebrow, his voice chilling further. "This is not a matter open for your opinion. The collaboration with the Jean family is crucial for the group's next step. Jean Yin has a favorable impression of you. A union would benefit both families." "I already have someone I care for," Lu Wen blurted out, his heart racing like a drum. Finally, Lu Wen's father lifted his gaze, his eyes sharp as a hawk, tinged with a hint of derisive mockery. "That little plaything you keep on the side? Wen Lian, if I recall correctly? A man, no less." Lu Wen's complexion turned ashen in an instant. He had not anticipated that his father was so well informed. "Casual dalliances are permissible." Lu's father wiped his mouth with a napkin. "But anything serious is out of the question. Your marriage has never been a matter you could dictate." He rose, looking down at his son with a commanding presence. 7 o'clock tomorrow evening at the Peninsula Hotel. Should you choose not to attend, or should I discover any deceit on your part, I will immediately freeze and reclaim all your cards, properties, and vehicles under your name. Think carefully." There was no shouting, no arguing, only a cold, unyielding ultimatum that brooked no dissent. Lu Wen sat frozen in place, a chill enveloping him. He understood that his father would follow through with his threats. Without the financial backing of the Lu family, he was nothing, unable even to maintain the apartment he shared with Wen Lian. At 10 minutes past 7 the following evening, Lu Wen arrived at the rooftop restaurant of the Peninsula Hotel. Dressed entirely in black, his countenance was darker than his attire, exuding an unmistakable air of reluctance. He deliberately arrived 10 minutes late, choosing the dimmest corner table. Jean Yin was already present. She was indeed beautiful, her poise a product of a privileged upbringing. Yet, as Lu Weian gazed upon her exquisite smile, he felt an overwhelming sense of irritation. "Young Master Lu, it has been quite some time," Jin Yin greeted him with a smile, attempting to lighten the mood. "I heard you have been busy with art investments recently?" Lu Weian did not lift his gaze, his fingers idly spinning his glass. "Yes. That sounds fascinating. I have been exploring some contemporary art exhibitions as well, such as—" "Not interesting, merely pretentious," Lu Weian interrupted coldly, his eyes sweeping over his watch. Jin Yan's smile faltered momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure. "The signature Wellington steak here is excellent. Would you care to try it, young Master Lu?" "Whatever," he replied, closing the menu and addressing the waiter. "Just bring the fastest option." The meal arrived promptly. Jin Yin cut a small piece of steak, elegantly placing it in her mouth, exclaiming, "The timing is just right, and the pastry is marvelous." Lu Weian glanced at the dish disdainfully, scoffing, "Flashy and utterly tasteless." Jin Yan's grip on her cutlery tightened slightly, her smile waning. Taking a deep breath, she shifted the topic, attempting to discuss more personal future plans. "My father hopes I will pursue management studies in London in the second half of the year. What are your thoughts on overseas education, young Master Lu? Or do you prefer direct entry into practical experience within a group?" Finally, Lu Weian regarded her with a fleeting glance, his expression one of utter indifference laced with a hint of derision. "I have no opinion. Just coasting through life. It makes no difference where." The remainder of the evening devolved into a soliloquy delivered by Jin Yan. She endeavored to find common ground, discussing equestrianism, painting, classical music, and the latest technology. Lu Weian's responses were consistently curt. "Fine, not bad, whatever," or more often silence. His attention was evidently elsewhere, glancing at his phone every 5 minutes, revealing his impatience and longing to return home. That ungrateful Wen Lian hadn't even sent him a message. The restaurant was filled with soothing piano melodies, creating a romantic atmosphere. Yet at their table, the tension was palpable, as if separated by an invisible wall of ice. Finally, after an agonizing hour and a half, Lu Weian rose almost the instant Jin Yin set down her napkin. He did not return to the main residence, but instructed the driver to take him directly back to the apartment. Throughout the journey, he remained restless and troubled. He felt like a traitor, albeit reluctantly. He feared that Wen Lian would discover his dates with others. And he was even more terrified that the light in Wen Lian's clear eyes would fade as a result. Standing at the entrance of the apartment, he took several deep breaths before unlocking the door with his fingerprint. Wen Lian was nestled on the sofa, engrossed in a book, and upon hearing the noise, looked up, a smile instantly gracing his face. "You're back? Have you eaten?" Dressed in soft loungewear, his profile appeared astonishingly gentle under the warm glow of the lights. At that moment, Lu Weian's guilt reached its zenith. He responded vaguely, avoiding eye contact. He changed his shoes, but instead of embracing Wen Lian as he usually did upon seeing him, he walked straight into the bathroom and splashed cold water on his face. However, the cold water did little to alleviate his inner turmoil. "What's wrong?" Wen Lian noticed something was amiss and approached him with concern, setting his book aside. "It's nothing." Lu Weian's tone was a bit abrupt, and he immediately regretted it. He bit his lip, suddenly turning to embrace Wen Lian, burying his face in the crook of his neck, and mumbled, "I just miss you." Wen Lian was momentarily taken aback, but then gently returned the embrace, softly patting his back. "I miss you too. Did something happen at home?" Lu Weian did not respond, only tightening his hold. After a while, as if recalling something, he released Wen Lian and pulled a velvet box from his pocket, roughly shoving it into Wen Lian's hand. "Just some junk I found at home. It's hideous, but here." Inside was an expensive watch, its face glimmering under the light. Wen Lian was taken aback. "Why this sudden gift? Your old watch was both ugly and broken." Lu Weian turned his face away, urging him to put it on quickly, dismissing any further discussion. This was his clumsy way of compensating, expressing his unease with the most extravagant gift while uttering the most disdainful words. Wen Lian sensed that since Lu Weian returned from the Lu residence, he had become unusually clingy. He was nestled in the corner of the sofa, continuing his reading, when Lu Weian sat down beside him, nearly squeezing him into the couch. The warmth of Lu Weian's chest pressed against Wen Lian's back. and his fingers playfully stroked Wen Lian's wrist. The new watch he had just put on matched the one on Lu Weian's wrist. He would occasionally brush against Wen Lian's fingers, mischievously hooking his pinky to hinder his page turning, and then poking Wen Lian's slightly raised cheek, which was focused on the book. Finally, he rested his chin on Wen Lian's shoulder, deliberately directing his warm breath into his ear, causing a ticklish sensation. Wen Lian instinctively shrank his neck and, with a sigh, closed his book, announcing his intention to take a shower. Yet, his slender waist was gently ensnared by an irresistible force. Lu Weian's hand was audaciously unbuttoning his shirt. Wen Lian could feel the heat radiating from his fingertips, his voice muffled. "Let us shower together." Wen Lian paused for a moment. "What?" Lu Weian held his waist with one hand and lifted his leg with the other, half carrying him into the bathroom, saying, "Conserving water is everyone's responsibility, you know?" The bathroom was enveloped in a mist of steam. Lu Weian made no unnecessary movements, stubbornly standing beside Wen Lian. He seized the body wash, clumsily squeezed out a generous dollop, and then haphazardly smeared it onto Wen Lian's back. His actions were somewhat stiff, his fingertips displaying an almost imperceptible tremor, and the foam left both of them covered. With his back turned to him, Wen Lian could sense the heat and complexity of the gaze behind him, as if it sought to etch him into Lu Weian's very soul. "What is wrong with you tonight?" Wen Lian asked softly, droplets of water cascading down his fair spine. Lu Weian paused momentarily, then began to rub his hair more vigorously. His tone gruff. "Are you annoying? Just wash yourself." Yet, as he rinsed away the foam, the water carefully avoided Wen Lian's eyes. After their bath, Lu Weian seated Wen Lian on a small stool and took up the hairdryer to dry his hair. Concerned about burning Wen Lian, he set the dryer to a moderate setting, the warm air blowing for an extended period. Later, as they lay in bed, Lu Weian forcefully pulled Wen Lian into his embrace, his arms spanning across Wen Lian's waist with an astonishing strength, as if he intended to meld him into his very being. Wen Lian found it difficult to breathe under the pressure and gently murmured, "Weian, loosen up a bit." However, Lu Weian seemed to be stirred by some sensitive nerve, tightening his grasp further, burying his face in the crook of Wen Lian's neck, inhaling deeply. His voice was low and indistinct, tinged with a fragile obsession. "Don't move, just sleep like this." Wen Lian ceased to struggle. He could feel Lu Weian's unusual unrest that night, akin to a frightened cat desperately guarding its possessions. He lifted his hand, softly patting Lu Weian's taut back in silent reassurance. Perhaps due to his father's return, Lu Weian began to venture out more frequently. Each time he returned, he would bring Wen Lian various gifts gathered from others, a cufflink, a pen, a bracelet, tea sets, so many that they nearly filled their home. When Wen Lian pointed out that they would soon run out of space, Lu Weian insisted that if they did, they could simply discard some, remaining obstinate in his desire to give. Wen Lian observed that each time Lu Weian returned, his mood seemed less than favorable. He sometimes noticed a faint scent of women's perfume lingering on Lu Weian's discarded clothes. Yet, whenever he contemplated inquiring about what transpired, Lu Weian would resist, pulling him close and silencing Wen Lian's inquisitive lips with a kiss until he could speak no more. Eventually, Wen Lian ceased to ask as he trusted Lu Weian, believing in his lover. One evening, Lu Weian received a message requiring him to leave. Before departing, he planted several sticky kisses on Wen Lian, stating he would likely return late. "If you're not asleep when I get back, be wary of my bite." Lu Weian playfully nipped at Wen Lian's earlobe before reluctantly taking his leave. The sole heir of the Qin family had recently arrived in S City, and due to the professional needs of the Lu and Qin families, Lu's father urged Lu Weian to entertain this young master of the Qin clan. Although he was not particularly pleased with the arrangement, it was a better alternative than being set up on blind dates with women. Young Master Qin was a person who relished revelry and amusement. Lu Weian summoned a few friends from before and arranged a night out at a bar. The private room was filled with swirling smoke, the aroma of alcohol mingling with the scent of expensive perfume. Amidst the deafening cacophony of music, a group of impeccably dressed young individuals gathered around, with the focal point being Lu Weian, whose complexion had turned a shade of crimson and whose gaze appeared somewhat dazed. Alongside his esteemed guest, the young master of the Qin family. As rounds of potent liquor flowed, the atmosphere grew increasingly boisterous and chaotic. Qin, draping an arm around Lu Wan's shoulders, slurred with a hint of drunken jest. Lu, this is quite uncharacteristic of you. I heard you've settled down for a mere waitress? How long has it been since you've joined us for a night out? An eager sycophant nearby immediately chimed in, his tone obsequious. Indeed, Lu used to be so carefree. It was only a month or so ago that he was chasing after that waitress during a game of truth or dare. Wasn't it? Have you grown tired of the chase? Laughter erupted among the group, their complicity palpable. A flicker of irritation and disdain passed through Lu Wan's emerald eyes. He detested their frivolous chatter about Wen Lian, as if she were merely an object of casual commentary. He downed another shot of liquor, attempting to suppress the rising anger within him, his voice icy. What business is it of yours? Just drink your liquor. Oh ho, defending her now? Qin, as if reveling in a newfound discovery, leaned in closer, his tone dripping with condescension. Is the esteemed young master, Lu, truly smitten? A mere waitress has captured your heart. If this were to get out, how would the Lu family face it? Captured? Lu Wan scoffed, a bitter smile curling on his lips. The alcohol intensified his embarrassment at being publicly exposed, igniting a frantic urge to conceal his vulnerability. In front of so many, particularly someone of Qin's stature, being labeled as ensnared by a waitress was a blow to his pride, to the dignity of the Lu family. He could never admit to taking her seriously, as that would render him foolish and weak, fodder for gossip within their circle. With deliberate effort, he pushed Qin's hand away, feigning a mocking laugh that echoed through the room, raising his voice for all to hear, as if such bravado could vindicate him. A mere waitress? How could that be? His gaze swept over the crowd, deliberately exuding disdain. It's just a passing fancy. I'm not bored yet. Once I am, she'll be discarded. Besides, she is a man. Had it not been for a game of truth or dare, would I even pursue him? He spoke loudly and emphatically, as if volume could bolster the truth of his words. The alcohol rendered him reckless, and pride led him to speak indiscriminately. A voice within him screamed in denial, but it was overpowered by a more potent instinct to uphold his dignity and status. Just then, the door to the private room swung open. Chapter 73. The young master's pitiful little bittermelon. Lu Wan has had too much to drink at the V8 and is causing a scene. Could you please come and pick him up? Wen Lian received a message on her phone from one of Lu Wan's friends. His name was Zhao Mian, who had added her after they fortuitously met during a trip with Lu Wan. She remembered him as one of the few people who had shared a night out with them at the bar. After exchanging contact information, they had not conversed since. Wen Lian glanced at the message, concern washing over her, and she hurriedly took a taxi to the V8. Yet, he had just arrived, pushing open the door to the private room, and before he could calm his hurried breath, he distinctly heard Lu Wan's final, resounding declaration. Play around? Tired of it. Just toss it aside? Time seemed to freeze in that instant. The color drained from Wen Lian's face at an alarming rate, leaving it as pale as a sheet of paper. Was this person truly Lu Wan? Wen Lian's eyes fixated on him, his frail body swaying slightly, as though struck by an invisible force. A deluge of despair and heartbreak engulfed him in an instant. Everyone had noticed him. All eyes turned toward the doorway, filled with a mix of curiosity, amusement, and even schadenfreude. Lu Wan also caught sight of Wen Lian. The moment their gazes locked, his foggy mind, clouded by intoxication, was suddenly doused with cold water, awakening him to clarity. Panic, regret, and shame surged within him. How could Wen Lian be here? Instinctively, he stood up, wishing to explain, yet his tongue felt tied in knots. However, Wen Lian did not afford him the opportunity. He cast one last cold glance at Lu Wan, his eyes devoid of warmth, embodying a chilling silence. Then, he abruptly turned, nearly stumbling, and fled the private room, vanishing into the dimly lit corridor. A picture of utter disarray. Lu Wan stood frozen, his outstretched hand suspended in midair, his heart feeling as though it had been brutally gouged. An eerie silence fell over the room, soon shattered by Qin Shao's voice. Oh, speak of the devil. And he appears. Lu Xiao, your little lover has quite the temper. Huh? Ha ha ha. The laughter was excruciatingly jarring. Lu Weiyan snapped back to reality, overwhelmed by a profound panic and an anger that surged from being publicly exposed and then abandoned. He was furious with himself, with this group of people, and with Wen Lian for leaving so decisively. He shot Qin Xiao a fierce glare, grabbed his coat, and prepared to chase after him. But before he could burst from the private room, his phone chimed. It was a text from Wen Lian. The message was simple, yet it pierced his heart like an icy blade. Lu Weiyan, let us break up. Thank you for your care these past days. But I can't play this game anymore, nor will I accompany you. The words can't play and won't accompany felt like the cruelest mockery, brutally striking at his proud, yet chaotic nerves. He had been cast aside by Wen Lian. A surge of anger, steeped in humiliation and fueled by the remnants of alcohol, surged within him. He had actually been dumped. The twisted mindset of preserving his dignity, refusing to appear weak in public, regained its dominance. To chase after him and explain? Wouldn't he that only confirmed that he had been speaking nonsense moments ago? Wouldn't he it make him seem as though he cared too much, as if he had been slapped in the face? In front of Qin Xiao and all these people, Lu Weiyan could not bow his head. He could not become a laughingstock. Clenching his phone tightly, his knuckles turned white from the pressure. He suddenly halted, turned around, and faced the expectant crowd in the room, each with their own expressions, waiting to witness the spectacle. He forced a smile, more grotesque than tears, an incredibly stiff facade, his voice amplified with a fierce bravado, as he shouted toward the end of the corridor. Oh, break up? Fine, he nearly shouted, attempting to mask his guilt and anguish with sheer volume. Do you think I care about you? It was merely a game. I'm bored now. Just leave. His words were delivered with unwavering conviction, as if such declarations could safeguard his crumbling dignity. The room fell silent for a brief moment, only to erupt into louder, mocking laughter and applause laden with flattery. Lu Xiao is incredible. Indeed, what are such insignificant characters worth? The next one will be more obedient. As Lu Weiyan listened to this cacophony, his heart twisted painfully, and his stomach churned violently. He abruptly sank back onto the sofa, seizing a full bottle of liquor and pouring it down his throat. The fiery liquid seared his throat and stomach, but could not extinguish the overwhelming, icy remorse and panic that engulfed him. In a most hurtful manner, he had pushed away the one he loved most, all for the sake of that absurd face and pride, and for a moment his distorted self-esteem, magnified by alcohol, had taken precedence. Chapter 74. The young master's pitiful little melon Lu Weiyan returned to his apartment. The lingering effects of alcohol and the stabbing pain in his heart left him with a throbbing headache. The home felt desolate, devoid of life. The air still held a faint trace of Wen Lian's delicate, clean soap aroma, yet it was overshadowed by a profound sense of emptiness. Habitually, he glanced at the sofa, which sat barren, lacking the slender figure curled up with a book. He staggered into the bedroom. Wen Lian's belongings were few. The old suitcase he had brought was missing. His clothes were sparse, occupying only a small corner of the wardrobe. Yet that small corner was now empty. The clothes he had bought for himself hung neatly on one side of the wardrobe, silently delineating a boundary. The other gifts he had given to Wen Lian remained in their designated spots, untouched by her. On the bedside table lay two glaring items, painfully bright, making Lu Weiyan's eyes water. It was all due to the blinding light. The bracelet he had personally placed on Wen Lian's wrist, adorned with a dark green gem, and the watch he had forcibly gifted her, matching his own, sat quietly there. The gem gleamed coldly in the dim light, as if mocking him in silence. Wen Lian, you wicked creature, Lu Weiyan shouted, throwing himself onto the bed, burying his face deep into the pillow that still held a faint trace of her familiar scent. Inhaling deeply in a futile attempt to capture the rapidly fading warmth. The quilt seemed to retain Wen Lian's fragrance, subtle yet poignant, making his nose tingle with emotion. Lu Weiyan, you great fool, he berated himself, as tears surged forth unexpectedly, quickly soaking the pillowcase. The deluge of tears left two ridiculous watermarks in the shape of eyes on the quilt. He cried without dignity, his shoulders trembling like an abandoned large dog, emitting muffled, Wounded whimpers. His heart felt as though it would shatter. The pain was unbearable. Why hadn't he, Wen Lian, come to comfort him? Why is it so decisively over? On the other side, Wen Lian dragged his meager belongings back to that old, damp little room that was entirely his own. It had been so long since anyone lived there that a thick layer of dust covered everything. He rolled up his sleeves and began to clean in silence. Yet his hands trembled incessantly. Lu Wei's piercing words echoed in his mind like poisoned needles, relentlessly piercing his eardrums and heart. A mere game, tossed aside when bored, only pursued for the thrill of adventure. He scrubbed the table with fervor, his nails nearly digging into his flesh. He wished not to dwell on it, but his mind was unyielding. Those sweet memories had now transformed into sharp shards of glass, repeatedly slicing through his nerves. So those initial encounters the ride shared, the awkward displays of concern, even that confession of affection, were they all merely a meticulously orchestrated game? Was he simply a diversion for young Master Lu? A trinket to amuse himself with? Tears fell unbidden upon his hand, scalding hot. He raised his arm to wipe them away, only to find them multiplying. No karain. No sorrowing for such a person, he commanded himself inwardly. Yet why did his heart ache so painfully? How could Lu Weian, who would get angry if he were hurt, who remembered all his preferences, who clumsily celebrated his birthday, and who became adorably superstitious for his college entrance exams, be anything but genuine? The college application system had not yet closed. He sat on the creaking old chair, opened his computer, and silently deleted the application for the prestigious university in S-City that he had discussed with Lu Weian. He no longer wished to remain in S-City. He no longer wanted to stay in a city that held memories of Lu Weian. He reapplied to a renowned 985 university in the distant city. At the moment of submission, he felt an emptiness within him, as though a gaping hole had been torn open. Tuition and living expenses were pressing concerns. He quickly sought out several part-time jobs, at a cafe, tutoring, and as a server in a restaurant night. Life seemed to revert to how it was before he met Lu Weian, busy, weary, and striving for a living. Yet something felt different. When a colleague forcibly passed off their work onto him, he would stand his ground for his own sake. He thought of that person, the one who urged him to be brave and bold. But he must not think of that person at all. He worked diligently, often dragging his exhausted body home late at night. He wanted to keep himself so busy that there was no time to think of that person. Unbeknownst to Wen Lian, from the very moment he left, a pair of dark green eyes had been following him intently from the shadows. Lu Weian was nearly going mad. He felt as if Wen Lian had cast some spell upon him. Though he had agreed to the breakup, why did he feel so unwell, restless, as if countless ants were gnawing at his insides when he could not see Wen Lian? Bad Wen Lian, wicked Wen Lian. Even after the breakup, he continued to entice him. Thus, each day, he changed vehicles, secretly stalking Wen Lian. He observed Wen Lian bustling about in the cafe, inadvertently scalding the back of her hand with hot water. She merely furrowed her brow and blew gently on the burn before resuming her tasks. Fool! Can't she just rinse it under cold water? Doesn't she think to take a day off and visit a hospital? She cares not for herself at all. He pounded the steering wheel in frustration. He noticed that Wen Lian, due to her late-night part-time job, had developed dark circles under her eyes, and in the morning, she walked with a slight daze, nearly tripping over the curb. Such a scatterbrain. Watch where you're going. His heart raced, almost compelling him to leap from the car and assist her, but fortunately, Wen Lian managed to steady herself against a nearby tree. He sighed in relief, only to feel a fresh wave of anger. Can't she just cut back on one of her jobs? If she is short on cash, wouldn't she think to come to me for help? The thought lodged in his throat, as he remembered he no longer had the right to voice such sentiments. He noticed how Wen Lian had visibly lost weight, her chin becoming sharper. Her thin figure in a worn-out t-shirt so fragile it seemed it could topple with a gust of wind. All the weight he had painstakingly nurtured back into her was gone. It must feel rough to the touch again. What will I do without her? He felt a mix of urgency, anger, and heartache, chastising Wen Lian in his mind 1,000 times for her lack of sensibility. Yet his gaze remained fixated on her silhouette, following her until she vanished into the corridor, leaving him in a daze in the car, waiting for the moment she would emerge. Yet, He resolutely refused to seek her out to reconcile. If reconciliation were to occur, she must come to him first. Wen Lian must earnestly apologize to him and express her contrition. She should shower him with 100 kisses and embrace him 100 times. Only then would he reluctantly consider forgiving her. Very reluctantly, indeed, and with great hesitance, he would continue their relationship as boyfriends. Chapter 75. The young master's pitiful little bitter gourd Lu Wen had remained hidden in his car for an entire week. He watched as Wen Lian worked tirelessly, growing increasingly fatigued and gaunt, his heart constricting with a blend of aching sorrow. Wen Lian, you ungrateful, foolish, and naive girl. He cursed her silently, yet his eyes greedily followed her frail figure, unwilling to divert his gaze for even a moment. Pride and longing waged a relentless battle within him. Ultimately, one afternoon, as he observed Wen Lian carrying a heavy tray of coffee, her brow slightly furrowed as she rubbed her wrist, all his defenses crumbled. To hell with his pride. He could no longer bear to see her suffer like this. He took a deep breath, parked the car at a distance, and meticulously adjusted his collar and hair in the rearview mirror, attempting to project an air of casual arrogance, as if merely passing by, while conveniently offering an opportunity for reconciliation. However, as he approached the cafe and peered through the glass window, he was taken aback. A man, ugly and lecherous, with a grin reminiscent of a rat, was smiling at his wife. And she was responding to him. It was the height of summer, and the cafe had grown particularly busy. Fortunately, a new employee had recently joined, named Xiao Su, whose sunny and cheerful demeanor had quickly won the favor of many female customers. In the tranquil afternoon, when the cafe was relatively quiet, Xiao Su had been tinkering with the coffee machine for quite some time before presenting a cup of delicately fragrant coffee to Wen Lian, his face betraying an unmistakable shyness and eagerness to please. Brother Wen, please give it a try. Wen Lian hesitated for a moment, then accepted the coffee, not wishing to dismiss the goodwill of the younger man. He forced a faint, weary smile as he received the drink. Thank you. At that moment, the cafe door was flung open with force, the bell jingling incessantly. A familiar, oppressive aura enveloped the space, causing Wen Lian's heart to sink instinctively as he looked up. It was Lu Wen, clad in expensive, trendy attire and sporting sunglasses that obscured much of his face. He exuded a palpable air of hostility, his expression dark enough to seem almost drenched in gloom. Without glancing in Wen Lian's direction, he strode directly to the central table and sat down heavily. The faint smile on Wen Lian's face froze instantly, shattering silently into oblivion. He quickly lowered his gaze, his fingertips growing cold, wishing to conceal himself in the shadows of the coffee machine. What was he doing here? Was it mere coincidence or something more sinister? Waiter, came the cold, authoritative voice, slicing through the cafe's tranquility with a familiar, unyielding command. Xiao Su, clearly intimidated by the imposing presence, hesitated momentarily before approaching with the menu, speaking with cautious politeness. Good afternoon, sir. May I take your order? Lu Wen barely glanced at the menu, impatiently tapping his fingers on the table as he uttered two words. The most expensive. His gaze, however, was sharp, scrutinizing Xiao Su with unmasked criticism and hostility. He began to pick apart the establishment. Why are these chairs so old and worn? This table is filthy. Do you maintain such poor hygiene standards here? Listening to this, Wen Lian felt his heart sink further. He realized Lu Wen was not merely passing by. He had come to provoke. Observing Xiao Su floundering under the questioning gaze and Lu Wen's persistent interruptions, Wen Lian's resolve wavered. He did not wish to confront him, to be swept into his inexplicable emotional tempest, yet he could not abandon his colleague. The coffee was soon served, but Lu Wen took only a sip before grimacing, as if he had tasted something utterly repugnant, and scathingly remarked, disgusting. Remake it. Xiao Su looked over, visibly distressed. Wen Lian closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He set down the cloth he had been holding and walked over, striving to maintain a calm demeanor, even infusing his tone with a hint of detachment reserved for unfamiliar customers. Sir, may I ask what you find unsatisfactory? I could prepare another cup for you. He dared not meet Lu Wei's eyes, choosing instead to focus on the polished surface of the table. "You made this?" Lu Wei's voice rang out, laced with a peculiar, almost mournful derision. "No wonder it tastes so awful. Your skills haven't improved at all." Those words struck Wen Lian like a cold needle, piercing his already wounded heart. His complexion paled, fingers curling into his palm. He realized in that moment that even the act of brewing a cup of coffee rendered him utterly inadequate in Lu Wei's eyes. He pressed his pale lips tightly together, silently lowering his eyelids, suppressing all emotions deep within his heart. Xiao Su attempted to mediate the situation, only to be met with a harsher rebuke from Lu Weian. "Silence. Why do you even bother welcoming guests with that hideous appearance? Seeing you nearly blinds me." Wen Lian observed the awkward and aggrieved expression on Xiao Su's face, and a flicker of indignation finally overshadowed his despair. It was he who had entangled others in this turmoil. Turning to Xiao Su, he softly said, "It's all right. Don't take it to heart. Please go attend to other matters." He endeavored to comfort him, managing to force a faint smile that conveyed he was fine. Shaking his head gently, he could feel the burning gaze behind him, yet he refrained from turning back. Indeed, the next moment, Lu Weian abruptly stood up, the legs of his chair scraping against the floor with a piercing sound. The atmosphere around him grew even more oppressive, as if he were on the verge of an explosive outburst. Wen Lian's heart skipped a beat, not out of fear, but from sheer exhaustion. An endless fatigue enveloped him. He heard Lu Weian gritting his teeth, infused with a kind of intense anger and resentment he could not comprehend, uttering, "Fine, you all are formidable." Then, he whirled around and stormed out of the cafe, the bell ringing violently as if heralding the hasty conclusion of this farce. The shop fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 76. The young master's pitiful little bittermelon Lu Weian nearly burst out of the cafe, his chest heaving violently as if his lungs were about to explode. The weather was gloomy, yet he felt as though he were being scorched over an open flame. Wen Lian had the audacity to maintain a cold demeanor towards him for that rat-like man, and even offered him comfort right in front of him. He couldn't fathom that he too felt hurt and needed solace. That smile, that reassurance buried all the courage he had mustered over the past week to reconcile with Wen Lian. "All right, Wen Lian, you can accept kindness from others, can you? You can smile at someone else, can you?" "Very well." A profoundly childish and foolish thought formed in his seething mind, consumed by jealousy and anger. "I'll find someone. A fake partner. If you, Wen Lian, dare to smile at others, I shall find someone to flaunt affection in front of you. Let us see who collapses first." He jumped in his car, the engine roaring violently, and sped towards his usual private club. Several friends, who typically surrounded him, were playing billiards. "Everyone come here," he barked, kicking the door to the private room open with a grim expression. The group was taken aback, exchanging glances before quickly putting down their cues and gathering around. "Lu Xiao, what's wrong? Who upset you?" Lu Weian irritably gulped down a large drink and sank into the softest sofa, his tone explosive as if he had consumed gunpowder. "Find me a partner. Now." Immediately, the room fell silent for a second. A few pairs of eyes brightened, particularly one named Zhao Mian, who reacted the fastest. "Lu Xiao, you've finally come to your senses." Zhao Mian immediately stepped forward, a sycophantic smile plastered on his face. "You should have done this long ago. My cousin, do you remember? I mentioned her last time. Exceptionally beautiful, graduated from a prestigious school, has a good temperament, is understanding. And most importantly, she admires you greatly." He fervently pitched his sails, as if promoting a highly sought-after commodity. Lu Weian furrowed his brow, feeling a wave of annoyance wash over him. He remembered that woman. Zhao Mian had brought her to the bar several times, and the calculating glint in her eyes repulsed him. "Shut up," he interrupted gruffly. "It's deafening." Observing this, others hastily retrieved their phones, presenting them like treasures. "Young Master Lu, take a look at this. A model. Her legs are exceptionally long. Young Master Lu, this one. An internet celebrity. She knows how to please." As images of meticulously edited faces flashed across the screens, Lu Weian's irritation grew, his anger intensifying. "Utterly hideous. Their smiles are so contrived. Their eyes lack warmth. Their noses are not even remotely appealing. Their lips are so uninviting. He abruptly swatted away the phones, growling in agitation. Get lost. What is this nonsense? It's atrocious. A group of people sheepishly retracted their hands, too intimidated to speak further. Zhao Mian, with a cautious glint in his eye, inquired young Master Lu. What kind of person are you looking for? I could arrange a few more clean ones for you. They will be absolutely obedient. What the hell do I need your input for? Lu Wen shot up, his inner turmoil seeking an outlet, and he kicked over a nearby trash bin. Get out. All of you just leave. The group, frightened into silence, hastily retreated from the private room. In the now empty space, only Lu Wen's heavy breaths remained. He slumped back onto the sofa, his hands tangled in his hair, feeling utterly foolish. Why was everyone so unappealing to him? Why was his mind so consumed with thoughts of Wen Lian, that insufferable fool? No, he couldn't simply let this go. That scoundrel Wen Lian was driving him to the brink of madness. Taking a deep breath, he pulled out his phone, scrolling through his contacts. Finally settling on a childhood friend with whom he had a good rapport. A staunch heterosexual, he gritted his teeth and dialed the number. I need your assistance. Outside the room, Zhao Mian watched the door close, and the ingratiating smile on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by a shadow of gloom and irritation. He stepped into a secluded area, irritably lighting a cigarette, and sent a voice message to his cousin. Forget it, it's a lost cause. Young Master Lu wasn't interested. He had introduced his cousin to Lu Wen a few times. He recalled the adventurous night at the bar when his cousin was supposed to enter next, only to be interrupted by that waiter, Wen Lian. He remembered how he had secretly messaged Wen Lian to fetch Lu Wen, leading to the revelation of Lu Wen's harsh words. That time had been successful. They had broken up, yet his cousin still failed to secure a position. Damn it! He cursed under his breath, kicking the wall in frustration. His family's business had recently encountered significant troubles, and they desperately needed to align with the Lu family to access resources for salvation. He had originally hoped his cousin could latch on a Lu Wen, even as a clandestine lover, whispering sweet nothings to alleviate their urgent plight. Now all prospects were dashed. His phone rang again, and on the other end, he heard his mother's voice, tinged with tears. Their situation was dire. Chapter 77. The young master's pitiful little bittergourd Wen Lian's part-time restaurant was a beautifully appointed, high-end dining establishment for couples. Each evening, the restaurant was bustling with patrons, necessitating reservations to be made at least 2 weeks in advance to secure a table. However, were it not for the generous hourly wage, he would likely have no desire to continue working part-time here. He had visited this establishment before, accompanied by Lu Wen, who awkwardly informed him at that time that they were dining at the couple's restaurant solely due to a lack of available seating. They occupied a table by the window, offering a splendid view of the illuminated skyline of S City. Wen Lian withdrew his gaze and gently shook his head, attempting to cast aside the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind, calculating how much more he needed to save before resigning. Today, the atmosphere in the restaurant was distinctly different. The manager had notified everyone early on that the venue was to be cleared for a distinguished guest who wished to celebrate a birthday for their beloved. All the waitstaff were urged to summon their utmost diligence. Wen Lian, along with his colleagues, meticulously polished each table, elegantly scattering fresh red rose petals along the aisles and around the dining tables. At the appointed hour, the restaurant doors were respectfully pushed open. Wen Lian stood to the side, holding beverages, and upon lifting his gaze, he spotted Lu Wen. He was adorned in a sharply tailored black casual suit that accentuated his tall, slender frame, his jet black hair seemingly styled with care, swept back to reveal his strikingly handsome features. Beside him stood another tall and handsome man, who affectionately draped his arm around Lu Wen's shoulders. The man wore a smile that was overly deliberate, even somewhat exaggerated, leaning in closely to Lu Wen, speaking in a voice that made Wen Lian's scalp tingle. Thank you, darling, this is truly romantic. Lu Wen's head was slightly bowed, obscuring his expression, yet his hand tenderly encircled the waist of his companion. Had he already found a new boyfriend so swiftly? Wen Lian's fingertips turned cold, and the hand gripping the drink trembled slightly. He stood frozen, watching the couple approach. Lu Weiyan noticed him too, but quickly turned away, leading his new partner to the very table by the window where they had once sat together. The violin played a melodious and romantic tune, yet Lu Weiyan found no romance in it, only a sense of torment. He had almost been sickened by the ostentatious display of affection and physical contact from his childhood friend, his stomach churning. Although they had parted ways, he could still feel the warmth of breath against his neck, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. Seated at the table, he feigned indifference. Yet his peripheral vision could not help but steal glances at the slender figure of the waiter, clad in the uniform, his demeanor humble yet strikingly fragile. Wen Lian approached to serve them, placing their dishes with precision, his movements betraying a palpable sense of detachment. His eyes remained cast downwards, refusing to meet Lu Weiyan's gaze, as if he were merely an unremarkable stranger. This utter indifference felt like a cascade of icy water pouring over Lu Weiyan's head, igniting a mix of confusion and anger within him. He suppressed his intense discomfort, taking up the knife and fork to cut a piece of steak. Bringing it to his childhood friend's lips, his own voice sounding nauseatingly sweet as he said, "Darling, do try this." But his gaze remained fixated on Wen Lian, capturing every subtle reaction from him. Yet, it seemed that Wen Lian was entirely indifferent, refusing even to glance in his direction. He calmly arranged the dishes, occasionally displaying a professional smile towards his new boyfriend, a smile that pierced Lu Weiyan's eyes with pain. Why was he not angry? Why did he not feel jealous? Did he truly not care for him anymore? A tumultuous mix of jealousy, grievance, and rage ignited within him, consuming his mind like a wildfire and searing away the last remnants of his rationality. "Bring out the cake I brought," he commanded the manager, his voice taut with an intensity he was unaware of. As the somewhat clumsily crafted chocolate mousse cake was presented, Lu Weiyan's heart leapt to his throat. He fixated on Wen Lian, and indeed caught the subtle contraction of his pupils and the momentary stiffness in his demeanor. He saw it. He still cared. A twisted sense of delight and vindictive satisfaction surged within him, momentarily overshadowing his other emotions. He personally cut the cake, his hands even trembling slightly. He placed a generous slice onto a small plate, picked up a spoon, and offered a piece to Wen Lian's lips. His tone deliberately softened yet tinged with an odd quiver. "Ah, open your mouth, darling." He inhaled deeply, emphasizing his words, his gaze burning into Wen Lian. "I made this especially for you." He discreetly observed Wen Lian from the corner of his eye. He noticed as Wen Lian approached with the next dish, his body suddenly freezing at the sound of those words, biting down hard on his lower lip. He was distressed. He must be feeling pain. Lu Weiyan felt a disturbing mix of satisfaction and sharp heartache. That foolish boy, biting so hard, wouldn't he bleed? Watching the color drain from Wen Lian's face and the near-fractured look in his eyes, the impulse to rush over, embrace him, and assure him that it was all a lie nearly overwhelmed him. He longed to grasp Wen Lian's hand, to hold him tightly, to convey that he should not look, should not listen, that it was all false. He only wanted him. But before he could act, Wen Lian abruptly turned, nearly stumbling as he fled towards the staff corridor, his back a picture of anxiety and solitude. The door to the corridor slammed shut with a resounding thud, severing all sight and feeling like a heavy blow to Lu Weiyan's heart. He stood there, staring blankly at the closed door, utterly bewildered. The melodic music in the restaurant, the faint sounds of his friend savoring the cake, the sweet scent of roses, all became blurred and distant. Had he truly messed up? "Wow, Lu Xiao, this cake is truly delicious," his friend commented, chewing thoughtfully, his words trailing off. "Don't eat it." Lu Weiyan snapped back to reality as if pricked by a needle, abruptly snatching the half-eaten plate away, his voice frantic and impatient, laced with undeniable panic. He gazed at the glaring, spoon-shaped indentation in the cake, feeling as though a piece of his heart had been cruelly carved out. This was meant for Wen Lian. As he clumsily whisked the eggs, burning his fingers on the heated mold, his mind was solely occupied with the smile Wen Lian might have had while tasting it. How could he allow someone else to eat it? He merely wished to provoke him, to demonstrate that he still cared. The shattered gaze of Wen Lian just moments ago, coupled with the staggering figure that fled, resembled a frigid tempest, drenching him in the chill of his own immaturity, jealousy, and ludicrous pride. He was mistaken. He was truly an irredeemable fool, utterly juvenile. In a fluster, he attempted to package the remaining cake. Yet as he gazed upon the mangled, pitiful confection, a wave of profound discomfort and despair washed over him, as if the cake embodied every aspect of his failures. In the end, he simply shoved the cake onto the table, disregarding the astonished expression of his childhood friend, and abruptly rose, dashing towards the employee's passage. Chapter 78. The poor little bitter melon Lu Lian burst into the employee corridor like a wild beast, the cold metallic door slamming shut behind him, severing the illusory romantic melodies of the restaurant. The corridor was dim, the stairs merely a crude pour of concrete. Wen Lian, Wen Lian, he called out desperately, his voice echoing in the hollow corridor, tinged with panic. Yet, there was no response. He could not locate that frail, slender figure. He dashed from the restaurant's back door into the street. The sky was overcast, and a few icy raindrops began to fall, quickly transforming into a torrential downpour. The rain instantly soaked his hair, turning his meticulously styled locks into a disheveled mess, damp strands clinging to his forehead, while his expensive suit became heavy and wrinkled from the rain. His costly leather shoes, drenched, made a comical squeaking sound as he ran. He searched everywhere, yet no trace of Wen Lian could be found. "Where are you? Lian. I'm sorry, I was wrong," he mumbled incoherently to himself, as rain mingled with tears, cascading down his cheeks, both salty and bitter. It was only when he realized he could not find Wen Lian that he felt utterly defeated. The rain poured heavily, and he crouched miserably beside a bus stop sign, curling up, berating himself. "I am such a fool, an idiot, a pig-headed fool." He had never intended for things to spiral so out of control. How could he have made such a mess of everything? He merely wished to irritate Wen Lian, to prove that he cared. He longed for Wen Lian to profess love for him, to suggest reconciliation, rather than pushing his beloved further away. The rain drummed upon the awning above, a cacophony of sound. He could no longer discern whether the moisture on his cheeks was from tears or rain. After entering the employee corridor, Wen Lian had nearly fled, sprinting far away in one breath. Her face flushed, panting, her legs felt heavy from exertion. As the wind and rain assaulted her, she stood by the street, hailing a taxi. Without a thought to the fare, she took a seat in the back, coldly observing the numbers on the meter rise rapidly. The scenery outside blurred as it was washed by rain, and a weight pressed painfully against her chest. She did not cry. Instead, she bit down hard on her lower lip. Repeatedly gnawing, the thin skin broke, and she tasted a faint metallic tang. When she released her grip, a small tear appeared on her lip, seeping tiny beads of blood. He raised his hand, his fingertips grazing the surface, leaving behind a striking mark of red. He truly could never forgive Lu Lian again. Why must he incessantly torment him alone? The new boyfriend, the cake, all paraded before him as if to flaunt. Was Lu Lian finding amusement in this? Was it all a jest to him? Wen Lian felt as though the wound in his heart, which had just begun to heal, was torn open once more, causing a painful tremor within him. Wen Lian returned to his dilapidated home. He had resigned from his job at the couple's restaurant and had apologized to his boss and colleague for his excessive behavior that day, their eyes filled with curious scrutiny. He chose not to respond, collecting his wages before departing. Upon reaching home, he unexpectedly encountered an uninvited guest downstairs. Lian. Lu Lian's eyes brightened as he stumbled forward, blocking Wen Lian's path. Upon seeing him, Wen Lian's heart instinctively contracted, soon enveloped by deeper fatigue and coldness. His gaze instantly turned frigid, as if encased in a thick layer of ice, devoid of any emotion, only complete detachment and weariness. "Step aside." Wen Lian's voice was calm and unyielding as he attempted to bypass him and ascend the stairs. He wished for no further entanglements with this person. "I'm sorry. Lian. Please let me explain. That day was all a facade. That man is a childhood friend. I brought him to provoke you. I was wrong. I'm a scoundrel. You can hit me or scold me. Just don't ignore me." Lu Lian's words spilled forth in a frantic rush, his voice trembling with urgency and fear as he desperately reached for Wen Lian's hand, hoping to retain him. Wen Lian's fingertips felt icy. A false boyfriend? The absurdity of all made him chuckle involuntarily. His lips twitched, yet his eyes remained chillingly fierce. Using a fake boyfriend to toy with him was truly absurd. This almost comical, almost cruel immaturity made Wen Lian's heart ache sharply. Startled, he jerked his hand away as if burned, instinctively stepping back, his voice rising sharply. Laced with piercing pain, "Don't touch me." At those words, Lu Wei's hand froze mid-air, his face paling instantly. He saw the unabashed disdain and rejection in Wen Lian's eyes. His lips quivering, yet unable to form coherent words. "I am sorry. I won't touch you. I promise," he stammered, almost pleadingly. "Just let me say a few words. Please? I beg you." He incoherently tried to explain the man's identity, his childish jealousy and panic, and that the cake was indeed made for him. Wen Lian merely regarded him coldly, those once gentle eyes now icy to the core. "Are you finished?" he interrupted, his voice as hard as stone. "If you are done, then step aside." Lian, Lu Wei's voice cracked with a desperate sob, an overwhelming sense of helplessness engulfing him. He watched as Wen Lian resolutely turned to ascend the stairs, all his pride and dignity seeming to shatter into dust. In a moment of despair, he fell to his knees, the cold, rough concrete beneath him, the dust clinging to his expensive trousers. He crawled forward on his knees, drawing closer. He reached out a trembling hand, grasping at Wen Lian's pant leg, his pupils shaking violently with overwhelming panic. "Don't go. I beg you. Grant me another chance. I can wait. No matter how long it takes for you to calm down, just don't abandon me." Wen Lian's body abruptly stiffened. He lowered his gaze, incredulously observing Lu Wei kneeling on the cold cement floor, utterly stripped of dignity and grace. His heart ached painfully, making it nearly impossible to breathe. For a fleeting moment, that familiar, compassionate impulse to act for him nearly broke free from the shackles of his heart. Yet, in the next instant, a deeper chill and clarity surged forth. Was it truly necessary to endure his childish taunts simply because of his affection for him? He shook off Lu Wei's cold hand and fled upstairs, resolutely shutting out that humble, desperate gaze, which perhaps held a hint of sincerity behind the door. Leaning against the icy door panel, he gradually slid down to the ground, his heart racing within his chest. Not long after, the sound of fine rain began to patter against the roof, quickly escalating into a torrential downpour. Would he still be out there? Driven by an inexplicable urge, Wen Lian stealthily approached the window and lifted a corner of the curtain. Below, Lu Wei remained kneeling on the cement path, in a dimly lit corner, devoid of any shelter from the storm. He sat motionless, allowing the increasingly heavy rain to drench him completely. From his second floor, Wen Lian could see the raindrops cascading down Lu Wei's face. The moment he sensed those beautiful eyes lifting, he immediately crouched down. He did not wish to be discovered by Lu Wei. It was far too absurd and tragic to be toyed with, and yet feel compelled to draw near. However, a wave of heartache surged within him, causing Wen Lian to bite down hard on his lip, reopening the scabbed wound. He could no longer bear to look or think about it. He staggered back to the center of the room, attempting to extinguish the final flicker of warmth in his heart with cold rationality. At that moment, his old phone on the table lit up, displaying a news alert. Lu Group and Gene Enterprises may be forming a powerful alliance, rekindling rumors of a grand marriage. In the fine print below, Lu Wei's name was clearly stated. Trembling, Wen Lian unlocked his phone and navigated directly to the news article. The high-definition images struck his vision, a middle-aged man bearing a striking resemblance to Lu Wei, presumably his father. He was engaged in lively conversation with a woman clad in luxurious attire, exuding elegance, while seated beside them was Lu Wei. In the photograph, he wore a well-tailored suit, his profile exuding a cold severity. Though his expression was neutral, his presence in such a setting spoke volumes. So that was it. He recalled Lu Wei's frequent outings of late, the faint scent of women's perfume lingering on him, which did not belong to him, and the accumulation of gifts that had piled up. Was it compensation? Was it meant to atone for having kept man on the side? Suddenly, Wen Lian felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. He turned off his phone and tossed it aside. He suddenly found himself disinterested in everything: games, new boyfriends. What he once perceived as love now felt utterly fictitious. He had never been a legitimate boyfriend. He was merely a clandestine third party, unworthy of the spotlight. What if they hadn't broken up? What would have happened? Concealing himself from his fiancée, sustaining a secret life as a shadowy, unacknowledged lover? He understood that Lu Weian lacked the courage to defy his father and the Lu family. His heart felt as if it had been completely hollowed out in an instant. He abruptly drew the curtains, shutting out the figure outside and all sounds. He collapsed onto the bed, burying his head under the covers, yet his body trembled uncontrollably. Why was it always him? Why did he provoke him? Why offer a fleeting illusion of warmth only to shatter it in the most brutal manner? The following morning, as the rain began to subside, a damp chill hung in the air. Wen Lian had risen early. He needed to prepare for his morning shift. Upon opening the apartment door, he immediately spotted the figure curled up in the corner downstairs. Lu Weian had endured a night of rain. He was almost a mere ball, his face pale to the point of being alarming, his lips tinged with an unhealthy shade of blue. His drenched clothes clung to him, dripping with water. His hair was disheveled, plastered to his forehead and cheeks, his eyes sunken deep into their sockets. It seemed he had grown numb from the cold, only lifting his head slowly and sluggishly upon hearing the door open. Those beautiful, often filled with pride or awkwardness, dark green eyes were now bloodshot and devoid of luster. However, upon catching sight of Wen Lian, it was as if a dying man glimpsed a flicker of light, however faint. He moved his pale, cracked lips, producing a barely audible whisper, "Lian Lian." He instinctively reached out, yearning to draw him close as he had done in the past. Wen Lian, upon witnessing his pitiful state, felt as though his heart had been pierced by a needle, rising with a sharp ache. He was indeed a wretched soul, unable to harden his heart. But recalling the news from the previous night, he instinctively stepped back, evading that trembling, icy hand, his voice hoarse yet resolute, filled with a chilling finality. "Leave me alone." After uttering those words, he refused to look at Lu Weian, whose eyes dimmed to a lifeless gray, utterly shattered. He lowered his head and hurried away, his footsteps quickened, almost frantic, as though escaping from something profoundly unsettling. Lu Weian's outstretched hand froze in midair, his cold fingertips trembling slightly. It was as if this rejection had siphoned away his very essence, leaving him dazed and motionless, watching the resolute figure vanish into the morning's damp mist without a trace of longing. Chapter 80. The young master, as pitiful little bittergourd since that fateful morning when Wen Lian had resolutely rejected him. Lu Weian felt as though his soul had been extracted, languishing in his apartment all day, staring blankly at photographs of Wen Lian from happier times. He knew that Wen Lian despised him, loathed him, and wished never to see him again. Yet he could not control himself. The desire to see Wen Lian gnawed at his sanity like a relentless parasite. Ultimately, he could not restrain himself any longer. He embarked on an exceedingly clumsy and humble pursuit. Dressed in a most ordinary hoodie and sweatpants, adorned with a cap, black-rimmed glasses, and a mask, he wrapped himself up tightly. He dared not approach too closely, content instead to gaze from afar, greedily observing the slender figure as it navigated the path of labor. Noting the weariness that weighed down his eyelids and the occasional gentle smile he offered to students. With each furtive glance, the pangs of longing and bitterness within him accumulated further. He believed his disguise was effective, unaware that his unusually tall stature and physique rendered him conspicuously noticeable amidst the crowd. Wen Lian had long since detected his presence. One evening, after tutoring students, she walked along a secluded path home when that familiar tall figure trailed behind her at a distance. Although she did not alter her pace, her demeanor grew cold. Suddenly, he quickened his steps and turned into a narrow alley. Alarm surged within Lu Weian, fearing he had lost her and anxious for her safety. His meager pretense and reservations were instantly cast aside as he hurried after her. As he entered the alley, a hand abruptly seized his wrist. Lu Weian froze, looking up in astonishment to meet Wen Lian's eyes, which bore an icy indifference. "How long do you intend to follow me?" Wen Lian's voice was flat, yet pierced like an icicle. "I mean no harm," Lu Weian stammered, his voice muffled beneath the mask, tinged with a desperate defense and barely perceptible tremor. "I just wanted to see you. I promise I won't disturb you. Truly." He spoke in a disjointed manner, akin to a child caught red-handed, panicking and flustered. "You have already disturbed me." When Lian released her grip, as if repulsed by something filthy, her tone unmistakably laced with annoyance. "Your actions only serve to disgust and irritate me further. Do not follow me again. Do you understand?" Lu Weiyan felt as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over him, chilling him to the bone. He stood frozen in place, his eyes dimming beneath the brim of his cap, filled with helplessness and hurt. He opened his mouth, ultimately managing to utter a few words with difficulty. "Understood. I am sorry." He watched as when Lian turned away without a second glance, her back resolute. He remained there like an abandoned large dog, huddled in a dim corner, enveloped in an air of desolation. In the ensuing days, when Lian indeed did not encounter that shadowy figure again, the world seemed to quiet. Yet in some obscure corner of her heart, a strange emptiness lingered. One day, while resting at the bar during her shift at a cafe, she leaned wearily against the counter. The television broadcasted the local financial news, and the male anchor spoke calmly. "Lu Weiyan, heir to the Lu Group, has publicly responded for the first time. The rumors of a union with the Gene Corporation are entirely unfounded, and the Lu family has no plans for such an alliance." Wen Lian's pupils constricted as she continued to listen to the anchor's report. The clarification was brief, yet the wording was unusually firm and direct, imbued with a subtle hint of Lu Weiyan's characteristic arrogance. The report concluded by mentioning that this declaration seemed to have sparked some discontent between the Lu and Gene families, resulting in fluctuations in the Lu Group's stock prices. So the union was a fabrication, she mused, recalling Lu Weiyan's shattered expression from that moment. Her heart tightened at the thought. Unbeknownst to him, the news concealed the immense price that Lu Weiyan had paid. After being chastised by Wen Lian, he dared not continue his surveillance, fearing that she would despise him even more. Instead, he found himself confined to the desolate confines of his apartment. Gazing at photos of Wen Lian and lingering on the garment she had worn, his body visibly withering away. Meanwhile, his father relentlessly insisted on arranging a blind date with Jean Yin, even propagating the notion of a union between the Lu and Gene families across the internet. When forcibly taken to the hotel, once more to endure the tiresome blind date, a surge of fury and reckless impulse surged within him. His wife had cast him aside, and now he was being subjected to this absurd matchmaking. Rumors swirled outside, and if Wen Lian caught wind of them, she would loathe him even more. Their chances would dwindle to nothing. Without consulting his father, he took to his social media account, verified and boasting a considerable following, and issued a resolute and defiant statement. The repercussions were as predictable as they were dire. Lu's father was furious, although the marriage was not yet finalized. Lu Weiyan's reckless disregard for the consequences and his public affront to a potential partner severely undermined the interests and reputation of the family business. He was urgently summoned back to the main residence, where fierce arguments and the sound of heavy blows echoed from the study. In a fit of rage, Lu's father resorted to disciplinary measures. Lu Weiyan held his head high, uttering not a word of submission, gritting his teeth and enduring the punishment, his back a tapestry of agony. Moreover, all his bank cards were frozen, his frequently used car reclaimed, and he was even placed under house arrest in the main residence for reflection. It was only due to the intervention of his mother, who had hurried back to the country upon hearing the news, that more severe consequences were averted. Gazing at her son's wounded back and the stubborn pain reflected in his deep green eyes, she ultimately sighed and secured him a limited degree of freedom. Lu Weiyan became exceptionally taciturn. The arrogance he once exuded appeared to have been diminished, yet the unwavering obsession regarding Wen Lian remained undiminished. He cared little for the physical pain or financial distress. His heart was solely preoccupied with Wen Lian, his Wen Lian. Just as he was on the brink of being driven mad by this hopeless yearning, a message from Zhao Mian arrived on his phone. "Young Master Lu, what a coincidence. I just spotted Wen Lian at a milk tea shop on Omping Road. It seems she's working there part-time." This message served as a lifeline, instantly igniting the dim landscape of Lu Weiyan's world. Yet, he grappled intensely within himself. Should he go? Or should he refrain? Would he be discovered? Would it provoke her further? Yet, merely catching a glimpse, surely that would not be problematic? He wrapped himself more securely, embarking on countless mental preparations, but ultimately, he could not resist the bone-deep longing. He reassured himself that it would only be for a fleeting moment, just a fleeting glance. He would absolutely not disturb her. He would ensure that Wen Lian remained unaware of his presence. With a heart riddled with unease, he arrived at the quaintly decorated milk tea shop. The wounds on his back made his gait somewhat peculiar. Through the glass window, he instantly spotted her, a figure clad in the employee uniform, diligently preparing beverages. In that moment, his heart felt as though it were filled to the brim, a tumult of both sweetness and ache swelling within him. He lowered the brim of his hat, almost holding his breath as he entered, seeking out a seat in the farthest corner. He ordered the most ordinary cup of milk tea. Yet his gaze was irresistibly affixed to Wen Lian, reluctant to part from her even for a moment. However, his suspicious attire and overly focused stare soon caught Wen Lian's attention. She lifted her head, her eyes scanning the corner, and paused slightly. Lian felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, instinctively wanting to flee. Yet, when Lian approached him, Lian, she called out, using both his name and surname, her tone devoid of discernible emotion. Startled, Lian nearly leaped from his chair, hastily stammering, "I am not stalking. A friend told me. I just missed you so much I wanted to see you, just a glance. I'll leave right away. Please don't be angry." His voice dwindled into a low murmur, laced with a desperate plea, almost incoherent. Wen Lian observed his flustered state and frantic justifications. Pausing for a moment without uttering a word, she silently placed the cup of milk tea he had ordered on the table and turned back to her work, neither urging him to leave nor casting another glance in his direction. She did not send him away. This tacit acceptance felt like a tremendous boon to Lian. He instantly experienced a sense of reprieve, sitting there in a state of euphoric caution, sipping the overly sweetened milk tea while stealing greedy glances at Wen Lian's busy figure. Each time it seemed her gaze might drift his way, he would quickly lower his head like a startled rabbit, feigning earnestness in drinking his tea. To prolong his stay, he shamelessly ordered another cup, then a third, until his table was laden with 7 or 8 cups of various milk teas. Observing his silly eagerness to order, a faint, nearly imperceptible complexity flickered in Wen Lian's eyes. With a mischievous grin, she secretly added an excessive amount of sugar to those cups. Oblivious, Lian drank with unrestrained joy. Each cup was crafted by Wen Lian herself. Sweet? It was splendid. So sweet it melted into his heart. This was undoubtedly the most delightful beverage in the world. He persevered, gulping down all 7 or 8 cups laden with sugar, feeling an effervescent sweetness within, as if it could compensate for all his previous bitterness. Clutching the straw, he stole glances at Wen Lian, feeling the pain in his back dissipate, the earlier discomfort fading away, and hope for the future flickering anew. Unbeknownst to him, not far from the milk tea shop, in an inconspicuous black sedan, Zhao Mian was on the phone, ingratiatingly reporting, "Boss Wang, confirmed. The young master of the Liu family is presently at this milk tea shop on Omping Road. He'll be here for several hours. The trucks are permitted to pass on that road tonight." Yes, you can rest assured. As the outside light gradually dimmed into complete darkness, the closing time of the milk tea shop approached. Wen Lian began to tidy the counter, wiping down the machines with silent efficiency. Lian's heart raced as he realized it was time for him to leave, yet he felt as though his bottom was glued to the chair, unable to divert his gaze from Wen Lian for even a moment. At last, Wen Lian completed all the cleaning tasks in the operating room and approached him. Lian instantly straightened his posture, his heart racing. Wen Lian halted before his desk, her gaze falling on the cluttered surface filled with empty cups. Her voice calm and devoid of emotion. "We are closing. I will leave right away." Lian hurriedly stood up, his swift movement causing his chair to topple over with a jarring noise. He clumsily righted the chair, his face flushed with embarrassment. After a moment's hesitation, he cautiously ventured, his voice tinged with tentative hope and humble longing. "See, can I wait for you to leave together? It's dark, and this place is rather isolated. Wen Lian's refusal was decisive and unequivocal, leaving no room for negotiation. I need to clean the shop and take stock. You should go. The light in Lu Wei's eyes dimmed instantly, as if doused with a bucket of cold water, yet he obediently nodded. All right. He watched as Wen Lian began to gather the pile of empty cups before her, preparing to discard them. A sudden panic surged within him, as if a precious treasure were about to be snatched away. He instinctively reached out to protect the cups. No, don't throw them away. Wen Lian paused, looking at him with a mixture of confusion and incredulity. Lu Wei's cheeks burned as he stammered an explanation, his voice dwindling to a whisper. I really like these cups. Please don't discard them. I want to take them home and hide them. The last 3 words remained unspoken, as he deemed them too bizarre. These cups had once held the milk tea lovingly crafted by Lian herself. Wen Lian regarded him in silence for a few seconds, ultimately saying nothing as she withdrew her hand and turned to fetch a mop. Lu Wei felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, hastily stacking the empty cups with great care, cradling them as if they were treasures. After much deliberation, he summoned every ounce of courage he possessed and, in a barely audible whisper, cautiously inquired, "See, can I come back tomorrow?" Upon finishing his question, he immediately held his breath, his heart nearly leaping from his throat. His gaze fixed downward, too afraid to meet Wen Lian's expression, awaiting the final verdict. Wen Lian had her back to him, her sweeping motion uninterrupted, as if she had neither heard nor intended to answer. No answer. That was akin to the previous moment. Silence implied acquiescence. Lu Wei's eyes sparkled with newfound brightness, as if adorned with stars, banishing all shadows of despair and insignificance, replaced by an overwhelming sense of euphoria and hope. He struggled to suppress a smile, but his beautiful eyes curved into crescent moons, brimming with the radiant light of regained joy. I can come back tomorrow. I can see Lian again. He felt as though he might burst with happiness. The pain in his back faded away, the embarrassment of being cut off forgotten, and the hurt from being dismissed by Lian just days ago vanished. The entire world was suffused with the sweet aroma of milk tea and dazzling light. I'm leaving now. See you tomorrow. He clutched the heap of empty cups, nearly skipping as he made his way outside, his voice betraying his uncontainable delight. The shop door closed behind him with a clear chime. Lu Wei stood outside, cradling the disheveled, empty cups in his arms, akin to a child holding the most precious treasure in the world. He greedily gazed through the glass window at the slender figure diligently mopping the floor, his heart melting like sugar syrup. Lian, my Lian. Omping Road lay on the outskirts, and at this moment, the sky had completely darkened. The streetlights here, long neglected, emitted a dim, yellowish glow, flickering intermittently. Lu Wei took a deep breath of the dust-laden air, which he found unexpectedly sweet. He intended to cross to the other side of the road, where his car was parked. Then, he would carefully store away these precious cups, and, subsequently, he would hide in the car, secretly waiting for Lian to finish her shift, watching her leave safely. His thoughts were idyllic, and his steps carried a light, rhythmic pace. Unbeknownst to him, in the deeper shadows, Zhao Mian's small, sinister eyes fixed upon him like a venomous snake. Zhao Mian issued a cold, terse command into his phone. Cradling the cups, Lu Wei cautiously stepped onto the crosswalk, preparing to traverse the road. Just as he reached the center of the street, a blinding light erupted from the distant corner, stealing away all his sight. This was followed by a deafening roar, akin to a beast-esque growl, shattering the silent night. A massive truck, seemingly from the depths of hell, disregarded the intersection and crosswalk, barreling forth at a reckless, frenzied speed, hurtling directly towards the figure cradling the milk tea cup, lost in sweet reverie. The speed was too fast, the distance too close. There was no time to react. Bang! Adieu! Terrifying explosion erupted, accompanied by the sound of the plastic milk tea cup being crushed and shattered, scattering in a cacophony of noise. Time appeared to freeze at that moment, only to cruelly unfold in slow motion. Lu Wei felt no pain. He merely sensed himself being violently hurled away by an indescribable, Immense force. The world around him spun wildly, inverted, and then crashed down heavily. He opened his eyes, his vision blurred, half obscured by warm, viscous liquid. As he blinked, thick blood trickled down from his brow, seeping into his eyes, painting his view a horrifying crimson. A fiery sensation coursed through his hands, legs, and face. Yet the surge of adrenaline dulled any specific pain. He lay on the cold asphalt, trying to move, only to find his body felt as if it had been shattered. Before him spread a blinding expanse of blood red. Not his blood. There couldn't be this much. With great difficulty, his gaze shifted toward the spot where he had stood moments earlier. There lay a familiar figure. It was Wen Lian. Wen Lian was sprawled in a vast, shocking pool of blood. So much blood continued to surge from her frail body, staining the grimy ground and coloring Lu Weian's entire world crimson. Wen Lian lay there quietly, her face as pale as paper, as if all her vitality had drained away with that blood. Lian? Lu Weian's mind was a blank canvas, buzzing with a cacophony of sound that seemed muffled by thick layers of cotton. He attempted to cry out, yet his throat could only produce a broken, hoarse whisper. The tumult of the world faded into oblivion, leaving only the deafening rhythm of his own heartbeat. No, a colossal, heart-wrenching terror enveloped him in an instant. He was unaware of where he found the strength, but he struggled fiercely, propping himself up with his nearly broken arms, resembling a wounded beast, dragging his agonized body towards the pool of blood with frantic determination. Lian. Finally, he managed to utter a sound, yet it was discordant, laced with a desperate wail. As he crawled to Wen Lian's side, he trembled and reached out, afraid to touch him, fearful that any movement might intensify his suffering, causing the dreadful blood to flow even more rapidly. No. His thoughts became incoherent, tears streaming down uncontrollably, mingling with the blood on his face, each drop falling onto Wen Lian's pale, cold cheek. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he frantically searched his pockets. His phone screen was shattered, but trembling fingers managed to illuminate it. Thank goodness. It still worked. He shakily dialed the emergency number, his voice quivering to the point of incomprehensibility, pleading into the receiver with a heart-rending scream. Help. Please hurry. Omping Road. Outside the milk tea shop. So much blood, please hurry. He is going to die. After hanging up, he futilely pressed his hands against Wen Lian's bleeding wounds, attempting to stem the tide of life slipping away. Yet the warm blood continued to seep through his fingers, staining his hands and blurring his vision. Please, no more, he repeated in a desperate whisper, shivering uncontrollably. Lian. Look at me. Please don't sleep. Wen Lian's eyelashes fluttered faintly, as if summoning the last vestige of his strength. His lips parted, as if he had something to convey. Lu Weian's heart raced, nearly ceasing its beat, as he leaned closer to his colorless lips. Wen Lian's voice was but a whisper, delicate as a feather, imbued with endless pain and sorrow. I'm in so much pain, Lu Weian cried out. It won't hurt anymore. It won't hurt. The ambulance is on its way. Everything will be all right. Everything will be fine. He grasped Wen Lian's icy hand tightly, offering incoherent reassurances, as if his words could dispel the specter of death. If I am no longer here, Wen Lian's voice faltered. This fool who often lacked the courage to express his thoughts now spoke with a stubborn, albeit faint clarity, conveying his final wish. You must not forget me. Never. You will not leave. I won't allow it. Lu Weian shouted softly, tears streaming even more fiercely. You'll be fine. Everything will be all right. You still need to scold me, still need to dislike me. Don't give the cake to anyone else. Wen Lian's consciousness seemed to begin to fade, his words fragmenting. Yet they carried a childlike, heart-wrenching possessiveness. Don't let anyone bully me anymore. His voice grew softer, fainter, until it ultimately vanished. The final flicker of breath appeared to cease. Lian. Lu Weian was gripped by an overwhelming terror as he gently patted Wen Lian's cheek, only to be met with a frigid, lifeless silence. His probing fingers felt no trace of vitality. Wake up, Lian. Open your eyes and look at me. Did you not despise me the most? Rise up and strike me. Curse me. I implore you. Do not sleep, do not abandon me. Yet, the one who once smiled at him, wept for him, trembled in anger, and tenderly forgave him, would offer him no response ever again. She lay there quietly, like a shattered glass doll stained crimson with blood. In that moment, Lu Wan's world transformed into shades of black and white. System notification. Target character, Lu Wan. Favorability level 1. Current favorability level 100. Death escape task completed. Crimson Mole B system completion, 45. In the distance. Within the cab of a truck, a burly man reeking of alcohol stumbled out, dazed as he beheld the horrific scene before him. Colleagues from the milk tea shop stood at a distance, their faces etched with terror and pity, yet they dared not approach. Farther away, in a deeper, darker corner, Zhao Mian gripped his phone tightly, his knuckles turning white. On the other end, Boss Wang impatiently pressed, "Well, did you succeed? Speak." Zhao Mian's gaze remained fixed on the bloody, tragic tableau, his lips quivering, rendered speechless. Chapter 82. The young master's pitiful little bittermelon epilogue when Lian's funeral took place on a dreary, rain-soaked morning. It was simple and quiet, much like his persona. The photograph on the tombstone, taken by Lu Wan, depicted him in a shirt gifted by Lu Wan, smiling shyly and radiantly, with a glint of light in his eyes. Only Lu Wan attended, when Lian had no family or friends, only him. After the funeral, Lu Wan locked himself inside Lian's modest little abode, drawing all the heavy curtains to shut out the world. He curled up on the cold little bed, recalling the last time he lay here when Lian was feverish, radiating warmth like a furnace. This time, he cradled a small, cold porcelain urn containing Lian's ashes. Nearby lay a scant collection of Lian's clothes, but they were minimal at best. Resting his head against them, he sought comfort in the faint essence of Lian. He did not weep. His eyes were parched, all tears having drained during that bloody night. Instead, he silently traced the cold curves of the urn with his fingers, as if delineating the final contours of his beloved. "Fool!" His voice came out hoarse, almost inaudible, tinged with an exhausted reproach. "If only you had held me tighter, perhaps you wouldn't be so cold." Pausing, the cold urn nestled against his chest, his voice muffled, imbued with a subtle sense of grievance and profound emptiness. "Wait for me to deal with those scoundrels, and I shall come to accompany you. All right? You left me behind, you wretched one." In the days that followed, the upper echelons of S-City experienced a silent yet bloody storm. Lu Wan underwent a complete transformation. He is no longer the naive and indolent young master of yore. The departure of his beloved has transformed him into a cold, vengeful machine, consumed by sorrow and hatred. He has come to realize that it was not a mere accident, but rather a calculated act of retribution by the Wang group against the Lu family, following their suppression. Zhao Mian has become a mere pawn for the interests of his family, now a lackey of the Wang clan. Ironically, it was he who was meant to perish. Yet Lian intervened, saving him. "Fool, you have left me. What am I to do alone?" Utilizing every resource at his disposal, he has waged a war of near self-destruction, crafting an intricate web of revenge. The Wang family was the first to fall, swiftly leading to bankruptcy and the imprisonment of its leaders. Zhao Mian and his lineage faced a catastrophic downfall, forever tarnished and mired in disgrace. Throughout this turmoil, his demeanor remained chillingly composed. There were no roars of fury, no hysterics. He merely sat behind his vast desk, expressionless, signing documents with eyes resembling a fathomless, frozen sea, occasionally flickering with a spark of obsessive madness. Despite attempts by Lu's father to intervene, he was repelled by the icy resolve reflected in his son's gaze, which seemed to promise mutual destruction. The world whispered that the young master of the Lu family had gone mad, yet Lu Wan paid no heed. Each night, he returned to his desolate little room, cradling a cold urn, whispering hoarse confessions of his day's tribulations to the ashes within. "They have perished, and I expended great effort to resolve their fates. I am so weary," he murmured to the urn, fingers tightening around it. Lian, I miss you so much. You must stay with me." The flames of revenge consumed all his adversaries, yet they also scorched his very essence. With each foe vanquished, The void within him grew ever wider. Finally, all debts had been settled. One afternoon, he unusually pulled aside a corner of the curtain. Sunlight poured in, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air. Squinting, he glanced down at the white porcelain urn cradled in his arms, managing to muster a habitual, slightly disdainful expression. "Hey, the sunlight is rather blinding. My eyes feel as though they might fail me," he murmured, clutching the urn tighter. He then entered the bathroom, meticulously cleansing himself before donning soft, comfortable loungewear, originally intended for a couple. His hair hung softly, lacking its usual sharpness, now imbued with a fragile delicacy. Next, he ventured into the kitchen. He retrieved eggs, cream, and cocoa powder, approaching the task with utmost seriousness. Even more so than when he first prepared a dish for Wen Lian. Each movement was executed with precision and care. When the time came, he extracted a perfect chocolate mousse cake, its rich aroma enveloping the space. After adorning it with meticulous detail, he placed it at the center of the dining table, alongside 2 exquisite plates and forks. Finally, he solemnly positioned the white urn on the chair across from him. He seated himself, gazing tenderly at the urn and the cake, his expression imbued with a near-reverent softness, yet tinged with a childlike awkwardness. "Last time, you didn't eat. Now I have made you one," he murmured softly, as if trying to explain himself, or perhaps seeking to absolve his own conscience, lamenting that he had prepared too much, and that the waste was merely a consequence of excess, not an intentional gesture for anyone. He carefully sliced off the most exquisite piece and placed it delicately onto the empty plate across from him. Then, he cut a small piece for himself, savoring it with a grimace, exclaiming that it was overwhelmingly sweet. Yet, as he complained, his eyes glistened with unshed tears, his voice choking with emotion. "How could I make something so unpalatable? Will you despise me? Please don't." He consumed the cake slowly, each bite resembling a protracted farewell. The sunlight bathed him in warmth, yet could not penetrate the profound coldness and solitude that emanated from his very core. After finishing the last morsel, he bestowed a faint smile upon the delicate white porcelain, then rose to retrieve a small, meticulously prepared bottle from the depths of the cabinet. It contained sleeping pills. He poured a glass of warm water and, clutching the bottle and the cup, approached the urn. Bowing his head, he gazed at the bottle, then at the urn, a slight smile gracing his lips, as though he was finally about to embark on a long-anticipated journey. He twisted open the cap and poured the pills into his palm, the astonishing quantity overwhelming him, blaming the departure on the very one he could not abandon, even in death. Without hesitation, he swallowed all the pills in one go, washing them down with a generous gulp of water. The bitterness of the tablets spread rapidly across his tongue, prompting him to furrow his brow, yet he strained to swallow. He extended his hand, cradling the icy urn with utmost reverence, as if embracing the most precious treasure in the world, then gradually sank to the carpet. Leaning against the sofa, the effects of the medication began to take hold, his consciousness blurring, the strength in his body waning. Yet he felt no fear, only an unprecedented calmness and a sense of impending happiness. With his remaining strength, he adjusted his position, drawing the urn closer, his cheek brushing against the cool porcelain, as if still able to sense a familiar warmth. His vision began to sway and blur, and he struggled to keep his eyes wide open, gazing at the fading sunlight filtering through the window. With great difficulty, he managed one last upward tug of his lips, forming an awkward yet affectionate smile, imbued with an unmistakable tenderness. "Fool, wait for me to annoy you, to kiss you." His voice, light as a feather, eventually dissipated into the air. He closed his eyes, long lashes casting gentle shadows upon his pale face. In those final moments, Lu Weiyan seemed to feel a hint of warmth on his lips, as if that gentle, beautiful fool had leaned in to kiss him, calling him a fool. Yes, the fool had finally found his beloved, cradling his entire world in his embrace. Chapter 83. The delicate little emperor of the Xiongnu, a jarring splash of icy water struck his face, causing Wen Lian's long lashes to flutter as he struggled to open his eyes. Before him lay a scene of filthy hay and rough wooden bars. the heavy stench of livestock nearly suffocating him. He attempted to move, only to discover his hands bound behind him with coarse hemp rope, his delicate wrists already raw and bleeding. He was in the stables of the Turks. New World transmission completed. Pain sensitivity shield activated. Host identity: the humiliated young emperor of the Han dynasty. Task: gain an exceptionally high favorability from the target individual, Ashina, becoming his intensely cherished, yet forever unattainable scarlet mark. A sharp, cramping pain surged through Wen Lian's abdomen, causing him to curl up in agony, beads of cold sweat forming at his brow. He had not eaten for 2 days. His memories were jumbled and fragmented. He recalled donning resplendent armor, seated upon a grand steed, surrounded by sycophantic eunuchs and officials lauding his might. Your Majesty personally leads the charge. Surely it will intimidate the barbarians. The might of the heavens compels the Turks to flee. And then came the torrential rain of arrows, the cacophony of battle cries. He was so terrified that he fell from his horse, and when he awoke, he found himself a captive. Suddenly, a bucket of icy water was doused over him. A group of Turkish soldiers stood outside the bars, laughing boisterously at his disheveled attempts to evade their jeers. Look at this Han emperor, so delicate and tender, more fragile than a woman. I heard he bathes in milk daily. Let him savor the taste of horse urine now. Wen Lian's lips turned purple from the cold, his body quaking uncontrollably. Being a premature infant, he had always been frail. The imperial physicians had nurtured him with countless rare herbs to attain his current constitution. But he could hardly withstand such torment. A swell of indignation and fear surged within him, causing his eyes to redden, but he bit down hard on his lip, unwilling to shed a tear in front of these barbarians. What are you staring at? A soldier, enraged by his defiance, violently opened the bars, seized his hair, and dragged him out, delivering a harsh kick to his thigh. Wen Lian cried out in pain, collapsing into the icy mud. The soldier, seemingly unsatisfied, unbuckled his belt and menacingly approached him. I wonder what the emperor's rear feels like. In that moment, as the coarse hand was about to graze his body, Wen Lian abruptly turned his face away, his stomach churning violently, leading him to retch. Having not ingested a single grain of rice for 2 days, he could only expel bitter bile, which rendered him even more wretched. The soldier recoiled in disgust, muttering a curse before delivering a stinging slap across his face. The sharp sound echoed, and Wen Lian's head snapped to the side, his fair cheek rapidly swelling, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. A buzzing filled his head, and an unprecedented sense of humiliation threatened to engulf him. At that moment, the sound of a horn echoed. Several soldiers straightened, roughly hoisting him up. The chieftain returns victorious, perfect for offering your royal head as a sacrifice to celebrate. Wen Lian was dragged unsteadily toward the parade ground. Along the way, countless eyes, filled with scorn, curiosity, or cruelty, fell upon him. He was unceremoniously forced to kneel in the frigid snow. On a high platform sat a man clad in wolf fur, extraordinarily tall and robust, lazily listening to reports of his subordinates. Even from a distance, Wen Lian could sense the overwhelming aura of bloodlust and oppression emanating from him. That was Ashina, the chieftain of the Turks. The executioner raised a chilling, curved blade. Sunlight glinted off the edge of the sword, blinding Wen Lian, rendering him unable to open his eyes. Death loomed ominously close, and he trembled with fear, his mind a blank slate. The overwhelming terror rendered him deaf to all sounds. In the next moment, a bucket of ice-cold water splashed upon his face, washing away the grime and blood, revealing a visage that, though pale and haggard, remained hauntingly exquisite. The icy water jolted him, causing his long lashes to droop like the wings of a broken butterfly. He struggled to maintain a shred of dignity. Yet his trembling body and the unmistakable terror glimmering in his eyes betrayed him. The previously indifferent gaze of Ashina abruptly halted. His fingers tapped lightly on his knee as he raised a hand to halt the executioner. Wait. Rising, he descended the platform step by step, his boots crunching upon the snow like the softest tread upon a fragile heart. The cold handle of the whip unyieldingly lifted Wen Lian's chin, compelling his tear-filled, defiant eyes to meet his gaze. Their eyes locked. Target character Ashina affection level 30, current affection level 30. Ashina beheld the face, adorned with droplets of water. Strikingly beautiful yet pallid, and the fragile pride reflected in those eyes. His throat shifted slightly, and a cruel, predatory smile curled at the corners of his lips. Quite pleasant to behold, he murmured, his voice low and laced with a hint of amusement. Such a shame to kill. The whip's handle slowly glided across Wen Lian's trembling lips. Retracting his hand, Ashina turned and commanded, his voice brooking no dissent, "Bring him to my tent." Chapter 84. The delicate little emperor of the Chanyu, Wen Lian, was unceremoniously dragged and thrown into the royal tent. Inside, a thick wool fur carpet lay spread across the floor, and the burning oil lamps emitted a warm golden glow and a heavy aroma, starkly contrasting the biting cold outside. The rough handling left him momentarily dazed, with stars dancing before his eyes and his stomach churning. Curled upon the soft carpet, he found himself reluctantly cherishing this fleeting warmth. His wet clothes dripped incessantly, making his teeth chatter from a cold. He attempted to move his numbed wrists, only to be met with sharp pain. The tent flap was lifted once more, and a towering figure entered, exuding an air of chilling severity. Ashina had shed his wolf fur outer robe, donning only a dark garment that accentuated his strong, robust physique. His gaze, as tangible as a force, fell upon the curled-up Wen Lian, filled with scrutiny and unabashed possessiveness. Wen Lian recoiled in fear, akin to a rabbit ensnared in the gaze of a predator, his wet eyes brimming with terror. Ashina appeared quite pleased with this display of fear, letting out a scoff as he walked to his seat. He poured himself a bowl of fermented milk wine and picked up a silver knife, slicing meat from a roast leg of lamb. The rich aroma of meat mingled with the scent of alcohol, wafting enticingly through the air. Wen Lian's stomach betrayed him with a loud growl, resonating sharply in the silence of the tent. His pale cheeks flushed crimson with embarrassment, wishing he could bury himself within the carpet. Ashina paused, his sharp gaze sweeping over, as if he had uncovered something exceedingly amusing. He set down the knife and picked up the steaming, marbled lamb, approaching Wen Lian. Wen Lian gazed at him anxiously, uncertain of the intentions of this fearsome man. Ashina crouched down to nearly meet his gaze, shaking the meat in his hand with a malicious grin, his voice low and oppressive. "Would you like to eat?" Wen Lian pressed his lips together, now tinged with a deep shade of purple, stubbornly turning his head away. He was an emperor. How could he accept food offered in such a demeaning manner? Ashina let out a cold laugh, suddenly gripping his chin with such force it felt as though he might crush his bones, compelling him to face him again. A prisoner must understand the weight of their plight. He thrust a piece of lamb almost to Wen Lian's lips, the fat smearing against his pallid mouth. "Beg me," Ashina commanded, locking eyes with him. "Beg me, and I shall grant you this." Wen Lian trembled, not merely from the cold, but from a humiliation that engulfed him. The pangs of hunger clashed violently with the enticing aroma of the food, tormenting his resolve. Tears brimmed in his eyes, yet he fought to suppress them. He could not plead for mercy. Absolutely not. Observing his quivering facade, a mix of vulnerability and forced strength, Ashina's interest deepened. He released his grip, but did not withdraw the meat. Instead, he leisurely took a bite himself, chewing with deliberate slowness. Then he stood tall, looking down at the seemingly drained and slightly trembling Wen Lian. "The bones are rather tough," he remarked in an unreadable tone, turning away to his table, leaving Wen Lian to wonder how long he could endure this indignity. He no longer regarded Wen Lian, consumed in his own feasting of wine and meat. Wen Lian remained curled in place, his vision darkening from hunger, nearly numb from the cold, while the sounds of that man eating echoed in his ears, each bite a strike against his dignity. Time passed in an indeterminate blur until Ashina finally seemed sated. He wiped his hands and approached Wen Lian once more. A vast shadow loomed over him, prompting Wen Lian to shut his eyes in fear, anticipating a blow or something far worse. However, the expected pain did not arrive. Instead, a wolf fur cloak, imbued with warmth and a potent masculine scent, was thrown over him, enveloping him entirely. Wen Lian froze in astonishment. Almost immediately, a small plate of untouched lamb and a bowl of warm milk wine were placed on the carpet beside him. Ashina's voice drifted down from above, still laced with discomforting mockery. A gift for you. Once you finish, retreat to the corner and sleep. He paused, adding with a harsh tone, and if you dare to soil my carpet, I'll have you thrown back to the stables. With that, he dismissed Wen Lian, striding toward the expansive bed within the tent. Wen Lian stood paralyzed, wrapped in the aggressive warmth of the wolf cloak, feeling his body warm slightly while his heart sank into an abyss of despair. He looked at the food beside him, the tempting aroma infiltrating his senses. His stomach ached fiercely after a prolonged internal struggle. The primal need for sustenance ultimately triumphed over his lingering pride. Trembling, he slowly extended his bound hands toward the plate of lamb. Tears finally fell silently onto the carpet, leaving a small dark stain behind. Lying on the bed, Ashina listened to the faint, suppressed sobs and cautious chewing sound behind him, a slow smile creeping across his lips in the darkness. Target character Ashina's favorability is 10. Current favorability is 40. Chapter 85. The Delicate Little Emperor of the Chanyu. Part 3. In the dead of night, Ashina was awakened by a series of muffled, intermittent whimpers and groans of anguish. Irritated, he opened his eyes and muttered a curse. The tent was dim, and the sounds emanated from the corner. He impatiently walked over, and by the faint glow of the fire, he saw Wen Lian curled up, trembling all over, his face flushed, one hand pressed fiercely against his abdomen, the knuckles turning white from the pressure. His breathing was rapid, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his lips clenched tightly. Yet he could not suppress the painful gasps that escaped him. Ashina crouched down, his rough palm brushing against Wen Lian's forehead, scalding. However, it was evident that he was suffering from more than just a fever. What was wrong? His tone was exceedingly impatient, yet his actions betrayed an unconscious gentleness as he attempted to pry away the hand pressing against the boy's belly. Wen Lian seemed to be in severe pain, his consciousness hazy. When Ashina touched him, he flinched violently, whimpering, "My stomach hurts, it hurts so much." Ashina paused, suddenly recalling the greasy lamb he had offered and the strong liquor he had poured for him before sleep. This delicate creature, who had gone hungry for 2 days, had an empty stomach. He was too fragile, and suddenly inundating him with such food, a fleeting, unfamiliar emotion, perhaps one could call it annoyance, flitted through Ashina's mind, only to be swiftly overshadowed by a more tumultuous irritation. What a bother! How could one sustain such fragility? Someone, he bellowed towards the entrance of the tent, his voice laced with greater agitation than before. A soldier on night watch hurried in. "Chanyu, fetch the shaman, quickly, and bring some hot water." He paused, adding in a gruff tone, "It must be warm." Though the soldier was taken aback, he dared not question further and swiftly exited. Ashina, raking a hand through his hair in frustration, watched Wen Lian convulsing in pain, silent tears soaking the fur of the wolf pelt, the pitiful whimpers piercing his nerves like needles. Cursing under his breath, he finally reached out, gathering the trembling boy, along with the wolf pelt, into his embrace. One hand awkwardly covered the cold, convulsing abdomen, attempting to alleviate the pain with his warmth. Wen Lian seemed to sense the warmth on his stomach and the heat radiating from behind him. Instinctively, he leaned back, his fevered forehead resting against Ashina's chest. Emitting a muffled, tearful sigh, Ashina's body stiffened at once. The boy, soft and hot, continued to tremble slightly in his arms, the complete dependency in his posture stifling the fire of frustration within him, leaving only a deeper sense of unease. The shaman soon arrived, trembling as he took Wen Lian's pulse, and replied cautiously, "Chanyu, it is cold evil entering the body, causing a high fever exacerbated by improper diet, leading to acute abdominal colic." Ashina's expression darkened further. Indeed, it was due to the cold water and the food. "Hurry and prepare the medicine," he urged in a harsh tone. The shaman hastily gathered herbs to reduce the fever and alleviate the abdominal pain. The loyal attendants brought warm water. Ashina took the medicine bowl, gazing at the person in his arms, who was in such pain that his consciousness was fading. He attempted to administer the medicine, but Wen Lian clenched his teeth tightly, refusing to swallow. Damn it! Ashina felt a surge of frustration, yet he hesitated to forcefully pry open his jaw, fearing it might cause harm. After several attempts, most of the medicine spilled, and when Lian coughed, seemingly exacerbating his abdominal pain, his whimpers increasingly pitiful. Taking a deep breath to quell his irritation, Ashina ultimately took a mouthful of the bitter medicine himself, gently pried open Wen Lian's jaw, and clumsily, almost brushing against his chapped lips, delivered the liquid drop by drop. Wen Lian passively swallowed, his brows furrowed in agony. After finally administering the medicine, Ashina picked up a cloth soaked in warm water and wiped away the cold sweat from Wen Lian's forehead and the stickiness from his neck. His hand remained on Wen Lian's abdomen, warm and cautiously massaging. Having never attended to someone like this before, his rough movements left several red marks on Wen Lian's delicate skin. It seemed the coarse fabric had caused Wen Lian some discomfort, as he squirmed restlessly, feverish and confused, and began to whimper softly. "It hurts. Shut up. Don't move." Ashina barked in a harsh tone, though his hands instinctively softened their grip. Thus, he awkwardly and impatiently tended to him for most of the night. The person in his arms finally ceased shaking so violently, the abdominal pain appeared to ease somewhat, and his breathing gradually steadied. Yet, he remained feverish and occasionally rubbed his burning cheeks against Ashina's chest, like a small beast seeking comfort. As dawn broke, Wen Lian's temperature finally began to decrease, and the tightly furrowed brows relaxed somewhat, allowing him to drift into a deep slumber. Only then did Ashina carefully place him back into the wolf fur, covering him securely. He himself felt utterly exhausted, more so than after leading troops in a battle. He gazed at Wen Lian, whose brow still slightly knitted in sleep, with damp eyelashes and the abdomen he had just tenderly massaged, his expression complex. He extended his calloused fingers, somewhat roughly wiping away the tears from the corners of Wen Lian's eyes, his gaze sweeping over the pale but serene, sleeping face. Finally muttering under his breath, "Spoiled brat, troublesome little prince." Chapter 86. The delicate little emperor of the Chanyu after several days of Ashina's rough care. Wen Lian's health had improved somewhat, yet he still appeared pale and frail. Ashina's demeanor remained harsh, his words unrelenting. Troublesome little prince, spoiled brat became synonymous with him. However, the humiliations of cold water and confinement in the stable ceased to occur. One day, he eavesdropped on the guards' idle chatter and learned that an envoy from the Han was coming to redeem him, but Ashina had blocked their way, leaving him stranded in the southern region. If he could find the envoy, would he not be able to return home? Return home. Those two words burned fiercely in his heart. As the emperor of the Han, he must return. This thought grew obsessively within him. After observing intently for several days, one evening, taking advantage of the guards' changing shifts, he gritted his teeth and ran towards what he believed was the south. The night wind on the grasslands was icy and biting, threatening to topple his frail form. The gravel underfoot constantly tripped him, and his palms and knees bore new wounds. Fear and hope intertwined, he ran desperately, not daring to glance back. Unbeknownst to him, Ashina sat astride his warhorse, his emerald eyes glinting coldly in the night like a wolf's. A cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he watched the frightened little sparrow he had intentionally driven towards the desolate land where wolves prowled. The haunting howl of wolves pierced the night sky. Wen Lian abruptly halted, his face as pale as parchment. A greenish glow emerged from the darkness, swiftly approaching. He was surrounded by the pack. A paralyzing dread engulfed him in an instant. His body stiffened, immobile. He watched helplessly as the green eyes drew nearer, the stench of blood wafting through the air. The ultimate terror shattered his fortitude. Tears cascaded down, and he crouched down, burying his face in his hands as he emitted a heart-wrenching wail. It began as a mere whimper, soon escalating into a soul-rending cry. "Someone help me. I beg you. I do not wish to die." The sound of hooves thundered from afar, growing ever closer. With a swift whoosh, a sharp arrow pierced the eye of the nearest wolf. The pack stirred and growled. Ashina charged into the fray, his curved blade glinting ominously, and after a few agonizing howls, The remaining wolves retreated into the shadows. He dismounted and strode towards the trembling Wen Lian, who was curled up on the ground, weeping. Wen Lian lifted his tear-filled eyes to meet those emerald orbs. Under the moonlight, his lashes were damp, his nose tinged with red, and his tear-streaked visage glowed pallidly. It was a disheveled appearance, yet it bore a haunting beauty. Ashina's breath hitched, and unconsciously, he softened his grip as he lifted the trembling figure. Terrified, Wen Lian sought a peculiar sense of security within those emerald eyes. Instinctively, he clutched Ashina's garment, burying his tear-stained cheek against his chest, his body still shivering from the aftershocks of fear. Ashina embraced the shivering form, feeling the fragility and reliance emanating from him. He awkwardly patted Wen Lian's back, his movements somewhat clumsy. Ultimately, he released a barely audible sigh. He hoisted the weeping figure into his arms, wrapping him carefully in his cloak, and mounted his horse to return to the camp. After that night, Wen Lian grew much quieter, a lingering fear and daze in his eyes. Whenever he caught sight of the horizon or heard the wind echoing a wolf's howl, he would unconsciously draw closer to Ashina. Days later, Ashina entered the royal tent, holding a golden anklet. The chain was composed of delicate golden rings intertwined, lined with soft leather, and at its center lay an emerald gem, its hue akin to Ashina's eyes, shimmering with a profound glow under the candlelight. "Put on," he commanded, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Wen Lian's face paled, instinctively recoiling. Ashina narrowed his emerald eyes, kneeling before him, and firmly grasped his slender ankle without argument. Wen Lian's ankle was delicate, his skin so fair it seemed almost translucent, with faint blue veins barely visible. Ashina's palm was hot and rough, starkly contrasting with his icy skin. He deftly secured the anklet, the cool metal pressing against Wen Lian's skin, causing him to shudder slightly. The length of the chain was just right, neither hindering his movement nor overtly restricting his range of motion. "From now on, you are not to leave the royal tent without my permission," Ashina stated, gripping his ankle. Though he looked up at Wen Lian, his gaze held the weight of authority. "Otherwise, this chain will remind you who the master is." The intricately designed anklet adorned the delicate, porcelain-like ankle of Wen Lian, exuding an uncanny allure. With each movement, the golden chain emitted a faint jingle, as if whispering her belonging. Her range of motion was entirely constrained, with little to engage her. She often curled up in a corner, gazing vacantly at the decorations within the royal tent. Ashina, on the other hand, was thoroughly pleased with the anklet's effect. Every time he beheld the gold chain accentuating her fair ankle, producing delicate sounds with her movements, the gemstones mirroring the hue of his own eyes would flicker in and out of sight, a subtle glimmer of possessive satisfaction passing through the depths of his dark green gaze. Chapter 87. The spoiled little emperor, the chieftain. Half a month had elapsed since the golden anklet clasped around Wen Lian's slender ankle. On this particular morning, the commotion outside the tent was markedly louder than usual. Still in a state of drowsiness, Wen Lian was suddenly roused as the tent curtain was violently pulled aside, revealing several unfamiliar, solemn-faced Turkic women entering, followed by guards carrying a crimson lacquer tray. On the tray lay not the usual simple utensils, but a strikingly vibrant set of red garments, alongside unfamiliar gold ornaments adorned with turquoise and coral, glimmering with an unsettling brilliance in the dim light of the tent. A sudden heaviness gripped Wen Lian's heart, causing her to instinctively curl up, the anklet on her ankle producing a faint, crisp sound. The leading woman, with an expressionless demeanor, spoke in stilted Mandarin. "By the command of the chieftain, we are here to assist you in your grooming and attire." "What is this for?" Wen Lian's voice trembled imperceptibly, an intense unease swelling within her. The woman offered no response, merely signaling to her companions. Two robust maidservants stepped forward, unceremoniously pulling her from her fur cloak. She struggled, but her feeble resistance was as futile as an ant attempting to shake a tree. The anklet was temporarily removed, and she was forcibly led to a large wooden tub prepared behind the tent, steam rising from it. The water was scalding hot, nearly unbearable, and the overwhelming scent of petals and potent spices nearly suffocated her. A coarse towel scrubbed her skin vigorously, leaving faint red marks in its wake. With her eyes tightly shut, she trembled in humiliation, akin to a sacrificial animal being cleansed for a ritual. As her hair was combed, the tugging at her scalp elicited pain, and the cold gold ornaments pressed against her warm skin during the change of attire sent shivers coursing through her. The crimson garments were not the loose robes typical of the Central Plains, but rather a more fitted design imbued with Turkic flair. The neckline and cuffs adorned with intricate fringes, and a fierce wolf totem embroidered in gold occupying the chest. This attire enveloped her snugly, accentuating her slender waist and fragile neck. It was not a garment meant for a man, but for a woman. Ultimately, they even attempted to apply a decorative floral paste to her forehead, which she vehemently evaded by turning her head away. The women seemed to receive some form of tacit approval, refraining from further insistence, casting her a glance filled with a mix of disdain and peculiar scrutiny before retreating. The tent fell silent once more, leaving her alone, clad in the glaring red wedding attire, standing in the center of the carpet. Gazing at her reflection in the copper mirror, her hands and feet icy. In her youth, she had read in idle books that this was the wedding dress of the Turkic people, specifically the ceremonial attire of the chieftain's concubines. In a manner both blunt and humiliating, Ashina transformed this Han emperor into a mere concubine, a plaything at his whim. Outside the tent, the cacophony grew louder, the rhythmic beating of drums, the haunting melodies of the hujia, and the raucous shouts and laughter of men, all seemingly celebrating this absurd farce of sacrifice. Wen Lian felt these sounds pierce his eardrums, rendering him dizzy and nauseous. He yearned to flee, yet the shackles reattached to his ankles rendered escape from the royal tent impossible. Time lost all meaning until the tent flaps were suddenly thrown aside once more. Ashina entered, clad in a formal black and gold patterned Turkic robe, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, his emerald eyes deepening under the flickering candlelight, exuding an inscrutable allure. The potent scent of alcohol mingled with the crispness of the prairie night enveloped him, and his gaze, tangible in its intensity, swept over Wen Lian, who was forced into a bridal gown. That gaze was fervent and piercing, unabashedly possessive and scrutinizing, as though admiring a recently acquired, priceless trophy. Wen Lian felt a chill run down his spine under his scrutiny, instinctively retreating a step, only to stumble as his heel collided with a low table behind him. Ashina advanced swiftly, seizing his wrist with a grip so fierce it threatened to crush his bones. He leaned in close, the intoxicating mix of alcohol and his potent masculinity enveloping Wen Lian entirely. "What are you hiding from?" he murmured, his voice low and gravelly with a hint of amusement. "Today is a day of celebration for us." Wen Lian's face drained of color, his lips trembled, rendering him mute. Fear and humiliation flooded his heart, making it difficult to breathe. Ashina seemed to revel in his terror, chuckling softly as his other hand lifted, the rough pads of his fingers almost brutally gliding across Wen Lian's freshly washed, delicate cheek, leaving behind a slight sting. "The Han Emperor, now donned in my Turkic bridal attire," he taunted, pride and mockery dripping from his words. "What do you think your ancestors would feel upon witnessing this?" These words struck Wen Lian like a poisoned dagger, piercing through his final defenses. An overwhelming wave of humiliation and despair engulfed him. He struggled fiercely, summoning all his strength to push Ashina away. "Let go. You cannot do this." His voice cracked, laced with desperation. To Ashina, his struggles appeared as mere childish play. The man effortlessly lifted him, carrying him several paces to a bed adorned with soft, new animal skins, where he unceremoniously tossed him, dazed and disoriented from the fall. Wen Lian had yet to regain his composure when Ashina's towering form descended upon him, pinning him firmly beneath. The flickering candlelight cast their intertwined shadows, suffocating in their closeness. "Cannot." Ashina's emerald eyes narrowed as his fingers traced the neckline of the bridal gown, exerting pressure until the delicate fastenings snapped open, revealing a glimpse of radiant, pale skin beneath. "What is it that I cannot do?" Wen Lian screamed, futilely pushing against his iron-like chest, tears finally streaming uncontrollably down his face. "I am the Emperor. I am a man. You cannot degrade me like this. In this place I hold the power." As Ashina leaned down, his fervent breath brushed against the shell of his ear, his voice imbued with the scent of alcohol, reminiscent of a devil's whisper. "You are merely my concubine now, my possession." His calloused hands explored mercilessly across his body, igniting waves of intense shivers and cascading tears. The crimson garments were stripped away, layer by layer, akin to peeling away the fragile shell of dignity, revealing the most vulnerable core within. Wen Lian wept so intensely that he could scarcely breathe, his struggles rendered futile, leaving only instinctual, subtle convulsions and desperate sobs. When the final garment was torn away, Wen Lian relinquished all resistance, closing his eyes and turning his head, tears soaking the fur at his temples. He resembled a soulless shell, awaiting the final judgment. Yet, the anticipated further violation did not ensue. The weight upon him paused momentarily. Ashina's heavy breaths lingered by his ear, exuding an intense heat, yet he remained motionless. Trembling, Wen Lian cautiously opened his tear-blurred eyes. Ashina loomed above him, his dark green gaze penetrating deep into his own. Within those depths churned unquenched desires and a fierce possessiveness. Yet there seemed to be something else intertwined. Perhaps it was the sight of him, tear-streaked and fragile, as if he might shatter with a mere touch, or perhaps it was the utterly defeated stance of surrender, which inexplicably struck a profound chord within the man. He had witnessed his fragility, his fears, his feigned composure, but never had he seen him so utterly shattered. Like an exquisitely crafted porcelain, teetering on the edge of a table, a gentle nudge would result in complete ruin. Forcing a lifeless plaything seemed less enticing now. What he desired transcended mere possession of the body. Ashina's Adam's apple bobbed, and suddenly he muttered a low curse, roughly snatching a nearby wolf pelt and enveloping Wen Lian's nearly bare, trembling form tightly, cradling both the boy and the pelt in his arms. "Why are you crying?" His tone remained harsh, tinged with unresolved desire's irritation. Yet his actions contradicted his words as he awkwardly wiped the tears from Wen Lian's face. What a downer! Wen Lian froze in his embrace, utterly bewildered, his body still quaking uncontrollably from the earlier terror and weeping. Ashina held this tightly wrapped, still trembling little concubine, feeling his fragility, and the surging brutality of desire within him inexplicably began to subside, replaced by a more complex, ineffable sense of satisfaction. The boy was here, unable to escape. He would inevitably be his. There was no need to rush. Frightening him would only diminish the thrill. Thus he held him there, both lying within the festive red tent, one rigid and bewildered, the other inscrutable. After a long while, as Wen Lian's trembling gradually subsided, Ashina finally grunted, a hint of lingering vexation and absolute dominance in his voice, whispering in his ear, "This time, I shall let you go." The next time he deliberately paused. He lightly tapped his palm against the tightly wrapped fur coat, laden with suggestive implications. "Should you dare to weep and moan, see how I shall deal with you." Chapter 88. The petulant young emperor of the Khan, Wen Lian awoke, the fur blanket beneath him soft and comfortable, and he found himself alone in bed. He stirred slightly, realizing that his garments had been changed. The night clothes were soft and inviting. As he rose, he felt no constraints or pulls around his ankles. The delicate golden anklet remained fastened, the emerald gem glimmering subtly in the morning light. Yet, the chain that had once restricted his movements was nowhere to be found. Only a splendid ornamental gold ring loosely encircled his slender, pale ankle. He was momentarily taken aback, his heart inexplicably skipping a beat. Had he been set free? Cautiously, he lifted the blanket and stepped barefoot onto the chilly carpet. He attempted to take a few steps, encountering neither hindrance nor tugging. A subtle sensation of joy and freedom began to blossom within him. He ventured a few more steps, his feet touching the floor, slightly reddened from the cold. At that moment, steady and familiar footsteps sounded from outside the tent. The curtain was drawn aside, revealing the tall figure of Ashina, who had returned in his crisp attire. His dark hair, slightly damp, and his emerald eyes sparkling like freshly washed gems, sharp and profound. Having just concluded urgent matters, he had hurried back, only to find the little bird wandering barefoot on the floor. Ashina's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly as he strode closer, casting a vast shadow that carried an overwhelming masculine presence. Wen Lian, frightened, shut his eyes, his long lashes trembling violently. However, the anticipated roughness did not come. Instead, he was enveloped in a thick, warm cloak infused with Ashina's unique scent, tender yet impossible to refuse, shielding him from the cool air that wafted in with the open curtain. "Are you trying to fall ill again?" The man's tone was far from gentle, tinged with a hint of reproach. "You were just well for a few days. Do you wish to take medicine once more?" Yet his actions contradicted his words, as he carefully wrapped Wen Lian in the cloak as if safeguarding a rare treasure. Suddenly, Wen Lian felt his feet leave the ground, a startled gasp escaping his lips as Ashina effortlessly lifted him in his arms, cradling him as one would a newborn kitten, so light and delicate. His pale skin contrasted sharply with Ashina's bronze complexion, the exposed skin resembling pristine white jade. Ashina chuckled softly, placing him back onto the bed, then crouched down, gripping Wen Lian's ankle to help him into his shoes. Upon seeing the young man's flustered expression, his cheeks slightly flushed. A faint glimmer of amusement flickered in his emerald eyes, though his tone remained harsh. Such a troublesome little creature. Wen Lian pressed his pale lips together, refraining from speech. Yet his damp eyes betrayed his inner turmoil and a barely perceptible hint of embarrassment. Ashina seemed somewhat dissatisfied with his silence, letting out a huff as he lifted him up and strode purposefully out of the tent. "Cooped up in this tent all day, your complexion as pale as snow, devoid of any vitality," he grumbled, yet he securely held Wen Lian as he exited the royal tent. The brilliant sunlight outside flooded his vision instantly, accompanied by a refreshing breeze laden with the scent of grass and freedom, causing Wen Lian to squint while involuntarily inhaling deeply. It had been far too long since he had felt such expansiveness. Without pausing, Ashina made his way directly to the stable, where a magnificent, jet-black steed stood proudly, greeting its master with affectionate snorts and impatiently pawing the ground. Ashina, cradling Wen Lian, nimbly mounted the horse. Wen Lian was abruptly engulfed in a whirlwind of sensation, finding himself nestled in a solid, warm embrace, seated at the front of the saddle. The saddle was firm, pressing against his thighs uncomfortably. Noticing the slight furrow in Wen Lian's brow, Ashina clicked his tongue and took the initiative to gather the hem of his outer robe, deftly placing it beneath Wen Lian's legs and behind him, creating a relatively soft and stable space on his muscular thigh. "Sit tight," Ashina's deep voice murmured against his ear, his warm breath brushing past. With one arm encircling Wen Lian's slender waist, he gripped the reins firmly, safeguarding him closely against his chest. In the next moment, the horse surged forward like a black flash of lightning. The sudden sensation of weightlessness and the speed caused Wen Lian's face to pale in shock, the force pushing him tightly against Ashina's embrace. His hands clutched desperately at the arm around his waist, knuckles turning white. The rush of wind roared past his ears, accompanied by the powerful thud of hooves striking the ground. His heart raced wildly in his chest, as though it yearned to break free from its confines. After the initial surge of sheer terror, an unprecedented exhilaration began to unfurl from deep within him, replacing the panic. The wind whipped across his cheeks, imbued with a refreshing coolness. The vast grassland unfolded rapidly before him, the azure sky seeming almost within reach, while fluffy, white clouds floated low. This breathtaking speed brought forth a sense of unrestrained freedom. Gradually, the pallor of his cheeks was replaced with a flush from the wind, and his tightly pressed lips unconsciously parted slightly, inhaling the crisp, liberating air. Unbeknownst to him, his eyes widened in wonder, greedily absorbing the landscape he had never experienced in such a manner, his gaze reflecting the vibrant green grass and clear blue sky. An indescribable sense of long-lost elation surged within him. He could not help but lift the corners of his lips slightly, a fleeting, delicate smile akin to a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, accompanied by a brief, awestruck exhalation. Instinctively, He turned his head swiftly to glance at Ashina, seeking confirmation that this astonishing speed and the unfamiliar emotions swelling in his chest were indeed real. Just then, his gaze collided with a pair of deep green eyes that were intently fixed upon him. The gaze no longer exhibited mere cold possession and scrutiny. Instead, it brimmed with a fervent admiration, unabashed delight, and a hint of profound sentiment that left his heart racing, though he could scarcely comprehend it. Wen Lian, feeling as if scalded, quickly turned away, his body tensing, his cheeks and ears flushed crimson. Ashtana keenly captured the fleeting brilliance of starlight in his eyes. A low, pleasurable chuckle escaped his throat, and his arms tightened around Wen Lian's waist, nearly enveloping him entirely, savoring the delicate tremor of his form. "Hold on tighter," he commanded, his voice tinged with a husky excitement and an almost imperceptible tenderness, abruptly urging the steed forward. The black horse whinnied, understanding its master's intent. Surging ahead with renewed speed, racing across the vast grasslands as if in pursuit of the clouds on the horizon. Chapter 89. The delicate little emperor of the Chanyu. The weather began to warm, and the grass on the steppe transformed into a vibrant green. Perhaps due to acclimatization issues, or perhaps because of Wen Lian's inherently frail constitution, his health fluctuated, never fully recovering. A sudden chill in spring could leave him coughing for days, his hands and feet cold as they curled beneath thick wolf pelts, his complexion pale to the point of translucence. Ashtana, though irritated, administered medicine with a gentle touch. He remained domineering, yet devoid of his usual ferocity. This subtle shift prompted Wen Lian, the pampered little emperor, to tentatively extend his claws. He began to express dissatisfaction with the daily provisions. In truth, he had never relished the mutton, its gamey odor and toughness repelling him. Previously, he had endured consumption out of necessity. However, recently, he pushed away the half-cooked mutton and beef, frowning, only managing a few bites before relinquishing his meal. During the days he felt particularly unwell, he even retched it up instinctively. The attending Turkic women displayed discomfort, even a hint of discontent. Without sufficient nourishment, Wen Lian's delicate face grew paler, and his illnesses became more frequent. One day, Ashtana entered the royal tent and found Wen Lian, whose health had just begun to improve, turned sideways towards the entrance, weeping silently over a plate of cold-boiled mutton. His frail shoulders trembled slightly, embodying a sense of grievance, as if he had suffered a great injustice. "What is it now?" Ashtana's voice remained deep and weary, a remnant of his bureaucratic labors. Startled, Wen Lian flinched, lifting his tear-streaked face, pale lips pressed together as he murmured, "It's tasteless." His voice, thick with nasal tones and evident petulance, added, "My stomach hurts." Ashtana's brow furrowed. He strode forward, glancing at the untouched food, then at Wen Lian's face, which was a canvas of petulance and discomfort. After a moment's silence, he suddenly reached out, not to scold, but rather with a rough tenderness, he touched Wen Lian's back and waist. The frailty beneath his fingers was palpable. "Troublesome little creature," he muttered in exasperation, his tone tinged with resignation, as he scooped the small troublemaker into his embrace, his large, calloused hands gently kneading his belly. The following day, not far from Wen Lian's tent, a small canvas shelter was quietly erected. A timid old Han cook, hailing from a remote border town, was brought in, stammering in a mix of halting Mandarin and Turkic. Henceforth, Wen Lian's meals consisted of barely edible, overcooked meat porridge, bland soups, and soft, doughy flatbreads. The flavor was, of course, far inferior to the exquisite delicacies of the royal court, yet it no longer induced nausea. Simultaneously, Ashina granted him the liberty to roam within 100 paces of the royal tent. However, Wen Lian soon discovered that this so-called freedom was not at all pleasurable. Wherever he went, the gazes of the Turkic men, women, and children were palpable, filled with unabashed curiosity and disdain. He was a consort of the Chanyu, a beautiful but fragile figure, a ludicrous remnant of a once adversarial emperor. Such scrutinizing stares rendered him uncomfortable, leading him to remain mostly confined to the limited space of the royal tent, which, though spacious, was monotonous. Ashina seemed to sense his ennui. One afternoon, he entered the royal tent, dust covered from his travels, and casually tossed a fluffy, whimpering creature into Wen Lian's arms. Startled, Wen Lian instinctively caught it. It was a plump, snow-white puppy, its eyes glistening with moisture, its pink nose nuzzling his fingers with its still toothless mouth, emitting soft whines of affection. Wen Lian froze, his eyes widening in disbelief as he beheld this warm, soft bundle of life in his embrace. "To spare you from boredom and illness that would burden me," Ashina remarked, crossing his arms while observing Wen Lian's reaction with keen, dark green eyes. Wen Lian, with utmost delicacy and almost holding his breath, gently touched the puppy's soft nose. The puppy immediately licked his fingertip, sending a ticklish sensation through him. Unable to resist, he beamed a radiant smile at Ashina, his already lovely face appearing even more vibrant and endearing. Observing this smile, Ashina's breath hitched imperceptibly, as if something soft and gentle had brushed against his heart. Wen Lian quickly realized he had lost his composure. He hastily lowered his head, attempting to suppress his smile, yet the corners of his mouth refused to obey. He clutched the warm puppy tightly, feeling the exuberant vitality of this small creature. A gentle warmth enveloped him, soft and soothing. He named the puppy Xiaobai. When alone, he would hold Xiaobai, burying his face in its fluffy fur, softly repeating another name, Ashina, Ashina. Ashina was so cruel, always scolding him. Yet, he was also somewhat kind, taking him horseback riding, providing him meals, and even gifting him a puppy. "Ashina, you naughty dog," Wen Lian teased, poking Xiaobai's forehead. The puppy yipped, wagging its tail and nudging him with its damp nose. "Ashina, you good dog." Wen Lian scooped Xiaobai into his embrace, the warm puppy licking his fingers. With Xiaobai nestled close, the long-forgotten dreams, buried deep within his heart, would sometimes surge uncontrollably to the surface. Wen Lian once had a small dog, a tiny creature with fluffy, white fur and round, deep black eyes, who delighted in tugging at his pant legs to engage him in play. During his most lonely and fearful childhood, that little dog provided him with the only warmth and companionship he ever knew. However, it was brutally killed before his eyes by that woman, the current Empress Dowager, solely because she believed the emperor was becoming frivolous, and even more so because she despised everything that brought him joy. This woman was not his biological mother. His real mother, it is said, was merely a lowly palace maid who passed away shortly after giving birth to him. The previous emperor departed this world prematurely, and he was thrust, bewildered, upon the dragon throne, becoming a puppet under the Empress Dowager's regency. Although he had been the emperor since childhood, he wielded no power whatsoever. People labeled him a fool, and they were not entirely mistaken. He had never truly engaged with the affairs of the court until the Empress Dowager fell gravely ill, at which point the so-called royalists propelled him into the limelight, allowing him to finally assume the role of a genuine emperor, albeit for a fleeting time. These fragmented memories and profound solitude became strikingly vivid as he held the little white dog in his arms, feeling that faint yet authentic warmth, fostering a complex dependence on both the dog and the capricious man who had brought it into his life, an attachment he himself could scarcely comprehend. In March, the Turkic people celebrate the arrival of spring with distinctive festivities. The air still carries a lingering chill, yet it is transformed into a fervent warmth by the bonfires and the enthusiasm of the crowd. Upon the high platform, Ashina sits regally as the chieftain, his imposing ceremonial attire accentuating his stature, as his dark green eyes survey the assembly with undeniable authority. Wen Lian is seated beside him, positioned in a place adjacent to the main seat. He is attired in a newly crafted robe provided by Ashina, which, while relatively suitable, still feels out of place amidst the surrounding rugged atmosphere. Ashina has no principal wife, only this one concubine by his side. As the ceremony commences, a whole sheep is brought forth, its flesh boiled in clear water, and Wen Lian could detect a potent, gamey odor. The meat has been overcooked for the sake of the ritual, rendering it tough and seemingly difficult to chew. Ashina rises, wielding a knife to carve the sheep. The head is reserved for the chieftain, while the succulent portions are bestowed upon loyal generals and nobles. The remaining meat is divided by attendants. And when the time comes for Wen Lian, a tough piece of leg meat still attached to the bone is placed before him. Gazing at the meat, Wen Lian's brow furrows almost imperceptibly. How could he possibly eat such a thing? Barbaric as the Turkic people are, he longs for pastries, for steamed fish, and for shrimp, the delicacies he once enjoyed as an emperor. Or, at the very least, something like a palatable meat porridge. The food before him extinguishes any appetite he might have had, even inducing a slight sense of nausea. He dejectedly lowers his gaze, his slender fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of his garment, his pink lips slightly pouting, his entire demeanor radiating resistance. Although Ashina is engaged in conversation with others, his peripheral vision remains attuned to this delicate creature beside him. Observing his petulant expression, he is inwardly amused, finding inexplicably charm in the sight of those pouting lips. With a sweeping gesture, he decisively removed the unsightly plate of mutton from Wen Lian's presence, replacing it with a dish of fresh cheese curds and a selection of rare seasonal fruits, pushing it towards him with a brisk motion, uttering not a word. Stunned for a moment, Wen Lian quickly glanced at Ashina, noting his composed demeanor as he remained focused on the performance below, and he silently breathed a sigh of relief. Delicately sampling the fruits, the sweet, succulent juices somewhat eased his inner disquiet. On stage, the Turkic maidens were performing a vigorous and powerful dance, each leap and twirl reminiscent of eagles soaring over the grasslands, imbued with a raw, untamed beauty. The vibrant rhythm of the drums and the thunderous shouts filled the air. Wen Lian had never witnessed such an exuberant and passionate display. Unlike the subtle elegance of Han Palace dances, this raw vitality captivated him, his light-colored eyes widening in wonder and focus. Yet this intense concentration inexplicably irked Ashina. His brows knitted slightly, and with a subtle movement his large hand, resting on the table, reached over to firmly grasp Wen Lian's hand resting on his knee. As Wen Lian became enraptured by the performance, he was startled when a warm, rough hand enveloped his, instinctively attempting to withdraw. However, Ashina's grip was like a vice. Not only did he not loosen it, but he tightened his hold, his calloused fingertips deliberately brushing against the delicate skin of Wen Lian's hand, exuding an undeniable dominance. Wen Lian winced, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, and turned to look at Ashina, only to find him still fixed on the stage, seemingly indifferent to the disruptive action. The tension in his tightly pressed lips and slightly clenched jaw, however, betrayed his displeasure. After several futile attempts to extricate himself, Wen Lian resigned to Ashina's grip, who continued to fidget with his fingers, causing Wen Lian's focus on the dancers to falter, his heartbeat inexplicably quickening. In this subtly charged atmosphere, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A powerful gust of wind swept in without warning. A graceful figure, originally spinning and dancing on stage, suddenly accelerated like a specter, breaking through the crowd. A glint of cold steel flashed in her hand, a sharp dagger, imbued with lethal intent, aimed directly at Wen Lian's face. The assailant's speed was astonishing, her martial prowess evident, and seizing the opportunity for a surprise attack, the proximity and timing were impeccable. Watch out! Ashina's reaction was astonishingly swift. Almost instantly, as the murderous intent erupted, he yanked Wen Lian back with force, completely shielding him with his body, while his other hand shot out like lightning, not to block the dagger, but to seize the wrist of the assailant. The blade grazed Ashina's cheek, drawing a line of blood that splattered onto Wen Lian's suddenly pale neck. With a muffled grunt, Ashina felt the sting of the injury, but did not waver in his actions, swiftly locking the assailant's wrist. A sharp crack echoed as the assailant screamed in pain, the dagger flying from her grasp. Without hesitation, Ashina delivered a powerful kick, sending the attacker sprawling like a marionette with severed strings, crashing heavily onto the ground, blood spilling from her mouth as she struggled to rise. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Wen Lian was utterly paralyzed, her mind a blank slate, fixated on the woman who had been violently cast aside. The woman lay on the ground, her face smeared with blood, yet her eyes, brimming with profound hatred, bore into Wen Lian's soul as she screamed hoarsely, her voice twisted by agony and fervor. The Han Emperor must uphold the dignity of the Han court. How can you debase yourself as a slave or concubine to the barbarian? Do you not honor the legacy of our forebears? I have come today to end your life. Only then will the Han court regain its honor. Her words were sharp, piercing like daggers. Wen Lian's complexion drained of color, a chill enveloping her entire being. The surrounding onlookers turned their gaze toward her, their eyes filled with ridicule. It felt as though she were stripped bare, exposed to the scrutiny of the multitude. A colossal wave of humiliation mixed with an indescribable, deeper anguish surging within her heart. Yet, she was oblivious to the further insults being hurled and could not see the venomous glare of that woman, for a pair of large, warm hands, imbued with the scent of blood, firmly and swiftly covered her ears and shielded her eyes. Suddenly, the world plunged into darkness and silence. Only the warmth emanating from the palm and the vivid sensation of the few still fresh droplets of blood belonging to Ashina, lingering by her cheek and neck, were unmistakably clear. In that cocoon of darkness, which severed her from the clamor and malice of the outside world, Wen Lian's rigid body began to tremble slightly. Instinctively, she leaned back, seeking solace against the broad, warm chest behind her. Ashina, feeling the subtle tremors beneath his palm and the weight of the person in his embrace leaning against him, found that the searing pain on his face had lessened slightly. His deep green eyes swept over the chaotic scene below, now subdued, finally resting on the dying assassin on the ground, his gaze as cold as steel. He lowered his head, gently brushing his chin against Wen Lian's soft hair, his deep voice filtering through his palm, muffled yet resolute. Do not look, do not listen. Chapter 91. The delicate little emperor of the Chanyu the ceremony came to an abrupt halt due to this unforeseen assassination attempt. Ashina, cradling Wen Lian, strode purposefully back to the royal tent amidst the diverse gazes of the crowd, his large hands steadfastly covering her eyes, shielding her from all prying, disdainful, or sympathetic looks. Curled within his embrace, Wen Lian pressed her cheek against his solid, heated chest, where she could distinctly hear the steady, powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, mingling with the metallic scent of the blood seeping from her facial wounds. Only when she was gently laid upon the soft bedding within the royal tent did the hand shielding her vision gradually withdraw. Suddenly exposed to the light, Wen Lian squinted, her vision momentarily blurred. Yet, upon her first glance, she beheld Ashina's face, mere inches away. A wound, a finger's breadth long, marred the left side of his cheek, the flesh slightly torn and oozing blood, appearing stark against his bronze skin. Wen Lian stared, stunned, at the injury that he had sustained for her sake. The blood trickled down the chiseled lines of Ashina's face, embodying a brutal, primal beauty. As Ashina observed Wen Lian, who was momentarily lost in a daze while staring at his wound, he furrowed his brow and, without hesitation, grasped his icy, trembling hand, forcefully pressing it against his own injured cheek. Wen Lian's fingers instinctively recoiled, yet Ashina's stronger grip held him in place, compelling him to feel the warmth, moisture, and subtle texture of the wound. Apply the medicine, Ashina commanded, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Wen Lian. On the low table beside the bed, clean water, cloths, and ointment had already been prepared. Wen Lian pressed his lips together, lowered his gaze, and with trembling hands, awkwardly picked up the damp cloth, cautiously attempting to wipe away the blood surrounding the wound. His movements were tentative and gentle, as if he feared causing pain to the other. When applying the powder, his trembling hands caused an excess to spill onto the injury. Ashina winced slightly at the stinging sensation, letting out a barely audible gasp, which prompted Wen Lian to slow his actions further, almost instinctively soothing. The tent fell into a profound silence, broken only by their intermingled breaths. Wen Lian could distinctly hear Ashina's heavy breathing, warm air brushing against his forehead, evoking a peculiar sensation. He focused intently on the wound, his long eyelashes fluttering like startled butterfly wings, remnants of unshed tears and a pallor from fear lingering on his face. This sight, viewed by Ashina, strangely calmed the surge of fury that had risen within him due to the injury and assassination attempt. However, following the assassination incident, Wen Lian's condition had deteriorated significantly. His already pale complexion had grown even more translucent, as if he might vanish at any moment. His mind was plagued by the cruel repetition of the assassin's words. He was now the consort of the Chanyu, his existence a disgrace to the Han dynasty. Why had his loyal subjects, once fiercely devoted to him, not come to seek him out? In his despair, he had entertained thoughts of self-termination. Yet, he was truly delicate and terrified of pain. Once he had secretly bitten down hard on his wrist, hoping to end it all through suffering. But his teeth were not sharp enough, merely breaking the skin and drawing forth a trickle of blood. The sharp pain had brought him to tears, rendering him incapable of continuing. The wound he inflicted upon his wrist had not escaped Ashina's notice. He seized Wen Lian's chin, forcing him to open his mouth, his fingers pressing down on his teeth and tongue with a sense of punishment. The rough texture of his fingers scraped against Wen Lian's already dull teeth. Unable to swallow, Wen Lian's saliva uncontrollably dampened Ashina's fingers, creating an ambiguous silver thread. Ashina's gaze darkened, yet he said nothing. He simply took the medicine and attended to the wound on Wen Lian's wrist. Wen Lian had also attempted to starve himself, curling up with a pallid face. Untouched food sitting before him. When Ashina commanded him to eat, Wen Lian remained unresponsive, instead burying himself deeper beneath the covers. Then, he felt a powerful grip encircle his waist, pulling him from the warmth of the blankets. Ashina held a bowl of warm rice porridge, taking a sip himself before prying open Wen Lian's mouth, leaning down to pass the food to him without room for refusal. Wen Lian coughed, struggling yet compelled to swallow the food. Ashina wiped the remnants from the corner of his mouth, fixing his gaze upon him, articulating each word with weight. "Your life is mine." These forceful, even somewhat crude interventions acted as chains, forcibly pulling Wen Lian back from the precipice of self-destruction. On a deep, moonless night, the wind howled outside the tent. Wen Lian found himself tightly embraced by Ashina, sinking into the warmth of his sturdy hold, feeling distinctly the rise and fall of his chest and the warm breath brushing against his ear. In the darkness, courage seemed amplified, if only slightly, summoning immense bravery. He whispered, his voice barely a wisp, the long-pondered question that had lingered in his heart. "Why do you save me?" Ashina, wide awake, heard him. His muscular arms tightened around Wen Lian, as if to meld him into his very being, growling possessively, "My possession can only be handled by me." Meanwhile, significant events unfolded in the Han Kingdom, news of which reached the Turkic capital. Wen Lian had nestled in the royal tent for several days. Little Bai lay at his feet, having grown rapidly a fluffy white ball. Its damp pink nose nudged at his pant leg, emitting soft whines. The gentle breeze of the grasslands and the glistening dew on the blades beckoned, yet its master remained unwilling to venture beyond the tent. Each time Little Bai poked its head out, turning back, it would find its master lost in contemplation on the bed. Though yearning for adventure, it stayed loyal, wagging its tail and reluctantly retreating. One splendid day, Wen Lian settled in the royal tent, gazing through the window at the azure sky and verdant grass. Little Bai, unable to contain its desire any longer, truly wished to play outside. Woof! It leapt forward, tugging at Wen Lian's pant leg, trying to pull him out. Having grown larger and stronger, it yanked him off balance, and ultimately, Wen Lian succumbed to the mischief of the little rascal, half dragged out of the tent. He too felt a flicker of curiosity about the world outside. The sky indeed dazzled with blueness, and the fragrance of grass wafted in the wind. Taking a deep breath, Wen Lian intended to step out and frolic with Little Bai, when suddenly he heard the crisp tones of Turkic chatter from the slope above. The Han Emperor had been captured and humiliated, meeting his demise, while a new emperor ascended the throne, heralding a shift in the tides of power. A group of children clad in Turkic attire bounded past him. Upon spotting Wen Lian, they erupted into hushed giggles, as if they had discovered something novel and amusing. Before scampering away, left standing in bewilderment, Wen Lian pondered the meaning of their laughter. Who had passed away? What new emperor? A few passing Turkic individuals glanced at him. their expressions tinged with curiosity that made him feel like prey on a butcher's block. It was chilling eerie. Suddenly, he found himself reluctant to remain outside, stumbling back to the royal tent, his hands trembling uncontrollably. He had spent a considerable amount of time among the Turks, and he had acquired an understanding of their language. What had transpired in the Han Kingdom? Xiao Bai seemed to sense his distress. Although it did not comprehend the reason behind it, it instinctively followed closely at his side, occasionally nudging his icy fingers with its head, emitting soft whimpers as if awkwardly offering comfort. Wen Lian enveloped Xiao Bai in his embrace. It was warm and comforting, yet he himself felt utterly cold. Before long, Ashina returned. Wen Lian looked at him, and within his deep green eyes lay an enigmatic emotion that Wen Lian could not decipher. Fixated on Ashina's gaze, he asked in a slightly hoarse voice, "What has happened?" He was in desperate need of a definitive answer, tormented by the chaotic suspicions swirling in his mind, though perhaps they were not mere suspicions. Ashina did not respond, merely advancing step by step towards him. His pace was unhurried, yet it gradually encroached upon Wen Lian's already limited space. Feeling somewhat helpless and alarmed, Wen Lian took a step back, his voice soft as he persistently questioned Ashina, his gaze locked onto those dark green eyes. In his haste to retreat, he failed to notice the column behind him. With a loud thud, his back and head collided forcefully against the hard pillar, sending a ringing sensation through his mind. Ashina reached his side, squatting down to tenderly pull Wen Lian into his embrace, his large hand gently massaging the back of his head, his voice surprisingly tender. It's all right. Cradled in Ashina's arms, Wen Lian was uncertain whether his tears flowed from pain or some other deeper anguish. Grasping Ashina's collar, he choked out, "Tell me, please, Ashina, what has happened?" Ashina tightened his hold, aware that Wen Lian must have learned something. He hesitated to unveil the brutal truth before him during such a tumultuous time. It was an act too cruel for him to bear. Wen Lian buried his face in Ashina's warm, expansive chest, obscuring his view of the world around him, inhaling the comforting scent of the man. Gentle hands stroked his back, and he could no longer contain himself, erupting into loud sobs. They lied to me. They no longer want me. He felt utterly discarded. When his existence tarnished the honor of the Han dynasty, he, as emperor, could simply be allowed to fade away in their words, in the eyes of the world. His throne had been usurped. He had become a mere former emperor, a ghost of the past. Wen Lian wept for a long time, while Ashina held him close, offering solace. Xiao Bai, too, was nearby, gently nuzzling against his leg. Eventually, exhausted from crying, Wen Lian's tears soaked Ashina's chest. His eyes were slightly swollen, traces of tears still visible on his face. Ashina nuzzled against him and softly revealed the harsh reality. The Han Kingdom, realizing they could not retrieve Wen Lian, swiftly chose another from the royal family to proclaim as emperor. Thus, Wen Lian became the lamented emperor who perished among the Turks in their narrative. Wen Lian offered no response. He was utterly exhausted and leaned against Ashina's embrace, his body trembling slightly. Ashina kissed the top of his head, trailing his lips down to wipe away the tears on his face. His voice was hoarse, imbued with an undeniable authority and affection, declaring, "They do not want you. I want you." He cupped Wen Lian's face, compelling him to meet his gaze, his dark green eyes swirling with intense emotions. "Be my Ketug," he asserted, his Mandarin imperfect yet resolute. "Be my only wife. Share the power of this vast grassland with me." He proclaimed, he seized, binding Wen Lian to him with the most domineering of vows. Initially, Wen Lian harbored hatred for Ashina. It was he who had captured and humiliated him, forcing him to remain here, unable to return to the Han Kingdom. Yet Ashina had also rescued him, gifting him a little dog, teaching him to ride, and providing a love he had never truly felt for years. Wen Lian's not-so-keen mind struggled to grapple with his emotions towards Ashina. In response to his declaration, Wen Lian merely offered a muted silence. However, Ashina acted swiftly. Although Wen Lian did not venture outside, he soon learned of the news. Ashina had boldly declared in the royal court that he would bestow upon Wen Lian the title of his Ketug. There was no room for discussion, nor allowance for dissent. Thus, the the matter was settled expeditiously. The ministers and nobles voiced their objections, but Ashina remained unyielding. In this martial dynasty, they lacked the ability to resist such a formidable Khan. Subsequently, the captured Han emperor, as the Han kingdom had proclaimed, indeed perished. Yet the current Turkic Khan found himself with a beloved Ketug, a Han person, also named Wen Lian. In the days that followed, Wen Lian sensed Ashina's newfound gentleness. He scolded him rarely, almost never raising his voice. In the early spring, when the chill had not yet fully dissipated, the warm stove within the royal tent was still lit. However, due to his frail condition, Wen Lian felt cold, often wrapping himself in a blanket, curling up in a corner. Upon noticing, Ashina pulled him into his embrace, warming him with his own body heat. To accompany Wen Lian, he shifted most of his affairs to the royal tent. In his arms, Wen Lian could inhale the scent of fresh grass and feel the steady, powerful beat of Ashina's heart. Ashina even sought out the elderly Han man who prepared meals for Wen Lian, learning to craft snacks like a Han chef. His hands, accustomed to wielding swords and bows, clumsily kneaded the dough, often getting flour stuck to his face in a comical manner. He made a variety of treats, their flavors uncertain. Yet he always selected the best to present to Wen Lian, feeding him with a naive eagerness. Wen Lian often experienced seizures in the dead of night, and Ashina dared not sleep too deeply. Sensing the slightest disturbance beside him, he would awaken immediately, pulling Wen Lian into his arms, gently patting his thin back, whispering, "Do not be afraid." Wen Lian found himself unavoidably moved. With no path of retreat left, he resolved to remain among the Turkic people. Though a hint of concealed discomfort lingered within, the thought of Ashina's verdant eyes, the flower that accidentally adorned his face, and the comforting hand that soothed him during the night brought him solace. He mused that remaining here was not so bad after all. Wen Lian was not fond of venturing outside, as his health was ill-suited for prolonged exposure to the elements. Ashina, however, worried that Wen Lian might succumb to boredom, fearing it could exacerbate his already fragile state. To alleviate this, he procured paper, brushes, some Turkic musical instruments, and a sketchbook from the Han dynasty to entertain Wen Lian. Wen Lian found joy in perusing the sketchbook, imitating the illustrations within, and practicing his brushwork on paper. He discovered a latent talent he had previously been unaware of. Not only did Ashina commend him, but the elderly cook also praised his skill, and many remarked on the likeness and quality of his artwork. For the first time, Wen Lian realized he was capable, no longer the inept emperor that others had labeled him as. In his youth, he was often scolded by the Empress Dowager, who derided him as a fool and a burden. Upon ascending to the throne, ministers began to flatter him, proclaiming him a celestial dragon, omnipotent. Yet, he understood that they still regarded him as an ignorant fool, a mere waste of space. This was the first instance someone acknowledged his gifts and talents. Ashina wholeheartedly supported him, providing abundant supplies, and even sought out a professional Turkic painter to instruct him. Observing Wen Lian's eyes grow increasingly radiant filled Ashina with warmth. Initially harboring disdain for the Han people, he had finally transcended that barrier. After all, Wen Lian was now his wife, a member of his Turkic kin. Wen Lian was particularly sensitive to the cold. As spring arrived, though the air grew slightly warmer, his body remained chill. When they slept together, he no longer nestled in the corner, avoiding Ashina's embrace unless prompted. Now, in his slumber, he instinctively sought the warmth of Ashina's arms. His soft form pressed against Ashina's chest, causing a smile to escape Ashina's lips as his large hand gently rested on Wen Lian's slender waist, wishing to envelop him entirely. Ashina had also noticed that late at night, Wen Lian, in his innocence, would sneakily open his eyes, cautiously sitting up, seemingly concerned about disturbing Ashina's rest. His fingertips were cool and delicate as they traced the scar on his own face. The wound had scabbed over, yet due to its size, it might leave a mark. However, this scar would not detract from his handsome visage. Rather, it would enhance the already striking features, imbuing them with a rugged masculinity. Ashina feigned sleep, savoring Wen Lian's gentle caresses. He listened to the soft apologies and inquiries about his pain, occasionally accompanied by a few stray tears. How utterly endearing, Ashina thought. This scar on his face was indeed a most splendid mark. Chapter 94. The delicate young emperor of the Chanyu in the late spring. Ashina resolved to personally lead his troops to quell a small tribe that had repeatedly provoked and plundered merchant caravans along the northwestern border. This time, he brought along Wen Lian. "I cannot bear the thought of you remaining alone in the royal court," he said, wrapping him in a thick fur cloak and lifting him onto his horse. "Stay close to me, so I can keep watch over you." Wen Lian did not protest. He had grown accustomed to Ashina's assertiveness and sensed, perhaps, that he, too, was reluctant to be apart for long. The army advanced at a deliberate pace, and Ashina ensured Wen Lian was comfortably situated in a well-appointed carriage at the heart of the procession, attending to him with meticulous care. Victory seemed inevitable. The Turkic cavalry, formidable and strong, faced little resistance from the small tribe, whose efforts to stand against them were akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Yet, as triumph appeared imminent, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The tribal leader feigned surrender, but suddenly launched an attack while presenting tributes, plunging a sharp dagger towards Ashina's heart. Reacting swiftly, Ashina evaded the lethal strike, but the dagger deeply lacerated his arm. Blood gushed forth instantly. His guards rushed in, swiftly dispatching the assailant, while Ashina remained composed, commanding the complete annihilation of the remaining threats without a flicker of fear upon his brow. However, when Wen Lian caught sight of Ashina's blood-soaked sleeve from a distance, his face paled instantly. In the aftermath of the battle, the command tent was thick with the acrid scent of blood mingled with medicinal herbs. The camp physician attended to Ashina, cleansing and bandaging his wound. Wen Lian stood quietly to the side, observing the grotesque sight of flesh torn open and the crimson blood seeping through the fabric, his fingertips icy, and his heart gripped by an invisible hand. Once the physician departed, only the two of them remained within the tent. Ashina lay bare-chested upon a military cot draped with animal hides, his bronze skin marred by a tapestry of scars, both new and old, resembling a map chronicling countless battles and brushes with death. The fresh wound stood out starkly against his skin. Turning his head, he noticed Wen Lian gazing intently at his back, his expression a complex mix of concern and astonishment. A subtle tension crept into his voice as he asked, "Are you frightened? Is it unsightly?" Wen Lian snapped back to reality, hastily shaking his head, his voice taut, "Not at all." He approached and seated himself at the edge of the cot, his gaze drawn to the intersecting scars, a wave of pain washing over his chest. He extended his hand, hesitating momentarily before lightly touching the end of an old scar, his fingertips trembling ever so slightly. "Does it hurt?" Ashina felt the delicate brush of his touch, his body tensing imperceptibly for a moment before relaxing again. He turned to face Wen Lian, his deep green eyes reflecting the flickering candlelight and the worry etched on Wen Lian's face. He reached out with his uninjured hand, gently clasping Wen Lian's cool fingers, enveloping them in his warm, rough palm, and brought them to his lips, brushing softly against them. "It no longer pains me," he remarked with a smile, attempting to lighten the mood. Yet, as he observed Wen Lian's still furrowed brow, his smile gradually faded, and his tone grew somber and earnest. "My dear, allow me to tell you a story." He held Wen Lian's hand against his cheek, casting his gaze toward the tent's ceiling, as though traversing through the corridors of time. "My mother was one among the many concubines of the previous Khan, yet she was not favored. My father fell victim to a power struggle, slain by my uncle's blade. Subsequently, my mother fled with me, a mere child, to a small town at the border of two nations." His voice, though calm, bore the weight of time's hardships. "Life was arduous. My mother barely made ends meet by laundering for the Han people and engaging in needlework, often subjected to the bullying of local ruffians. Eventually, she fell ill and, lacking the funds for treatment, passed away." Ashina swallowed hard. "At that time, I was still young." Because of these eyes, he gestured towards his own unusual emerald green irises. "I was deemed a monster by the local Han children, who taunted me as a bastard, a wild dog, and often chased me." He turned slightly, allowing Wen Lian to see the deep, somewhat twisted scars on his back. These were inflicted by the young master of a wealthy family in town, who whipped me while pinning me to the ground, laughing all the while. Wen Lian's heart twisted painfully at this revelation, and she instinctively tightened her grip on Ashina's hand. It was unfathomable to her that this formidable and awe-inspiring Khan had once endured such a wretched and humble childhood. Eventually, I escaped back to the grasslands, grew strong enough, and returned to the royal court. A hint of coldness seeped into Ashina's voice as he recounted how he had personally severed his uncle's head and made those who had tormented us pay for their transgressions. After sharing these memories, he turned to gaze deeply into Wen Lian's eyes, a flicker of guilt evident within. Lian, I am sorry. My initial cruelty towards you stemmed from my hatred for all Han people. I vented my resentment from that passed on to you, who were innocent. As Wen Lian beheld the pain and remorse in his eyes, the accumulated bitterness she once harbored seemed to dissipate like dust in the wind, leaving only a profound sense of compassion. She recalled her own privileged yet stifling upbringing, where material wealth never translated into true warmth or kindness. In a sense, they were both children raised in a frigid environment. She withdrew her hand, not to push him away, but to gently caress the scar on his face that had resulted from her own actions, her tone carrying a hint of playfulness. Yet unable to master concern, let bygones be bygones. But you must promise me 2 things. Ashina looked at her with intense focus. Speak. First, you must never bully me again. You must treat me well, very, very well. Wen Lian glared at him. Very well. Ashina readily agreed, warmth blooming in his gaze. Second, Wen Lian's fingertip lightly touched the area next to his newly bandaged wound. You must take good care of yourself. No more reckless fighting. I do not wish to be a widow at such a young age. Upon uttering those words, a faint blush crept across his cheeks, and he awkwardly averted his gaze. Ashina paused for a moment before breaking into a low chuckle, the vibrations resonating through his chest, indifferent to the pain it caused. He grasped Wen Lian's hand once more, pressing it against his heart, and solemnly promised, very well, I promise you. Outside the tent, the moonlight was cold and clear, while within, the candlelight was warm and inviting. Wen Lian pondered that perhaps remaining on this vast grassland, guarding this scarred yet tender-hearted man who was willing to transform for him, was the ultimate destination of his wandering fate. Chapter 95. The petulant young emperor of the Chanyu. Recently, Ashina encountered a minor yet vexing dilemma. At the age of 25, he was already considered of marriageable age among the Turkic nobility, yet he remained childless.